At Vo Chao's top high school seniors were hard at work on a practice test for the upcoming exams. The quiet classroom was suddenly filled with the sound of Tranmak snoring. He shot up and yelled, "Junior sister!" Tranmak looked around bewildered by the change of scenery. He was just on a date with his sweet and beautiful junior sister in the cosmic eye universe. A pen suddenly jabbed him in the butt. Triu Kwang, the guy behind him, shouted, "Sit down! We're in the middle of a test. Did you sleep your brain away?" Tranmak felt everyone's eyes on him in confusion, and a second later, the whole class burst out laughing like crazy. Junior sister what, haha, Tranmak really slept himself stupid this time. And Kaduye at the campus bell shot Tranmak a look of disgust, even though her parents were always trying to set them up. In her eyes, he was just a spoiled rich kid who couldn't hold a candle to Nguyen Hao. Meanwhile, Trin Nguyen Hao smirked, enjoying the sight of Tranmak making a complete fool of himself in class. He felt that Tranmak wasn't worthy of Kaduye, and certainly not worthy of being his rival. The exam proctor got the class back under control after the commotion Tranmak had just caused, and the homeroom teacher called him out directly. "Tranmak, it's one thing if you don't want to improve your grades, but sleeping during an exam is another. At least don't disturb your classmates or I'll have to ask you to leave the room." Basically, Tranmak had been reincarnated into this body in a different world. The surging spiritual energy and powerful soul he once had were now completely gone. In his past life, Tranmak was born into a life of luxury, filthy rich. Because of that, he was framed by the Wan family, but his life was saved by the Tonghua Immortal Emperor, who then set him on the path of cultivation. Along that journey, Tranmak met his junior sister, and they roamed the world without a care. Maybe his junior sister was also wandering somewhere on this earth right now. Tranmak had to quickly increase his strength, regain his cultivation level, and find his junior sister. The teacher, seeing Tranmak just standing there like a statue, turned red with anger. "Hey Tranmak, what are you standing there for? If you don't want to take the test, then get out." Tranmak smirked, since conveniently he didn't have a clue about any of this stuff anyway. Confidently, Tranmak walked out of the classroom, leaving his classmates completely baffled. Is he crazy? Is he really just quitting the test? Tranmak wasn't crazy. He was just obsessed with cultivation now. There are 8 realms: Qi Condensation, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Soul Formation, Tao Fusion, Mahayana, Tribulation, Transcendence, and Immortal Venerable. In his past life, Tranmak had reached the mighty Soul Formation realm, but now his goal was to quickly enter the Qi Condensation realm. He had to use the lessons from his past life to speed things up, making sure every step was solid. The first task in cultivation is choosing a good technique to build a strong foundation. Tranmak chose the Mystic Heaven Dragon Ascension method. This was the most suitable method for beginners on the path of cultivation, and for people like Tranmak, who were starting over from scratch. The very first step of cultivation is absorbing qi into the body. Tranmak closed his eyes and meditated for half an hour, and just like that, he successfully absorbed qi into his body. Choosing the Mystic Heaven Dragon Ascension method was definitely the right call. Suddenly, a group of people approached Tranmak, led by Ka Duyet and Nguyen Hao. She gave Tranmak a complicated look, wondering what on earth he was doing behind the school. Well, did our classmate Tranmak use his superior intellect to finish the test early? Nguyen Hao's sarcastic comment made the whole group snicker at Tranmak. Trailing behind Ka Duyet was a girl who looked gentle and sweet. Tranmak immediately recognized her as Tuang Zhao. She came from a normal merchant family, and in his past life she had never left his side, even though he never appreciated her. Ka Duyet spoke up, repeating her question. "I asked what you are doing." But Tranmak completely ignored her and walked right up to Tuang Zhao to chat. "Zhao, how did you do on the test?" Tuang Zhao was so surprised she blushed, never expecting the day Tranmak would ignore Ka Duyet to talk to her. It went well," Tuang Zhao answered shyly. Tranmak gently patted her head, promising that if she placed in the top 10 of the class, he would give her a special gift. Tuang Zhao's eyes lit up as if they contained the whole galaxy. "Really?" But a second later, her face turned bright red like a tomato. "I'll do my best." Tranmak smiled, waved goodbye to Tuang Zhao, and told her he'd see her again in 3 days. Meanwhile, Kaduye watched Tranmak walk away feeling strangely lonely. Her brows knitted together, thinking he was just putting on an act and giving her the cold shoulder to get her attention. According to Tranmak's memories, Tuang Zhao would soon face a terrible disaster. Now that he was reincarnated, he couldn't let that happen again. As Tranmak was heading home, he suddenly remembered that he was currently staying at Kaduye's house because their parents had forced him. Who knew that right after giving Kaduye the cold shoulder, he'd have to go back to her place to sleep? Tranmak would rather die than go. He wanted to rent a room, but his pockets were completely empty without a single cent. So Tranmak just wandered through the streets when he suddenly had a brilliant idea. That night, he set up a small stall on a pedestrian street to sell talismans, looking just like a beggar. A few elderly people walked by and sighed. Society is out of control these days. Even students are out here running scams. Who do they think they can fool? Tranmak swallowed his pride, telling himself that in this huge crowd, there had to be at least 1 or 2 people who knew what was what. And finally, that person appeared. "What can these talismans of yours do?" A beautiful girl with an impossibly cold aura asked. This was Kim Boy Van. Mac wasn't fazed by her beauty and immediately launched into his sales pitch. This one helps clear the mind. This one wards off evil spirits. This one brings good fortune, and this one promotes good health. The phrase clear the mind made Boyvon exclaim with joy. What if someone's mind is in chaos? And they're spouting nonsense, unable to even recognize their own family. Can your talisman cure them? Mac was taken aback by her sudden intensity. Just from hearing the symptoms, he knew it was caused by an imbalance of yin and yang, a case of an unsettled earth soul. Modern medicine calls it a mental illness, so the mind-calming talisman is the most suitable. Pei Yun held the talisman and asked for the price. Chenmo warned her beforehand that the talisman wouldn't work if she didn't believe in it. Pei Yun nodded and said, I believe you, I'll buy it. Chenmo then held up 3 fingers. The mind-calming talisman is 30,000, the mind-clearing is 20,000, and the rest are 10,000 each. 30,000, why don't you just go rob a bank? A girl suddenly jumped out of nowhere to stop Pei Yun. It turned out to be Li Shengyan, a member of Pei Yun's board of directors. Xiao Yun, how can you believe this stuff? These kinds of lies are basically just a scam. Pei Yun sighed. Her grandmother's condition was getting worse, and even the hospital was helpless, so this was just a last resort. Shengyan, I've made up my mind. Even if it's a scam, I have to try for my grandma's sake. Pei Yun then asked for Chenmo's account number to transfer the money. Seeing Pei Yun's devotion to her grandmother, Chenmo gave her all the remaining talismans for free. He told her that after she got back, all she had to do was stick the talisman on her grandma's forehead and shout, activate. Pei Yun happily headed home. Before leaving, Shengyan threatened Chenmo one last time. If these worthless talismans don't work, I don't care where you run and hide, I will make you pay. After selling just 1 talisman, Chenmo was able to rent a house. From then on, he locked himself in his room to focus on his cultivation. Meanwhile, Pei Yun worriedly asked her grandfather about her grandmother's condition. He said she'd had an episode an hour ago, and Dr. Lin Xian had already given her a sedative. The episodes had been getting more frequent lately, and he was afraid she wouldn't last much longer. Pei Yun then took out the talismans she bought from Chenmo and showed them to him, saying that she met the benefactor on the street today who sold her some talismans, and she hoped he'd let her try them on her grandma. Her grandfather frowned and sighed, not understanding why Pei Yun would believe in such things, saying it would only torment her grandmother further. Pei Yun knelt and begged him, saying that even if there was only a slim chance, she wanted to try it for her grandma's sake. Her grandfather had no choice but to nod, figuring it was just 1 talisman, so there was no harm in trying. Pei Yun placed the talisman on her grandmother's forehead and then shouted, activate! Her grandmother remained motionless on the bed, and her grandfather just mumbled, not blaming Pei Yun. Even the best experts in Yanjing couldn't cure his wife's illness, so how could a single talisman possibly work? Suddenly, the talisman on her grandmother's forehead seemed to burst into flames and a stream of energy flowed into her head. Zhongren! Her grandmother's weak voice called out, leaving both Pei Yun and her grandfather completely stunned. Her grandmother shakily sat up, and Pei Yun leaned in close, asking with tears in her eyes, Grandma, do you recognize me? Her grandmother smiled gently. My dear granddaughter, how could I not recognize you? Her grandfather frantically called for Dr. Lin. A moment later, after running several tests, the doctor exclaimed, a miracle, it's truly a miracle, the matriarch has recovered. Pei Yun was overjoyed, and her grandfather felt like a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. After Dr. Lin left, her grandfather told Pei Yun to recount every single detail of how she bought the talisman, making sure she didn't miss a thing. After hearing the story, her grandfather immediately mobilized his people to carefully investigate Chenmo's background. He wanted to pay him a personal visit. At that moment, however, Chenmo had just exhausted his vital energy from his activities. It was also because the spiritual energy on Earth was too barren, so he still needed 3 days to reach the Qi Condensation stage. Chenmo subconsciously picked up his phone, thinking his mother would definitely be calling soon. Just as he thought that, Li Sufeng, Chenmo's mother, called. Xiao Mo, come to Hanyang Airport immediately, and go with me to Yanjing for your grandmother's funeral. Chenmo felt completely overwhelmed. It had been 600 years since he'd last heard his mother's voice. Chenmo suppressed his emotions and told his mother to wait for him at the airport. His mother was born into the Li family, one of the 6 major families in Yanjing. Because she married Chenmo's father, who was just a commoner, she had been kicked out of the family. Chenmo's parents were self-reliant and worked tirelessly in their own fields. In the eyes of the Li family, Chenmo was just an outsider who could be looked down upon and trampled by anyone. Moreover, Chenmo was seen as a tool for a marriage alliance with the Yan family. Although the Yan family insisted on breaking the engagement, Yan Qingcheng had been secretly protecting him all this time. Now that Chenmo was reborn, he would slowly settle all the old debts from the past. At the airport, Chenmo's mother was already waiting. When he saw her, he told himself not to cry before calling out to her. It's been a few months, Mom, you've gotten even more beautiful. Chenmo's mother waved her hand. Since when did you become such a sweet talker? Chenmo joked around a bit more, and his mother seemed to relax, telling him to make sure he paid his respects to his grandmother in Yanjing. The mother and son finally arrived on the outskirts of Yanjing. The entire area was the Li family's territory. They were there for a funeral, but the lineup of supercars outside made it look more like a party. The Li family's butler Fubo saw Chenmo and his mother and asked, "Fourth miss, why have you come here?" "How could I not come to see my own mother off one last time?" Chenmo's mother was very firm, but he could tell from Fubo's face that the Li family did not welcome them. Butler Fubo whispered in Chenmo's mother's ear, "This old servant doesn't dare say much, but I'm afraid you'll face many obstacles paying your respects this time." Chenmo's mother frowned. It was perfectly natural for a daughter to see her mother off, and she'd like to see who dared to stop them. The moment they stepped inside, a barrage of scornful gazes locked onto them. In his past life, Chenmo would have been terrified by these stares, only daring to nod and obey. But the Chenmo of now was different. Having lived another lifetime, the Li family was nothing more than ants to him. Li Dongyang, the current head of the Li family, sat solemnly before the coffin, his face stern and expressionless as he observed his surroundings. The eldest son Li Liwen raised an eyebrow. "Fourth sister, why are you here?" Chenmo's mother retorted sharply, "If you're still going to call me fourth sister, then don't ask such a question." Li Wen was left speechless. The second son Li Liwu stared at them so hard, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Unable to argue, the eldest son had to let Chenmo's mother pass. But when it was Chenmo's turn, he ordered him to stop. Tranmak's mother spoke up indignantly. "He's my son, your eldest grandson. How can he be an outsider? Our second brother's 3 sons and 1 daughter also outsiders." Getting called out by Tranmak's mother, the second uncle Lapvo growled, "Anyone not in the family registry is an outsider. As long as I'm here, he won't even dream of taking half a step into the morning hall." Tranmak's mother's face darkened and his aunt Li Lapangan stepped in to mediate. After all, today was their grandmother's funeral rite. If they caused a scene, they'd be branded as unfilial. The eldest uncle nodded, then glanced over at Li Dongduang, who was sitting there observing everything. If the old man was displeased, they'd all be kicked out. Tranmak's mother was out of arguments, so she had to leave Tranmak outside. She told him to stay at the entrance of the morning hall to see his grandmother off one last time. Tranmak nodded, stood before the hall and kowtowed to bid his grandmother farewell. After the ceremony, a cousin came over and invited Tranmak and his mother to stay, saying special arrangements would be made for Tranmak. Tranmak's mother wanted him to go with her, saying it was no trouble. But it seemed the young man wasn't going to let Tranmak leave so easily. "Auntie, my dad said the younger generation has its own place to stay. We can't mess up the etiquette." Tranmak told his mom not to worry, that nothing would happen. He knew they were going to take him to the warehouse and beat him to a pulp. Sure enough, the guy led Tranmak to a warehouse. Tranmak frowned. "Is the Lai family so poor that you make guests stay in a warehouse? Letting you stay in the warehouse is already showing you respect." He tossed Tranmak a key and left. Tranmak infused a bit of spiritual energy into the key with a mysterious look on his face. In the middle of the night, they showed up at the warehouse as expected. The guy who gave him the key ordered the door to be opened, and each of them stormed in holding an iron rod. They thought Tranmak was asleep, but to their surprise, he was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room looking completely at ease. "What do you guys want?" The young master sneered. "Do we need a reason to mess with you, Tranmak? We do it because we feel like it." He turned and ordered his lackeys just as long as they didn't beat Tranmak to death. 2 guys rushed forward, but were kicked so hard they coughed up blood in less than 3 seconds. He dusted off his clothes, looking as unbothered as if he had just swatted 2 mosquitoes. The young master was a little surprised, but he didn't panic. The guy powered up like he was about to go Super Saiyan. "I'll show you what real power is." The spiritual force radiating from him even surprised Tranmak for a moment, but this spiritual force was too weak, barely qualifying as spiritual energy. The important thing was, were there really cultivators on this earth? The 2 guys who got their faces smashed in Lonkan crawled up to fulfill his duty of hyping up his boss. "I can't believe Brother Viet is a martial powerhouse. Look at that form, he must be at the peak of the outer realm." Tranmak noted that the terms martial powerhouse and peak of the outer realm were a bit different from his own cultivation system's ranks. The guy named Viet charged forward like a thug, full of imposing momentum, but it all fizzled out when he reached Tranmak. He used one hand to stop the punch, leaving the guy stunned. In less than 3 seconds, Tranmak slammed him straight to the ground. For a second, Viet felt like he couldn't breathe. "Is this what you call real strength?" Seeing Tranmak press his foot on their boss, the other 2 goons yelled.
"Tranmak, let Brother Viet go." "Let him go, sure," Tranmak said lightly, then pressed down hard on Viet's chest. He spat out blood, his face turning pale. You dare to destroy my Dantian, I'll haunt you even as a ghost."
Tranmak just looked at him with a smirk. "Don't be in such a hurry, the fun is just getting started." At the crack of dawn, the eldest uncle and his wife were sitting in front of the house, crying their eyes out. Li Dongduang came out with a dark expression and asked, "What's wrong?" The couple cried painfully as they tattled. "Father, that bastard from the 4th sister's family destroyed Viet's Dantian. Destroying his Dantian is like ruining his entire life, especially for someone from the Li family." Li Dongduang's eyes blazed with fury. "That beast! How dare he be so vicious! Lapvo, bring Tranmak and the 4th sister here now!" Just then, Tranmak strode in confidently. "No need, I'm already here." The whole clan gathered around to watch the drama. Every single one of them scowled and sneered. He really doesn't know his place, what a filthy half-breed. Even the youngest aunt was shocked by Tranmac's courage showing up here all by himself. The eldest uncle's wife shrieked in outrage. Viet is your cousin, how? Could you be so cruel to him? Li Dongduang ordered Tranmac to kneel, but he just smirked without reacting, making the old man's face turn black with rage. Tranmac lived up to his name, completely indifferent to the world. I've lived my whole life with my head held high. What did I do wrong? The other relatives kept cursing Tranmac for being uneducated while the eldest uncle cried and flew into a rage. You animal! As a member of the Li family, how could you attack your own cousin so heavily? And still refuse to admit you're wrong. Tranmac's eyes drooped, feigning sadness. So now you consider me part of the Li family, but I don't care. The eldest uncle was speechless. He turned to cry and complained to Li Dongduang, begging him to deliver justice. Li Dongduang said only one thing: bring out the family discipline. The eldest uncle and his wife were overjoyed, thinking to themselves that this time, Tranmac would definitely not survive. Just then, Tranmac's mother appeared. Eldest brother Xiaomac isn't a malicious person. There must be a misunderstanding here. The eldest uncle pointed at Viet, who was covered in blood. Looking like this, what's there to misunderstand? Tranmac's mother turned to ask him what happened, but Tranmac felt that even if he explained, they wouldn't believe him. I know what you mean, son, but justice lies in the heart. Tell everyone here what happened, and let them be the judge. Tranmac awkwardly scratched his head, seeing that his mother was still naive about the Li family's character, but he still had to be a good son and listen to his mom. He turned and grabbed a nearby goon by the collar, making him panic. Let him speak for me, he saw everything clearly. Li Dongduang gritted his teeth so hard that veins popped on his forehead. Seeing Tranmac approach, the guy was so scared his hands and feet were trembling. Tell them everything you know, don't you dare leave out a single detail. The guy recited the events clearly, like a machine, starting with how Lai Viet wanted to teach Tranmac a lesson, then slapped Li Tupuang so they wouldn't dare come to the Li family's home. Li Viet arranged for Tranmac to be in the warehouse, then brought two goons along, figuring as long as they didn't kill him, it would be fine. We never expected Tranmac to be such a good fighter. Li Viet went all out but ended up getting crippled. Tranmac's mother's lips trembled, but she was no longer going to be weak and submissive in front of her siblings. Is this the well-behaved son you raised? But that couple still thought Tranmac was way too vicious, claiming Li Viet just had a little slip of the tongue. Besides, what did Viet even say that was wrong? If you did something like that back in the day, why would you be scared of people talking about it? Tranmac's mother's blood pressure shot up after her sister-in-law's comment, and Tranmac had to quickly hold her back. Tranmac's mom just wanted to know one thing. What if the person lying on the ground right now wasn't Lai Viet but Tranmac father? Would you enforce the family law? Then Tranmac stood by watching the drama unfold, realizing he didn't even need to say a word to back up his mom. She had asked a question that silenced everyone, but Li Dongduang answered decisively. Of course not, he's not a member of our Li family. Why would the life or death of an outsider be worthy of the Li family's law? Tranmac's mother suppressed her rage until her face twitched. It was so heartless it was ridiculous. So how does the head of the Li family plan to handle today's matter? Li Dongduang didn't hesitate. He said a blood debt must be paid in blood. He ordered Tranmac to be locked up to be dealt with after Li Viet regained consciousness. Of course, Tranmac's mother refused, and for her son's sake, she raised her voice against Li Dongduang. What wouldn't I dare, you rebellious daughter? Li Dongduang raised his hand to slap Tu Fuang. Tranmac immediately shot out an arm and grabbed him. The onlookers were horrified, cursing him for his audacity. Meanwhile, the second young master, Lap Vo, had been waiting for this day for a long time, a chance to righteously pull a piece on Tranmac. Terrified, Tranmac's mother said, let go of him now. But at that moment, Tranmac also sensed two presences behind old Li Dongduang, two sources of energy that could actually threaten him. As expected, the Li family didn't become one of the 6 great families for nothing. However, the dignity of a great cultivator at the spirit transformation realm is not to be trifled with. In his past life, Tranmac was useless, but in this life, if he had power and still let his mother suffer humiliation, he wouldn't deserve to be called a man. Tranmac turned to warn Li Dongduang. I was the one who beat Lai Viet, so if you want to deal with someone, come at me. With me here today, no one will touch a single hair on my mother's head, or else I wouldn't mind seeing the Li family get a new master. As Tranmac spoke, he'd unleashed a powerful spiritual energy. The whole Li family froze when they realized he was an internal energy martial artist, not daring to make a sound, and Duong's face turned grim. At such a close distance, if Tranmac made a move, the old man would really be meeting his maker. But Tranmac's mother didn't understand any of this, confused as to why everyone around them was trembling. His youngest aunt, Lapangon, also gently tried to talk Tranmac down. After all, Li Dongduang was his grandfather. Tranmac used that to question her back. He's my so-called grandfather. But when I was born and had to endure the world's scorn and humiliation, where was he? When Lai Viet locked me in the warehouse and brought people to beat me up, where was my grandfather then? The title grandfather, I Tranmac don't acknowledge it. With that, Tranmac shoved Li Dongduang's hand away while the old man was still in shock. Even if you have 1,000 reasons and 10,000 excuses, seriously injuring your own cousin is inhumane. Lai Trak Lilap Van's eldest son stepped forward to defend his foolish little brother. He used the excuse of shaming the Li family to call Tran Mak disloyal, rebellious, and unfilial, throwing every accusation he could at him. Then he delivered the final blow with one sentence. You're always running your mouth about how the Li family treats you unfairly. But you're just an inhumane, unrighteous, disloyal, and unfilial brat. Tran Mak burst out laughing. Have you forgotten my last name is Tran, not Li? Those words sounded so reasonable, but they were totally meaningless. Li Trak raised an eyebrow, acting as if he was sparing the Manhwa group and the Tran family in Ngu Duong out of respect for Tran Mak's mother. Otherwise, he would have already wiped them out root and stem. Tran Mak's contempt was written all over his face, because in his eyes, the Li family was nothing more than an ant. The two sides kept trading verbal blows. Whoever gets tilted first is the loser. And Li Trak was already seeing red. You have no idea what the Li family is really like on the inside. Seeing your extraordinary talent, if you kneel and admit you're wrong right now, grandfather might add you to the family registry because he values your abilities. Otherwise, in 5 years, the entire Tran family of Ngu Duong will be wiped out. Tran Mak looked at Li Trak with disdain. Who did this guy think he was telling him to kowtow and apologize? If Li Trak said 5 years, then Tran Mak only needed 3 years to make the Li family willingly kneel at his feet and beg for forgiveness. All right, that's enough for today. Li Dongduang spoke up, cutting off the two young men's argument. But he declared that from this day forward, the Manhwa group and the Tran family of Ngu Duong would be the Li family's biggest rivals. Tran Mak's mother's face went pale, thinking to herself that they were truly finished this time. Tran Mak pulled his mother away. They couldn't stay in this heartless and disgusting place any longer. His mother closed her eyes tightly, worrying about the future. There was no longer any room for negotiation. First, she had to pour all her efforts into protecting the Manhwa group. The mother and son left under the watchful eyes of their Li family relatives. A few days later, Tran Mak returned to Saitang and went to an antique market to buy a few jade stones to set up a spirit-gathering formation. He didn't need any special appraisal. He just needed the jade to release enough heaven and earth energy for his divine sense to detect. But unfortunately, Tran Mak spent half the day and couldn't find a single stone containing heaven and earth energy, let alone one that was actively releasing it. Suddenly, a stall on the sidewalk run by an old man with a long white beard caught Tran Mak's eye. He immediately asked for the price of the pair of jade lions. The old man quoted 1,000. Tran Mak then asked about a Dongho painting of a maiden. It was priced at 2,000. After asking about a few things, Tran Mak's eyes landed on a shimmering stone in the corner. The old man's eyes flickered, but he quickly hid it, feigning ignorance. That's something I just picked up off the street. If you want it, I can give it to you, but you have to tell me what it does. Tran Mak's face fell. He had been so careful, yet the old man still picked up on his interest. Although the stone looked ordinary on the outside, it contained a vast amount of primal energy from the heavens and earth. Tran Mak couldn't let it go. He agreed to tell the old man what the stone was for, but in return, the old man had to reveal where he found it. Deal. The old man handed the stone to Tran Mak and gestured for him to follow, since this wasn't the place to discuss such matters. Tran Mak looked at the stone in his hand, completely satisfied. Just one piece was enough for him to set up a spirit-gathering array. The rest could be used to craft a few simple protective jade talismans after he reached the second level of Qi Condensation. Next, Tran Mak followed the old man to an antique-looking place, but you could tell it reeked of money. All right. And now tell me, what exactly does this stone do? Tran Mak explained briefly that the stone contained the primal energy of heaven and earth, which wasn't very useful for ordinary people. But for martial arts cultivators, it had miraculous effects. The old man's eyes lit up. Could it be that you're a martial arts cultivator? That's right, I am. The moment Tran Mak confirmed it, the old man shot up from his seat, ecstatic. His master had worshipped martial artists his whole life, but sadly never got to meet one. As for him, he used to think martial artists were a load of crap. Probably just a scam to trick old folks. But who would have thought he'd meet Tran Mak today? So he told him the story of how he found the stone on the edge of the Blackwater Swamp at Lin Vo Mountain. There were many more stones like this one around the swamp, but he never dared to go in too deep, because legend says there are monsters inside. Although he'd never seen one, every time he tried to venture deeper, a chilling sensation would wash over him, making him turn back. Just hearing this much. Tran Mak immediately guessed that the Blackwater Swamp held something he needed. So Tran Mak asked the old vendor if he wanted to become a martial artist. The old man asked doubtfully, "Is that even possible for me?" Don't they say you need a certain aptitude and have to start cultivating before you're 16? Tran Mak scoffed. As long as I say you can, even a dead man could be brought back to life to cultivate. The old man immediately knelt and called Tran Mak's senior brother. Please recommend me, senior brother. If I can join the sect, I will be forever in your debt. Tran Mak smirked. Senior brother, you've got it all wrong. With that, Tran Mak waved his hand. A corner of the wooden table was sliced off, as if a blade had just passed through it, and a powerful spiritual energy emanated from his body. To Tran Mak, the path of cultivation was about defying the heavens. Status and age meant nothing. Only strength mattered. The old man realized Tran Mak was an inner-strength martial artist, whose palm strikes were like blades that could slice through gold and jade. I was blind not to recognize a true master. How shameful. Master. Please accept this disciple's bow. Although the old man bowed deeply to become his disciple, Tranmak only accepted him as an in-name disciple. After all, who would accept someone with one foot in the grave as a formal disciple? Before leaving, Tranmak said he would return in a few days to teach the old man a cultivation technique. Being his disciple didn't come with many restrictions. The old man could continue his work here as he pleased. On the way back, Tranmak realized he forgot to ask for his first in-name disciple's name. Oh well, he'd ask next time. Once he got home, Tranmak broke the stone into several pieces and began to set up a formation. The stone fragments floated in the air. After circling once, they embedded themselves into the floor, then released primal energy that gathered in a single point on the ceiling. This was why it was called a spirit gathering array. From now on, Tranmak's cultivation speed would increase dramatically while inside the spirit gathering array. Elsewhere, a beautiful woman in an evening gown stood all alone. A servant came to report that the family meeting had just ended, with the decision to break off the engagement with the Tran family, specifically with Tranmak. The purple-haired girl turned around, her elegant hair flowing with her every step. My future, Yen Queen Than's future, is in my own hands. No one else has the right to decide it. Queen Than ordered Tang Tang, who was standing behind her, to prepare for a trip to Sai Tang. Tang Tang immediately warned her to be careful, as countless dangers would await them the moment they left the Yen family estate. Queen Than frowned. It's always the same annoying excuse. Don't you know martial arts, Tang Tang? Besides, they have an inner strength martial artist guarding us, so what's there to worry about? But will he even help us? By then you and he will have already broken off the engagement, Tang Tang said worriedly. But Queen Than was completely calm. As long as they go find him, whether he helps or not is his choice. That night, all the spiritual energy in the city was being drawn in one direction towards Tranmak's house. Thanks to the spirit gathering array absorbing all the spiritual energy from the surrounding area, Tranmak reached the Qi refinement stage 2 days ahead of schedule. At this rate, in another 10 days, Tranmak would definitely be able to reach the second level of Qi refinement and materialize a sword from his spiritual energy. From now on, Tranmak had to consolidate his power every day, building a solid foundation. However, that's just the cultivation side of things. Tranmak still had to deal with school. Report cards were coming out tomorrow, but he couldn't care less. The thing on his mind was the Yen family coming to break off the engagement. In his past life, Tranmak was always the fool. But in this life, he was going to be the ringmaster. Just then, his phone rang. It was Tuang Zhao. Tranmak was curious why she would take the initiative to call him so early in the morning. On the other end of the line, Tuang Zhao answered shyly. My family's restaurant is having its grand opening today, and my parents told me to invite a few classmates to be our first customers and eat for free. Tuang Zhao's family only owned a small ordinary restaurant, so she didn't dare to invite Yuan Hao and Kue, only daring to call Tranmak. Tranmak accepted immediately, saying he'd be there at 11:30. Right on time, Tuang Zhao ran out excitedly to greet Tranmak. You're finally here. I was just waiting for you. Tuang Zhao's mom also came out to greet the guest. Zhao Zhao, is this Tranmak? I heard you chirping his name in my ear all morning like a little bird. Tranmak politely wished her a prosperous business, and that money would flow like water. Tuang Zhao's mom chuckled. You're quite the smooth talker. No wonder my Zhao Zhao mentions you all the time. Tuang Zhao blushed and pushed her mom inside to get things ready, not even giving Tranmak a chance to hand over his gift. He had prepared a red envelope with cash, but he knew Tuang Zhao would never accept it if he gave it to her directly. So Tranmak quietly left it on a table before following Tuang Zhao inside. Seeing her arm resting on Tranmak, the whole crew of fanboys' eyes nearly popped out of their heads, instantly marking him as their #1 rival. Trio Kwang pulled Tranmak to sit next to him, just as Tuang Zhao was about to turn back to check on the food.
Vuong Loi immediately called out, Stop rushing around and find a seat, everyone's waiting to talk to you.
Tuang Zhao nodded, and Tria Kwang intentionally offered to switch seats with her, then gave Tranmak a suggestive nudge.
You owe me one for this, little Mac. But this favor from Trio Kwang only made the whole group of backup options openly furious. 2 of the spoiled rich kids exchanged a look and started scheming. One guy set his best friend up. Chu Hao, today is the grand opening of Tuang Zhao's family restaurant. What kind of gift did you prepare? Chu Hao smugly announced that he had given Tuang Zhao's family a money tree. Then he turned to Tranmak. You didn't come empty-handed, did you? Or did you just slip her a 1 yuan red envelope? The whole group howled with laughter, seeing Tranmak being turned into a joke. Trio Kwang got anxious seeing Tranmak stay silent, just letting them walk all over him. Finally, Tuang Zhao had to step in. She wanted the class to have a fun get-together, but she never expected them to turn it into a contest to show off their wealth. I'm thankful to those who spent money on gifts, and I'm also thankful to those who came to support me without gifts. Let's just drop this now. Even though Tuang Zhao spoke up, those guys still had it out for Tranmak. At this moment, Tranmak finished a glass of water to recharge, then started to roast Chu Hao and his crew. Are you provoking me because you think I'm an easy target? Chu Hao's face was full of arrogance. But he claimed Tranmak wasn't even worthy of his provocation. Tuang Zhao got mad seeing her crush being ridiculed, so she told Chu Hao to take his gift and leave immediately. Chu Hao, afraid of upsetting Tuang Zhao, quickly waved his hands and said he wouldn't say another word. But deep down, he was secretly holding a grudge against Tranmac. Meanwhile, Tranmac, who didn't like to act openly, secretly cast a spell to make that Chu Hao guy die silently. Just then, Tuang Zhao's mom ran in holding the red envelope, asking who it belonged to. When Tuang Zhao opened it, she was shocked because the wad of cash was thicker than the layer of makeup on her face. The whole group started buzzing, wondering who had so much money. Tuang Zhao turned to Tranmac and asked, "Was this you?" Tranmac, who was in the middle of casting his spell, had to stop midway, just brushing it off as a small token of his appreciation. Tuang Zhao's mom kept one bill. She gave the rest back to Tranmac, saying she couldn't possibly accept so much. Tuang Zhao returned the remaining money to him. "I appreciate the thought, but please listen to my mom and take it back." With that settled, Tuang Zhao's mom cheerfully started bringing out the food. During the meal, Trio Kwang spoke up for Tranmac. "Ahem, who was it just now that said Tranmac didn't bring a gift?" The whole group looked away and started whistling, but Chu Hao, who had attacked him directly, was the most embarrassed one there. He was certain Tranmac had planned this to show him up, so he stood up and went to the restroom to think of a plan. After Chu Hao left, the group started whispering, "Is Chu Hao not taking this well? We're all classmates. It's not that big of a deal." Tranmac, still eating, knew exactly where Chu Hao had gone. He could only be calling for backup to save face. The atmosphere in the room became much cozier thanks to the amazing cooking of Tuang Zhao's mom. Suddenly, a group of wannabe gangsters stormed in, shattering the pleasant atmosphere. "Where's the boss?" Seeing the smirk on Chu Hao's face, it was obvious he was the one behind these thugs. Tuang Zhao spoke softly. "We're not open to the public today. Please try another restaurant." Who knew the three guys would lunge at Tuang Zhao like hungry tigers? "Well, hello, pretty girl. Come over here and have a little chat with us." Tuang Zhao's mom ran out just in time to block them, asking if she could help them with anything. The thugs laughed until they cried. "Brothers, you tell me, what could this old lady possibly do for us?" The blonde guy spoke for the three, introducing the bald one as Brother Hu. "He runs the protection racket on this street. If you want to do business here, you have to follow my rules. Truong Ho's rules." "Got it." Tuang Zhao's dad rushed out to see what they wanted. Truong Ho made a sign with his fingers. "My rule is 100,000 a year, and I guarantee your peace and quiet." Tuang Zhao's mom yelled indignantly, "How is this any different from daylight robbery? Besides, the Tuang family runs a legal business. We're protected by the law." A henchman brought a chair and lit a cigarette for Truong Ho. He arrogantly crossed his legs, showing off. "So you're not planning to pay up?" Tuang Zhao's mom, boiling with anger, threatened to turn them over to the police. Her dad quickly stopped her. "It's not that we won't pay, it's just that it's too much money, we don't have it on us right now." Truong Ho frowned and asked again, "Are you paying or not?" This time, no one could stop Tuang Zhao's mom. She charged forward to fight. "Pay my foot. You want protection fees. You think you're in a TV drama or something." Truong Ho's face darkened at being cursed out, and he ordered his lackeys to call for more men. Meanwhile, the Michelin boys who were acting all tough earlier now made excuses and all bailed. Tuang Zhao didn't blame them. After all, they were just guests today. "You guys should head home first. Be safe on your way." "What a bunch of cowards. Zhao's family is in trouble, and they all run faster than rabbits. If you leave now, don't you ever say you know me, Chu Hao." Chu Hao suddenly stepped up and said some incredibly righteous things, surprising Zhang Zhao and her friends. He went up to her and said he knew those guys, so he'd try to talk to them, so they wouldn't give Zhang Zhao's family any more trouble. Zhang Zhao was incredibly grateful to Chu Hao. But as Chu Hao walked past, Chenmo threw a jab at him. "Chu Hao, I'm not like those people who give gifts and then purposely put on a show just so everyone knows about it. Say one more word and I'll slap you silly," Chenmo said coldly, and released a bit of his spiritual energy, which was enough to make the whole group's faces turn pale. That Chu Hao guy was trembling before the killing intent radiating from Chenmo. If he wanted to run, now was his chance. Just then, Zhang Hu's tattooed dyed hair lackeys arrived, and seeing that his side had more people, he kept his attitude. "I'm your daddy. Someone doesn't want to play by the rules. What do you think we should do?" The blonde pierced guy grinned wickedly. "Isn't that just too simple?" Before they could make a move, Chu Hao immediately went to talk to Zhang Hu. "Brother Hu, this restaurant was opened by my classmate's family. I hope you can give me some face." Zhang Hu stood up and patted Chu Hao's face a few times, asking if Chu Hao was the son of the Chu family that owned the pork factory. "Yes, I hope Brother Hu will go easy on us," Chu Hao replied, feeling completely bewildered inside as the script wasn't going as he'd planned. Suddenly, Zhang Hu threw a punch straight at Chu Hao's face, sending him to the ground. "Give you face. Even your old man wouldn't dare tell me to give him face." Jiang Zhao's mom rushed forward, yelling at Zhang Hu that there was nothing impressive about hitting a kid. "If you're so tough, come after me instead." Chu Hao, who was knocked silly, accidentally blurted out, "What do you mean? Didn't we agree that if I showed up, you'd take your men and leave?" The whole crowd, being held back, started murmuring amongst themselves. After hearing that, everyone guessed that Chu Hao and Zhang Hu had colluded from the start. Just a second ago, Zhang Zhao was grateful to Chu Hao, but now all she felt was disgust at how despicable he was. Chu Hao broke out in a sweat, cursing himself for being so stupid and blurting everything out. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu gloated smugly. That's right, I did agree with you, but now I don't feel like leaving anymore. What can you do about it? Chu Hao's face went pale as he admitted his mistake, then he just tucked his tail and left. As he walked away, Chu Hao looked back bitterly. He messed up this time, but he was determined to see how things ended for them. With nothing holding him back anymore, Zhang Hu ordered his boys to wreck the restaurant. With iron bats wrapped in barbed wire, every swing smashed the wooden tables and chairs to bits. The Jiang couple could only hug each other helplessly, while Jiang Zhao just stood there completely stunned. This restaurant was her dream, the thing that would help Jiang Zhao change so she could stand proudly next to An Keye. I'll take you all on. Pushed to her limit, Jiang Zhao was about to rush in and fight them. Luckily, Chen Mo managed to hold her back in time. Just let them smash it. Whatever they break today, I'll make them pay you back 10 times over. Trust me. For some reason, Jiang Zhao felt completely at ease leaving everything to Chen Mo. Chen Mo patted her head. In his previous life, when he was at his most heartbroken and alone, Jiang Zhao was the only one who didn't abandon him. In this life, Chen Mo would protect her. Are you guys about done? Seeing Chen Mo step forward, Zhang Hu frowned. Who the hell are you? Got a death wish meddling in my business. Who is Chen Mo? Obviously he's your great-granddaddy. Zhang Hu cracked up at Chen Mo's response, and his lackeys laughed along. A high school kid, is he insane trying to play the hero has fried his brain, huh? Chen Mo ignored their taunts and demanded that Zhang Hu's gang compensate for all the damages here 10 times over, and also apologize to the Jiang family in front of everyone, then he would let them go. Zhao Gang whispered for Chen Mo to stop playing the hero and come back to them. But Jiang's mom, seeing Chen Mo dare to stand up for her family, couldn't just stand by and do nothing, so she told Jiang's dad to go get some money. Chu Hao, standing in the crowd despite just getting clocked, looked thrilled to see Chen Mo about to get beaten to a pulp. Zhang Hu asked who Chen Mo's backer was, saying he might spare him if he talked otherwise. There was no way he was walking out of this restaurant today. Chen Mo arrogantly replied, "My only backer is myself." Zhang Hu had never been talked back to like this before. He was determined to chop off at least one of Chen Mo's arms and legs today. Chen Mo just smiled. It had been so long since he'd heard someone threaten to chop off his limbs, right? So nostalgic. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu's crew was fired up so much so that he even refused when Jiang's mom tried to give him money. It's too late for that, just stand there and watch. Chen Mo leaped up, weaving through the air. He got to each guy and delivered a vicious kick to their family jewels, leaving the whole group rolling on the ground screaming in pain. Everyone present was gaping, unable to believe their eyes. Zhao Gang cheered wildly, never expecting his best friend to be such a good fighter. The whole group was overjoyed, except for Chu Hao, whose face was completely pale. The plan he had so carefully crafted in the bathroom was completely shattered by Chen Mo's insane skills. Zhang Hu dusted off his shirt, still looking totally calm. You're a pretty good fighter, but can you dodge a bullet? His question made Chen Mo pause and think. Even though he had reached the first level of Qi Condensation, dodging a bullet was still a tough ask. Chen Mo stood still and watched. The moment he saw Zhang Hu about to pull out a gun, he instantly rushed forward and landed a powerful uppercut. Zhang Hu was sent flying to the ground. He scrambled back up. Son of a... You dare hit me! Before he could finish, Chen Mo kicked him into the air. Zhang Hu coughed up blood as Chen Mo pinned him under his foot. You dare pull a gun on me, I'll smash your head in right now. Zhang Hu begged Chen Mo to spare his life, saying he didn't have a gun in his pocket and was just trying to scare him. Chen Mo coldly changed the subject, reminding Zhang Hu to pay 10 times the damages and apologize to the Jiang family. Zhang Hu agreed, so Chen Mo lifted his foot and turned to leave. Now crawl over there and apologize. Zhang Hu was now groveling on the ground, crawling towards Jiang Zhao. Sis, please have mercy and spare me. I'm willing to compensate your family for the damages. Tuang Zhao ordered Truong Ho to apologize to her parents and to never come and harass the Tuang family again. Truong Ho raised both hands and slammed his head on the ground like he was praying to his ancestors. I, Truong Ho, was blind. I apologize to you both and beg for your forgiveness. I guarantee that my men will never come to your restaurant to cause trouble again, and I'll guarantee the restaurant's safety from now on. Tuang Zhao's mom tentatively accepted, but she said she didn't need 10 times the compensation, just the market price for the damages. Truong Ho was ecstatic, but before leaving he still had to look to Tuang Zhao for her approval. Tuang Zhao nodded and Truong Ho scrambled to get his goons and get the heck out of there. Tran Mak also left, telling Tuang Zhao to just give him a call if she ever got into trouble again. Meanwhile, Tran Mak arrived at the Kim family estate, where Kim Boyvan's grandfather came out to greet him personally. The old man, Kim Trung Nguyen, welcomed Grandmaster Tran, acting super polite even though he was the elder. Tran Mak kept his trademark ice-cold expression. Old Master Kim, you don't need to be so formal, just say what's on your mind. Boyvan was visibly annoyed by Tran Mak's attitude. Even though her grandfather had invited him, Tran Mak just brazenly sat down in the main seat of honor. Old Master Kim offered Tran Mak some high-grade Dahong Pao tea. He just ignored it and repeated his question about why he had been called over. Boyvan was fuming. Tran Mak had already taken the host's seat, and now he was refusing to even drink the tea, basically showing he was superior to Old Master Kim.
Seeing this, old Master Kim dropped the formalities and got straight to the point, wanting to thank Tran Mak for the talismans that had cured his wife's long-standing incurable illness. Tran Mak cut him off, saying it was a fair transaction, and there was nothing to be thankful for, they were even. Seeing Tran Mak say this, old Master Kim then asked if he could cure his illness as well. Tran Mak finally cracked a smirk. So this is the real reason you brought me here, huh? He got right down to business, telling old Master Kim to attack him with a full-powered punch. Old Master Kim looked surprised, but did as he was told. He took a deep breath and launched a palm strike. Tran Mak's brows furrowed, realizing the old man was an internal realm martial artist. With just one look, Tran Mak had already diagnosed old Master Kim's condition, saying that a single essence-replenishing pill could cure him. Old Master Kim was ecstatic. This illness had plagued him for decades, and every flare-up was agonizingly painful, something even renowned doctors couldn't fix. If Tran Mak could cure him, the old man would give him half of the Kim family's fortune. Boyvan rushed to stop her grandfather. Grandpa, don't be so impulsive. Tran Mak hadn't even given him a proper examination. How could he diagnose him with just one look? That was just way too sloppy. This was the perfect opening for Tran Mak, who immediately laid out his detailed diagnosis. Old Master Kim wasn't sick. He had just been practicing an incomplete cultivation method which caused his meridians to become blocked over time. On top of that, an internal injury from his youth had never properly healed, which is why old Master Kim was in so much pain now. Old Master Kim had never mentioned the internal injury, but Tran Mak knew about it, which made the old man trust him completely. Grandmaster Tran was right on the money, not a single detail was wrong. But here's the catch. If old Master Kim wanted a complete cure, he would have to give up his martial arts cultivation, otherwise it would just come back. The real question was whether he was willing to do it. Trung Nuan was shocked to hear this condition from Tran Mak. Give up the martial path. That was practically a death sentence. However, he then lowered his head in sorrow, saying, but I can't bear the torment of this illness any longer. He could understand Kim Trung Nuan's feelings. Closing his eyes, he thought to himself, once someone has witnessed the wonders of the martial and immortal paths, who would ever be willing to become an ordinary person again? A worried Boyvan went to support him. Grandpa? After thinking for a moment, Trung Nuan let out a sigh and said, I am already 72 years old this year. I don't have many years left to live, and our family has already built a sizable fortune. I only came across that incomplete cultivation method by chance, and yet it's what allowed me to build the great Kim family we have today. Perhaps this old man should learn to be content. And having made up his mind, Trung Nuan cupped his fists and bowed to Tran Mak, saying, Grandmaster Tran, I am willing to give up the martial path. I only ask that you please cure me. Seeing that the old man had made his decision, he agreed. All right, but I don't need your family fortune. I just need 3 billion. Consider it the fee for crafting the spirit pill. You can send someone to pick it up in a few days. Boyvan was confused again. Why did they have to wait a few days? Couldn't he just make it now? The old man beside her quickly stopped her. Van, a miraculous pill like this surely requires time for Grandmaster Tran to prepare. Tran Mak quickly cooked up an excuse to explain. The essence replenishing pill isn't that rare. It's just that I need to go and prepare the ingredients. On the other hand, what he was really thinking was, the important thing is that I'm completely broke. Hearing this, Trung Nuan's face lit up, and he eagerly asked, Sir, I wonder what ingredients Grandmaster Tran needs. I will send my men to find them at once. Tran Mak replied enthusiastically, Okay, then let me write a list for you. After writing the list, he handed it to the old man. Here are the items. In his head, he had another plan. I've written down double the required quantity. I have my own use for the leftovers. However, when he looked at the list, the old man seemed a bit puzzled and said, These herbs are valuable, but they aren't impossible to find. Just give me 2 days. Tran Mak didn't push Kim Trung Nuan. Call me after you've gathered everything and I'll immediately refine the essence replenishing pill. Then he asked the old man another question. Mr. Kim, how much do you know about the martial arts world? Hearing this, a surprised look appeared on Trung Nuan's old face as he answered honestly, I don't know all that much. After all, my ability to cultivate martial arts is all thanks to that one manual. So I can't compare to those from the established ancient martial arts sects. Tran Mak looked confused and replied, There are still ancient martial arts sects in the Dai Li nation today. You're not from a martial sect. So he just told him everything he knew, explaining that although he didn't know the exact location of their sect, it definitely existed and had a long history. The more he listened, the more his curiosity grew. Then tell me about the martial arts world first. Meanwhile, Chen Mo secretly guessed that the Li family might be connected to those ancient martial arts sects. With his decades of knowledge, the old man began to explain everything bit by bit. The martial arts world has 4 major realms known as the 4 martial realms: the external realm, the internal realm, the transformation realm, and the divine realm. Each of the first 3 realms is further divided into 3 minor stages: lesser completion, greater completion, and peak. Once someone reaches the transformation realm, they are respectfully called a martial arts grandmaster. Martial arts grandmasters are incredibly rare. Each one is a powerhouse who dominates a region, establishes powerful families, and stands at the forefront of the modern martial arts world. As for the divine realm, no one has reached it in nearly 100 years. Then Chen Mo grew curious about Zhang Run's own strength, so he asked bluntly, What realm are you in? The old man happily replied, I'm a martial artist at the greater completion of the internal realm. And in all my years of one-on-one fights, I've never met my match. At that moment, Chenmo started thinking to himself, so I'm probably at the peak of the internal realm right now, just a little bit away from the transformation realm. However, these are just power level classifications. They don't represent actual combat strength, so I'm not afraid of a transformation realm grandmaster. But if I run into a legendary divine realm expert, it could get a little dangerous for me. I need to get stronger and fast. The scene shifts, and Chenmo is back at Chaitang First High School. His mind was still preoccupied with his academic performance. Today was the day to receive report cards, and also the day the Yan family was coming to break off the engagement. Yan family, if you dare to treat me today like you did in my past life, I'll make sure you won't even be able to crawl back to where you came from. Currently in Class 6, the air was filled with the laughter and chatter of students discussing their grades. I wonder how I did. Let's hang out during winter break. Okay, Chenmo was also a student in this class, so upon seeing him, Lin Tao, the rich kid Zheng Wenhao's loyal lackey, started mocking him. Chenmo, you didn't even take the exam yet. You have the gall to show up for your report card. Chenmo paid him no mind, just walking to his desk and sitting down in silence. But this quiet attitude of his unintentionally caught the eye of Jiang Zhao. She glanced over at Chenmo and thought to herself, Chenmo suddenly seems so calm and kinda handsome. Kei Yue was also watching him quietly. Seeing her interest in Chenmo Yuanhao's jealousy flared up as he thought, only Kei Yue is worthy of my attention. Chenmo is nothing but a loser. As class began, the homeroom teacher Li Ying walked in and loudly called for order. Okay, settle down, everyone. I'm handing out the report cards now. She distributed the grade reports to each student. Yang Song, you did great on the exam. Good improvement. Zhao Gang, you dropped 5 places, you need to try harder. When it was Kei Yue's turn, Li Ying said with a smile as she handed over the report card. Kei Yue, you're second in our class and 9th in the whole school, 1 rank higher than last year. Great job. Right after her was Yuanhao. Yuanhao, you're first in our class and 3rd in the entire school. Hopefully you can clinch first place in both before you graduate. Hearing this, the other students were astonished, with some looking on in admiration, whispering about how smart he was. However, when it was Chenmo's turn, her smile completely disappeared, replaced by a furious expression. Chenmo, you're ranked first from the bottom. That goes for both the class and the entire school. You're the first student to turn in a blank exam since Chaitang High was established. The entire classroom fell silent for a few seconds. That silence was then broken by loud laughter and jeers. He got 2 first-place ranks, both from the bottom. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang felt confused. He turned to ask Yang Song, but what about how Chenmo acted at Zhang Zhao's family restaurant yesterday? And he replied, for someone as powerful as him, do grades even matter? But the one who overreacted the most was probably the class president Xu Li. Completely fed up, she stood up, pointed at Chenmo, and snapped, Chenmo is the disgrace of our class. He's going to drag down our entire class average. Being pointed at like that, Chenmo angrily shot back, you talk too much. Are you going to shut your mouth or not? Not one to back down, Xu Li challenged him. What did you just say? Say it again if you dare. He calmly repeated each word, his eyes filled with rage. You talk too much. She burst into tears and ran to tattle to their teacher Li Ying. Miss Li, Chenmo is bullying me. The teacher sided with Xu Li and yelled at Chenmo. Chenmo, apologize to your class president immediately. But Chenmo didn't just refuse to apologize. He acted as if he was the one in the right. Miss Li, I don't think I did anything wrong. I admit skipping the exam was my mistake, but I had my reasons. If you just give me another chance, I don't believe my score would be any lower than the class president's. Hearing this, Lin Tao burst out laughing and mocked Chenmo. He said he could score better than the class president. Am I hearing things? In addition, the teacher didn't believe in Chenmo's abilities either. Nevertheless, Li Ying made a different proposal. Chenmo, we obviously can't make everyone retake the midterm just for you. However, I currently have a mock exam from Huanggang High School. You and Xu Li will take it right now in front of the entire class. Whoever loses has to apologize to the other person. No more arguing. Understood? Upon hearing this suggestion, the entire class was completely stunned and started whispering non-stop. Huanggang High School. Their mock exams are like 10 times harder than the actual college entrance exam. There's no way Chenmo can do it. Now that she had a chance to show off, Tulei said arrogantly, Chenmo, do you dare to compete? If not, then apologize to me right now and don't be a laughingstock. He replied without a hint of fear. There's nothing in this world that I, Chenmo, don't dare to do. And so Li Ying had the 2 of them sit at the front desk and announce to the class, okay, the rest of you step back and keep order. To get the results quickly. The time limit will be 1 hour, and in the end we'll see who gets the higher score. You may begin. After she spoke, both of them quickly started on their tests. While the 2 were focused, the rest of the class watched their expressions and whispered among themselves. Even Tulei had to bite her pen, and frown. It seemed the test was truly difficult. But looking at Chenmo, why did he seem so relaxed? It was as if the test was super easy, even though his grades were way worse than the class president's. Lin Tao looked visibly annoyed seeing how calm Chenmo was and thought to himself, he's just putting on an act. That loser Chenmo is definitely just guessing. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhao looked worried for him, but she also had some faith in him and told herself, There's no way Chenmo is just guessing he's actually smart. As for Kei, she watched him in silence with a very tense expression. Among those who bet on him to lose was of course Yuan Hao. He casually thought to himself, Chenmo is definitely going to lose this match. Half an hour later, Chenmo put down his pen. He walked up to hand his paper to Li Ying. Miss Wang, how many days is winter break this year? She quickly replied, it starts tomorrow and lasts until the 16th of next month. Hearing that, Chenmo turned to leave and replied, got it! Seeing him leave too late, thought Chenmo was running away because he was scared of losing. So she angrily shouted, stop right there, you just scribbled nonsense and now you're trying to run apologize to me now. Chenmo didn't get angry at all. He just calmly said one sentence, I'm already finished, you all can take a look. Li Ying couldn't believe her ears when she heard Chenmo say he was done, and she replied in shock, you're finished already. The next second she quickly checked Chenmo's paper and then Li Ying shouted in astonishment, correct, they're all correct. All 100 questions have been answered, not a single one is wrong. How is this possible? Lin Tao was so horrified his face turned pale. How is that possible? But Zhang Zhao was overjoyed and said, I told you so, Chenmo is the best. Tulei quickly grabbed Chenmo's test from the homeroom teacher's hands, checking it herself while muttering in confusion, no, this is impossible. She widened her eyes and carefully checked it, starting from question 1. After confirming that every single answer was correct, Tulei sank into her chair with a defeated look, lowering her head sadly. If Chenmo is a loser, then I'm even worse than a loser. Hearing this, Chenmo let out a faint smug smile. He said in a mocking tone, my abilities are not something mere mortals like you can comprehend. As Chenmo walked out to the schoolyard, he was startled to hear, Chenmo, we want to call off the engagement. 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 In front of him, a group of girls were dancing and chanting non-stop, leaving Chenmo completely confused. He then muttered to himself in annoyance, if I had a choice, I'd rather face more than 20 grandmasters than deal with this crowd of nosy women. Just then, someone shouted at them, stop! As soon as he saw this person, Chenmo quickly asked, who are you? The newcomer was Yanfei. He arrogantly pointed a finger in Chenmo's face. My father's grandfather is the cousin of the grandson of the grandfather of the father of my cousin Ching Chung. I, on behalf of the Yan family and my cousin Ching Ching, am officially calling off the engagement with you. He never expected things to change this much. With a panicked look, he thought, this didn't happen in my past life. Could it be that because I was reborn, history has been changed? Since he didn't know the guy's name, he asked again, who are you? Are you sure you can represent the Yan family? Yanfei confidently introduced himself. I am Yanfei, you can call me Young Master Fei. All right, I've delivered the message. And this young master has places to be, so don't even try to hold me back. Farewell. The guy came and went so abruptly that Chenmo couldn't even react in time. On top of that, he threw some money at the girls and ordered them, let's go, let's go. After getting the money, they happily said to the casually departing Yanfei, hey little man, if you have another easy gig like this in the future, be sure to hit us up. At that moment, he let out a sigh and mumbled, so the Yan family actually has a spoiled brat like this. Chenmo suddenly realized something and thought to himself, so this was the Yan family's plan all along. Just as Chenmo was about to leave Kei, Yue came running up breathlessly saying, wait! Hearing her voice, he slowly turned back and replied, classmate Anne, is something wrong? Seeing Chenmo's sudden change in attitude, Kei, Yue sadly thought to herself, Chenmo never treated me like this before. Why is he suddenly so cold? However, she still slowly walked up to him and said in a quiet voice, my mom wanted me to ask where you've been the past few days. Why haven't you come back to our house? She's really worried about you. Chenmo immediately turned away, then glanced back at her and said in a cold tone, I've rented a place so I won't be bothering your family anymore. Bye-bye. After saying that, he left. Seeing him act like this, Kei Yue angrily yelled, what is that supposed to mean? Chenmo paid her no mind, and just left her standing there alone. His actions unintentionally hurt her, and Kei Yue said with disappointment, Chenmo, why have you changed so much? Nearby, Yuan Hao was secretly watching her, and when he realized Kei Yue had feelings for Chenmo, he grew jealous and thought to himself, Chenmo, you've become a threat to me, so don't blame me for what comes next. Yanfei returned home to discuss canceling the engagement with the Yan family. After hearing this, the man asked in confusion, Young Master Fei, I really don't get it, what's the point of all this? However, he didn't seem to think it was a big deal, so he casually sipped his tea and arrogantly replied, I don't know what the Yan family sees in Chenmo, they don't actually want to break off the engagement. This whole messy breakup is just a show for the Li family. Besides, Chenmo will get the Yan family's message. Cut to Chenmo, who understood the Yan family's intentions perfectly. The Yan family is only interested in my status as an inner force martial artist, but they don't want to go against the Li family. The Li family aren't fools, so what will they do now? Elsewhere at the Li family mansion, after finding out what Yanfei did, Li Wen went to find Dong Yang. He frowned and said, Father, that's the Yan family's move. The old man didn't reply, lost in thought. If I had shown a little more family affection back then, our Li family would have had an outstanding talent like Li Zi. The Li family could have become that leader of the 6 great superfamilies. But now it's too late. Chenmo has become a rival with immense potential. The Yan family's attitude proves this. After thinking everything through, Dongyang turned to his son and said, "Let's put the Yan family's matter aside for now. No matter what, they are still publicly on our side. But we absolutely cannot give Chenmo time to grow. The Li family's prestige cannot be challenged by anyone." Dongyang then gave an order, "Go after the Manhwa group and the Chen family of Yuyang first. While the Chen family's allies are still weak, destroy all of his sources of support." Li Wen quickly understood and replied, "Yes, I'll get on it right away." Cutting back to his house, Chen Mo was meditating in his room. Shortly after, Su Fang called him. Seeing it was his mom, Chen Mo quickly answered, "Hello, Mom, what's up?" The moment she heard her son's voice, she immediately started scolding him for moving out. "You little rascal, Auntie Mai told me you rented a place outside. Since when? Where did you get the money? What are you planning?" Chen Mo explained. "Mom, you know your son, there's nothing for you to worry about." But Su Fang didn't agree and ordered her son, "Move back home immediately. I can't rest easy with you living out there alone." He quickly came up with a reason. Mom, I'm learning kung fu from a mysterious old master, and it's really inconvenient to live at the An family's house." Besides that, Chen Mo was thinking to himself, "Sorry, non-existent mysterious old master." In the end, even though she was worried, she gave in to her son. "All right, fine. But you absolutely must promise to stay safe." He happily told his mom not to worry. "I promise." Su Fang, being a reasonable person, told her son, "Also, you need to go and talk to the An family. Auntie Mai thinks she did something wrong and she's really worried." Hearing this, he grumbled to himself, "Auntie Mai's mouth is really annoying, but Uncle An has always taken great care of me. I need to repay his kindness." On the other hand, to put his mom's mind at ease, Chen Mo promised, "Okay, don't worry, Mom, I know what to do." Meanwhile, in the Yangai Lake Villa district in the western suburbs of Chaisang, following his mother's advice, he went and rang the An family's doorbell. Soon, Kei Yue opened the door. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Kei Yue said in surprise, "You're here?" He replied softly, "Hello, she asked me to come for dinner." Hearing that, she happily invited Chen Mo inside. "Come in." When Auntie Mai heard he had arrived, she greeted him warmly. "Little Mo is here. Wei Yue, go talk to Little Mo for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon." Kei Yue was momentarily flustered, not knowing what to say, so she just looked at Chen Mo in silence. While observing him, she secretly compared him. Even though he seems to have changed a lot, he's still so uncultured. Compared to Yuan Hao, he's so much less classy. A moment later, Uncle An looked excited to see Chen Mo. "Little Mo, you're here." He had a very good impression of the man, so when he saw him, Chen Mo stood up and bowed politely. "Hello, Uncle An." Seeing his attitude towards Auntie Mai was completely different from his attitude towards Uncle An Ke. Yue felt confused, thinking to herself, "Why do I feel like Chen Mo's attitude towards my dad is so different from how he treats me and my mom?" Uncle An asked about Chen Mo's father. "How has your dad been lately?" He replied politely, "Thank you for asking, Uncle An. My dad really wants to come visit and catch up with you, but he's been too busy with work to find the time." Then Uncle An praised Chen Mo's father. "Your dad is such a hard worker. If he had accepted the family's help, he would have become a key figure in the estate long ago." He didn't say anything more, just obediently replied, "Yes, sir." A while later, many delicious dishes were served on the table. At this point, Auntie Mai asked Chen Mo, "Little Mo, why did you rent a place on your own?" Since Uncle An didn't know about this, he asked her in surprise. "Little Mo moved out." Auntie Mai, with an annoyed look, turned to blame her husband. "You're always busy outside from morning till night. You never care about what's happening at home." So he just gave a bitter, awkward laugh, but Chen Mo quickly spoke up for him. "Auntie, I've already made up my mind about this. Let's not talk about it anymore." She was so flustered she couldn't even speak. Seeing this, Kei Yue thought Chen Mo's tone with her mother was out of line. So she spoke up to correct him. "Chen Mo, watch your attitude." Seeing that he and her daughter didn't seem to get along, Auntie Mai looked unhappy and thought to herself, "This can't go on, I have to find a way to smooth things over between Little Mo and Yue. Just then the doorbell rang again. Kei Yue stood up and said happily to her parents, "That must be Yanner here for me. We already planned to go to our classmate's birthday party." After saying that, she hurried to get the door. Ka Duye was visibly overjoyed. "Tian Tian Na Ni." They both greeted her in return. "Hello? Hey." Seeing them both show up at her house, Ka Duye was a little confused and asked them, "Didn't we say we were meeting at the coffee shop? Why'd you guys suddenly come find me here? Does everyone else know?" She quickly explained, "Everyone's waiting in the car. We changed the plan, we're going camping first, and then to karaoke." Ka Duye turned around and replied, "Is that so? Okay, wait for me a sec, I'll go get my jacket." Tian Tian urged her on. "All right, hurry up." While putting on her jacket, Ka Duye told Miss Mai, "Mom, I'm going out with my friends. I won't be home for dinner tonight." Her mom quickly stood up and said to her daughter, "Wait, have Tranmak go with you. I'm worried about you going out alone." Uncle An then turned to ask Tranmak, "Tumak, please go with Duyet. Miss Mai chimed in cheerfully. "That's right, Tumak, just consider it helping me out by hanging out with Duyet for a while." Even though he didn't want to, Tranmak had to reluctantly agree. "Yeah, I'll go with her." Hearing this, she rushed him. "Let's go then." And just like that, Tranmak followed Kaduyet outside. However, Tian Tian turned to her annoyed and asked, "Who's that guy?" Kaduyet quickly replied. He's my dad's friend's son, he's here for school. Meanwhile, even though he said nothing, Tranmak knew exactly who these two were. Tian Tian was a rich kid, who always looked down on people, and was the girlfriend of Truong Hien, the captain of the school's basketball team, who constantly gave me a hard time in my past life. Nan Nai, on the other hand, seemed cold on the surface, but was actually kind-hearted. After graduation, I never heard anything about her again. If Kaduyet is just going to leave me behind, then I'll have more free time anyway. After they met up with the rest of the group, Truong Hien was completely shocked to see Tranmak. And then he mocked him. Well, who's this, isn't it, Tranmak, the infamous loser who skipped his exam? Hearing this, he got annoyed and thought to himself that was something that happened in my class 6. How would their class 2 know about it so fast, unless someone deliberately spread it to humiliate me? Plus Kaduyet just stood there silently and didn't stick up for him. But it didn't stop there. Truong Hien kept insulting Tranmak. You think you can go after the school beauty? You should take a look in the mirror and see if you're even worthy. Tian Tian quickly walked over, grabbed Kaduyet's arm and backed up her boyfriend. Yeah, that's right. Duyet is meant for Nguyen Hao. He's a young master from the Fo Chi Chao family. And what the hell are you? How dare you cling to Duyet, finally having had enough? Tranmak finally retorted. In my eyes, who the hell do you think you are? You dare talk to me like that? Do you think you're worthy? His eyes were now filled with rage. Tian Tian quickly ran to her boyfriend and played the victim saying, Truong Hien, he's bullying me. He immediately acted like the protective boyfriend and said, You little punk. Apologize to Tian Tian right now and I might consider letting you off the hook. Tranmak shot back without a trace of fear. You little punk, you get on your knees and apologize to me right now, and I'll consider letting you off the hook. At this point, Truong Hien got so mad he started cursing. You son of a gun, pretty arrogant, aren't you? Well, today I'm going to teach you some manners. Kaduyet finally stepped in to stop them. Okay, that's enough. Stop fighting. It's Tian Tian's birthday today. She then walked over to him and advised, Can you just back down a little for Truong Hien? With your small frame, he could knock you out with just one punch. Nearby, Nan Nai remained completely silent. Her quietness was what caught Tranmak's attention. At that exact moment, Nan Ni happened to catch him looking at her, and Nan Nai felt a bit awkward and thought to herself, the way he's looking at me is so strange. It's like he's known me for years. A moment later, Truong Hien, pretending to be the bigger person, said, Fine, whatever, I'll let it slide for the school beauty's sake. I'll let you off the hook this one time. He turned away and said in an annoyed voice, Only problem is my car's a little small, not enough room for a big shot like you. So you'll have to ride in another car. Everyone immediately backed up Truong Hien. Yeah, this car's full, my car is packed too. Oh no, don't tell us you're gonna have to walk. However, Nan Ni suddenly offered, Tranmak, we can squeeze 3 people in the back, it'll just be a little tight. But Kaduyet immediately protested, Nan Ni, why would you let him cram in with us? Tian Tian also disagreed. Little Nana, you've got a crush on him or something. She snapped back angrily. What are you talking about? We're all classmates, I just don't want him to lose face completely. To keep Nan Nai from getting upset, Kaduyet had to suggest something else. Okay, forget it. We know you're just being nice. I'll go talk to Thach Duong in the car behind us and have him ride with them. And with that, the group started their trip. Thach Duong was a speed demon, so he drove extremely fast. Instead of stopping him, Kaduyet's friend just cheered him on. Thach Duong, you're the best, this is so thrilling. Just then, a car appeared up ahead, blocking their way. Thach Duong got pissed off and gritted his teeth. This piece of junk is totally in the way, did they run out of gas or something? You damn slowpoke, if you can't drive, then get off the road. She chimed in, backing up Thach Duong. It's just a crappy old Passat, how dare it get in our Duong's way? Immediately after that, unable to control his speed, Thach Duong's car started getting dangerously close to the car ahead. He started screaming in a panic. In the blink of an eye, Thach Duong's car slammed into the one in front of it. The very next second, he got out of the car crying and shouting, My baby, my car! The driver in front also got out angrily and yelled, Do you even know how to drive? That's called an illegal stop, you get it? Shi Yang was being totally unreasonable, so he blamed him instead. Look, you crashed into this young master's car. Having no other choice, Daozi went to ask Van Hung what to do. Master, so some kid just rear-ended me and is now blaming me for an illegal stop. Before he could answer, Shi Yang walked over and yelled, Who are you talking to? However, since they were in a hurry, they didn't want to get held up. So Van Hung ordered, Daozi, drop it forth. Master Kim needs me for something urgent. Let's not waste any more time. He quickly replied, Yes, Master So. Before he left, Daozi made sure to give him a contemptuous look. Being treated like that, Shi Yang yelled, Stop. You think you can just run off without paying for my car? Dream on? Seeing the car in front stop. Truong Hien and the others got out of the car and asked, Shi Yang, what's wrong? He quickly blamed Daozi. This dude slammed on his brakes and made me rear-end him and now he's trying to bail. Truong Hien, defending his friend, said sternly, Then we can't let him get away. Let's go block them off. Hearing this, everyone shouted, Okay. As soon as they said it, the group of friends spread out to surround them, which took Daozi by surprise. On top of that, they blocked the way around Shi Yang's car. Meanwhile, Van Hung was still sitting calmly inside his car, smoking a cigarette. A second later, he muttered to himself with a self-mocking tone. I never thought I Van Hung would see the day I get pushed around by a bunch of brats. So Van Hung ordered Daozi get out. He immediately ran to open the door for him. Truong Hien hesitated. You're... Suddenly he exclaimed, Mad dog, so Van Hung. Van Hung asked arrogantly. A little punk like you has heard of my nickname, whose kid are you? Truong Hien bowed and replied, My father is Truong Kui. Hearing that, Van Hung said, Oh, so you're Truong Kui's son. Out of respect for your old man, you can get lost. Truong Hien immediately bowed and thanked him profusely. Thank you for your immense kindness, Boss Hung, Truong Hien then looked at Shi Yang and said, Hurry up and thank Boss Hung for letting us juniors off the hook. He immediately growled. I said you could leave. I never said he could. Truong Hien and Shi Yang were terrified. Truong Hien quickly pleaded, Boss Hung, you're a legendary figure in Saitang. Please don't bother with kids like us. But he didn't care and replied, Too late. Daozi, call for backup. Truong Hien clasped his hands, begging, Boss Hung, please, on my father's account, let him go. Van Hung shot back. You little punk, go ask your dad if he even dares to ask me to give him face. Truong Hien was sweating profusely. He thought to himself, so Van Hung is basically the king of Saitang. They say that behind him is an even greater power backing him up. Compared to him, my family is nothing. What should I do? The man suddenly flashed a sly grin and said, Fine, he can go. Just tell those two girls over there to come have a drink with me. Hearing this, Kaduyet and Nan Ni fearfully grabbed each other's hands. Master So's men all got out of their cars. They said, Master So. Shi Yang dropped to his knees and wailed, Boss Hung, I was wrong. I'll pay for all the damages, I beg you. Please let me go. Van Hung didn't yield, instead becoming even more arrogant. Pay up fine. 1 minute of my time costs 3 billion. You can calculate how much you need to compensate me. Hearing that, he panicked and grabbed Truong Hien's arm for help. Hien, you gotta save me. The boss ordered his men. Grab this brat and those two girls, get them in the car. As for the rest, give them a good beating so they remember this. Seeing the goons rush forward, Truong Hien and his crew panicked and yelled, Stay away from us. Suddenly something zipped past, blocking the thugs. Tranmak said coldly, These two are under my protection. Van Hung immediately asked, And who the hell are you? Tranmak smirked and said, I'm someone you can't afford to touch. The boss raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Ka Duye was doubtful. Why does this guy always have to show off like this? It's not like him stepping in will do any good. Nanni also wondered, how is he going to resolve this? Van Hung pointed a finger at him and asked again, I can tell you're not bluffing, so who are you really? He calmly replied, Didn't I already tell you I'm someone you can't afford to mess with? Are you deaf or something? The moment he said that, Truong Hien and Shi Yang's faces turned pale as they thought, Does this guy have a death wish? How dare he talk to so Van Hung like that? He's going to get himself killed. Van Hung's face contorted with rage as he ordered sternly, Take care of him. His men charged forward all at once, but Tranmak just swung his hand, slapping them across the face. So Van Hung was stunned. How can he be this ridiculously strong? All of you get on him! The men rushed forward again, screaming, Go to hell! Tranmak instantly moved like a blur, unleashing a rapid succession of attacks. The thugs went down scattered all over the ground. Ow, my sternum, my arm, oh the misery! The boss was stunned. His men were no slouches. Yet they were all defeated in less than a minute. He stared at Tranmak, who didn't even break a sweat. He wasn't even breathing heavily. It was as if he hadn't lifted a finger. The group of friends was also completely shocked. Tranmak is that strong, he just took on over 10 guys by himself. Daozi stepped forward aggressively and announced, Master, so let me handle him. Van Hung replied, Just don't kill him. He stepped forward, threatening, You little brat, I'm going to make you regret crossing me. Tranmak asked coldly, Are you finished with your last words? Daozi's eyes went wide with fury. You're looking for death. Instantly, his aura flared intensely. From behind, the boss smirked to himself. Daozi's power has grown quite a bit. He threw a fist. He threw a punch, but it was blocked. Chen Mo was unfazed while Daozi spat out blood. He fell backward. Wen Xiong exclaimed in shock, Daozi is a special forces soldier I spent a fortune to recruit, and now he just got sent flying. What is going on? The crowd around them started cheering. How is he so awesome? He's such a good fighter. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, was sweating bullets, thinking, I was just about to teach Chen Mo a lesson. I must have a death wish. Kei Yue thought to herself, So this is your real trump card. That kind of martial strength is certainly something to be proud of. But in this day and age, money and resources are what truly matter, and compared to Cheng Wenhao, you're still far behind. Meanwhile, Yan Nui thought, a man like this is the kind of person I want to marry. Wen Xiong asked Daozi, Daozi, how are you? He clutched his arm and replied, Boss, my arm is broken. He might be one of those legendary martial arts cultivators. Hearing this, the man was stunned once again. The martial artist Wen Xiong suddenly made an offer. Kid, you're pretty good. How about you come work as my bodyguard? The salary is 350 million a month, and we'll forget about what happened today. What do you say? Everyone around thought that a salary of 350 million was secondary. The prestige of being one of Wen Xiong's men was the real prize. But Chen Mo casually replied, You want me to be your bodyguard? Are you trying to insult me? The man pulled out a gun to threaten him. You little punk, I'm giving you an out, so don't push it. You think you can fight a gun? The crowd immediately panicked. He's got a gun. Oh crap, this is bad. Meanwhile, Chen Mo remained silent, showing no reaction. He suddenly frowned, his eyes flaring with killing intent as he said, I'll give you one chance. Put the gun down, then get on your knees and beg for your life, and I'll consider sparing you. Wen Xiang aimed the weapon at him and sneered, You little brat, I'm really curious, where do you get all this confidence? Yan Ni whispered worriedly, Chen Mo, can't you just back down a little? Saving your life is what's important, Chen Mo thought to himself. Although I can't block bullets yet, I have plenty of ways to kill him before he can pull the trigger. Suddenly a phone started ringing. The 18th of January is a lucky day. The 18th of January is a lucky day. He pulled out his phone and said, Hold on, I gotta take this call. Hearing that, Wen Xiang taunted him, Sure, go ahead and say your last words. On the other end of the line, a voice said, Master Chen, the herbs you needed last time are all prepared. It was Pei Yun. She asked him, When can you come and treat my grandfather? He answered casually, I'm free right now, but I won't be able to leave for another hour and a half. Pei Yun quickly replied, Master Chen, are you in some kind of trouble? Maybe I can help you resolve it? Chen Mo then said, Well, there's this guy named Wen Xiang pointing a weapon at me. I have to deal with him before I can come over. Suddenly, Pei Yun said something and Chen Mo went, Huh. He handed the phone to the man and said, Here. Wen Xiang was confused, saying, Let's see who you managed to call for help. From the phone, Pei Yun shouted, Wen Xiang, are you trying to cause a scene? How dare you offend my grandfather's esteemed guest? Hearing this, the man's face turned pale as he hurriedly explained, Second miss, what are you talking about, second miss? I would never dare to offend the old master's esteemed guest. Pei Yun said angrily, The high school student standing in front of you is my grandfather's esteemed guest, Master Chen. Even I wouldn't dare to speak loudly in front of him, the man asked, trembling. What old Master Jin's esteemed guest, Master Chen? Chen Mo gave a slight smile and asked, Can I have my phone back now? Wen Xiang replied fearfully, Yes. He respectfully handed it back with both hands, saying, So it was Master Chen all along. I truly had eyes, but failed to see Mount Tai. Please find it in your heart to forgive me. On the phone, Pei Yun said, Master Chen, I've already given Wen Xiang a piece of my mind. Please spare his life. Send me your location and I'll have someone pick you up immediately. He replied, All right. Chen Mo looked at Wen Xiang's smug face and said coldly, Okay, we'll stop here, and wipe that look off your face. It's making me sick. The man laughed and replied, Yes, of course, thank you, Master Chen. His henchmen were immediately bewildered, wondering how just one phone call could make Wen Xiang admit he was wrong and apologize to a high school kid. Is this really Wen Xiang? Zhang Xian and Shi Yang were just as shocked, thinking, What in the world just happened? Who am I? Where am I? Why can't my brain process this? Chen Mo said to Yan Ni and Kei Yue, I have something to do, you guys go on ahead. Yan Ni hesitated, but Kei Yue urged her. Let's go! The group quickly ran towards the car. Hurry up! The scene changes to Jin Zhongren's house where the old man clasped his hands. Master Chen. Pei Yun bowed. Hello, Master Chen. As he walked in, he noticed something on the table. He looked at it and said, The quality of these herbs is pretty decent. Pei Yun asked him, Master Chen, do you need any other equipment like a pill furnace? Who told you that you need a pill furnace for alchemy? Pei Yun answered innocently, Isn't that how it's written in novels? The better the furnace, the more effective the refined pill, right? He smiled and said, When I refine pills... Then he picked up the plate of herbs and continued, I only need these 2 hands. Chen Mo said to himself, A true immortal cultivator doesn't need a furnace to refine pills. He formed a seal for a spirit-gathering formation, then pointed 2 fingers to control the herbs, commanding go. The herbs swirled together and formed into pills. He then manifested a talisman, and shouted, Pei Yuan Dan! As he spoke the words, the talisman transformed into a pill. Chen Mo let out a breath, thinking to himself, If it weren't for my vast experience in pill refining this foundation, even though this was the most basic elixir with his first level of Qi Condensation, it was unlikely he could have succeeded. Zhang Ruan immediately asked, Master Chen, how did it go? He held out the pill and said, Take it, just swallow it whole. The old man took it with trembling hands, his eyes welling up with tears. Bei Yun watched her grandfather swallow the pill and asked, Grandpa, how do you feel? Old man Kim sat in a meditative posture. His body seemed to be enveloped by a surge of life force. Bei Yun worriedly asked Chen Mo, Is this pill actually going to work? He replied, Don't disturb him, just wait. Suddenly, Zhang Ruan's eyes shot open. He looked at his body joyfully and thought, Not only has the terrible illness inside me been cured, but my martial arts cultivation has also advanced a level reaching the peak of the inner realm. Old man Kim clasped his hands and bowed his head. Master Chen, you have given me a new life. Please accept this bow from me. Chen Mo replied, I gave you the pill, you pay me for it? This is a transaction, no thanks are necessary. He handed Zhang Ruan a piece of paper and said, Since Kim Bei Yun trusted my talisman in the beginning, I will help you complete your missing cultivation technique, so you can continue your martial arts cultivation in the future. With teary eyes, the old man opened the paper and read, muttering, This is it, oh my god, this is really it, this is freaking amazing. Old man Kim knelt and kowtowed hastily, thanking Chen Mo. Master Chen's kindness. This old man doesn't know how I can ever repay it. Please accept this bow from me. Bei Yun was completely shocked to see this. Grandpa. Zheng Ruan looked at Bei Yun and said, Bei Yun, hurry and kneel to thank Master Chen. Following his words, Bei Yun knelt down as well and thanked Chen Mo. Kim Bei Yun of the Kim family kneels to thank Master Chen. Tears fell from old man Kim's eyes as he thought to himself, this complete cultivation manual can be passed down to the descendants of the Kim family, becoming the Kim family's legacy. Chen Mo thought to himself, with the technique in this manual, in less than 3 years, Kim Jong-ruan can definitely become a grandmaster of the transformation realm. Forget kneeling, even if the Kim family built a shrine to worship me, it wouldn't be too much. He started to walk away and said, all right, just transfer the money to my account. I have other things to do. I'll be leaving now. Jong-ruan bowed respectfully to see Master Chen off. Watching Chen Mo walk away into the distance, Bei Yun asked her grandfather doubtfully, Grandpa, he just took one look at you and was able to complete your missing cultivation technique. Isn't that a bit too unbelievable? Old man Kim replied, Bei Yun, you're not a martial artist, so you don't know how terrifying that Master Chen is. He continued, Bei Yun, warn everyone in our Kim family to never offend Mr. Chen. If anyone intentionally goes against this, kick them out of the Kim family immediately. Zheng Ruan emphasized especially tell that troublemaking father of yours to manage his subordinates properly. If something like today happens one more time, don't blame me for not saving his face. Old man Kim added another instruction for Bei Yun also. Transfer the money to Mr. Chen. Remember to add an extra 0, she replied respectfully. Yes, Grandpa, I'll go do it right now. Night had fallen and Chen Mo was walking down the street talking on the phone. He said, yeah, don't worry, I'm fine. As soon as he hung up, he thought, I can't believe Murong Yanran actually called to check up on me. He opened the door to his house, thinking to himself that he still needed to make the most of his time to cultivate. Outside, the scene was quiet. Chen Mo sighed and thought, in 5 days at most, I'll be able to enter the 2nd level of Qi Condensation. Suddenly his phone rang. Who's calling at this hour? Chen Mo asked. Who is this? The other side replied, Yan Qingcheng. Chen Mo was stunned. Yan Qingcheng. She continued, I've arrived in Chaisang, come pick me up. He was completely confused, a series of questions running through his mind. How did Yan Qingcheng get my number? She's already in Chaisang and she's telling me to pick her up. What on earth is the Yan family planning? At the airport, Qingcheng walked by, dressed gorgeously. Following behind her was Tang Tang. Tang Tang thought cautiously back at the Yan family home. We had inner realm martial artists for protection, but now that we've left, it won't be as safe anymore. She sighed gloomily. I'm starting to regret doing this crazy thing with the young miss. Chen Mo waved and greeted Miss Yan. Qingcheng looked at Chen Mo and thought to herself, although I, Yan Qingcheng, am not someone who only cares about looks, this fiancé of mine looks so incredibly ordinary. She continued to think, but he has the air of someone who has been through a lot. Is he really just an ignorant and incompetent rich kid? She ordered, take me to your place. Chen Mo immediately replied, okay. Scene changed to Chen Mo's house. He was pulling Qingcheng's suitcase and asked her, are you planning to stay here, not getting a hotel? Tang Tang scowled and said, the young miss has to stay with you. Qingcheng's face turned red, and Tang Tang also suddenly got embarrassed and quickly corrected herself. I mean, it's not safe at a hotel. She pointed at Chen Mo and continued, since the young miss has come to Chaisang, you must bear the great responsibility of protecting her safety. Chen Mo averted his gaze and replied, fine, you two can sleep in here, I'll sleep outside. Tang Tang scowled and thought to herself, how dare he just send us into the room? This guy is so ungrateful. Meanwhile, Qingcheng gently said, sorry to trouble you, Chen Mo said to himself as he tidied up. Good thing I chose a 1-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment back then, otherwise I'd have to be sleeping in the yard right now. Tang Tang suddenly said, I'm going out to buy a few things, I'm warning you, keep your paws to yourself. If I find out you've been messing with the young miss, I'll deal with you. He quickly replied, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. She added another warning. Also, before I get back, you are absolutely not to leave the young miss's side. There are a lot of people who want something bad to happen to her. Qingcheng then told Tang Tang, you can go. I trust his character. Tranmak's face darkened. It seemed his peaceful life was over now. In the living room, Tranmak asked Queen Than if she wanted something to drink. She replied, I already had something on the high-speed train. Oh. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and they both fell silent. Queen Than secretly glanced at Tranmak, thinking he was an arrogant, spoiled rich kid, who ditched his exams completely different from the Tranmak in front of her now. Tranmak crossed his arms, thinking to himself that the spiritual energy in the jade stones of his spirit-gathering formation was almost used up. I need to find new jade stones soon. He thought of Trantung too, and figured, but finding suitable jade stones is difficult. It seems I'll have to go ask that nominal disciple of mine. While I'm at it, I'll teach him a few Taoist techniques since his cultivation is so weak. Tranmak glanced at Queen Than and continued his thoughts. And then there's this young miss from the Yen family. He mused, it seems that because I was reborn, fate has undergone some small changes, and not being able to predict the future feels a little dangerous. Suddenly, Queen Than spoke up. Aren't you curious why I suddenly came to find you? Tranmak replied, why? She hesitated. To be honest, I don't really know, I just don't want my fate controlled by someone else. he calmly said. I see. Quinthan's face flushed, and the two were once again plunged into an awkward atmosphere. She turned and stomped off, thinking he really doesn't know how to hold a conversation. The scene shifts to late at night. Tang Tang was sneaking around looking into the room. She saw Tranmak meditating, huffed, and then slammed the door. Tranmak's brow furrowed slightly as the wind howled outside. Tranmak stepped outside and said calmly, Since you're here, show yourselves. Suddenly, a group of about 5 ninjas landed out of nowhere. They said, You're a pretty sharp kid. Tang Tang rushed out and said, Protect the young miss, I'll handle them. She angrily asked them, Who sent you here? They sneered. Let's make this quick, take out this girl first, and then the guy after that will get to have some fun with the #1 beauty of the Xia capital. Tang Tang swung her arm and shouted, In your dreams. The ninja looked at Tang Tang and remarked, Not bad, your cultivation is quite impressive for your age, you'll be even stronger in the future. They suddenly leapt high into the air and continued, But unfortunately for you, you don't have a future. They attacked simultaneously, forcing her on the defensive, and Tang Tang was pushed back. She broke out in a sweat and asked, 5 peak external realm martial artists who could possibly have this much power, who sent you? The ninja raised his hand. You can ask the king of hell when you get to the underworld. Tang Tang yelled, Tranmak, take the young miss and run get her back to the Yen family while I hold them off. But suddenly Tranmak used a flash step, leaving Tang Tang stunned. He appeared in front of Tang Tang, instantly blocking the ninja's punch to her complete amazement. Tranmak and the ninja clashed, creating a massive shockwave. The bones in the ninja's hand shattered, and Tranmak's punch sent him flying backward. He said in fear, He's at the great completion of the internal realm, this is bad, let's get out of here. They asked each other in panic, but he's just a teenager, how can he be a great completion internal realm expert? They went to help up their fallen comrade, who ordered a retreat. Tranmak suddenly used his flash step again, saying coldly, Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. He launched a kick at them, hitting 2 of the ninjas, who were knocked unconscious immediately, leaving the other 2 terrified. Tranmak appeared behind those 2, sending them flying with a single blow. The leader trembled as he pushed himself up, struggling to ask, Who are you? Why are you interfering in the Yen family's business? Tranmak replied coldly, What I do, why would I have to explain anything to you? He asked him, Who sent you? The man collapsed without saying a word. Tranmak frowned slightly. So he took poison to commit suicide. He turned to Tang Tang and asked, Who on earth would want to kill you 2? They even spent a fortune to hire these suicide assassins. She answered, I don't know either, there are too many people who want to harm the young miss. She then asked him, What should we do with these bodies? He started walking away and replied, Don't worry, someone will come and clean this up. He explained, The mastermind behind this won't let their identities be revealed. The scene changes to the early morning. The sun was already high in the sky, shining its bright rays into Tranmak's courtyard. Tang Tang quietly walked into the room. Queen Than rubbed her eyes. Tang Tang, why do you look so pale? Did you not sleep well? She quickly replied, It's nothing. I think I just caught a cold. I'll be fine in a couple of days. Out in the living room, Tranmak was already waiting. He said, I brought breakfast, come and eat. He handed Tang Tang a pill and told her to take this essence replenishing pill, saying it would be good for her. She replied softly, Thank you. Putting the food on the table, Tranmak said, I have to go out for something. You 2 make yourselves at home. Tang Tang called out worriedly, Wait, please let the young miss go with you. Queen Than was confused. Why do I have to go with him? Tang Tang quickly replied, Because I'm feeling a little unwell. I'm afraid I won't be strong enough to protect you. Just let Tranmak keep you safe. Queen Than was skeptical. Huh, are you really saying that? Tang Tang forced a smile and said, Yes, young miss, please listen to me. Queen Than reluctantly gave in. All right, fine, I'll go with him. Meanwhile, Tranmak's face fell. He thought to himself that he had errands to run. If she tagged along, she'll definitely be a huge pain. The scene changes to a living room with 2 steaming cups of tea on the table. Tung Tu asked Tranmak, Master, forgive my boldness, but is this your wife? Hearing that, Chen Mo couldn't help but do a spit take. He blushed a little and said, Don't say weird stuff, she's a friend of mine. Ching Cheng frowned, thinking, Just friends. The old man asked again, I was wondering why you were looking for me, Master. He said bluntly, I left in such a hurry last time that I forgot to go over a few things, like, for instance, I forgot to ask your name. The old man cupped his hands respectfully. I am ready to receive my master's teachings. Ching Cheng saw this and was shocked, thinking to herself, an old man bowing to a young man that looks so awkward. She said to Chen Mo, You 2 go ahead and talk. I'm going to walk around for a bit. Chen Mo asked the old man, What's your name? Songzi replied, Master, I joined the Taoist temple when I was 11 years old. My Taoist name is Chen Songzi. Chen Mo said, Chen Songzi, all right, I'll call you that from now on. He handed over a technique manual and said, This is a basic cultivation technique that I specially prepared for you. If you can reach the first level of Qi induction within 3 days, I might consider officially taking you as my disciple. The old man immediately knelt down and replied, Understood. Chen Songzi, thank you, Master. Chen Mo released his aura and ordered, My technique must not be revealed. Otherwise, I will make sure your soul is obliterated. Songzi's face turned pale. Yes, from this day forward, my life belongs to you, Master. If there is anything you need, this disciple will absolutely obey. He said, get up. He asked, I've already used up the jade stone from last time. Do you have any more? Songzi quickly replied, if Master needs more, you'll have to find it at the Black Water Swamp on Spirit Marshal Mountain, but there's a vicious monster there, making it extremely dangerous. The old man continued, I think Master could try searching the stone quarry first. You might find what you're looking for. Chenmo thought to himself, the monster at the Black Water Swamp is just a wild beast that absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and gained sentience. But with my current power, it'd be tough to kill it. I can only wait until I reach the second level of Qi Condensation to deal with it, he said in a low voice. All right, then arrange the time and route to the stone quarry, the sooner the better. Songzi cupped his hand. As you command. Chenmo continued, all right, I'm leaving now. You just focus on your cultivation. On Saturday, I'll come check on your progress. The old man suddenly asked him, Master, this disciple has a request. Speak, Songzi said. From this day on, I wish to follow by your side, Master, to serve as your attendant and devote myself to you. I hope you will grant my wish. Hearing this, he thought, it's fine if you want to get closer to me, but my one-bedroom apartment already has 2 troublesome vixens living in it. He started walking away and said, we'll talk after we go to the stone quarry. Songzi cupped his hands and bowed again. Thank you for agreeing, Master. Night fell and a thunderstorm raged outside. Rain poured down in Chenmo's yard. An old man with white hair opened the gate and walked in, his eyes bloodshot and a wicked smile on his face. The man standing in the rain was Peng Shiyuan. His internal energy formed a barrier that kept the rain from touching him. Inside the room, Chenmo was lying down with his eyes closed. He sensed a relentless presence. He opened the door and stepped outside, and Tang Tang quickly followed. She said, let me go first. If I can't handle him, then you can step in. The two of them went out and were stunned. Tang Tang thought to herself, the rain isn't touching him. He's at the peak of the internal realm. She cupped her hands in greeting. Senior, with your cultivation level, you could break into the transformation realm at any moment. Why have you come here? He replied. I could break through at any moment, and yet I can't. In the end, it all just turns to dust. This old man doesn't have many years left. Only by reaching the transformation realm can I extend my life. He continued. This old man must borrow something from the young lady of the Yan family to make a deal. Tang Tang asked worriedly. I wonder what Senior wishes to borrow if my young miss has it. She would certainly offer it with both hands. Shiyuan said coldly. Oh, she definitely has it because the thing I want to borrow is her life. Tang Tang frowned and asked, who sent you here? He answered. The terms they offered were too tempting, so I can only swallow my pride and come here to deal with a mere little girl. Tang Tang said worriedly to Chenmo. We're no match for him. You need to get the young miss and run. Chenmo finally spoke up. I'm a little curious. I wonder what kind of offer could get you so excited. Shiyuan said with a laugh. A chance to enter Void Mountain. As long as I can make it out alive, I'm guaranteed to become a Grandmaster. Tang Tang exclaimed in shock. Void Mountain guaranteed to become a Grandmaster. Chenmo asked again. So where is this Void Mountain? Shiyuan replied. I don't know. They'll tell me after I complete the mission. His face grew serious. They, who are they? He suddenly flashed forward and said, why should I tell you? All right, time to go to hell. A brilliant blue flame erupted from his body. Shiyuan lunged forward and grabbed Tang Tang by the throat. She trembled, thinking to herself. Until just a moment ago, I always thought that even though there's a huge gap between me and the peak of the internal realm, I could still put up a fight if I went all out. He raised his hand about to strike her directly in the face. Tang Tang could only give up thinking, but in reality, I don't even have the strength to fight back. She squeezed her eyes shut. Young miss, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Shiyuan vanished, and Tang Tang opened her eyes. He had been sent flying. He said, I can't believe you were able to stop me. You're really good at hiding your strength. Chenmo released an aura that also kept the rain from touching him. He replied calmly, tell me who they are and I'll let you live. Shiyuan burst out laughing. He said, Kid, since the day I began my journey, no one has ever dared to talk to me like that. You're the first. But then he unleashed his power and growled, and you'll be the last. The fierce officer lunged right at him. Chenmo calmly lowered his stance, swinging his hand back into a fist. The moment their fists collided, a loud explosion erupted, and the surrounding space shook with a brilliant flash of light. Chenmo steadily pulled his hand back, but the officer was not okay at all. He stumbled back several steps in shock, completely off balance. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, Peak of the inner realm impossible, not even if you started cultivating in your mother's womb. Then he suddenly let out a sinister laugh. However, if I defeat you and uncover your secret, then I too can become a Grandmaster. Facing him, Chenmo replied coolly, I'm afraid you don't have what it takes, you old trash. The officer's hands moved with incredible skill as a powerful, colorful energy radiated all around. Cloud push, countless hands appeared around him as he growled and raised his palms. Seeing this technique, Tang Tang screamed in terror, The cloud-pushing hand! He's Peng Shiyuan, the famous master of the cloud-pushing hand from the northwest 10 years ago. Chenmo remained perfectly calm, watching the countless hands rushing toward him. For every palm that came, he threw a punch, countering all of them just like that. The renowned ultimate cloud-pushing hand was easily neutralized by him. The officer cried out in shock. You actually managed to block my cloud-pushing hand, just how did you do it? Shenmo smirked, thinking to himself, test complete. He looked at the officer, assessing, based on the amount of spiritual energy alone, my first level of Qi Condensation cultivation is at most equivalent to a lesser inner realm, martial artist. But in terms of quality, my spiritual power is on par with a martial artist at the peak of the inner realm. He scoffed, and softly uttered 2 words, it's over. Shenmo brought his hands together in front of his chest, and amidst the swirling energy, he could still be heard shouting clearly, Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist, first form. His eyes narrowed as he growled, Mountain Sundering Axe, and a massive axe appeared in Shenmo's hands. He launched himself high into the air. The officer was clearly scared stiff. What kind of power is this? What martial art is this? I've never seen it before. Even so, he braced himself and yelled, I'll risk it all against you. With that, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. The world suddenly went dead silent. The officer's cry was cut short. His face had been split in 2. His eyes rolled back as he died without a chance to say a final word. Shenmo hadn't held back, slashing straight down as blood splattered all over him. Tang Tang's face went pale with fear as she covered her mouth. Whoops, it seems our man Shenmo had a bit of an accident. He thought to himself, it's still a bit difficult to use the Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist with only the first level of Qi Condensation. I can't control the power well, and I didn't actually mean to kill him. I still had things to ask him. Scene changed to the Liu family's estate, one of the 6 great superfamilies. Meng Zhao frowned in annoyance and asked, Uncle Wu, are you saying that witch from the Yan family has a transformation realm grandmaster by her side? Liu Mengzhao, granddaughter of the current head of the Liu family. Uncle Wu's face was full of worry. He slowly explained, 10 years ago, Pang Shiyuan was already at the peak of the inner realm, so to be able to kill him in a single move, it could only be a grandmaster. Meng Zhao gritted her teeth in anger and said, I originally thought that witch was digging her own grave by sneaking away from the Yan family. I never expected she'd have a grandmaster protecting her. Does that mean it's almost impossible to kill her now? Uncle Wu replied awkwardly, yes, because we simply can't hire a grandmaster. He clasped his hands, calculating, to kill Yan Qingcheng, we could either bribe the mysterious grandmaster by her side, or arrange an assassination for when he's not with her. Meng Zhao slammed her hand on the table and said decisively, Uncle Wu, you have to help me. I can't let Yan Qingcheng return to Xiadu alive. Scene changed to Xiadu, the Nangong family grandson of the family head. Nangong Yunlu. Yunlu rushed in anxiously and announced, Grandpa, the men you sent all failed. They were too weak. The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Wang. Hearing this, Nangong Wang frowned. Yan Qingcheng must have a powerful expert protecting her, otherwise, why would the Yan family let her run around outside on her own? Yunlu was still unwilling to give up, his face darkening as he said, if an outer realm expert doesn't work, we'll find an inner realm expert. If an inner realm expert doesn't work, we'll find a grandmaster. Nangong Wang scolded him with a stern face. Nonsense, do you think they're so easy to hire? Martial artists have their own pride. Having been scolded, Yunlu started acting spoiled. He threw himself at his grandfather, crying and begging, Grandpa, I don't care, I have to have Yan Qingcheng or I'll run away from home. Nangong Wang could only pat his head to comfort him, saying nothing out loud, but his mind was clearly still scheming. I hope so too if you can get Yan Qingcheng. The position of our Nangong family will be secured. Scene changed to the Yan family. Manchuan entered the living room and said seriously, Father, people in Xiadu have already started making moves against Qingcheng. We should bring her back. Yan Qingcheng's grandfather, Yan Ansong, replied. Ansong smiled gently. It's all right, all of them were killed by a mysterious grandmaster. Qingcheng is perfectly safe. Only then did Manchuan begin to understand. Are you saying Chen Mo has a martial arts grandmaster with him? Yan Qingcheng's father, Yan Manchuan. Ansong stroked his beard and said calmly, Who else could it be but a martial arts grandmaster? It seems Chen Mo's potential is far greater than I anticipated. Let Qingcheng continue to build her relationship with him. Scene changed to the largest stone gambling den in Chaisang. At the True Treasure Hall, Chen Mo led the way inside. Qingcheng asked confusedly, Why do we have to follow Chen Mo? Can't we just browse on our own? Tang Tang replied softly, Miss, just trust me on this. Songzi followed behind, sucking up, Master, I've sold my house and all my belongings. From now on, I'll stay by your side and dedicate myself to serving you, Chen Mo said casually. All right, you're certainly determined. He looked at the old man with praise. Not bad, you managed to achieve Qi induction in just 3 days. Songzi pointed to himself and replied respectfully, Yes, I succeeded on the evening of the 2nd day. I didn't let down your teachings, Master. The title made Chen Mo a bit uncomfortable, so he instructed, Oh right, from now on, just call me young master in public. Songzi obediently replied, Yes, young master. As they walked, he explained, Young master, this True Treasure Hall is the biggest stone gambling house in the district, and all the participants are big shots. Chen Mo glanced around, thinking to himself that the items on display were actually quite impressive. Jiang Qian ran into the hall excitedly. The stone gambling event is about to start, while Keiyu, in contrast, seemed a little hesitant. This is a rich person's game, we can't afford it. Lin Tao put on a gentlemanly smile and said, It's okay, looking is free. Let's just browse. Maybe you girls will get to meet someone from my Lin family today. Sure enough, upon hearing this, her eyes lit up. You mean the Lin family? The #1 family in the world? Lin Tao, basking in the glory, replied proudly. Of course. But suddenly someone pointed to a corner and said, Hey, look, isn't that Chen Mo? What's he doing here? Lin Tao shot a disdainful glance. This punk must be here to try his luck at stone gambling. But this isn't a game a country bumpkin like him can afford. Keiyu frowned to herself. What's Chen Mo doing at a stone gambling house? Yanni had spotted him too. She quickly ran over and called out loudly, Chen Mo! Hearing the familiar voice, he looked over. Yanni. She blushed and explained. Keiyu and I were bored, so Qian dragged us here to see what's going on. Are you just here to watch too? Chen Mo smiled and replied. Not really, I'm thinking of buying a couple of stones to give my dad for the new year. From a distance, Lin Tao shouted over, It's you. He sneered, You want to buy stones? You even have the money for that. Yanni frowned unhappily and told him off. Lin Tao, have some manners. But he just brushed it off, retorting, I'm just speaking the truth. Ching Cheng, who had been listening from the side this whole time, elegantly lifted a hand to take off her sunglasses and said, Chen Mo, are these your classmates? They seem a bit overly enthusiastic. The men in the hall only noticed her when she spoke. All of them blushed in unison, thinking, What a beauty, a total goddess. Qian Qian's group couldn't help but be amazed when they saw her. She's so beautiful, Yanni was stunned. But she secretly wondered, how does Chen Mo know such a beautiful girl? Chen Mo was speechless. This Yan Qingcheng, her whole personality was the type that just loved to stir up chaos. Yanni was the first to break the silence. Who are you? Qingcheng smirked. He. She bounced over, linked her arm with Chen Mo's, and replied with a radiant smile, I'm his future fiancé. Hasn't he mentioned me to you guys? The guys in the hall were bug-eyed. What future fiancé? This time Yanni and Keiyu's group were also completely dumbfounded. Huh, what? Yanai tremblingly pointed at the culprit and asked, Chen Mo, is she really your future fiancé? Chen Mo deadpanned. The engagement was called off. Hearing that, the color returned to Yanni's face. Oh, it was called off. But then Ching Cheng's smile grew even more captivating. Who says it was called off? Nobody makes decisions about my Yan Ching Cheng's engagement except for me. Just that one sentence was enough to make the entire hall explode. Lin Tao couldn't help but shout, Yan Ching Cheng, you're the #1 beauty of Hadu Yan Ching Cheng. He scowled and pointed at Chen Mo. A country bumpkin, actually, dares to mess with Hadu's #1 beauty. Chen Mo, I'm gonna enjoy watching you die. Ching Cheng's eyes narrowed as she casually dropped another bombshell. And why wouldn't he dare? Chen Mo and I are already living together. The entire hall fell dead silent. Everyone's jaws dropped, but no one could say a word. Even Tang Tang was shocked, covering her mouth and thinking, how could the miss say something so bold? Chen Mo, on the other hand, was suffering beyond words, gritting his teeth in frustration. Yan Ching Cheng definitely isn't saying this because she likes me. This time Yanni still didn't forget to confirm with him, Chen Mo. Is what she's saying true? Ching Cheng, still clinging to Chen Mo's arm, beat him to the punch. Why would I need to lie to you? Chen Mo finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's just temporarily renting a room from me. He turned to Ching Cheng, his expression hardening as he warned, If you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for sending you back to Hadu. She immediately retorted in a loud voice. You dare! Annoyed, Chen Mo turned to leave. Well, you guys carry on, I'm out of here. Song Zi hurried after him and asked worriedly, Young master, those 3 kids were just insulting you. Should I teach them a lesson? Without looking back, Chen Mo replied, No need. Song Zi immediately praised him. You are so magnanimous, young master. As the two were walking, they suddenly heard someone call out, Mr. Chen. Wen Xiong smiled and clasped his hands. I never expected to run into you here, Mr. Chen. What an honor. Chen Mo replied politely, What a coincidence. The man was all smiles on the outside, but his mind was secretly scheming. This Chen Mo actually cured old Master Jin's illness. He's definitely not someone to be trifled with. I've gotten on his bad side before, so I have to use this opportunity to fix things. Wen Xiong rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile, as he tried to start a conversation. Could it be that Mr. Tran also studies stone gambling? How about I help you pick one? I'll be sure to reward you handsomely. Tran Mac finally looked pleased. He replied, Then it would be rude of me to refuse. He thought to himself, who would turn down free money? Welcome everyone to the Zhen Bao Hall's Stone Gambling Convention. The convention will begin now. Van Hung gestured for him to proceed. Mr. Tran, the Stone Gambling Convention is starting. Let's head over. From a corner, Ka Duyet saw him and was puzzled. Isn't that Chu Van Hung? She looked a little wary. Is he here for the Stone Gambling Convention too? NHA Nai gently reassured her. Don't be scared with Tran Mac here. He wouldn't dare do anything. The scene shifts inside the hall where the guests have filled all the seats. The owner of Zhen Bao Hall, Ko Tin An, was smiling with his eyes narrowed. And he began to explain the auction rules. The stone gambling auction begins now. Each bid must increase by at least 10,000. Tran Mac was led by Van Hung to the VIP seating area, where he could easily observe the entire auction. The group of gorgeous girls stood below watching. Van Hung started a conversation. The owner of this Zhen Bao Hall is a bit more powerful than me. He's probably ranked in the top 10 in all of Qin Yip. On the auction floor, two burly men carried out a large stone, a raw stone with a starting price of 500,000. Huang Batdong, the richest man in Kanduong, bid 550,000 without even a close look. Lam Tian Nai from the top family in Lam Chao scoffed and called out 600,000. Tranmak, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Is this Lam family very rich? Van Hung was a bit surprised, but quickly replied. In terms of financial assets, everyone is actually pretty close, but the Lam family has a mysterious background that makes everyone wary of them. Next to Tian Go back was sitting with his eyes closed, meditating. Tranmak's eyes scanned the scene as he thought to himself, minor mastery of inner energy? This terrifying figure must be the Lam family's secret weapon. The auction continued heatedly when suddenly Dong Han crossed his arms and said loudly, That stone is all for show, there's nothing inside. Lao Nu Havan Pu's Tu Dong Han. Even Van Hung frowned upon seeing him, saying, This Tu Dong Han is a local powerhouse, very strong, and a rival to both Zhen Baojai and me. Tranmak remained silent. He looked at Vin Sun sitting next to Dong Han, and guessed he's probably a cultivator from the Yin Corp's sect. On stage, Tinyan angrily shouted, Boss 2, it's as if you've grown a pair of see-through eyes or something. If you're here to sabotage this stone gambling convention, my Zhenbao Hall does not welcome you. In response, Dong Han just smirked. If you don't believe me, that's fine, just wait until the stone is cut open and you'll see. Tian Nai crossed his arms and said provocatively, Is Boss 2 saying that my Lam family has no judgment? It's only 600,000. I can just buy it for fun. Lam Dao, standing with Tian's group, grinned widely upon hearing that See my Lam family is so baller. His voice was apparently very loud. Tian Nai and Ngo Bak heard him and glanced over at Lam Dao, who considered himself part of the Lam family. But the Lam family basically didn't acknowledge him at all. The fact that the real Lam family members were sitting inside while he was standing outside was the clearest proof. Van Hung turned to ask, Mr. Tran, what do you think of this raw stone? Tranmak replied without hesitation. It's nothing special. Hearing this, he decided, then let's leave it for the Lam family. Tian Nai crossed his legs and raised his hand to signal Boss Ko if no one else is bidding, then cut it open. Tian swallowed his anger. If it weren't for Tu Dong Han's meddling, how could this raw stone have sold for only 600,000? Damn it! The raw stone was cut open, shattering into pieces, and everyone started to gossip. Just as expected, not a speck of green. What's green? It means a gemstone. Tian Nai's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. There's really nothing inside. Dong Han raised an eyebrow cheerfully. You'll suffer if you don't listen to your elders. Tintian brought out the second auction item. The starting price for the second raw stone is 1 million. Dong Han maintained his arrogant demeanor. He held up 2 fingers and declared, Inside this raw stone is a turquoise gemstone of decent purity, but its highest value is only 2 million, so I'll bid 2 million! The guests heard this and whispered to each other, Should we bid? He's so confident, let's not compete. Let's just watch for now. Tian Nai was clearly provoked. He growled, I don't believe. In this nonsense, I bid 2,010,000. Dong Han didn't argue and happily replied, Okay, it's yours. Tin An stood on stage and ordered it to be cut open. The raw stone was split, revealing the gemstone inside, and sure enough, there was one. And its market price was indeed around 2 million. Tian Nai finally dropped his arrogant act and began to look over warily Boss 2. It seems you've brought an expert with you this time. Dong Han remained calm with his arms crossed, replying politely. Not at all, I'm just lucky. Van Hung said cautiously. Tu Dong Han came prepared. Tin An, trembling with suppressed anger, introduced the 5th raw stone. Starting price. Before he could finish, Dong Han interrupted. Inside is a piece of jade. 800,000 is the highest it's worth, so I'll bid 800,000. Tin An rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth and cursing internally. Damn it, if murder wasn't illegal, I'd definitely shoot him dead for 3 days and 3 nights. Just then, Tranmak suddenly shouted 1 million. Everyone in the hall was stunned, their jaws dropping. Lam Dao couldn't believe it either. Am I hearing things? That loser Tranmak actually bid 1 million. Where did he get that much money? Nan He frowned unhappily and reminded him Tranmak already said that if he wanted to buy 2 stones, he would definitely have the money for them. But Lam Dao was still resentful and pushed his way to the front. He's definitely a scammer, I have to expose him. Meanwhile, Van Hung curiously looked at Tranmak and asked, Mr. Tran, are you interested in this raw stone? He answered decisively, I have to have it. Dong Han, sitting nearby, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Then he cheerfully extended his hand and said with a smile, Kid, inside this raw stone is just ordinary jade. It's not worth 1 million. You shouldn't waste your money like that. Why don't you do me a favor and let me have it? Tranmak closed his eyes and didn't answer, causing everyone around to start whispering. Who is this teenager anyway to show such blatant disrespect to Zedong Han? Relying on Tranmak's backing, Van Hung shouted, You scumbag Z, if you want to buy it, raise the price. If not, then get lost. Stop wasting our time. Dong Han's face darkened, but he couldn't vent his anger, so he could only grit his teeth and say, Out of respect for you, Chu Van Hung, I'll let him have it. Vin Sun whispered something in his ear, and only then did his expression soften. Tintian on the auction stage smiled happily, starting the final count. Going once for 1 million. Going twice for 1 million. Going 3 times for 1 million. Just then Dong Han frantically shouted, Wait, I can't let this raw stone go. I'll bid 1.5 million. Without even looking, Tranmak said, 2 million. Donghan angrily shot up from his seat and yelled, "Kid, do you really want to go against me?" Van Hung also stood up and retorted, "You scumbag Z, who are you trying to threaten? I'm the one who wants to go against you." "I bid 3 million. Driven mad by the taunt, Donghan shot back, "You old mutt chew, you think I'm afraid of you." 4 million? Everyone watching was dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Is a piece of jade really worth 4 million? Someone boldly guessed that maybe it wasn't jade at all, but a high-grade gemstone. Tranmak calmly raised his hand to signal. 5 million. Tinhan's face flushed with excitement, his mustache bristling. He rubbed his hands together, muttering 5 million. Donghan gritted his teeth, his body trembling with rage. This little brother is truly loaded. 5 million, are there any other bids? Tinhan excitedly spread his arms and asked. 5 million, anyone else? Just then Tianai suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Tianai spoke with contempt. "He just looks like a dirt-poor student. How could he have that much money?" Hearing this, Tinan looked a bit hesitant and scratched his face. "Little brother, they suspect you don't have the funds." Before Tranmak could even respond, Van Hung stepped forward. "Old Ko, he's a guest of mine, Chu Van Hung, would I ever shortchange you?" He pulled out a sleek card and handed it to a nearby staff member. "There's 10 million in this card, the pin is 6 zeros. The guests in the hall were all shocked. 10 million? And he even announced the pin code. That's incredibly bold. Although Tung Tu was a bit surprised, he rationalized it to himself perhaps in the young master's eyes. Worldly wealth is something he doesn't even bother with, Tinan said cheerfully. "All right, I'll just do a quick check to prove our little brother's financial standing." Lam Nai frowned. "Are you sure he doesn't have the money?" Lam Dao was still confidently assuring him. "Young master, don't worry. I was his classmate for 3 years. Don't you think I know what he's worth?" Tinan returned with a wide grin and announced, "I've checked, and there is indeed 10 million in the card." Tianai angrily stood up and shoved Lam Dao to the ground. "This bastard dared to mess with me." He couldn't believe it either. How was that possible? The group of girls was just as surprised, and Tian asked curiously, "Tran Mac, how did you suddenly get so much money?" NHA Nai, on the other hand, was happy to see someone else's misfortune, thinking Lam Dao, who always hated seeing others do better than him, got what he deserved. Ka Duyet, however, seemed thoughtful. "Why do I feel like Tran Mac is hiding a lot of secrets?" Queen Than raised an eyebrow and started calculating. "I can't believe this kid Tran Mac is so loaded. I'll definitely have to make him get a bigger room when we get back." Tinchin smiled and asked, "Little brother, should we cut this raw stone open right here on the spot?" Tran Mac nodded, telling him to cut it. The loud sound of the stone cracking echoed as everyone waited in buzzing anticipation. Green rind, it's a green rind. The moment the crystal was revealed, someone with a sharp eye recognized it and shouted, "That's a ruby crystal, and inside there's a cat's eye red diamond." "Congratulations, little brother!" The hall practically exploded. "What, a red diamond that big has to be worth over 200 million, right? This kid is way too lucky." Van Hung sidled up with a flattering smile. "Congratulations, Mr. Tran. Next, please help me pick one out." Tranmak rested his chin on his hand, looking bored. "It's just a gemstone containing some fire attribute origin energy, that's all," Tin An said sharply. "Everyone, I'm afraid someone intentionally claimed these raw stones were worthless to gain your trust, then schemed to buy a valuable stone at a low price." People started gathering and pointing fingers at Dong Han. "Boss Z, you're so devious, we were all tricked by that Z guy. Boss Z, what you did was completely unethical." Thian Nai also gritted his teeth in hatred and warned, "Boss Z, my Lam family will remember this debt." Tin Yan respectfully brought the item over himself. "Mr. Tran, thank you for exposing Z Donghan's true colors. After the stone gambling convention is over, I have a gift to thank you." He replied politely, "Then thank you, boss company." Van Hung teased from the side, "Old Ko, don't be stingy with your thank you gift now." Tin Han replied unhappily, "Don't worry, I Ko am not that kind of cheapskate." Tran Mac casually tossed the crystal to Tung Tu, who was standing behind him. "Hold this for me." The old man fumbled to catch it and said, "As you command." The onlookers were endlessly shocked that was a priceless blood-red diamond, and he just casually let someone else hold it for him. NHA Nai thought to herself, now Tran Mac is a real man. Queen Than rubbed her chin, calculating, if we made that diamond into a ring, wouldn't it be gorgeous? Tin An returned to the auction stage and announced loudly, "All right, next, let's bring out the 6th raw stone." After that, nobody believed a word Yu Donghan said. Chu Wenhong consulted Chen Mo multiple times, spending a ton of money. Jing An, all smiles, announced, "Next up is the 17th raw stone." Without even looking, Chen Mo raised his hand and bid 500,000. Someone in the crowd gasped, "That kid is just shouting out prices." But another person, still a believer, said, "Let's bid 2, it might be a top-tier jade." It had been a long time since Jing An had smiled this much. He couldn't even hide his grin with both hands. The price of the raw stone just kept climbing higher. 6 million, 7 million, 10 million. 11 million! Donghan shot up to his feet and screamed 30 million. When the stone was cut open, the crowd started murmuring again. Sure enough, it showed green, but its value was absolutely no more than 10 million. Yu Donghan looked like he was about to cry from the huge loss. Donghan was shaking with rage, completely speechless. Chen Mo rested his chin on his hand and let out a breath, thinking to himself, "That's a wood spirit jade, it's not even about the money." After all the raw stones had been auctioned, Jing'an happily announced, "The stone gambling convention has concluded successfully. Thank you all for attending." Just as Chen Mo was about to leave, the man rushed over with an inviting gesture. "Master Chen, please come backstage with me." Hearing that, Wen Hong guessed, "Old Gu, are you taking Master Chen to the Zhenbao Hall warehouse?" Jing'an raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course. Like I said, I have to properly thank Master Chen." Inside the Zhenbao Hall warehouse, countless valuable raw stones were displayed on shelves. Wen Hong couldn't help but gasp. "Holy cow, look at all this." Jing'an looked at Chen Mo happily. "Master Chen, to show my gratitude, please pick any 3 stones you like from here. They're my gift to you." Chen Mo said politely, "Boss Gu, this gift is a little too generous." Wen Hong was also in disbelief. "Old Gu, are you really going to let Master Chen pick whatever he wants? He could easily pick the 3 most expensive ones." Jing'an truly didn't seem to care, waving his hand dismissively. "Haha, Master Chen can pick freely. I won't go back on my word." Chen Mo lowered his gaze slightly. "Boss Gu, just tell me, what do you need my help with?" Jing'an chuckled awkwardly. "So Master Chen has already figured it out? Well, I won't beat around the bush then." He clasped his hands and explained, "In a few days I have a transaction with some friends, and I was hoping to bring Master Chen along for your expertise." Surprisingly, Chen Mo was very easygoing this time. "Since Boss Gu is being so generous, I suppose I'll have to agree." Jing'an nodded eagerly. "Thank you so much, Master Chen." Chen Mo took a lap around the warehouse to make his choices. Ching Cheng wondered curiously, "With so many raw stones, can this guy really pick out the most valuable items in here?" Jing'an also watched intently, thinking to himself, "I'm getting more and more curious, which stones will he actually pick?" After sizing everything up, Chen Mo made his decision. "I'll take these 3. Please cut them open, Boss Gu." Jing'an opened the 3 stones and placed them on the table, secretly celebrating. Even though all 3 stones had gems, their value isn't very high. Looks like Chen Mo misjudged this time. But even though he thought that, on the surface he kept a smiling face and praised him. "Haha, Master Chen certainly has a keen eye. None of these 3 stones were empty. All of them revealed green." Wen Hong also chimed in to flatter him. "Master Chen is so kind, you really went easy on old Gu." Chen Mo said with satisfaction, "Pack them up, let's go." Song Zi immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Once everything was gathered, the group headed out, only to be blocked the moment they stepped outside. Donghan stood there with his hands in his pockets, saying arrogantly, "You can leave, but the blood diamond stays." Wen Hong's expression soured as he shouted, "Yo, you mad dog! Do you dare rob someone in broad daylight? Let me tell you, this is Chai Sang, not Ruhe." Jing'an's smile vanished and he frowned. "Boss Yu, what you're doing is against the rules." Donghan's face darkened as he retorted, "It's not that I want to break the rules. It's just that this brat doesn't know his place and has offended Master Wang." Wen Hong looked confused. "Master Wang, who's that?" A figure slowly stepped out from the crowd. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yongshan spoke coldly. "In Jianye district, who else besides me would dare to be called Master Wang?" Seeing his face clearly, Wen Hong cried out in terror, "The devil ghosts fear Wang Yongshan." Yongshan said pompously, "Boy, hand over the blood diamond. It's not something a mere mortal like you can possess." Seeing this, Wen Hong hesitated while Jing'an broke out in a cold sweat. He stepped closer to reason with him. "Master Chen, you should just hand over that blood diamond. Master Wang's power is something we can't even imagine." Chen Mo lowered his gaze, asking with feigned surprise, "Oh, is this Master Wang really that impressive?" Seeing his reaction, Jing'an had no choice but to explain, "Master Wang runs a spiritual practice. He can capture ghosts, exorcise demons, bridge the worlds of yin and yang, and even control spirits. He's terrifyingly good at reaping souls, which is why people call him the devil ghost's fear." Chen Mo gave a non-committal, "Is that so?" Then he said coldly, "How about this, you want the blood diamond, trade your life for it." Yongshan was clearly enraged by him. His eyes flashed, and a strange light began to glow around him. "Brat, if you're seeking death, then I shall grant you your wish." With that said, he pulled a jar covered in talismans from his sleeve. A ghost he had summoned emerged from within it. Chen Mo remained perfectly still. Yongshan's face twisted into a vicious snarl as he commanded the ghost, "Go devour his soul!" The ghost obeyed and shot straight towards Chen Mo. When Hong Jing-an and the others scattered in a panic, "A ghost, it's a real ghost." Ching Cheng also covered her mouth in terror, saying, "A ghost in broad daylight." Tang Tang quickly moved to shield her, warning, "Miss, be careful." At the same time, Song Zi lunged in front of Chen Mo. "You'll have to go through me." But he must have forgotten that the thing rushing forward was a ghost. It passed right through his body effortlessly. By the time he realized what had happened, it was too late. He spun around and screamed, "Young master, watch out!" The spirit tore through the air toward him, but Chen Mo didn't even flinch. In an instant, it was just a few feet away. He raised his hand to summon lightning, saying, "How dare a lowly soul act so insolent?" Chen Mo pointed and commanded, "Thunder, come!" The spirit was instantly obliterated. A terrified Vin Sun dropped to his knees, begging, "I didn't realize a celestial master was present. I have offended you. Please spare me." Chen Mo's voice was firm. "You raised a ghost to wreak havoc, harming countless innocent lives. How could I possibly spare you?" The moment he finished speaking, another bolt of lightning descended, striking the man directly. Vinsun's eyes rolled back into his head. His body went limp as he fell backwards. Donghan was absolutely horrified. He couldn't believe his eyes, saying, "This kid can actually summon lightning to obliterate spirits and kill Master Wang so easily." He fell to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. "Master, I was forced into this by Wang Vinsun, please spare me." Tin An, who had run away earlier, had returned at some point and couldn't stop marveling.
Master Chen, you are the real master here. Van Hung's eyes sparkled as he grinned widely and said, Master Chen, you're like a celestial master who has descended to the mortal world. Chen Mo replied honestly, I'm not a celestial master.
"I am just a cultivator who knows a few techniques." Despite what he said, Van Hung and the others kept praising him. Van Hung clasped his hands respectfully and said, "In our eyes, Master Chen is a true immortal." Tin Yan also clasped his hands and bowed. "We hope for Master Chen's guidance in the future." Ching Cheng was also stunned, wondering, how is he so powerful? Is he even human? Tang Tang, standing next to her, speculated, could Chen Mo's cultivation method be related to lightning? Chen Mo looked down at the kneeling Dong Han and said coldly, "Seeing as this is your first offense, I will spare your life. Before sunrise tomorrow, transfer 50 million to my account and never set foot in Chaisang again." He warned menacingly, "If you don't, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth and take your life." Dong Han replied with a trembling voice, "I will do everything you say." Suddenly the sound of crisp applause echoed. "Excellent, truly excellent." Tian Yai approached with a smile, saying, "I never expected to witness Taoist lightning magic today." It was quite an eye-opener. He tilted his chin disdainfully. "I told you that useless trash Dong Han couldn't stop them." Right, Wubo nodded in agreement. "Young master is brilliant." Noticing their strange attitude, Van Hung asked, "What do you want?" Tian Yai simply raised an eyebrow. "Relax, I have no intention of offending a master." He then looked toward Ching Cheng and proposed, "I merely wish to invite this stunning beauty for a drink. Would you do me the honor?" Ching Cheng frowned and Tang Tang moved to block her, shouting angrily, "Get lost!" Not taking the hint, Tian Yai rubbed his chin. "Hey, it would be even better with both you little beauties." Chen Mo looked at Tang Tang and instructed, "Let's see how much your skills have improved." She immediately replied, "All right." She clenched her fists and warned sharply, "If you want to lay a hand on my lady, you'll have to get past me first." Tian Yai scoffed and ordered, "Wubo, don't hurt her. I have a soft spot for pretty things." Wubo's face grew grim. "Don't worry, young master. This old man knows his limits." Tang Tang lunged, throwing a flurry of punches, but he effortlessly blocked them without moving his feet. "Not bad. The power of a lesser inner realm warrior." Suddenly, his eyes glinted as he thrust his palm straight into Tang Tang's chest. The blow landed, and she clutched her chest with a pained groan. Wubo pulled back his hand, saying, "If not for the young master's soft spot for beauties, that blow would have ended you." Chen Mo's entire demeanor turned dark. Without looking at Tang Tang, he reminded her, "It seems you are still too weak." She frowned, accepting the criticism. "My skills are insufficient. I'm counting on you now." Overhearing them, Tian Yai became guarded. "If you dare interfere, you'll become an enemy of my Lin family." Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. "In my eyes, your Lin family is nothing but an ant." As expected, his words infuriated Tian Yai, who pointed enraged. "You dare insult my Lin family?" "Wubo, cripple him." Wubo charged madly, his hands morphing into razor-sharp claws. "Die, you brat." Chen Mo casually raised his hand as a torrent of energy gathered around him. His voice echoed coldly, "I will kill you." He clenched his fist and punched toward Wubo with ease. The old man screamed horribly, his eyes bulging as he collapsed backward. Tian Yai watched in horror and blurted out, "Wubo is a greater inner realm warrior. How could he go down in just one hit?" "We're not finished," Chen Mo said, lowering his hand and turning to face him. "Now it's your turn." Tian Yai was scared out of his mind, but still tried to talk tough. "What do you think you're doing? If you dare touch me, the Lin family will absolutely not spare you." Chen Mo looked at him unhappily and declared, "As punishment, I will break both of your legs today." Tian Yai's eyes went wide, and he quickly fell to his knees to beg, "Brother, I was blind to your greatness. Please spare me. My Lin family will be sure to reward you generously." Chen Mo looked at him with disgust and said, "Too late." Without a shred of mercy, Chen Mo stomped down hard on Tian Yai's knees. A sickening crack of breaking bones sent a chill down everyone's spine. He opened his mouth to scream in agony. He collapsed onto the ground, his body shaking violently, yet he couldn't drop his arrogant act. Humiliated, he gritted his teeth and warned through the pain, "The Lin family will not let you get away with this." Tin An's brows furrowed deeply as he thought to himself, "This man is someone you must never offend." Van Hung was also scared stiff. His lips trembled as he made a silent resolution. "We absolutely have to get on his good side." Get on his good side! The scene shifts to night with the moon hanging in the sky. A hand reaches out to turn a doorknob. Rooms had been arranged for Master Chen Yan, Qing Qing, and Tang Tang. Chen Mo entered the room and let out a sigh of relief, finally getting some time to himself. He laid out all the stones he won at the auction today on the table. He eyed them and calculated, "With these gems I can break through to the second layer of the Qi Condensation stage." Too bad Ching Cheng had no idea what he was planning. She was still lying in bed scheming about what excuse she could use to trick him out of that red diamond. She thought excitedly to herself, it would look so beautiful if I made it into a ring. Scene changed to late at night with a sky full of stars. Chenmo's eyes suddenly shot open. He sat cross-legged, formed a hand seal and turned around. A brilliant golden aura enveloped him. He had successfully reached the second layer of Qi Condensation. He frowned and thought, the current cultivation resources are too scarce. I'll have to give up on the 9 revolutions golden body from my past life. I'll cultivate the Soul Origin Sect's Undying Soul Origin art, first using it as my primary body tempering technique for now. Scene changed to a table laden with delicious food. Here, eat this. With a hidden agenda, Ching Cheng took great care of Chenmo during the meal. Try this, don't be shy, Tang Tang made it all. It's hot, be careful not to burn yourself. Tang Tang squinted in confusion, while Song Zi, who was past the age for puppy love, tried to ignore them and focus on his food. Ching Cheng smiled brightly and asked Chenmo, "Can I borrow that red diamond of yours to take a look?" Chenmo replied very calmly, "Eat your food." Scene changed to the #1 family in Linzhou. Lin Tianya sat in a wheelchair screaming non-stop. "Father Wubo is dead, my legs are broken, I'll make that bastard wish he was never born." The head of the Lin family, Lin Kun, sat with his eyes closed, composing himself. His expression was so calm that no one knew what he was thinking. His subordinates anxiously said, "Family head, if we don't get revenge for this, the Lin family will lose all its prestige." "That's right, family head, we must annihilate his entire family." Lin Kun suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, "Lin Rufeng, you take some men and deal with Chu Wenxiang. From now on, Saigon's underworld will bear the Lin family name." Rufeng took a step forward, bowed respectfully and replied, "Understood." Scene change. 3 days later, everyone was gathered in the meeting room. Wenxiang's face was gaunt, as if he hadn't slept in days. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, "For the past few days, the Lin family has been relentlessly attacking my territory tonight. They're sending an inner circle master to kill me." The head martial arts instructor of the non-Hong sect, Zhong Chenghua, glanced over and spoke with a scornful tone. "Boss Chu, you shouldn't have invited some kid who isn't even grown up to be your backup, right?" Wenxiang forced a smile and replied, "Master Zhong, don't be fooled by Master Chen's youth, he commands lightning arts. His strength is profound, you know." Wei Hua didn't even bother to look, he just sneered. "What stupid lightning arts, it's all just cheap parlor tricks." Chenmo remained silent. Song Zi was fuming with anger. Ching Cheng saw right through it, thinking with boredom, Zhong Chenghua just wants to use Chenmo's humiliation to make himself look extraordinary. Tang Tang's face darkened, waiting for Chenmo to show his true strength, just to see the look on Zhong Chenhua's face. The clock struck 9 on the dot. Rufeng suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. "Chu Wenxiang, you've found yourself some backup. Does this mean you're rejecting my conditions?" "Lin Rufeng of the Lin family." Wenxiang frowned, clearly displeased. "Lin Rufeng, don't push it. I've already given up 1/3 of my territory." Rufeng shot back without missing a beat. "Chu Wenxiang, the one who broke young Master Lin's legs was your guest. Who else would we come looking for?" He glanced at Chenmo and couldn't help but feel annoyed. This guy is nothing but trouble for me. Right after that, Wei Hua stepped up to back him up, making him visibly delighted. "Let me see what you're made of." Rufeng calmly asked, "An inner circle master, are you sure you want to make an enemy of the Lin family?" Wei Hua replied without a moment's hesitation. "Is the Lin family even worthy of being my enemy?" The moment the words left his mouth, Rufeng charged at him. "Fine, then I'll deal with you first. Then I'll take Chu Wenxiang's pathetic life." Rufeng threw a kick at him, but he managed to block it with his hand and kicked back at him. Old man Song Zi, watching their fight, couldn't help but exclaim, "Young master. These two are evenly matched, who's going to win?" Chenmo replied nonchalantly, "What do you think?" The old man hesitantly named Zhang Weihua. Chenmo spoke up. "Wrong, Zhang Weihua has only just entered the inner circle and his foundation is unstable. Plus, he's way too arrogant, he'll definitely lose in less than 10 moves." Back in the fight, Rufeng threw a powerful punch and Wei Hua used all his strength to block it. Immediately after the shock of the blow made him spit up blood. Rufeng looked down at him and said disdainfully, "I was going easy on you." Wei Hua suppressed his pain and turned to Wenxiang. "Boss Chu, my skills were inferior." He looked astonished, even Zhang Wei Hua had been defeated. Chenmo slowly stepped forward and said, "Actually, I'm the one who broke Lin Tianao's legs." When Rufeng heard this, he couldn't help but wonder, "How is that possible? You're not an inner circle martial artist at all." He replied with an indifferent tone, "Are inner circle martial artists really that rare?" Rufeng's face darkened as he retorted, "What do you mean you think inner circle martial artists are like carrots in a warehouse, you can find them everywhere?" Wei Hua, who was in less pain, now chimed in, "I only became an inner circle martial artist at the age of 40. So don't be so arrogant, you brat." Chenmo took out a small bottle, poured out a pill, and then turned to Song Zi and said, "Swallow it." Tang Tang and Ching Cheng, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but be surprised. "A foundation establishment pill, could it be?" Song Zi's eyes widened as he looked at him. He obeyed, "Yes." Then he took the pill and swallowed it. Instantly, a massive surge of power enveloped him. Seeing this, Wenxiang was completely stunned. What's going on? Is he taking medicine before he's even injured? Meanwhile, Wei Hua thought contemptuously, just putting on a mysterious act. Rufeng fell into a contemplative silence. Could it be? No way, that's just too much. A moment later, Songzi's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he knelt before Chen Mo. This disciple can never repay the master's great kindness. Chen Mo coldly said, "Go, don't embarrass me." Songzi erupted with an overwhelming power that completely baffled Ru Feng. Insulting my master is a death sentence. His eyes widened in shock. Mastery of the inner realm. How is that possible? Meanwhile, Wei Hua cried out in alarm. Fake, it must be fake. This is just some secret art to simulate a higher realm. Seizing the opportunity, Songzi charged at Ru Feng. He roared, "Die." Ru Feng instinctively raised his hand to block Songzi's punch, but the blow was so powerful it shattered his bones. He was immediately sent flying 26 feet away. Wei Hua's jaw dropped as he thought to himself, "So it's real. He's truly at the mastery of the inner realm. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Seeing things were bad, one thought flashed through Ru Feng's mind escape. Songzi closed in on him. "You want to run, not a chance." Right after the old man threw another punch. It landed squarely on his back without missing a beat. He coughed up blood, his eyes wide with shock. "Lin Ru Feng dead," Songzi warned again. "I told you insulting my master is a death sentence." After witnessing that absolute power, Wei Hua bowed his head and knelt. "Chen Mo Grandmaster, I was blind not to recognize your greatness. Please spare me." He couldn't help but think in terror he can create an inner energy expert in a single moment. That method is terrifying, so just how strong is he? Chen Mo turned to Wen Xiong to give some instructions. "If the Lin family comes looking for trouble in the future, tell them to come find me directly." Wen Xiong replied, "Yes, sir." He turned to Songzi, who had returned to his normal state, and said, "Let's go." Wen Xiong spoke up timidly. "Grandmaster Chen, I'll have the driver take you home." Elsewhere, Tang Tang called to Ching Cheng, "Miss, we should head back too." As Chen Mo and Songzi walked out the gate, he said, "I will teach you a fist technique. Master it as soon as possible." He replied, "As you command." 2 days later, in the reception room of the Chen Bao Jing and family headquarters, Chen Mo's group was welcomed. "Please come in, Grandmaster Chen." Then Chen Mo's group walked confidently into the headquarters. A while later, Jing An began to introduce the guests present. "Allow me to introduce, this is Xue Yan and the old master from Nanling Prefecture." In Nanling Prefecture, when old master Xue speaks, no one dares to disagree. Chen Mo gave a slight smile and a nod. Jing An whispered to the old master, "Old master Xue, Grandmaster Chen isn't fond of formalities. Please forgive him." He smiled and replied, "It's a small matter." Then more new faces appeared. Boss Fang, Boss Gu. Next, a young man with slicked back hair showed up. "Boss Chin, my apologies for the discourtesy. For not greeting you from afar." Standing there, Dong Han and Grandmaster Ping spoke up. "All you bosses have been waiting a long time. I Sai must first apologize." Beside them, Jing An said with a stern face, "Did Boss Sai come here intentionally to intimidate us?" Before Dong Han could reply, he happened to see Chen Mo, who had been sitting on the sofa the whole time. He was shocked. "Why is he here too? I still haven't transferred him that money." But he quickly regained his composure. "But with the help of this expert, I don't need to be afraid of that kid Chen Mo anymore." Then Dong Han turned and ordered his subordinate, "Bring out the items for the esteemed elders to see." The guests looked at the items and couldn't help but wonder, "What is this?" "We don't understand, Boss Sai, please introduce them." In front of the guests, a pearl was displayed, a bodhisattva statue, and a bagua compass. He crossed his arms and said, "Why don't you all appraise them first?" Xue Yan chuckled and said, "We invite Master DeLong to appraise them." Jing An turned to Xue Yan in surprise and asked, "Could this be true Master DeLong from the Lingbao Temple of Jieyang Mountain?" Xue Yan smiled and replied, "Precisely." Meanwhile, Chen Mo coolly observed the situation. This true Master DeLong has a flickering aura of spiritual energy around him. So cultivators really do exist on this planet, but for some reason the orthodox path has been lost, with only a few remnants left. Then this Master DeLong approached the table with the artifacts, performed a spell, and chanted "Open." Immediately the pearl emitted a beautiful green light. Master DeLong declared, "This pearl must be a relic from an enlightened true master imbued with spiritual energy. It has the effect of enhancing mental clarity and improving sleep." After hearing this, the others couldn't help but be amazed. The cool energy radiating from this pearl really does make me feel more alert. It gives a sense of mental clarity. I want this pearl. Next, he used his spell on the bodhisattva statue Open. He immediately felt the power of this statue. This is a bodhisattva statue that was consecrated by a distinguished monk. Having this bronze statue of the Ksitigarbha bodhisattva in your home can protect it from evil spirits. The others went into a frenzy. "I want this thing too. It's a warding treasure. I'm terrified of ghosts. I have to get this treasure." Moving to the last item, Master DeLong shouted "Open," but the Bagua stone showed no reaction at all. Seeing this, he had no choice but to say, "Forgive my poor insight. I see nothing special about this Bagua jade." Dong Han, standing beside him, couldn't help but lament, "What a pity, of the 3 treasures I brought, this jade piece is the most valuable." Then Dong Han turned and said, "We invite Grandmaster Ping." Grandmaster Ping stroked his beard and chuckled, "Your cultivation is still shallow, so don't show off your petty tricks in front of others." Master DeLong was completely stunned. "I've never heard the name Grandmaster Ping before." Immediately, he unleashed his power for everyone to see. "That's because you are ignorant. Watch closely." After he used his spell on the Bagua stone, instantly it emitted an incredibly warm energy. Everyone else felt extremely comfortable, so relaxed, like being in their mother's arms as a child. Master Duke Long bowed respectfully and said, "So you're a master of the Taoist arts. I was clumsy, please forgive me, senior." Master Bin replied bluntly, "You should go back and cultivate for another 30 years. He then turned to the crowd and continued, "This is a miraculous artifact that can nourish the body and extend one's lifespan." Hearing the words extend one's lifespan, all the guests shot to their feet. Extend lifespan. This jade stone really does nourish the body. A treasure? This is a real treasure. In a hidden corner, Dong Han and Master Bin exchanged a look that couldn't be more cunning. Tin An asked Dong Han doubtfully, "Is Boss Shu really willing to sell such a precious treasure?" He answered confidently, "That's because I have an even better treasure, which is why I'm willing to sell these 3 items. Or does Boss Gu have a different opinion?" Tin An then turned to Tran Mak and gave him a friendly smile. "Then let's ask Master Tran to help me appraise it." Dong Han immediately spoke up, "Boss Gu, are you making some kind of mistake? He's just a middle schooler letting a kid do the appraisal. Boss Gu, stop joking around." Tin An waved his hand to explain, "Everyone please calm down and listen to Master Tran's opinion." He was sweating bullets wondering if the kid could actually do it. Tran Mak must have a good eye for this. Master Bin said to the crowd, "Then let's invite Master Tran to take a look." Dong Han, standing beside him, added sarcastically, "Master Tran, don't just mess around with it." Tran Mak stood up holding the Bagua jade piece. He asked seriously, "Do you really want me to say it?" Faced with Tran Mak's question, Dong Han suddenly hesitated. At that moment, Master Bin, who was beside him, spoke up. Tran Mak waved his hand, performed a spell, and declared, "These 3 items are all fakes." His words caused an uproar in the crowd. What, is he serious? He can't be just talking nonsense, right? We've all tested the effects of these treasures. Then Tran Mak explained further. This ordinary pearl has been infused with a bit of dark energy by someone, causing a refreshing neural illusion, but long-term exposure will cause the dark energy to cling to you. That Bodhisattva statue is the same. Not only can it not ward off evil, but it will also summon souls and raise ghosts. Inside this Bagua, jade piece is a simple formation that can catalyze the water elemental energy contained within it. Water elemental energy can indeed nourish the body, but the user needs to use their own spiritual energy to activate the formation, so ordinary people can't use it at all. He exposed this entire fraudulent scheme without missing a single detail. Dong Han and Master Bin were immediately bombarded with criticism, so they were scammers, despicable, daring to bring fakes to deceive people. "Shu Dong Han, you're so shameless." Tran Mak turned to Master Bin. "You must be from the same sect as that Master Wang, right?" He felt exposed and gritted his teeth. "You brat, first you killed my junior brother and now you've ruined my plans. I'll skin you alive and grind your bones to dust." He leaned back, opening his mouth wide to unleash his technique. He breathed out a bizarre black smoke to attack him. "Go." That black smoke contained extremely ferocious skull-faced demons. Seeing this, the surrounding guests scattered in panic. "Ghosts! It's ghosts, help me!" He cackled and declared, "Today I'll let you taste what it's like to be devoured by the souls I've raised. 6 ghost soul devourer." Tran Mak said without a trace of fear, "No matter if you have tens of thousands of wraiths, my lightning is enough to destroy them all." He shouted to summon the lightning. "Thunder come." His technique left Master Bin stunned. "The Heavenly Thunder Dao, art you're a successor of the Heavenly Master sect." Tran Mak didn't waste words shouting perish, and a bolt of lightning immediately struck down, blasting away the ghosts. The lightning streaked towards him. Master Bin instantly breathed out smoke, then summoned a smoke clone of himself to block the attack. The smoke clone charged forward to attack Tran Mak. However, it was easily obliterated by his heavenly thunder. He was also hit by the attack. "Master, please spare me," he said with a stern face. "You've harmed countless living beings for your cultivation, even if the heavens forgive you." "I will not!" Then he clenched his fist and unleashed Calvo Men. "Die!" Master Bin was obliterated, and Tin An cried out in shock. Master Tran's divine might is on full display, destroying a wraith with his bare hands. Then he turned to look at Dong Han. "Boss Shu, you agreed to send me the money, have you forgotten?" He was totally freaked out and said, "How could I dare forget Master Tran's orders? I'll go back and prepare it for Master Tran right away." He stared at him and uttered a threat. "I believe I said if the money doesn't arrive, neither will your life." Dong Han was so scared he dropped to his knees. "Master Tran, I already prepared the money. It was Calvo Men who threatened me not to send it. Please give me one more chance, I'll send it immediately. Send double." He didn't listen to a word and ordered his disciple, "It's too late, Tung Tu." Tung Tu immediately punched him straight in the face. Shu Dong Han died. Elsewhere, everyone in the hall bowed respectfully. Master Tran's divine might is on full display, we are in awe. Meanwhile, Queen Than thought to herself, "If I had this kind of power, who would dare interfere with my destiny?" Tran Mak ordered Tung Tu. "Go get that Bagua jade piece, I need it." He replied, "Yes, sir." He looked at the Bagua jade and thought, with this water attribute jade stone, I can set up the 5 elements spirit gathering formation. Tran Mak turned to the remaining people and said, "Whoever is willing to take over Shu Dong Han's forces, I'll take half of the assets, but of course I won't take it for nothing." Tin Yan immediately smiled and said fawningly, "Master Tran, you are the honored guest I invited." Of course I'll handle it, but he was secretly thinking that if anything unfair happened in the future, he could just ask Chen Mo to step in. Chen Mo sealed the deal, saying, "All right, it's settled then." Jing'an couldn't hide his joy. He'd totally scored big time. Surprisingly, Shui Yan knelt and kowtowed to him. Master Chen, I am willing to submit to you. Please take care of me. This act made everyone else stare in disbelief, but it started a chain reaction as a whole line of big shots knelt and bowed to him. Please take care of us, Master Chen. We are willing to submit. Standing in the middle of them all, he said loud and clear, Fine then. But if anyone here is just pretending to be loyal, don't blame me for being ruthless. They all replied in unison. We wouldn't dare, Boss Chin thought to himself. Master Chen is just too awesome. The guy kneeling next to him, Boss Fang, couldn't help but speculate. From this day forward, a good chunk of the business world will probably be run by Master Chen. Mr. DeLong couldn't help but sigh in admiration now. This is a true master living in the mortal world, but not bound by it. A few days later, this is bad, this is really bad, Master Chen. It was the panicked voice of Wen Xiong. He called him on the phone. The Lin family has made their move they want. To challenge you, Master Chen, in 3 days at the shore of Yangi Lake to settle things. On top of that, a pale-faced Jing'an told him, Master Chen, they killed Xue Chanhuo and said that if we don't submit to the Lin family by then, they'll kill us the same way. You have to get justice for us. After hearing this, Chen Mo replied, I got it. In 3 days, Chen Mo will definitely be there. The scene changes to Yangi Lake. The group that had just pledged allegiance to Chen Mo had already gathered at the meeting spot. Why isn't Master Chen here yet? It's about time, right? Jing'an anxiously tried to call, but he couldn't reach Master Chen. Wen Xiong spoke up to reassure them. Don't be impatient. The Lin family's people haven't arrived yet either. From a distance, a fleet of cars pulled up to the lakeshore, and a group of people got out lining up neatly in 2 rows as if they were welcoming their VIP. Suddenly, a man appeared laughing boisterously as he glided across the surface of the water. The group shouted in unison, We welcome the third elder. The man called the third elder was named Lin Jianfeng, making a totally badass entrance in front of the whole crowd. The water around him rippled gently as he stopped standing firm in the middle of the lake. He scanned the crowd and then said, Where's Chen Mo? Did the reputation of my Lin family scare him off? But on the shore, Jing'an spotted Chen Mo and shouted, It's Master Chen. Chen Mo's group is here. Master Chen has arrived. Master Chen has arrived. Wen Xiong let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Master Chen is finally here. Jianfeng put on an arrogant air and challenged him. Kid, kneel and beg for mercy now and I might spare your life. Without flinching, Chen Mo shot back. Are all of you from the Lin family this stupid? Jianfeng confidently replied. You can talk once you've won. Make your move. Hearing this, Songzi snorted in anger. If you want to challenge the young master, you'll have to get through me first. This didn't intimidate Jianfeng at all. Instead, he just got cockier. You're courting death, so I'll grant you your wish. Of course, Songzi was ticked off by his attitude and yelled, How arrogant! The two immediately clashed, trading blows back and forth, neither giving an inch. The scene left everyone watching completely stunned with their jaws dropped. Wen Xiong just looked at Jing'an in utter confusion. At that moment, an earth-shattering blow landed. Jianfeng and Songzi were finally forced apart. After clashing for a while, Jianfeng was getting tired and switched to threats. Your strength is not bad at all. If you pledge loyalty to my Lin family, I guarantee you'll have a bright future. Otherwise, I will have to kill you today. Of course, Songzi wasn't fazed by the threat and shot back. Are you still dreaming? You're talking absolute nonsense. Being insulted to his face by the old man, he got angry and snapped, You don't know what's good for you. He then drew his sword. My Lin family is most famous not for our martial skills, but for our sword techniques. With the sword in hand, he confidently declared, You can regret this with your life. Without a moment's hesitation, he attacked Song Zi, Dragon Gate 3-layered waves, fired up Song. Zi didn't back down and countered, Heavenly Profound 3 fists, Mountain Breaker. Their spiritual powers clashed, creating a blinding flash of light that made everyone cover their eyes. Unexpectedly, Jianfeng's sword clattered to the ground. He could never have imagined that he would actually lose to Song Zi, exclaiming, What was that fist technique? How could it be so powerful? Song Zi casually replied, Powerful. My technique is nothing compared to the young master's. You're just too weak. The old man's words made him glance over at Chen Mo, wondering to himself, Is he not just some normal guy? Or is his cultivation level so high that I can't even sense it? Realizing he couldn't win, he decided to flee. But Chen Mo wasn't just going to let him escape. Did I say you could leave? Naturally, this question didn't scare Jianfeng, and in fact, it made him even more confident. My movement technique is second to none. Even if you're a grandmaster, you can't possibly catch me. Just then, Chen Mo started gathering his spiritual energy. The sword that had fallen to the ground was controlled by him flying up and chasing after Jianfeng. He ruthlessly sent the man to meet his maker. This left Jianfeng in a panic, thinking in his final moments, No, impossible. After that, he plunged straight into the water below. This terrifying sight made Tang Tang and Ching Cheng's jaws drop in shock. Tang Tang even thought to herself, Chen Mo is that strong. As for Jianfeng's bodyguards, they were scared out of their minds. Immediately, everyone present dropped to their knees and cheered for Chen Mo. Master Chen's divine power is unmatched in this world. We are in awe. He simply gave a cold command to the Lion family. Scene changed to Lin Zhou. Inside the Lin family home, a commotion breaks out. Family head Jian Feng has been killed. What? An old man on the main seat hears this and mutters anxiously. Maybe it's time to ask him to show himself. He is the head of the Lin family, Lin Zun. Suddenly, a subordinate rushes in to report, "Family head, there's someone outside asking for you." Seeing the guy stuttering, he impatiently tells him to just say it. The terrified subordinate immediately relays the message. He says for you to come out and face your death. These words make his face turn pale with fear, and he asks, "Did he give a name? How old is he? How many people did he bring with him?" The subordinate quickly reports, "He looks like a student, says his name is Chen Mo, and he's by himself." This news makes him exclaim in shock, "By himself," at the same time outside. A Lin family subordinate is pinned under Chen Mo's foot, struggling angrily and screaming, "Let me go, you're dead meat, let me go." An old man, not daring to act rashly, just questions him, "Master Chen, your skills are truly impressive. Are you here to negotiate terms with my Lin family now?" This man is Lin Zun's younger brother, Lin Rui. Annoyed by his rambling, Chen Mo replies with cold disdain, "Negotiate, no?" He stomps hard on the disciple under his foot and declares, "I'm here to annihilate your family." Lin Rui drops the act and angrily challenges him, "Like hell you are! And no matter how strong you are, you can't even touch a single person from my Lin family." Not bothering to waste any more time on them, he coldly utters, "Spirit energy sword." He casually walks inside after taking care of the guys blocking his path, slaying them all with a single sword strike. Inside, Lin Zun hears nothing and urgently orders, "Why is it so quiet? Lin Shui, go check what's happening." Lin Shui acknowledges the order, replying, "Yes, sir." But before she can even move, Chen Mo walks in. There's no need. The moment Lin Zun sees him, he's shocked and yells, "How did you get in here? Where's Lin Rui?" Not bothering to answer him directly, he casually asks, "What do you think?" His arrogant attitude infuriates the family head, who declares, "Chen Mo, how dare you act so cocky here? You're not leaving this place alive today." Of course he isn't scared, and replies arrogantly, "Too bad dead men don't get to talk." Lin Zun begins to draw his sword. "You're not getting away." He brandishes his sword and in a fit of rage unleashes his move, Flowing Cloud 13 Swords. A series of his afterimages surround Chen Mo. Even so, he casually scoffs. "This looks like a kid's swordplay. It might not be bad for choreographing fights in a TV drama, though." Just as Lin Zun strikes, he leisurely stops the sword with just 2 fingers. "That's enough. I've had my fun, now it's your turn." This time it's his turn to attack Mountain Sundering Palm. This single palm strike sends him flying far away. The sight sends the other Lin family members into a panic. Family head, "What kind of technique is that? It's terrifyingly powerful." Chen Mo then gives Lin Zun a backhanded compliment. "To take one of my hits and still be alive, you're a little stronger than Lin Jianfeng, I'll give you that." Realizing he can't win, Lin Zun tries to make a deal. "Kid, let's end this here. From this day on, there will be no bad blood between us." "What do you say?" Of course, Chen Mo couldn't care less about his offer. "You still don't get it, do you? I'm here to annihilate your family." Seeing that he's dead serious about wiping out his entire clan, he switches to begging, "Master Chen, do you really have to push things this far and kill us all?" Just then, Chen Mo coldly calls out, "Lin Shui." She replies respectfully, "Master." This makes Lin Zun roar with fury. "Lin Shui, the Lin family treated you so well, why did you betray us?" Lin Shui is even more enraged. She clenches her fists and exposes the wicked things he did to her family, "Lin Zun. That year you drove my own mother to her death and murdered my father. You only raised me so you could continue to use me, right? You call that treating me well?" Without a shred of fear, she declares, "I want your Lin family's bloodline to end, to never recover for all of eternity." After letting Lin Shui have her say, Chen Mo speaks up. "Lin Shui told me you were investigating and planning to harm my family." "That's a line I never let anyone cross. Do you have any last words?" Lin Zun, now completely cornered, can only exclaim helplessly, "Chen Mo, today you've ruined my martial arts path." He powers up and screams, "And tomorrow I will destroy your entire family." The Lin family disciples see this and get excited. He's releasing his true Qi. He's floating in the air, he's breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. This time, the family head will definitely be able to kill Chen Mo. Lin Zun, filled with boundless rage, declares, "The price for this temporary realm transformation is the complete depletion of my cultivation foundation, but to kill you, it's worth it." Naturally, Chen Mo isn't afraid, and even taunts him. "Can you though? I'll give you a chance to try." Enraged by the taunt, he prepares to strike him. "Take this sword strike." The moment he finishes speaking, he slashes toward him. This sight makes Lin Shui anxious, and she wonders, this sword strike, can Chen Mo block it? Just then, Chen Mo makes his move, River Parting Fist. Seeing him use his bare fist to counter Lin Zun, scoffs smugly, "You dare try to block this with your bare hands, you're as good as dead." But he had clearly underestimated him, as Chen Mo's single punch easily shatters his spirit energy. Seeing the fist hurtling toward him, he screams in terror, "No!" However, he was still sent to meet his ancestors. After finishing off Lin Zun, Chen Mo sighs to himself, "That used up way too much spirit energy. You really can't underestimate a grandmaster." Unlike him, the other Lin family disciples were scared out of their minds by the sight. Our incredibly powerful family head was killed in an instant. Meanwhile, Lin Shui realized just how strong Chen Mo truly was. "I chose correctly. Chen Mo is powerful enough. as soon as she collected herself. The Lin family disciples all shouted at each other to escape. Run, of course Chen Mo wasn't going to let them go. They wanted to run. He easily took care of the whole bunch. After dealing with them, he turned to ask Lin Shui. The direct bloodline of the Lin family is gone and their resources can't be wasted. So can you take control of the Lin family now? Lin Shui replied straightforwardly. As long as the young master supports me, I can do it. However, she also reminded Chen Mo of one issue. But before that, we have to kill one person. Hearing her say that he already knew who she was talking about. You mean Lin Tianhao? I'll leave him to you. He also gave her a medicinal pill. This is an origin recovery pill. Your current realm is the minor completion stage of the outer realm. I'll help you advance so you can manage the Lin family. This trust from him made her respond gratefully. Thank you, master. Suddenly, Chen Mo asked, with so many people from the Lin family dying at once, can you handle it and come up with ways to deal with the outside world? Lin Shui replied confidently. You don't need to worry. In the martial arts world, the officials will turn a blind eye. Hearing that, he was relieved and said, so that's how it is. 3 days later, at an underground auction in Shahe Prefecture, Huaishi district. Yan Ni heard from her friend that these kinds of underground auctions have all sorts of weird stuff, and she even heard there are magical artifacts, which made her wonder. Magical artifacts. Zhu Li, who was sitting next to her, spoke up. That's right. Haven't you seen one before? Me neither. So I asked my uncle to bring me to broaden my horizons. Unexpectedly running into her, she politely replied, my uncle and I came as well. It's nice to meet you. However, she couldn't help but regretfully think that it would have been great if she could have brought Chen Mo. Hearing this, the other girl scoffed. That broke loser. He's not even qualified to get in. Meanwhile, backstage in a lounge, Pei Yun politely offered Chen Mo a drink and asked curiously, Master Chen, why are you here? Chen Mo casually replied, I was heading to the nearby Lingwu mountain, and this auction happened to be going on, so I came to check it out. He asked her, I heard there's going to be a magical artifact in this auction. The scene changes to the exhibition room, where Pei Yun invites Chen Mo to look around at his leisure. Master Chen, I don't know much about magical artifacts, but everything is in here. Please feel free to look around and pick whatever you like. He didn't stand on ceremony and replied, all right. Just then something caught his eye, and he recognized what it was. It was a sword in the corner that had drawn his attention. This sword had a trace of true essence spiritual power left behind by a genuine cultivator. It seems this sword is the so-called magical artifact. He satisfyingly picked up the sword and thought to himself, as long as I reach the 3rd level of Qi Condensation, I can cultivate the flying sword divine ability. Chen Mo then turned to Pei Yun and said, I'll take this short sword and I'll consider it a favor I owe the Jin family. Hearing this, Pei Yun politely replied, Master Chen, you're being too kind. He then told her she didn't need to accompany him anymore. You go do your thing. I'll be leaving now. Hearing this, she eagerly said, I'll see Master Chen out. She escorted him out to the main event area. This scene was spotted by Yan Ni, who wondered, why is Chen Mo coming from backstage? Zhu Li also exclaimed in surprise, that's Chen Mo, and the person with him is from the Jin family. In another direction, a young master with spiky hair saw the scene and angrily yelled, Master Wu, you must help me get rid of that brat. Anyone who dares to get close to Jin Pei Yun must die. He was the eldest son of a branch of the Wei family, Wei Ziyun. The man he called Master Wu heard this and replied confidently, don't worry, getting rid of him will be as easy as squashing an ant. The next afternoon, Yan Ni was taking a walk and sighed. Even though we didn't see the magical artifact that was advertised at the auction, the scenery here on the Lingwu mountain is actually not bad at all. Walking behind her, a chubby old man complained tiredly, where on earth does the spirit herb grow in this mountain? We've been walking for so long and still haven't seen it. He was Murong Yan Ni's uncle Sun Jinkai. The young man next to him heard this and explained, Master, if spirit herbs were that easy to find, they wouldn't be called spirit herbs. He was Sun Jinkai's bodyguard, Ayu. He suddenly noticed a few people ahead of them and suggested, those people up ahead must know where the spirit herb is. We'll be fine if we just follow them. The people ahead were none other than Ziyun and Master Wu. He chuckled and said, Master Wu, quite a few people came up the mountain this time. I'm afraid they're all looking for the spirit herb. Hearing him say this, Master Wu smugly thought, the more people that come, the more they'll fight each other, and then we can just swoop in and take the prize. Just then, the whole group saw something and exclaimed, look, is that it? It turned out they were captivated by the beautiful scenery. The waterfall is so beautiful, and especially the fruit growing on the tree near the waterfall, the crimson fruit. It takes 50 years to grow one leaf, and another 50 years to bear one fruit. It can allow martial artists and cultivators to directly ascend one level. Master Wu recognized it as a good item at a glance, and quickly volunteered, only my Heavenly Ghost sect can utilize this crimson fruit to its fullest potential. I will later use it to break through to the Heavenly Ghost realm and build a solid foundation. Ziyun next to him excitedly shouted, Master, I see the spirit herb. Of course he saw it too, but he didn't forget to remind him. Don't get excited, calm down and observe the situation first. Just like him, everyone else present was reminding each other, this waterfall is as black as ink. It's incredibly strange, we can't act rashly. Suddenly he asked him, Master Wu, are they all just going to watch like this? Instantly the master came up with a wicked idea and plotted with him, you should say this. He gave a cunning smile and replied, Master, you're brilliant. And so Ziyun quickly began his plan. First he loudly introduced himself, everyone, I am Wei Ziyun, please listen to me for a moment. He just proposed an idea to the crowd. I'll keep it short. We're all here for that spirit fruit. I suggest whoever gets their hands on it first gets to keep it. Does everyone agree? Of course, everyone fell for his trick and started buzzing among themselves. It wasn't a bad idea. If you've got the skills, you get the prize. Right on cue, one idiot even ripped off his shirt to volunteer. I don't care what's in this waterfall, I'm going in. The second he finished speaking, he plunged right into the water. Seeing him go for it, the other guys immediately followed suit. This was the simplest and most effective way to do it. I'm going to give it a shot too. Let's swim over. The guy who volunteered first swam confidently ahead. This spirit fruit is mine, Grandmaster. My future is set seeing this, a worried Zi-Yun asked. Master Wu, what if he actually manages to pick the spirit fruit? Master Wu just scoffed and said confidently, Don't worry, he won't be able to get it. The lead swimmer kept pushing forward with fierce determination. The spirit fruit is mine. But before he could even celebrate, something suddenly dragged him straight down to the bottom of the lake. The sight made the guys swimming behind him freeze in absolute terror. Right where he had been just a moment ago. Where the volunteer was pulled under, a cloud of red blood spread across the water's surface. He struggled to break the surface, screaming, Help me! Suddenly, something that looked like a crocodile emerged right behind him. The sight made him scream in pure terror. And then it snatched him again. The other swimmers were so freaked out by this that they scrambled away as fast as they could. It's a monster run. On the shore. Zi-Yun's eyes went wide as she watched the scene unfold. Master Wu, is that the golden crocodile? It's terrifying. Master Wu then confirmed it for him. Yes, the golden crocodile here absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It protects the crimson fruit, so we have to eliminate it first. By now, the guys who had just jumped in had already scrambled back to shore. They asked each other in a panic, What the heck was that? A monster! If we want to get this spirit fruit, we have to kill the monster. It's in the water, so we can't use our full strength. Seeing that all of them had fled back to the shore, Master Wu angrily shouted a command. You bunch of useless trash! All of you get back in the water and lure that beast out so I can eliminate it. His words made them angry enough to talk back. You're telling us to go commit suicide. Why don't you get in the water and lure the monster out instead, and let us finish it off? Being challenged like this, he went berserk and growled, You dare to defy me. One guy in the crowd fearlessly confronted him, So what if I do? And just like that, without any mercy, he struck out at that young man. Then go die. A wave of Master Wu's spiritual energy passed through the guy, making his eyes look completely soulless. This caused the others to panic and murmur amongst themselves. What happened? What's going on? By now, the young man's skin had turned a deathly gray. Master Wu placed a hand on his forehead and gave him a gentle push, causing him to fall backward. He stated coldly, I have devoured his soul. He's dead. That horrifying sight made the others whisper in fear. Devouring a soul, how is that even possible? Using the murder he just committed as a blatant threat, he asked. Now does anyone else object to my idea? He then immediately ordered everyone into the water. No one is allowed to retreat without my command, or else you'll suffer an even more miserable death. Although they listened to Master Wu and got into the water, he of course didn't let them off, demanding they move a little further forward. Down in the lake were the young men who had been forced in when suddenly one of them was attacked by the golden crocodile. Not wanting to be sitting ducks, they quickly launched a counterattack. Despite trying to fight back with their weak spiritual power, they were no match for the golden crocodile. On the shore, Master Wu ordered them to lure it to the bank. The men immediately obeyed him and baited the golden crocodile closer to the shore. Seeing that it was close enough, he quickly flew up and prepared to attack. Watch me. You'd think he was about to unleash some epic move, but it turned out he just tapped it on the snout, then used the momentum to slice it in two. Wounded by his attack, it quickly dove back into the water and disappeared. This made him laugh triumphantly. But he didn't get to be smug for long, as the others present suddenly started screaming in fear. Master Wu, there's another one. Hearing their shouts, Master Wu's face went pale as he turned to look back. He never expected another one to appear, which made him scream his head off. How is there another golden crocodile? This golden crocodile was even bigger than the previous one. It used its mouth to gently nudge the baby crocodile that Master Wu had just killed. Seeing that its child was really gone, it roared in fury. You killed my child, all of you must die. The fact that this golden crocodile could speak made everyone there scream their heads off in terror. It can actually speak human language. This must be the real spirit beast protecting the 3-leaf vermilion fruit. Even Zi-Yun was so frightened that she trembled, fell flat on her butt, and exclaimed, This is a real monster. In the end, he wasn't fast enough to escape and was sent on his way. This bloody scene once again made everyone present turn pale with fear. They all started running for their lives. We can't fight it, let's run. Seeing everyone running, Master Wu shouted at them, Everyone, don't be afraid. Attack it together. We absolutely cannot be defeated by it. But because he was distracted, he was sent to the afterlife by the golden crocodile. Even in the moment he died, his eyes were wide, as if he couldn't believe what was happening. At the same time, Jing Kai was pulling Yanner's hand, running for their lives. Let's go. Just as she was fleeing, she happened to see someone. Turns out she had spotted Chenmo walking toward the golden crocodile. She quickly warned him. Chenmo, what are you doing here, run? Despite her frantic warning, he calmly replied, Don't be scared, I'm here, you'll be okay. His attitude left everyone there bewildered. Where did this kid come from? He's not running. What's he trying to do?
Just then, Chenmo walked up to the golden crocodile and called out to it. Hey! He casually made it an offer. Become my mount and I'll spare your life. His arrogance provoked it. It attacked him in a rage. Telling me to be your mount, you're asking for death. Seeing it dare to attack him, he said with displeasure, a refusal, what a shame. And so without holding back, he blew off one of its legs. This one blow from him sent a jolt of pain through the golden crocodile. It quickly dove into the water and said smugly, as long as I'm underwater, you can forget about ever getting the 3-leaf vermilion fruit. The onlookers saw this and lamented to each other. The golden crocodile got spooked, it probably won't come out again. It's basically invincible in the water, so it looks like no one's getting that spirit herb now. Chenmo himself felt he should deal with it right now, but this golden crocodile recognizes the 3-leaf vermilion fruit, which means it definitely knows its effects. If it eats it, dealing with it won't be easy for him. Looking at the 3-leaf vermilion fruit on the tree, he calculated the time, estimating there was about 1 hour left. And with so little time, he decided he couldn't wait any longer, he would have to use that move. When everyone saw him walking step by step towards the water, they panicked and started murmuring, he's going into the water, he's insane, he'll get eaten alive. Yan He worriedly warned him. Chenmo, you have to be careful. At that moment, Chenmo placed one foot on the water's surface, his spiritual energy allowing him to stand on it, which gave the onlookers quite a shock. What's going on here? His hair suddenly turned silver white, causing another stir among the crowd. Look, his hair turned white, he's aged. It looks like he's using some kind of secret technique. Without hesitating for another second, he slammed his hand onto the water's surface and yelled, parting the river. The water split in two from the force of Chenmo's blow. The golden crocodile caught in this attack was sent straight to its grave. Finally, its corpse fell onto the water, which had returned to normal. After using this technique, Chenmo was a bit exhausted and panting heavily. Seeing this, Yan He rushed over to check on him. Chenmo, are you okay? He nonchalantly replied, I'm fine, I'll be okay after a little rest. Next, she asked him, is that monster dead? He answered honestly, it's dead, completely dead. Suddenly, he turned to the crowd, and half asking, half threatening them, said, you guys escort her back safely. Behave and don't doubt whether I dare to kill someone. Of course, they didn't dare to go against his wishes. Don't worry, Great Master. We will absolutely get the job done. After hearing Chenmo's words, Yan He immediately understood what he wanted to do, and quickly suggested, Chenmo, you're going to get the spirit herb. I can wait for you. However, he refused her. No need, you go on ahead. Knowing she couldn't persuade him, she had no choice but to leave. All right, I'll head back first. You absolutely have to be safe. Seeing her thoughtful reminder, he replied gently, okay. After seeing her off, Chenmo approached the spirit herb step by step. The 3-leaf vermilion fruit was about to ripen, and the sweet fragrance of the spirit herb wafted through the air, making him realize, a strange fragrance, the spirit herb is fully mature. So he quickly picked the spirit herb and began to absorb it. I don't have a storage artifact yet. I need to take the 3-leaf vermilion fruit and refine it into a semi-finished pill to make sure its effects aren't lost. After absorbing it for a while, he successfully completed the process. Suddenly, he noticed something else on the tree. I bet no one knows this leaf is also a rare spirit herb. Next, he looked down at the water and thought to himself, this swamp is pitch black, containing an incredibly dense metal attribute elemental energy. The main reason is to confirm his thoughts. Chenmo proceeded to inspect the lake. What was revealed at the bottom made him realize with joy, it really is a metal essence. Jade metal generates water, which is why this swamp is so dark. In addition, he also knew, furthermore, the metal essence jade marrow, hidden deep within, can help me cultivate my metal body to major completion. The sky was now turning to dusk, and at Death's End Valley, there were women, performing a ritual dance around a bronze censer, all of them stunning beauties. Lin Xie was captured by the leader there, who was about to make his move. Don't worry, I'll drain every last drop of your yin essence. I won't kill you. This man was Guyu Guang. Lin Xue was bullied to the point of tears, and indignantly declared, my master will absolutely not let you go. Hearing this, Yu Guang said with amusement, that's even better, it saves me the trouble of looking for him. After all, I'm an enforcer for the Lin family, I have to speak for Lin Zun. Meanwhile, at the shore of Yangi Lake, the Heavenly Ghost sect came looking for Chen Mo to avenge the death of Chu Wuming. Chen Songzi fought 3 matches, but was ultimately no match for the second disciple of the Heavenly Ghost sect's master Huang Shizong. One of the Heavenly Ghost sect members spoke up asking, Master, what do we do next? His name was Huang Shizong. The man he called Master kicked Songzi and declared, kill this Chen Songzi to avenge junior brother Chu Wuming. But suddenly this man changed his mind. And no, just keep a close watch on the 2 girls with Chen Songzi. Songzi had been beaten so badly he couldn't move, and could only tremble with rage. As for the guy who had just beaten the old man, he issued a loud challenge. 3 days from now at this time right here, tell Chen Mo to come and die, or else I'll make you wish you were dead. The master of the Heavenly Ghost sect, Ju Tianxia, in a beautiful cave. Chen Mo was busy focusing on his cultivation. The metal body is at great perfection.
and my cultivation has entered the 3rd level of Qi Condensation. After he finished, he took out a treasure he had and decided the metal essence jade marrow was originally as big as a basketball. This is all that's left, I guess I'll make a magical artifact with it. Also, he checked the sword he bought from Boyvan. The one from the underground auction had also finished being refined. After checking it, he hid it inside his body. He had mastered the 1st level of the myriad sword art, allowing him to conceal it within himself. The cultivation session was over, so he decided to head home. The 1st phase of his training was complete, and it was time to return. That evening in the city, the Tong and Tiensat were waiting for Tranmak. The Tong, getting a bit impatient, asked, "Where's Tranmak? Isn't he here yet?" Tung Tu, standing nearby, replied with a tremble in his voice, "The young master is on his way. Please let the 2 girls go first." Hearing the old man, the Tong said smugly, "Don't you worry, as soon as Tranmak is dead, I'll let them go." Suddenly, Tiensat ordered, "I've run out of patience, kill this old Taoist first." The Tong excitedly obeyed his master's command. "Yes, sir." A wicked grin spread across his face. He declared, "This time I'll devour your soul." Seeing this, a horrified Tung Tu thought to himself, he didn't even release his spectral soul last time, this time he's really going for the kill. However, the old man didn't just wait to die and struck first. His mountain-splitting palm hit the Tong, startling him for a moment, but the old man himself was grievously wounded by the blow. As for him, he was enraged by the old man's attack and growled, "Your martial arts are strong, but you've wasted too much energy. Let's see how many more of those you have in you." In this life-or-death situation, Tung Tu could only cry out for help. "Young master, where are you?" Suddenly something shot through the sky, striking the Tong's spectral soul and causing him to panic. And he himself was severely injured, as a result coughing up a mouthful of blood. The attacker was none other than Tranmak. Seeing him return, Tung Tu cried out joyfully, "Young master!" Even though he was bleeding from every opening on his face, the Tong still had the nerve to taunt him. "Hey kid, I heard you know the Heavenly Master Sect's lightning arts, show me what you got." Hearing the challenge, he reluctantly obliged. "Fine." As soon as the word left his mouth, his spiritual energy exploded as he declared, "But it'll cost you your life." His power made Tiensat wary, and he shouted an order to the Tong, "Fall back." Now it was his turn to face Tranmak. The moment he released his spectral soul, it was instantly zapped and fried, and Tranmak did it with such a casual air. As for Tiensat and the Tong, they were both a little shocked by his power. Then Tiensat made a demand. "Tranmak, you killed my disciple Cao Vomen. You owe me an explanation." He then smugly made Tranmak an offer. "Considering your extraordinary talent, if you become my disciple, I'll let bygones be bygones. I'll even teach and cherish you with all my heart." Of course, Tranmak didn't give a damn about his offer, and replied with contempt, "You want to take me as your disciple? Are you even worthy?" Seeing his offer rejected, he flew into a rage, wanting to teach the boy a lesson. "Then you've left yourself no way out. Today I'll show you the true power of a ghost immortal." Tiensat unleashed his power, and a gigantic arm materialized from his energy. Netherworld Ghost Claw. The demonic hand immediately mimicked his action. Tranmak's face grew serious as he muttered something strange. "A ghost immortal, not a real one." And just as the demonic hand lunged, a massive wave of power erupted from his body, stopping the hand in its tracks. The energy radiating from him cast a blinding light. One of the disciples saw Tiensat shielding his eyes and quickly asked him, "Master, are you okay?" He frowned in alarm and said, "I'm fine, an attack like this can't harm me. However, I'm afraid Tranmak's strength has already reached the Grandmaster level." Hearing this, the Tong exclaimed in utter shock, "A Grandmaster!" The other disciple behind him chimed in, equally surprised. "He's so young to be a Grandmaster, that's impossible." Tiensat tried to compose himself, staring at the immense power before him. "This kid must have some kind of secret." The disciple beside the Tong immediately suggested, "Master, let's capture him. With his secret, our heavenly ghost sect will thrive." Pleased with this suggestion, he ordered, "All right, all of you attack with me and capture him." Watching them, he sighed in disappointment. "What's this still trying to gang up on me? You've picked the wrong guy to mess with." Tiensat and his disciples, still oblivious to their opponent's true power, charged forward confidently. It's too late to beg for mercy now. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Kill him!" Without another word, Tranmak held out his hand, gathering power, and softly uttered, "Suppress." Instantly, a sphere of energy started to form. Countless beams of light shot out from that sphere, striking the surroundings. Tiensat's disciples were hit by the light and instantly vaporized, and even he didn't escape unscathed. Under the influence of the light from Tranmak's power, they were completely wiped out as if vaporized by the sun. After a moment, he looked at the scene before him, trembling slightly, and thought wearily, "That single attack used up half of my spiritual energy." And it still wasn't enough to kill old Tiensat. A transformation realm Grandmaster really is on another level. Tiensat, now filled with rage and hatred, threatened him. "You brat, you wiped out the next generation of my heavenly ghost sect. If I don't kill you, I'll renounce my own humanity." As he spoke, he summoned a scroll and declared, "I will sacrifice the heavenly ghost sect's great protective formation just to turn you into dust." As soon as he finished speaking, he blew a strange mist into the scroll. From within it, countless ghosts began to pour out. 10,000 ghosts. Grand formation unleash. Tiansat's eyes filled with murderous intent as he snarled, 10,000 ghosts to end the world. From within the scroll, a portal seemed to open up, and a colossal demon flew out over the city sky. Just then, a dark cloud carrying countless ghouls charged forward. This demonic cloud seemed to catch everyone's attention. Tang Tang cried out in alarm. That's a crazy amount of demons. Ching Ching also wondered worriedly. I wasn't worried before. But can Chenmo actually win now? Songzi's face was pale as he whispered, Young master. In stark contrast to their anxiety, he calmly scoffed. You want to destroy the world with a crappy array like this? I have one sword and it can slay 10,000 demons. As soon as he finished speaking, a single sword strike shot towards the horde of demons, wiping them out one by one. Witnessing this scene, Tiansha couldn't believe his eyes. He was trembling with fear. He stammered, questioning Chenmo. Who in the world are you? At least let me die knowing who killed me. Chenmo looked at him and coolly replied, I am a cultivator. Upon hearing his answer, Tiansha suddenly had a strange reaction. A cultivator, a cultivator. His blank white eyes suddenly shot out strange beams of light, and then his entire body began to glow. He emitted an intense light as if a bomb were exploding. Seeing this, Shizong was so terrified he burst into tears. Fearing he'd end up like Tiansha, he hurriedly kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. From now on, I'll be your dog. Please spare my life. But Chenmo showed no mercy, guiding the sword strike to slice through his head and end it. After dealing with them, he turned to Songzi and said, Your life soul is damaged, and the injury is very serious. You'll need a soul-nourishing pill to heal. I'll have Chu and Xiang send people to find the ingredients. The old man was delighted. He bowed gratefully. Thank you, young master. Then Chenmo turned to Ching Cheng and asked, I still have things to handle, so you guys take care of Chen Songzi? She agreed without hesitation. Okay. The scene shifts to the desolate mountain forest. Deep within the woods somewhere, a fire was crackling in a hearth. Inside that room with the fireplace on a bed were several beautiful young women. They looked like they had just been through hell, and cries for help could be heard. Help us. Those girls had fallen into a daze, completely unconscious. The cries for help were coming from Lin Shui and her mother. Help me. Yu Guang, wearing only shorts, sat leisurely on the sofa enjoying a glass of wine. He looked at the person before him and said, You're here. Shenmo, who had appeared out of nowhere, stood before him and scoffed. Using women's life force to power yourself is an evil art hated by both gods and men. No wonder you have to hide out in this wasteland. Hearing this, the man frowned slightly and replied, You could tell what technique I'm cultivating just by looking. You've got some skills. And no wonder Lin Zun was killed by you. However, I'm not hiding here, I just don't want to go out. This place has peaceful mountains and rivers with beautiful women all around. It's like a paradise on earth. If I wanted to leave, who could possibly stop me? At that moment, Lin Shui saw him and begged, Master, please avenge my mother and me kill this animal. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Guang walked over, grabbed her by the hair and yanked her up. Lin Zun deserved to die for having so many beautiful women. Still, I've gotten plenty of benefits from her these past few days, so I guess I've done right by him. Seeing his action, Chenmo angrily threatened, I'm here to send you to meet him. Without another word, Chenmo rushed at him with astonishing speed. Yu Guang couldn't react in time. His eyes widened in surprise. Although his reaction was a bit slow, he still managed to dodge Chenmo's punch. He jumped back, putting a good distance between them. Taking this opportunity, he called out to Lin Shui behind him, You two take an origin replenishing pill and start healing. She supported her mother and quickly replied, Thank you, Master. Master. He's a patron of the Lin family, and has been in the Grandmaster realm for decades. He's cultivated a body-protecting aura and his strength is extraordinary. Chenmo ignored her warning and said with determination, Scum like him who rely on draining the life. Essence of women to extend their lives, I'll definitely send him to hell. As soon as he finished, Yu Guang immediately charged forward to attack Dai Kid. Chenmo quickly raised his leg, and raised his hand, perfectly mirroring the man's move to block it. In the middle of their fight, he suddenly realized something. This body-protecting aura was just a watered-down version of a cultivator's spiritual energy shield. Yu Guang was pushed back by Chenmo's block, and he asked in surprise, Kid, what kind of hidden weapon is this? Chenmo calmly corrected him. This isn't a hidden weapon, it's the natal flying sword of Sword Mountain. Hearing this, the man asked in astonishment, Sword Mountain is just a legend, how can it exist in the real world? At some point, Chenmo had already summoned his sword. Radiating terrifying power, Chenmo replied, I've killed immortals and I've killed dragons. Who the hell do you think you are to question me? He gripped the hilt of his sword, carefully channeling his internal energy into it as he spoke slowly. Remember the name of the sword that will cut you down, it's called Heavenslayer. As he spoke, he sent a massive slash forward. Yu Guang panicked, mustering his power to form a defensive orb, yin-yang rupturing fist. But before he could even launch his technique, the slash shattered his attack and struck him. After taking the full force of the blow, Yu Guang immediately collapsed to the ground. He couldn't believe his eyes. His face pale, he trembled as he looked up at Chenmo. What? What kind of sword art is this? Chenmo glanced down at him and said coldly, You don't need to know the answer anymore. Hearing this, the man begged in a panic, "Spare me my money, this place, these girls, they're all yours." Chenmo found this amusing and mocked him. "Has facing death made you stupid? Once I kill you, all of this will be mine anyway." Left. With that, Tranmak glanced at Lam Tuye behind him, leaving the man for them to handle. She immediately bowed to him, thanking her master. But he wasn't finished and continued to give orders. "Arrange for people to rescue these girls, then thoroughly ransack this place. Clean out the Lam family's assets." Lam Tuye quickly replied, "Yes." Suddenly she handed him a box, revealing it was hidden under the chair in the main hall, and that it must be Kui Hu Kwang's most important treasure. Tranmak took out a book from it and exclaimed, "As expected." Then he threw the book straight into the fire, ordering, "The remaining methods aren't recorded either. You look at it and handle it as you see fit." He continued to search the box and found something strange. As soon as he unwrapped the sturdy packaging, he was stunned and whispered, "A storage ring, this is some good stuff. Even though the storage space inside is only 45 square meters, it's enough for me for now. This golden cloth says that this ring is from the Void Mountain. Bang Si Nguyen once said that entering the Void Mountain guarantees becoming a grandmaster. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to find cultivation resources." A while later, the scene changed. At So Van Hung's villa in Sai Tang Tran, Matt carefully examined the items before him, praising, "That's right, you've found all the medicinal herbs I need. I can now refine the spirit-nourishing pill to heal Tran Tung too." Of course, he kept his next thought to himself. It seems these rich people are still quite useful. Thinking this, he praised Van Hung, who was behind him. "You did a good job. Here's an essence cultivating pill as a reward. It will protect your health in the future." Hearing Tranmak's reward, he hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Master Tran." Seeing him get a reward, Tinan quickly tried to claim credit. "And Master Tran, I helped to find the herbs too. So you see?" Hearing this, he had to grant him a favor as well. "The pills are all ready. If you want, you can collect the herbs on this list, and I'll concoct them for you." Receiving Tranmak's approval, he exclaimed happily, "Thank you, Master Tran." However, Tinan had no idea what he was thinking. "Of course, I'll be keeping the majority of the refined pills as a processing fee." Then he continued to speak to him. "Master Tran, in a few days it's the Qian Yip Summit. All the famous figures of Qian Yip will be there. With your current status and position, you could totally crush Van Truong and show the richest man in Qian Yip and put him in his place." Hearing this, Tranmak suddenly became angry, remembering the past. Van Truong No, the CEO of Quang Han Group, the richest man in Qian Yip, who ruined his family in his past life. However, he tried to restrain himself, calmly ordering, "I will indeed go to the Qian Yip Summit, but you two go ahead and attend under your own names first." Finch An and Van Hung immediately bowed their heads and replied, "Understood." A while later, the scene changed to a room where Tung Tu was lying in bed. When he saw him walk in and jumped up, exclaiming, "Young master!" Tranmak quickly put a pill into the old man's mouth. "This is a spirit-nourishing pill. It can restore your damaged divine sense. Hurry up and recover your cultivation." Receiving his kindness, the old man was grateful. "Thank you, young master, for your trouble." Under the quiet night sky, after absorbing the spirit-nourishing pill, Tung Tu looked much healthier, bowing on the ground. "Thank you. This disciple thanks his master for saving my life." Tranmak saw that the old man could move again and said, "It seems the spirit-nourishing pill has helped you a lot. If it weren't for your short cultivation time, your true Qi accumulation would have been enough to reach the transformation realm by now." Hearing this, the old man looked up, his eyes full of determination. "Master, I'm confident that within 3 months, I will definitely become a grandmaster." But Tranmak had his own ideas. He unleashed his power and retorted, "No need to wait, I'll help you achieve it right now." Immediately after, he began to guide Tung Tu in practicing his cultivation technique. The old man quickly sat cross-legged and replied, "Yes." Following his every word, the old man began to circulate his Qi. With his true Qi at its peak, becoming a grandmaster was certain. Tranmak stood behind him and raised his hand. A small burst of power emerged from his palm. Under his influence, Tung Tu seemed to enter another dimension, his eyes glowing with a brilliant red light. The void is nothingness, the transformation realm of a grandmaster. After completing his breakthrough, the old man immediately bowed to him. "Master's great kindness, this disciple has no way to repay it," Tranmak said politely. "There's no need for such words, just get up and clean yourself up. Tomorrow morning you'll come with me to Qianing Yip." Tung Tu didn't hesitate and replied, "As you command." Time flew by, and at around 5 o'clock the next morning, Tang Tang seemed to sense something, and suddenly exclaimed, "This powerful aura Tran Tung Tu has become a grandmaster." Hearing this, Queen Than was lost in thought for a moment, thinking a month ago Tran Tung Tu was just an ordinary person like me. And now he's standing at the pinnacle of the martial arts world. What good is being the #1 beauty or a rich heiress if you can't escape old age and sickness? Only by following Tranmak can I take control of my own destiny. Seeing her leave Tang, Tang quickly called after her, "Miss, where are you going?" The scene changed to Tung Tu's room. While the old man and he were talking, a knock came from the door. Queen Than walked in from outside, calling out softly. Tranmak saw her and was a bit confused. Huh. She gathered all her courage and proposed without hesitation. "I want to become your disciple. As long as you teach me cultivation methods, I'm willing to pay any price." Hearing Queen Than's words, Tung Tu was so shocked his jaw dropped, and even he was at a loss for words. Did she misunderstand something? Despite this thought, he still answered her, "Your determination is good, but you still lack perseverance." As soon as Tranmak finished speaking, Queen Than immediately stood up, promising to be persistent. "Starting today, I'll be your maid and your personal attendant, bringing you tea, pouring your water, and making your bed until you agree to take me as your disciple." Tang Tang was in the back. Hearing this, she blurted out in complete surprise, her words hitting a nerve with Queen Than. "Miss, do you even know how to serve someone?" Chenmo sighed helplessly and replied, "I'm afraid you can't humble yourself the way you think you can." The scene changed again to another room. He was meditating on his bed when he heard a knock on the door. "Come in." To his surprise, Queen Than walked in wearing a revealing outfit, leaving him completely flustered. Chenmo watched her lie down next to him, blushing slightly as he stammered, "You?" And just like that, Queen Than lay on his bed while he sat in a chair far away from her. Time passed quickly until the sun rose. Chenmo silently threw open his door and stepped out, finding Tang Tang and Tung Tu in front of his room. The two of them stared blankly as he walked past, looking completely drained and muttering, "A strange word, gossip." Following him, a dejected Queen Than walked out, saying disappointedly, "Nothing happened." Hearing this, Tang Tang seemed to find it hard to believe and exclaimed, "That's incredible. If it were any other man, he probably would have pounced on her long ago." After that terrifying morning, the scene shifts to Jianye at the Manhwa Group headquarters. Chenmo led Queen Than and Tung Tu inside, saying to the receptionist, "Hello, I'm looking for Chairman Lee." The receptionist asked professionally, "Do you have an appointment?" He replied without even thinking, "No." After getting his answer, she said with regret, "I'm sorry, an appointment is mandatory." Just then Wan Qing and Rui Bin walked over, and upon seeing him, she called out, "Zhao Mo." The newcomer was Li Sufang's adopted daughter, and Chenmo's sworn sister, Wan Qing. She asked in surprise, "Zhao Mo, what are you doing here?" She quickly walked over, gently patting his head and asking, "When did you get here? Why didn't you call first?" A bit embarrassed by the head pat, he replied that he wanted to surprise her and his mom, but didn't expect to need an appointment. Hearing him grumble, she replied shyly, "It's company policy, don't worry about it. The chairman is away on business, but I'll get you all settled in first." He immediately pointed to the people behind him and said, "I have some friends with me too. Please take care of the arrangements, Sister Wan Qing." Wan Qing looked at the outfit Tung Tu was wearing was a bit strange, and she thought to herself, people still dress like this. She stopped paying attention to the old man and turned to Queen Than. "And this is..." It seemed like she figured something out, and she gave him a playful wink. "Zhao Mo, don't tell me you..." He calmly replied, "She's just a classmate, don't get the wrong idea." Just then Rui Bin, who was standing behind them, boredly cleaned his ear and asked, "Zhao Qing is this Chairman Li's useless son?" Noticing his attitude, she immediately snapped, "Qi Rui Bin, please use my full name, and another thing, don't you dare insult Chenmo." Hearing the name she called him, he lowered his eyes slightly, thinking, "Rui Bin. I vaguely remember this guy. He's the son of one of the Manhwa Group's board members and is always hitting on Wan Qing." Ignoring her words, he had no intention of stopping and continued his taunts. He was always ranked #1 in the entire middle school. From the bottom up. If that's not a loser, what is? His words completely infuriated Wan Qing. She confronted him angrily, "Say that again." But Rui Bin wasn't the least bit intimidated and challenged her, "Secretary Wan, watch your attitude. I can't guarantee my father won't pull his investment." Hearing that, her tone softened slightly, but she didn't forget to warn him. "Rui Bin, if you dare threaten me using the company's interests, be careful that Director Qi doesn't lose money because of your words and actions." He replied calmly with an arrogant look on his face. "Well, I've already said it." As the situation grew tense, Chenmo stepped forward, put his arm around Wan Qing's shoulder, and said sarcastically, "Sis, since when does an outsider get to throw their weight around at the Manhwa Group?" And with that, he turned and pulled her away, leaving Rui Bin behind. Let's go. I want the presidential suite." He watched them leave, gritting his teeth in anger. "How dare you ignore me? At tomorrow's anniversary celebration, I'll make you pay." A short while later, in a lavishly decorated room, Wan Qing stood in front of Chenmo, who was sitting on the sofa, and explained the situation. The chairman just acquired a plot of land for expansion, but the banks that had initially agreed to provide the loan suddenly backed out. This broke Manhwa's capital chain, and now we can't even find a company in all of Jianye that's willing to work with us. The chairman suspects someone is targeting Manhwa, so she went elsewhere to raise funds. As soon as she finished speaking, he chimed in, "The Jianye summit is being held tomorrow." She nodded slightly and answered gently, "Yes, the chairman will probably be back tomorrow to attend the summit, and she'll definitely take you with her." With that, she stood up to leave his room, saying, "You should get some rest for now. I'm heading back to the office." Suddenly, as he watched her leave, Chenmo said something reassuring. "Sister Wan Qing, don't worry. Everything will be resolved tomorrow." She took it as his way of comforting her, and simply smiled in response. "Yeah, I'm sure it will." In her heart, she silently vowed with great determination that for the chairman and Zhao Mo, she would do everything she could to help Manhwa pull through. Of course, he had his own thoughts as well. With me here, all of Manhwa's problems will be solved easily. Time flew by, and the bright morning was soon replaced by the quiet of the night. Actually, It wasn't all that quiet as the urgent wail of sirens suddenly filled the air. A tall building was engulfed in a massive blaze, throwing everyone into a panic. It's a fire, look. The flames have already reached the top floors. Can anyone inside still escape? Below the building, firefighters were rushing to coordinate their efforts trying to extinguish the blaze. We have to save them, Captain. The flames had started to spread inside the building. Our ladder can only reach the 20th floor, so for the upper levels. You stay here and coordinate the evacuation. Everyone else with me will save as many people as we can. Hearing this, a firefighter immediately volunteered. Captain, you command from down here, let me go. But the captain barked back at him, follow your orders. Then he commanded the others. All right, men, let's move out. The firefighters around him all responded in unison. Little did they know someone was watching from across the street. Staring intently at the flame-engulfed building, Tranmak activated his power, removed his ring, and muttered, Fire is heartless, but people aren't. I guess I'll lend you a hand. 3,000 weak waters. And then the quiet sky was suddenly filled with rumbling thunder and lightning. Following the thunder, a massive downpour began to fall. The rain poured down right on the building and its raging flames, much to the delight of the crowd. It's raining, the heavens are watching over us. The onlookers who witnessed this thought it was strange murmuring about the miracle. This rain came at the most perfect time. The rain is only falling within about 30 feet of the building. That's way too coincidental. Meanwhile, at the public security headquarters surveillance hall, everyone became much busier because of this unexpected event. They snapped back to attention and continued to investigate. The man beside the surveillance operator was Mayor Kong Duk Van. He could hardly believe what he was seeing, and said, This downpour is too coincidental. Someone is definitely controlling it. Suddenly his brows furrowed as he yelled, Stop, zoom in on the feed from monitor number 9. The operator quickly followed his order. An image of Tranmak immediately appeared on monitor 9. Seeing this, the mayor's secretary, who was one of Kim Trung Nuon's nephews, Kim Tin Vu, just happened to be bringing in coffee and exclaimed upon recognizing him, It's actually him. Duke Van took the coffee and asked curiously, You know this person? He nodded slightly. Yeah, it's just that. Hearing his hesitation, the mayor loudly issued a decree to everyone in the room. Today's incident is now classified as S-level top secret. Anyone who leaks this information will be punished as a spy. Do you all understand? Immediately, everyone shouted in unison, Understood. After taking care of everything, Tranmak had somehow already returned to his room and was meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, stared straight ahead and thought to himself, They're here. The moment he had that thought, Tu Puang burst into the room aggressively yelling, You little stinker, get out here right now! Van Tan rushed in after her, trying to stop her. Ma'am, little Mac might still be asleep. Seeing her, he was a bit dumbfounded and managed to say, Mom, you're a little too fired up to see me, huh? She ignored his attitude and angrily lectured him. You little brat, you're not focusing on your studies. So what are you doing all the way out here? You're dragging Queen Than around everywhere. Aren't you afraid the Yan family is going to lose it on you? He explained in pain as she pinched his ear. Mom, she's the one who insisted on coming with me. Tu Fuang didn't buy his excuse, insisting, Don't give me that you definitely took advantage of her. Outside, an eavesdropping Tung Tu said with a bit of worry. It seems like the only person in the world who can fly off the handle and hit master is... Tang Tang, catching on, finished the thought, his mother. Just then, the person at the center of all this, Queen Than, appeared. Auntie, you're here. Seeing her, the mother quickly stopped what she was doing, smiled sweetly and complimented her. You must be Queen Than. You're as lovely as your name suggests. With that, Tu Puang let go of her son, walked over to the girl and asked in confusion, Why aren't you with the Yan family? What are you doing with Tranmak? Caught off guard, Queen Than forced a smile and struggled for an explanation. Right now, I'm Tranmak's maid nanny and disciple in training. How should I explain this? Because of her incomplete answer, things only got worse. But it's gotten to the point where you can't even describe it. Immediately, Tu Fuang landed a punch on Tranmak so hard he coughed up blood, screaming, You little punk! Did you learn some wicked technique and ruin this girl? You think you have enough heads for the Yan family to kick around like soccer balls? He panicked and yelled with all his might. Mom, I didn't do anything, it was all her choice. Queen Than rushed over to stop her, explaining, Auntie, it's true I was completely willing. However, this explanation didn't do much to clear up the misunderstanding. Tu Fuang looked at her in disbelief and turned to look at the girl, willingly ruined by this little punk. Feeling completely helpless, she decided to drop it. Whatever, I don't understand you young people's business. But just be careful. Don't do anything to bring shame on our two families. Tranmak, his face all swollen, realized what she was implying and asked, Mom, I think you're misunderstanding something. But her next words quickly shut him up. All right, that's enough. Tu Fuang's expression turned serious as she instructed him, Go pack your things. You're coming with me to the Jianan anniversary celebration. Tranmak suddenly remembered something and took out a small box. Oh right. Mom, sis, I got a gift for both of you. Looking at the box in his hand, Tu Fuang was a little surprised. Van Tan, on the other hand, was excited and urged him on. This is the first time you've ever given a gift to me. And the director, hurry and open it so I can see. When he opened the lid, they saw two small treasures inside and exclaimed in surprise, Jade jewelry. This couldn't have been cheap, right? Tranmac looked at To Phuong with a determined gaze and instructed, Mom, you have to keep this on you at all times. On me at all times. You understand, right? The scene changes to the towering skyscraper of Jianye the Dingcheng International Business Hotel. From the entrance, the group of Sufang Wan Qing Chen Mo Tang Tang Qing Cheng and Song Zi walk in each in a stunning outfit, immediately drawing the attention of everyone around. The people from Manhwa have arrived. Say what you will, but their company sure has a lot of beautiful women. Once they were inside the lobby, Sufang turned to Chen Mo and instructed him. Little Mo Wanqing and I are going to discuss business, so you look after Qing Cheng and don't cause any trouble. He was sure he was the most well-behaved kid there. How could he possibly cause any trouble? The anniversary celebration was filled with men in dapper suits. Not only that, but there were also women in stunning elegant gowns. Chen Mo sat down at the banquet table, leaned back in his chair with his hands behind his head, and thought to himself, in my past life I really wanted to attend this Jianye summit, but now it just feels so pointless. Fame and fortune are worthless. Only strength is the one true currency. Just then, he noticed a familiar face in the distance and muttered, Chu Wenxiang's group is here too. There were also a few martial artists here with considerable strength, including one grandmaster. While he was lost in thought, the MC came on stage to start the ceremony, asking everyone to give their biggest round of applause for the CEO of the Guanghan Group, Mr. Wan Chengru. After the MC's introduction, he stood up, smiled brightly, and walked toward the stage amidst everyone's applause. As soon as he reached the center of attention, he began his speech. It's time for our annual summit again. All of you sitting here are the elites from every sector. You are the ones who support the entire economy of Jianye. Please feel free to talk and mingle, and let's work together to promote the development of Jianye. The speech ended. As Chengru stepped off the stage to return to his seat, he received a sycophantic compliment. CEO Wan, that was a wonderful speech. He calmly and quickly replied, You're too kind, Brother Wang, please have a seat. As one person left, a second came up to shake his hand. CEO Wan, I haven't seen you in days, you look younger. Chengru returned the compliment with a practiced smile. Brother Liu, I heard you were sick a few days ago, but you look like you're recovering well. After chatting with CEO Wang and CEO Liu Su, Feng also approached to greet him. CEO Wan, it's been a long time. You're as distinguished as ever. Even though he heard her compliment, he remained silent and didn't react. Su Feng looked at him a bit bewildered, that he didn't reply, confused. Why is Wan Chengru ignoring me? He tried to ignore her by addressing the other CEOs. Come now, please have a seat, everyone. Su Feng didn't give up, forcing a smile as she spoke again. Chairman Wan, we had dinner together last year. We even discussed business. You're a very important man. Perhaps you don't remember me. But Chengru's reply was chillingly heartless. Is that so? Then I'll have my people immediately stop all business with you. See yourself out. Witnessing such a dramatic scene, the people in the room began to gossip excitedly. Look over there. Wan Chengru just turned on Li Sufang. So it looks like those rumors were true. From a distance, Chen Mo and Wan Qing watched everything, their brows furrowed with worry. Sufang tried to compose herself and asked, Chairman Wan, could you please explain this to me? But Chengru had a cold expression, unwilling to hear any arguments. Explain? Do I have any obligation to explain anything to you? Just then a phone started ringing, and she quickly answered it. Hello? The person on the other end reported in a panicked, urgent tone. CEO, something's happened. 8 of the company's shareholders want to pull their investments. The sponsor we're negotiating with has also suddenly backed out of the deal. Hearing this, Su Feng's eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed in disbelief, What? The person on the phone continued to speak, as the phone slowly and weakly slipped from her hand. The Wan family and the other houses want to terminate their partnerships with us. With no reply, her phone hit the ground as the hopeless voice from the other end continued to call out, CEO, what should we do, CEO? At that moment, a group of unfamiliar people arrogantly strode in amidst the chatter. It's the directors from the Manhwa group. What are they doing here? Are they here to support Manhwa? The man leading the group was Rui Bin's father, Qi Zhonghua. He bowed respectfully with a cunning smile and reported, Mr. Wan, we have all withdrawn from the Manhwa group and hope to have the opportunity to do business with you in the future. Chengru was overjoyed welcoming him and the people behind him. Welcome, a very warm welcome. Rui Bin, standing behind them, flashed a smug, contemptuous smile and muttered, Wan Qing, even if you begged me to take care of you now, it would be too late. Immediately after, Chengru's expression hardened as he loudly declared, Anyone here today to support Manhwa will be considered an enemy of my Wan family. The situation had completely turned. Su Fang and Wan Qing were isolated in a corner, mocked by the crowd. So it's true, Li Sufang has been targeted. With the shareholders pulling out, Manhwa is finished. Looking at the current situation, Su Fang trembled with tension, thinking to herself, Manhwa doesn't have enough money, and now it's being torn apart in front of everyone. No one will invest anymore. Suddenly, the sound of familiar leather shoes echoed on the floor. Chen Mo grabbed a chair and sat right in the middle of the hall in front of his mother. Following him were Song Zi, Qing Cheng, and Tang Tang. Seeing this, the crowd in the hall started buzzing. Who is that? How dare he so brazenly sit next to Li Sufang in the middle of a storm like this? The guy next to him seems like a pro. Those two women are seriously gorgeous. That's Li Thupuang's son, what a useless bum. He's that idiot who's always dead last on tests. With a son like that, the Manhwa group is doomed. Van Than looked at him curiously and asked, Tumak, what are you doing here? Tufuang sighed and pleaded, Tumak, you need to leave right now. Don't stay here and suffer this shame with me. But he stubbornly replied with a mysterious air, Mom, I can save the Manhwa group. Hearing Tranmak say this, she was surprised and cried out, What are you bragging about at a time like this? Van Than was also skeptical and urged, Tumak, go quickly, the chairwoman is trying to protect you. But no matter what they said, he just turned and gave a cool smile, saying, I'm a grown man, now it's my turn to protect both of you. With that said, he looked at the bullies and declared, With me here, nobody can touch the Manhwa group. Hearing this, the gossiping crowd behind Truong No sneered with contempt. So shameless! He's just a college kid, thank goodness I didn't partner with my Hoa, or I'd be completely ruined by this moron. Tranmak didn't pay them any mind, instead asking in a serious, intimidating voice, I'm asking now who is willing to help the Manhwa group solve this crisis. The moment he spoke, Tai Sun raised his hand from the crowd and shouted, Tai Yu son of An Lam is willing to help the Manhwa group with all his might. Hearing this, Truong No was startled, his confidence shaken. Tai Yu son is the big boss of An Lam and we've always been allies, so why would he openly support the Manhwa group against me? Following him, a whole line of other chairmen stepped forward, led by Van Hung and Tin An Dio Tin An of Saitang, Ton Kim Phai of Longhua, Van Hung of Saitang, and Puang Bat Dong of Kin Duong. We are ready to do everything in our power to help the Manhwa group. After this impressive show of force, Tin An walked up and bowed to Tranmak. Greetings, Master Tran, he replied politely. Chairman Dieu, thank you for your trouble. The chairman smiled deferentially and answered, Master Tran, you're too polite. We owe it all to you for giving us this chance. The tables had turned again, this time into Fuang's favor. As someone in the crowd shouted in realization, half of all the big bosses at the summit answered Tranmak's call. Ban Than was completely bewildered. What is happening? As for Tufuang, her eyes welled up with tears as she said emotionally, thank you all so much. Van Hung smiled graciously and said, Chairwoman Li, it's the least we could do, you don't have to thank us. Tin Han eagerly added, when it comes to investments, partnerships, or connections, we'll follow Chairwoman Li's lead. After Tranmak's impressive performance, Truong No remained calm, speaking with disdain. Not bad, kid, you've got a few tricks. But your Manhwa group picked a fight with the wrong people. No one can save you today. With that, he suddenly clenched his jaw and shouted, Brother Lai! At his call, a figure emerged from the back of the crowd and walked toward them. I really didn't expect Li Thupuang's son to have such a vast network. The crowd looked on in confusion as the man approached, murmuring, Who is that? Truong No mentioned a big shot with the surname Li. Unless it's... It seemed Tufuang knew this man as she started to tremble with rage. So that's who it was. The newcomer was indeed an acquaintance of hers, Li Xiaoson of the Lai family. The man stared intently at him, his brow furrowed in a stern expression. Tranmak felt a jolt inside his own gaze, turning serious as he looked back. It seemed history had changed. The Manhwa group's crisis in his previous life had nothing to do with the Lai family, but this time it was orchestrated entirely by them. Seeing Chua Son Van Hung Tin An and the others grew anxious. The Lai family was truly a mega-clan. Could Master Tran really go up against the Lai family? Just then the man stepped forward arrogantly and declared, I am Li Xiusun, and by the order of my family I am here to annihilate your Manhwa group. Do you submit? Hearing his words, Tu Fuang gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. That bastard is so ruthless. I know the Lai family's terrifying methods all too well. There's no use in fighting back. With that thought, she turned to Van Hung and Tin An and bowed apologetically. I sincerely thank you all for offering a lifeline in our time of need, but my Manhwa group can't drag all of you into this mess. Seeing her give up, Van Hung immediately turned to Tranmak Master Tran. Tin An also looked over and said, What should we do? Right away, Tranmak spoke up with a scornful tone. You're just a lackey for the Lai family. You don't have the right to stand here and intimidate me. Chio Son's face twisted into a confident and dangerous smirk. Rest assured, the family head has already prepared someone who is qualified to deal with you. And then on his signal, Li Longkai, a Grandmaster, appeared. Grandmaster Li, if you please. Seeing him, the whole room erupted in awestruck whispers. Is that a legendary martial artist? Is that guy even human? Is this some kind of sorcery? Chio Son approached Longkai and bowed. We're counting on you, Grandmaster Li. After acknowledging the bow, a deadly light flashed in his eyes as his attention locked onto Tranmak, sizing him up. Kid, you've got potential, but it's a shame your road ends here. Tranmak frowned, slightly calculating. The Lai family wouldn't be a minor clan. They definitely wouldn't have sent just him alone. With that thought, he casually crossed his legs and looked at Longkai, asking, Li Dongduong didn't just send you by yourself, did he? Is there anyone else? Come on out and I'll take care of you all at once. Hearing this, the Grandmaster exploded with rage, shouting, You're so arrogant you disrespect a Grandmaster to his face. Fine, then you can pay for that arrogance with your life. Seeing this, Chen Mo seemed to understand and gave an order. So it's really just you, huh? Then I don't need to make a move. You go. Songzi accepted the command and quickly replied, Yes, sir. Right after that, The old man began to channel his power, unleashing his full strength to the absolute shock of the crowd. Another grandmaster. Oh my god, our grandmaster's as common as cabbage now. At this moment, a delighted Sufang ran up to her son and asked a question that was hard to answer. Little Mo, is this your mysterious master? Long Qi, meanwhile, was still extremely confident and looked down on Songzi. I can't believe you have a grandmaster by your side, but are you sure he can protect you? Chen Mo gave a slight challenging smile and shot back. Right now he's not here to protect me, he's here to kill you. The moment he finished speaking, the guy became completely enraged and charged forward aggressively. How arrogant Dai! Songzi immediately raised his fist to counter, shouting, What a coincidence, I've got a fist for you to taste too! The sound of their fists colliding was powerful enough to shatter mountains. However, Songzi's fist was stronger, sending Long Qi flying backward. Taking that one punch injured him so badly he coughed up blood. The nosy crowd cried out in shock. A grandmaster was seriously injured in one punch. Even Zhao Shan couldn't believe what he was seeing. Grandmasters are supposed to fight for hundreds of rounds before a winner is decided, so how could it be over in a single punch? Back in the fight, Long Qi struggled to get up, asking what kind of fist technique that was. Why is it so powerful? Songzi stepped forward with an overwhelming aura and replied simply, A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Hearing this, the guy's face turned pale with fear as he panicked and begged, Stop! You can't kill me. None of you can withstand the wrath of the Lai family. The moment he finished, Chen Mo, sitting in the back, boldly declared, If your Li family wants to compete openly in business, then Manhwa will take you on all the way. If you want to play dirty, let's see how many grandmasters you have for me to kill. As he spoke, he signaled for Songzi to finish it. He vowed, I promise I will kill, until not a single person from your Li family is left. Following his command, the old man immediately rushed toward Long Qi, gathering his power to deliver the finishing blow, sending him off without a farewell. Of course, he wasn't just going to sit there and wait to die, so he tried to block with what little strength he had left. You'll pay a heavy price if you kill me. But before he could even launch his attack, he took a punch from Songzi to the gut and coughed up more blood. The force of the punch sent Long Qi flying backward, his body slamming into the wall behind him, officially ending his arrogant life. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Shan was so horrified he turned pale and was at a loss for words. The others, however, continued to gossip, killing a grandmaster in just 2 punches. Aren't they both grandmasters? Why is the power gap so huge? Only Chen Mo remained calm amidst the chaos, analyzing the fight. Even though Li Longqi entered the Taihua realm a few years earlier than Chen Songzi, his cultivation and martial arts techniques are 100 times worse than what I taught Chen Songzi. If Songzi couldn't even beat him, I'd just have to find a new disciple. Although the fight was over, Songzi's aura still lingered. When the old man glanced over, it still made people jump, and the ones most affected by his gaze were Zhao Shan and Cheng Ru. At this moment, Chen Mo spoke up, delivering an ultimatum. Go back and tell Li Dongyang that in 3 years I will make his Li family kneel before me in repentance. Zhao Shan trembled as he heard this and asked, I will relay the message to the family head. Can I go now? Without hesitation, Chen Mo dismissed him. Get lost. Seeing his terrified state, Su Fang was a bit surprised and didn't notice that Wan Qing beside her had discovered something. It turns out the Li family isn't invincible after all. What she discovered was that Shuibin and Zhenghua's father was trying to sneak away. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'll be leaving first. Chen Mo glanced at those cowards with a thoughtful look. Although he really wanted to destroy the Wan family, it wasn't the right time. Thanks to that display, the whole situation had changed. Su Fang was surrounded by a crowd of directors, all chatting enthusiastically. Chairman Li, you've raised such a fine son. Does Manhwa need any help? I'll help. Yes. Thank you, everyone. We're practically begging to cooperate with Manhwa. A little later, the scene shifts to a villa in Xiadu. The Li family's Zhao Shan is being questioned, his face a mask of innocence. Is that true? Dongyang frowned slightly, finding it a bit hard to believe. I never expected the Grandmaster by his side to be so powerful. Li Wen also grew serious and immediately suggested, Father, should we request that person to reveal himself? The old man shot him a look, stopping him. No, it's not that critical yet. In the future, we will only use secular power to corner the Manhwa group. People from the martial world cannot easily interfere in the affairs of the secular world, and he didn't dare break this rule. The scene changes again as night falls over the sky. Chaisang Prefecture, Jianye District, Fengshan County, Bian neighborhood. Inside a luxurious villa, Su Fang leads Chen Mo's group into the house, revealing, Tomorrow is New Year's Eve and your father is still at work. It seems like Fengshan County can't function without him. Master Chen, all of you, please make yourselves at home. At this, Songzi was a bit shocked, internally lamenting, Mrs. Li keeps calling me Grandmaster Chen. My poor little heart can't take it. While the old man was complaining, Chen Mo was extremely annoyed, glaring at the person behind him. He originally just wanted them to go back to their hometown for the new year, but Yan Qingcheng insisted on coming along no matter what. What a hassle. Just then his father walked in from outside. Huh, you guys are back. Why didn't you call me? Seeing his gentle smile, he felt a pang of sadness, remembering the past. Dad always wanted to rely on his own strength, working hard to prove himself to the Li and Tran families, but he failed in my previous life. I still remember the regret in his dying eyes. Dad, in this life, I want to fulfill your wish, so you can prove yourself to the Lee and Tran families. A moment later, they were all seated at a lavish dinner table. Tran Mac's father served Tung Tu some food and said politely, "So your Grandmaster Tung, thank you for looking after my Xiao Mac. Please eat and drink as much as you like." Next, he turned to the other special guests. "Queen Than Tang Tang, eat up, don't be shy." She smiled gently and replied respectfully, "Thank you, Uncle Tran." After they had eaten for a while, they moved to the living room to talk business. Uncle Tran was the first to speak. "Xiao Mac, after the new year, it'll be time for you to take on the New Duong Tran family's business war trial." The Tran family is a business dynasty with a family rule called the Annual Business War. Every young adult in the family between the ages of 18 and 23 is given a sum of money to learn how to start a business. And at the annual meeting each year, the top 3 performers based on their evaluated progress and achievements will be specially cultivated by the family. Tran Mac confidently assured him, "Don't worry, Dad. I'll definitely take first place and make you proud." Seeing his confidence, his father reminded him, "That's some big talk. I can't help you at all. You have to rely entirely on yourself." Hearing this, Tu Fuang immediately cut in, "If you won't help him, I will, and I'm sure Grandmaster Tung won't just stand by and do nothing." Feeling the weight of this trust, Tung Tu Nu forced a smile. Of course, of course." Uncle Tran ignored them and continued instructing his son, "The Tran family will give you your investment capital after the new year. Don't spend it recklessly. Work hard and learn about business investment. If you lose it all, we'll become a laughingstock." Tran Mac replied with total confidence. "Don't worry, Dad." He then stood up to leave. "Mom, Dad, I'm going out to hang with my friends." His father agreed. "Go on and stay out of trouble." Tu Fuang added, "I don't go bullying anyone." And with that, he led Tung Tu out calling Ngon Thu Sin on his phone. After it rang for a long time, someone finally picked up, and Tran Mac sounded a bit annoyed. "What's the deal? Why did it take you so long to answer?" On the other end, Thu Sin frantically explained, No, my phone was on vibrate, I didn't hear it." He seemed to notice something strange about his friend, frowning slightly. Ngon Thu Sin's tone of voice wasn't quite right. Pushing the thought aside, he got straight to the point. "I'm back. Call Tu Hao and Tu Thien. Let's meet up." Surprised by the request, he quickly agreed. "Okay, sure. Where are you? I'll have Tu Hao come pick you up." Tran Mac answered right away. "I'll wait for you guys at the neighborhood entrance." After confirming the location, Thu Sin agreed. "Okay, see you in a bit." The call ended, leaving only the monotonous dial tone. Tran Mac stared at his phone, lost in thought. In his past life, he'd never heard of Ngon Thu Sin running into any trouble, but perhaps his rebirth had changed things. A moment later, a luxury car pulled up in front of him. Inside, Tu Hao waved, "Hello, Xiao Mac." From the driver's seat, Ngon Thu Sin motioned for him to get in. "Xiao Mac, hop in." He got into the front passenger seat and asked them, "How have you two been?" He immediately answered, "Definitely not as good as you. You got into the best high school in Kien Yip." Tu Hao looked at Tung Tu beside him and asked hesitantly, "Tran Mac, who's this?" He quickly reassured him, "He's a friend of mine. He's one of us, so don't worry." Then he noticed someone was missing and asked, "Right, where's Tu Thien? Is she coming?" He quickly answered, "She'll meet up with us in a bit." A few hours later, 4 of them were having a meal in a private VIP room at a restaurant. Thu Sin said cheerfully, "Xiao Mac, go ahead and order all your favorites. It's on me today." Hearing this, Tran Mac glanced at the menu and declared without holding back, "Then let's just get one of everything." He feigned shock and scolded him, "Wow, you're really not going to be polite, are you?" While they were messing around, a figure walked in. It was surely Tu Tien. The incredibly beautiful girl was Niep Tu Tien. Seeing her, Thu Sin happily exclaimed, "You're here." Tran Mac's expression, however, darkened as he sensed something was off. He looked at the gently smiling Tu Tien and confirmed his thoughts. There was a fluctuating spiritual power on her appearing and disappearing, growing strong, then weak like a heartbeat. It turned out someone had already planted a demonic seed in her. The demonic seed comes from the demonic heart-seeding art of the Heavenly Demon Clan. After a woman conceives, the demonic seed acts like a cauldron, allowing another to absorb her essence, supplementing their yang with her yin and causing their cultivation to soar. As for the vessel, once the demonic seed is removed, she would lose all of her life essence and become a withered corpse. In his previous life, Niep Tu Tien had suddenly vanished, and he feared this was the reason why. Tran Mac grew pensive and made a silent vow. In this life, he would not let that tragedy repeat itself. He pulled out a chair for her. "Tu Tien, long time no see. Come on, have a seat." At the same time, his mind began to race, planning his next move. Zhao Qian's current body is just a vessel for a demonic seed planted by a flawed demonic art, which he can easily remove. Tran Mac narrowed his eyes, wanting to see exactly what kind of evil entity was behind all this. Across from them, she saw a dignified old man sitting with his eyes closed, and Zhao Qian was curious who he was. But since Tran Mac didn't introduce him, she let it go and started teasing, "Zhao Mac, you're back. I thought after going to Sai Tang you'd forget all about us." Tu Sin was visibly annoyed, thinking of course he only came back for a trip because of the new year. Tu Hao stepped in to smooth things over. All right, let's just order." Before long, the table was covered with tempting dishes. Tranmak hadn't touched his chopsticks yet. And before eating, he looked at Zhao Qian and suddenly said, "By the way, if you guys are running into any trouble, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you solve it." Zhao Qian looked confused, while Thu Xin's face darkened as he stayed silent. Tu Hao just blankly put some food in his mouth. Zhao Qian flashed a bright smile. "What kind of trouble could we have? You're thinking too much." However, everyone was feeling something different. Thu Xin's insecurity flared into anger, and he slammed the table as he stood up. "Tranmak, you think I, Ngon Thu Xin, am inferior to you, don't you? A problem I can't solve, what makes you think you can?" Tu Hao was startled, unable to believe Thu Xin's attitude. "You're totally overreacting. Isn't Zhao Mak just showing he cares about us? Why are you flipping out on him like this?" Tranmak remained silent, his face slowly turning indifferent. Thu Xin wasn't finished with his rant, still seething with bitterness. You think just because you used your connections to get to Saitang, that you've climbed the social ladder and can act all high and mighty? He even wanted to end his friendship with Tranmak and draw a clear line between them. You're clearly not as good as me at anything yet. You always act like you're above me. If that's the case, let's just get it all out in the open today. From now on, we're done. Let's just cut all ties. How about that? Tu Hao was shocked and unhappy with his friend's words. "Ngon Thu Xin, what's gotten into you?" Zhao Qian tried her best to calm him down. "Stop talking nonsense, you're going to ruin our friendship." Thu Xin was so angry he was grinding his teeth, but since Tranmak, the target of his insults, wasn't saying anything, he had no grounds to keep going. Tranmak silently poured beer into his glass, then he raised it and downed it in a single gulp as if to show Ngon Thu Xin his stance. Thu Xin, being naturally competitive, trembled with anger when he saw that. He grabbed a beer bottle and started chugging. "Fine." After finishing, he slammed the bottle on the table and said angrily, "You guys eat, I'll pay." With that, Thu Xin turned and walked out. Seeing this, Tu Hao ran after him. "Himwee, I'll go talk to him." Zhao Qian felt a bit awkward, never expecting things to end up this way. "Zhao Mak," he reassured her. "It's okay, I'm not taking his words to heart." He then got straight to the point. "Now that it's just the two of us, can you tell me what's going on with you?" Zhao Qian was silent for a moment, her sad eyes filled with hesitation, and in the end it seemed she wasn't ready to share. She stood up. "What could possibly be wrong with me? I've lost my appetite for this meal. We should just call it a day." After saying that, Zhao Qian turned and left. The gathering broke up on a sour note. Tranmak let out a sigh, lost in thought. He gave an order to Tung Tu, who had been sitting silently beside him the whole time. "Follow her, but don't let her know." The old man replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Outside, Wang Diekbin of the Yin sect was leaning against a car smoking a cigarette. He was not pleased. He told her she'd been there too long. He reminded her, "Zhao Qian the master doesn't like you associating with those boys, you'll only bring them harm." She threatened him coldly. "I've already said I won't do anything to betray the master. If you dare to touch them, don't blame me for taking you down with me." Diekbin didn't seem angry at all. "I'm just reminding you, you should know your place." Zhao Qian opened the car door and got into the back seat. "You don't need to waste your breath." Tung Tu, who was hiding behind a tree, overheard their entire conversation. The scene then shifts back to the luxurious private dining room where Tranmak was waiting for news. Tung Tu returned and reported everything to Tranmak, after which they left. He nodded and said, "I understand." Just then, Tu Hao came back and began making excuses for Thu Xin. "Tranmak, don't take what Thu Xin said to heart, he's just been going through a tough time." Since he wanted to help them anyway, he wasn't going to hold a grudge against his old friend, and instead asked, "Don't worry, I could tell something was up for a while now." "What kind of trouble is he in?" Tu Hao let out a sigh, and then told Tranmak about Thu Xin's situation. Both Thu Xin's family and the family of their classmate Ho Kiem Hoa are in the hotel business, and they've always been rivals. You know how it is. After learning that the Kim family planned to build a chain of high-end clubs in Fongsun County, both of them went to Saitang to find young Master Kim. As it turned out, young Master Kim chose Ho Kiem Hoa and threw Thu Xin out, saying some pretty nasty things to him. Tranmak listened silently for a moment, his face darkening as he muttered, "Young Master Kim, the Kim family," Tu Hao continued. "I heard that next year the Ho family plans to use the Kim family's backing to take over Thu Xin's family hotel. Man, Thu Xin is under so much pressure, that's why he said all that stuff." After hearing the whole story, Tranmak stood up, patted Tu Hao's shoulder, and promised, "All right, I get it. I'll take care of this." Tu Hao was stunned and completely surprised. "You can solve it." Tranmak led Tung Tu away, waving his hand as he left. "Oh right, Happy New Year!" A few days later, on the first day of the new year at the Tu Hai Hotel, run by the Ngon family, Thu Xin was standing at the entrance greeting guests and wishing them a Happy New Year. Beside Ngon Kwang Hoi, Ngon Thu Xin's father said warmly, "Please come in, your private room is ready." The father and son duo Ho Ven Vi and Ho Kiem Hoa also arrived. "Brother Ngon, Happy New Year." Ngon Kwang Hoi kept a smile on his face. "Old bro Hu, Happy New Year." Hu Wenwei was extremely arrogant, plopping right down into a chair as soon as he walked in and sizing up the hotel. Younger bro Yan, the Four Seas Hotel is really coming along, Guang Hui replied politely. You're joking, Mr. Hu. I still have a lot of work to do. Jianhua, on the other hand, wasn't so polite and retorted sarcastically, well, at least you're self-aware. Compared to our Vu Huang Hotel, this place of yours is nothing more than a public restroom. Guang Hui's smile faded as he said coldly, Mr. Hu, today is New Year's Day. How about we talk after the holiday? Behind him, Chu Sheng gritted his teeth, glaring at the Hu family member. Wenwei, being an old fox, just laughed it off. Younger bro Yan, I can't help you there. Young Master Jin has demanded that I consolidate the hotel industry in Fengshan County as soon as possible. He held up 3 fingers. Young Master Jin has made an offer of 3 million for this place. Chu Sheng couldn't stand it and stepped up to argue 3 million. Our Four Seas Hotel is worth at least 20 million, Jianhua, indifferent to his outburst, replied coolly. 3 million is plenty. Who else do you think would dare defy young Master Jin to come to this rundown hotel of yours? Guang Hui's face darkened, but he politely refused. The Four Seas Hotel is my life's work, and I have no intention of giving it up. However, Wenwei wouldn't take no for an answer. Younger bro Yan, don't push your luck. You really don't want to get on the Hu family's bad side. Guang Hui called his nephew Yan Lin to see them out. Yan Lin, a tall and muscular guy, stepped forward and said coldly, Mr. Hu, this way, please. Wenwei didn't budge, just raising an eyebrow from his seat. At that moment, Mr. Shen stepped in front of Yan Lin, raised his fist angrily, and lunged forward. He punched Yan Lin square in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground with a heavy thud. A panicked Chu Sheng rushed to help him. Are you all right? Blood dripped from the corner of Yan Lin's mouth as he said shakily to Guang Hui, Second uncle, he's a martial artist. He could take down our entire Yan family alone. Guang Hui was extremely worried. Seeing this, Wenwei finally got up and cracked his knuckles. Younger bro Yan, based on the years we've known each other, let me give you some advice, don't resist futilely. Right at that moment, Chen Mo walked into the hotel lobby. Uncle Yan, I came to wish you a happy new year. Worried he would get involved in the trouble, Chu Sheng immediately tried to make him leave. Chen Mo, what are you doing here? You need to leave now. Seeing his son's friend, Guang Hui, didn't want to drag an outsider into their family's mess. He said, Chen Mo, thanks for stopping by today. I appreciate the sentiment. I'll have Chu Sheng visit you another day, but you should go home now. But Chen Mo wasn't persuaded. He just smiled and said, Uncle Yan, I'm not just here to wish you a happy new year today. I also want to discuss some business. I'd like to acquire the Four Seas Hotel. Jianhua scowled and stepped forward to insult him. Chen Mo, what's a good-for-nothing like you doing stirring up trouble? Even with a bit of cash from your mom's business, you could never buy a hotel. Plus, you dare to oppose the Jin family. Guang Hui was completely stunned. Chu Sheng thought he was just stirring the pot. He frowned. Chen Mo, stop causing trouble. The Jin family is here. But Chen Mo didn't leave, instead stepping closer with an enticing offer. Uncle Yan, just name your price. I'll buy it with no conditions. Chu Sheng stepped forward and grabbed him. Little Mo, please just go, I'm begging you. Chen Mo felt hurt. Chu Sheng, I told you to name your price. I couldn't be more sincere. How can you try to kick me out? Wenwei didn't want any surprises. He turned to the martial artist. Mr. Shen, kindly throw this brat out. Mr. Shen nodded. No problem, I'm just doing my job for the young Master Jin. As he finished speaking, he unleashed his power and a surge of qi erupted from him, startling everyone. Chu Sheng became even more worried for his friend. Chen Mo, you see that you're going to get yourself killed if you keep messing around. Chen Mo wasn't fazed at all. In fact, he scoffed, just a measly external realm martial artist. He raised his hand, releasing a burst of qi, and coldly spat out one word, get lost. Blasted by Chen Mo's powerful qi meester, Shen coughed up blood and stumbled back in utter shock. External qi projection, you're a transformation realm grandmaster. Chen Mo casually put his hands in his pockets, his own qi flaring as he turned. He warned, if this wasn't Uncle Yan's hotel, you'd already be dead. Mr. Shen immediately fell to his knees. I was blind to have offended a grandmaster, please spare my life. Jianhua was dumbfounded. What? Wenwei was furious but powerless. How is this possible? Chu Sheng was completely floored. Little Mo, when did you become so powerful? Chen Mo just smiled and said, we can talk about that later. We need to solve this problem first. Though defeated, Mr. Shen remembered he had the Jin family's backing and warned, you may be powerful, but you can't fight the Jin family. I suggest you mind your own business. Chen Mo was completely unfazed. The Jin family might be untouchable in your eyes, but to me they're just a bunch of nobodies. Just then a commanding voice boomed from behind them. Who's bad-mouthing my Jin family? A displeased young man walked in. This was Jin Kenning, the eldest son of Jin Zhenghuo and grandson of Jin Zhongshan. Seeing the newcomer, Wenwei immediately began to grovel. Young Master Jin Kenning ignored him and ordered his subordinates, you dare look down on the Jin family, get him. But as his men got close to Chen Mo, they were all sent flying by the qi radiating from his body. Suddenly, 2 more men walked in, and upon seeing them, Kenning shouted, Grandpa, Dad! He immediately pointed at Chen Mo to complain, Dad, this kid, he... However, his father and grandfather completely ignored him, walked straight to Chen Mo and bowed in apology. I, Jin Zhongshan, have failed to teach my grandson properly and have come to personally apologize to Mr. Chen. The entire crowd was dumbfounded. What? Quan Yin was stunned at this point. Could he be Master Chen? Chen Mo remained indifferent as he spoke to Kim Trung Thuan. Elder Kim, my friend Yan Chu-sing, was kicked out before, and the one who insulted him was this very young Master Kim. He immediately turned to his grandson and commanded coldly, Koa-nin kneel. He knew he had done something stupid and immediately obeyed his grandfather, dropping to his knees to atone for his sin without any hesitation. Mr. Chen, I was blind, please punish me. Chen Mo didn't make a move. He turned his head and spoke to the person behind him. Chiu-seng, how did he treat you back then? Now you do the same to him, and don't worry if he dares to get revenge on you later, I guarantee he'll regret it with his life. Kuan-in's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly knelt on the ground, begging, Mr. Chen, I didn't know he was your friend, or I would never have dared to treat him like that. Seeing this scene, Chiu-seng spoke up, Xiao Mo, let it go, it's all in the past. Hearing this, Chen Mo let him off. Elder Kim, my friend, doesn't want to get his hands dirty, I hope you won't disappoint me. Elder Kim was sweating bullets at his calm demeanor. Rest assured, Master Chen, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Immediately after, he turned around and called out, Jinghuo, he's your son, you will carry out the family discipline, confinement. It seemed as if Kuan-in had not anticipated this punishment at all. He wailed and begged, Grandpa, no, Dad, please save me, don't. While the servants brought a rod, Zhenghuo sighed in frustration. He could only blame his son's own arrogance and blindness. The next second, without a moment's hesitation, he struck one of Kuan-in's legs hard. His pain scream startled everyone around. Confinement meant breaking his leg. This is how a great family can stand tall in the world, inseparable from its harsh and cruel family rules. After the punishment was over, Elder Kim asked for Chen Mo's opinion. Master Chen, is this acceptable to you? He maintained a cold expression. Don't let there be a next time. As if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted, the old man heaved a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully. Then I'll take this disgraceful grandson of mine home. Wen Wei had been observing the whole time, his face showing clear disbelief, thinking to himself that powerhouse of the Kim family is so utterly respectful to this kid, even Jianhua behind him was worried. Just what is Chen Mo's background on the other side? Guang Hui, though trembling, still thanked him politely. Mr. Chen, thank you for saving us. Seeing this, Chen Mo quickly stepped forward to help him up. Uncle Tan, don't be so formal based on my relationship with Cho-sang. The Tan family's business is my business. Then he slowly walked away and said goodbye to Cho-sang. All right, I should be going now. Uncle Tan Cho-sang, goodbye. A moment later, Guang Hui remarked with emotion, Son, your luck isn't bad, you've made a good friend. Although he had just been saved, Cho-sang didn't look happy at all. So from now on, we are no longer people of the same world. The scene changes to a luxury car parked in front of a house. Yi Ping asked seriously, Big bro, is it time? Qi Xiong's eyes flashed as he replied, Yeah, put that thing in the car, we're leaving the yin sect immediately. Just as they were about to leave, a voice full of amusement rang out. Trying to leave? It turned out to be the figure of Lian Chengyu from the spirit sect, who had appeared to block their path. His presence immediately made Qi Xiong's blood boil. Lian Chengyu, you came to snatch the yin maiden of my yin sect. Hearing this, Chengyu smirked and asserted with certainty, Ying Qi Xiong, she is clearly the spirit maiden of my spirit sect. His confident statement made Qi Xiong's power explode. If you want to take her, we'll fight you to the death. His power not only failed to scare Chengyu, but it made him seem even more excited than before. The brute force of the yin sect's body refinement is not even worth mentioning. Chengyu quickly gathered his power, creating a magic orb in his hand. From a tiny orb, he transformed it into a stone golem brimming with power. With just one stomp of its foot, it crushed Qi Xiong flat on the ground like a pathetic ant. Zhao Qian, who had been fought over this whole time, had long run out of patience with them. All these people treated her like a gift to be given away. They should all just drop dead. Even though he was beaten to a pulp, Qi Xiong was still stubborn. Lian Chengyu, our Ying family found her first. She is the yin maiden of the yin sect, you can't take her. While floating high in the air, Chengyu spoke with a superior tone. Considering we are both from the same yin spirit sect lineage, I'll spare your lives. But if you dare take my spirit maiden again, don't blame me for being ruthless. From a distance, Chen Mo had observed the entire story. He crossed his arms and speculated silently, isn't the yin spirit sect a cultivation sect that dates back to the ancient era? It might have treasures that Chen Mo needs. From a hidden corner, Chen Mo and Song Zi slowly walked out at the same time. The moment he saw them, Chen Yu shouted in confusion, Who are you? Beside him, Zhao Qian yelled worriedly, Chen Mo, what are you doing here, run? As if not noticing her fear, he calmly ordered, Let her go and have your young sect master come see me. Chen Mo's cold attitude quickly made him wary. What, you're a martial artist? Even so, Cheng Yu stubbornly ordered his stone golem to crush him. While its foot was about to hit him, Chen Mo just spoke slowly. Freeze. Instantly, magic circles enveloped the stone golem. The next second, its entire body slowly turned to dust. Seeing that the situation didn't look good, Cheng Yu descended from the sky. He could actually dispel the spiritual power I summoned. What's going on? Then he reached out his hand to grab Zhao Qian. Come with me. Tan Ngok's aggression scared her so much she waved her hands frantically. No! Tranmak's expression didn't change at all. Slash. After his incantation, a sword materialized. It sliced through the air in one clean motion, cutting Tan Ngok down before he could even blink. This incredible sight instantly made Tiu Tian's jaw drop in shock. The obvious look on her face made Tranmak curious. Are you scared? After she came back to her senses, she answered without a second thought. No, I actually feel great. He totally deserved to die. In stark contrast to Tiu Tian's satisfaction, his immense power made both Diek Bin and Shi Cheng surrender unconditionally. Please don't kill me. We'll submit to you. Tranmak threatened them in a stern voice. You'll answer whatever I ask. You know what'll happen if you're not completely honest. He trembled and loudly promised. Yes, I swear I won't hide a single thing. It turns out the Yinning sect was founded 200 years ago by a disillusioned scholar who found a cultivation technique manual, not some ancient, immortal sect. To this day, internal conflict is severe, and it has split into the Yin sect and the Spirit sect, each managed by a young sect master. Ni Tian was born in the Yin hour of the Yin month of the Yin year, making her the ultimate Yin female recorded in the Yin Spirit sect's scriptures. The Ong and Lin families both wanted to offer her to their respective young sect masters. Hearing this, Tranmak curiously asked, What about that demonic seed who implanted it? Shi Cheng's voice trembled with fear. A demonic seed? What's that? I don't know. I really don't know, Tranmak thought to himself. It seems they really don't know the full story. After making his own assessment, Tranmak gave them 2 pills and commanded, Eat these, then take me to your young sect master. Shi Cheng was amazed when he saw the items they were supreme-grade spiritual pills. He gave them a classic carrot and stick, threatening them in a low voice. I can grant you these pills, but I can also kill you just as easily. Understood? Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Cheng hurriedly replied, We understand. Diep Bin also quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior. While leading everyone into the gloomy forest, Shi Cheng thoughtfully explained, This place is Dongqin Mountain, the home of the Yin Spirit sect. After a while, Tranmak assessed the situation internally. This Dongqin Mountain was filled with dense spiritual energy, but it also concealed a bit of malevolent aura. Then he glanced to the side and quickly realized something. This Dongqin Mountain holds a secret. Tranmak took a step forward and said to the group, Let's head up. Massive boulders loomed all around, and even the tree branches began to look sinister on this mountain. Shi Cheng was leading the way up front, and everyone else followed quickly in the quiet atmosphere. Suddenly, Tranmak spotted something right ahead. Unsurprisingly, Shi Cheng also noticed it and pointed in one direction. This is the lookout peak just ahead is the entrance to the Yin Spirit sect. The sky had grown dark and the moon had risen at some point. After observing carefully, Tranmak slowly remarked, The spiritual energy here is rich, but the malevolent aura is also getting stronger. As soon as she heard this, Tiu Tian realized, So it's a malevolent aura. No wonder I feel so agitated like I could snap at any moment. In a flash, he gently took her hand and transferred some of his spiritual energy to her. With a very gentle expression, Tranmak asked Tiu Tian with concern, You must feel a little better now, right? Her shy voice replied, Thank you, really. A moment later, Shi Cheng pointed into the distance and spoke up. That's the mountain gate of the Yin Spirit sect. If we get a little closer, you can see the cave and the cliff face, he began to explain worriedly. Senior, even though we're members of the Yin Spirit sect, we're only responsible for gathering cultivation resources in the mortal world. We've only been to this gate area once when we joined the sect more than 10 years ago, so we don't know if there are any traps. Hearing this, Tranmak replied in his usual cold tone, It doesn't matter whatever traps or arrays they have, I can break them easily. The group continued on moving forward under the soft glow of the moon. Suddenly, guards from the Yin sect's mountain gate rushed out in front of them. Who are you people? While Sich Hung stood there with his jaw dropped, Tranmak spoke confidently as if he'd been expecting them. I'm here to see your young sect master, that moron, to collect a debt. His arrogance made them absolutely furious. What? How dare you disrespect our young sect master? You're looking for death! The guards had barely finished their sentence when Tranmak made his move. With just a single casual wave of his hand, he sent them flying away, coughing up blood in agony. One of the guards clutched his chest, trembling as he demanded, Just who are you? Impatience flashed in Tranmak's eyes. Get that piece of trash out here to meet me. The next second, shadowy figures flew out from the Yin sect's base one after another. They surrounded Tranmak and Tiu Tian. The Yin Malevolence Chain Formation. From within the gate, a sinister, calculating voice called out, You want to see me? You'll have to get through them first. It seems this sight terrified Shi Cheng. His face went pale, but he still managed to give a warning. Senior, the Yin Malevolence Chain Formation is the Yin sect's most powerful array specifically designed to take down strong enemies. The members of the Yin sect didn't hesitate for a second, charging toward Tranmak. Keep the girl alive, kill the rest, go die. Seeing this, Tong Tu's expression changed in fear. Master. Then a brilliant light enveloped the old man. In the blink of an eye, he was standing firmly in front of Tranmak. Though he blocked the attack, Tong Tu said with annoyance, Damn it to think I was pushed back by a dozen of these grunts. From behind him, Tranmak explained seriously, This grand array can gather spiritual energy to block your attacks. Stop wasting your time. Let me handle this. As soon as he heard Tranmak was stepping in, Tong Tu immediately bowed his head respectfully in apology. Is a disciple who hasn't quite mastered his art. While slowly advancing, Chenmo comforted him, saying it was no big deal that even though his power had reached a master level, it wasn't a match, and he could just take his time learning. The gloomy voice from inside the yin sect's gate echoed again as if to provoke him. You're just bluffing. If you've got the guts, then try and break my grand formation. After that, Chenmo focused his power into his fist, preparing the third form of the heavenly mystic divine fist. The next second, he threw a powerful punch straight into the empty space in front of him, heaven and earth formation. This move unleashed an incredibly terrifying explosion down on the yin sect's array. With just one blow, Chenmo wiped out all the enemies in front of him. The yin sect members were blasted backward as if electrocuted, and it seemed his limitless power had completely stunned both Qi and Yiping. What kind of power was this? Was he even human? Even Xiao Qian couldn't have imagined this scene, that Chenmo actually had such incredible power. Despite the magic Chenmo had just unleashed, the young master of the yin sect was still incredibly arrogant. Kid, you killed my yin sect's people, so I'll use you to avenge my disciples today. As expected, he was enraged by the man's arrogance. Those words are enough for me to annihilate your entire yin spirit sect. At that moment, the tragic memories of his past life flooded Chenmo's mind. In his past life, his biggest regret was the tragic fate his friends and family suffered. The flames of resentment burned fiercely in his heart. Chenmo became even more determined now that he was reborn. He had to protect them properly and make up for his past life. Xiao Qian's eyes widened in shock, nervously covering her mouth with her hand. She thought to herself, Chenmo is angry. Tung Tu, standing beside her, was just as surprised, muttering, he's really angry now. The deeper they went into the yin spirit sect's mountain, the dimmer the light became inside the dark cave. Vines clung tightly to the cliff walls, and in the darkness of the cave, glistening dewdrops looked like transparent gems carved by time. Chenmo's group slowly explored the cave, cautiously observing as they went. Suddenly, they saw a blurry figure up ahead. In the gloomy silence, a stone niche on the mossy wall was covered in strange symbols looking like some kind of mechanism. Right below it, a portly man sat cross-legged on a stone seat, a smug, gleeful smile on his face, surrounded by a mysterious purple aura. The young master of the yin sect rested his chin on his hand, looking at Chenmo's group and sneering. After I kill you, I'll use a secret art for dual cultivation with the yin maiden. My power will surpass the sect masters, and then the yin spirit sect will be all mine. The young yin sect master. Xiao Qian frowned at him, cursing internally. So disgusting. Chenmo asked coldly, you think you can kill me just by relying on the baleful energy here? The young yin sect master looked at Chenmo with suspicion and scoffed. You actually know about the baleful energy, kid. What's your background anyway? Chenmo replied coldly. You don't need to know, I'm asking you. Did you plant the demonic seed in Xiao Qian? The young yin sect master asked, confused. Demonic seed. Chenmo closed his eyes in annoyance. His brows furrowed. Seems it wasn't him. Quick as a flash, Chenmo's heaven-slaying sword slashed across the young yin sect master, who quickly raised his hand to block blood spraying from his arm. Chenmo gritted his teeth. In that case, you can die. But then the scene before him left him completely stunned. The young yin sect master frowned in anger, his face covered in sweat. His injured arm went limp, the flesh twisting and contorting as if a new arm was about to grow. Chenmo asked in surprise, your arm can regenerate on its own. He calmly continued, you've cultivated a Dao body. No, that's not a Dao body. The young yin sect master was triumphant, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Kid, you see how amazing I am now, right? You can't kill me, so just obediently submit, hand over your secrets, and I might let you live. The moment he finished speaking, Chenmo drew his sword again and slashed at him. Here we go again. The young yin sect master quickly stood up, channeling his internal energy to block Chenmo's sword. He grinned smugly, baleful energy body shield. He was absolutely furious, his eyes practically shooting sparks. Chenmo waved his hand, continuing to direct the heaven-slaying sword towards the young yin sect master. Chenmo's mind was filled with doubt. What kind of baleful energy could possibly block the heaven-slaying sword? The heaven-slaying sword zipped towards the young yin sect master, whose eyes were filled with arrogance. He quickly dodged to the side, and it plunged into the wall behind him. Xiao Qian stood behind Chenmo, observing their surroundings, when suddenly her eyes went wide and she screamed in terror, "Oh my God!" In the dark corner of the cave, countless skeletons were piled on top of each other, all of them enveloped in a strange light. She was certain this was the source of the baleful energy. Hearing her words, the young yin sect master was completely shocked. He never expected his secret to be discovered so quickly. Xiao Qian stammered in fear, "These people!" Just then she saw a rifle placed neatly on a cold stone slab in a corner of the cliff. Xiao Qian became even more certain. It was an army platoon. The young yin sect master flashed an arrogant smile, his eyes burning red like fire, and said excitedly, "That's right. Only these resilient, self-sacrificing, and unyielding soldiers could release so much baleful energy after death." Xiao Qian softly explained to Chenmo, "I heard that back then a military unit of over 10,000 men was heading to the front lines, but then they went missing and were declared to have died heroically for the nation. It turns out their bones are here." At that moment, his face darkened and his eyes grew cold. They couldn't go to the front lines, instead becoming vengeful spirits that generated such intense malevolent energy. The young master of the yin sect gloated, These resilient people were useless when they were alive. Dying just fulfilled my purpose. It's just a shame too few of them died. Otherwise, my divine body tempering art could have reached its highest level. Chenmo frowned in anger and said coldly, "You deserve to die!" Suddenly, the young master of the Yin sect puffed out his cheeks and took a deep breath with all his might, as if trying to suck all the surrounding malevolent energy into his body. His body instantly tensed up, gradually growing larger. His arrogant gaze looked at Chenmo with complete disdain. "I admit you're a bit tough, but with this intense malevolent energy, I am an invincible existence." Chenmo glared back dismissively, quickly channeling his spiritual energy. A small fireball swiftly appeared in his hand. Chenmo's voice was ice cold. "Invincible in front of me, you're not even an ant." In the gloomy space, Chenmo's sharp eyes radiated decisiveness. A fiery light erupted from his chest. Forming a magic array, he put 2 fingers together in front of his chest, uttering each word. "Samadhi True Fire activate." Immediately after, a blazing red flame erupted violently, swirling towards the young master of the Yin sect. He arrogantly released his power, letting out a ferocious laugh that echoed and shook the entire space. "Ha ha ha! My body is impervious to fire and water. You think you can kill me with a childish trick like this? Dream on." Just as the young master of the Yin sect finished speaking, a flame latched onto his shoulder, slowly burning his flesh. The young master of the Yin sect broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in panic, "What's going on? This fire can actually harm me!" The flame grew more and more intense, as if it wanted to devour him. The young master of the Yin sect kept asking, "What kind of fire is this? Why can't I put it out?" He screamed in agony. "Please spare me, it hurts so much, spare my life, spare me, I was wrong," Chenmo said coldly. "Look at the remains of the heroic souls behind you who could possibly save you." The young master of the Yin sect was engulfed in a sea of fire, struggling in terror, constantly begging for help. "I was wrong, great master, spare me, I know I was wrong, sect master. Sect master, save me." The fire burned away the young master's original body, revealing his true form as an innate spirit would. Chenmo picked it up, calculating in his mind, "This is a material for crafting top-tier elixirs and magical artifacts. With this, I can cultivate the wood element body of my primal chaos immortal body." Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps broke the silence. Songzi and Zhao Qian were both startled and turned towards the sound. The sect master of the Yinning sect was standing in the cave, his imposing figure with hands clasped behind his back, looking down on Chenmo's group with disdain. "I'll leave my cauldron behind and you all can go as you please." Chenmo asked him indifferently, "You are the sect master of the Yinning sect. Did you plant the demonic seed in my friend?" The Yinning sect master's face was ice cold, arrogantly uttering harsh words. "To be my cauldron and witness me achieve the great Tao is her honor." Chenmo replied calmly, "Then being killed by me will be your honor." The Yinning sect master burst out laughing, his contemptuous laughter echoing throughout the dark cave. "Ha ha ha!" He squinted disdainfully, spiritual energy surging from his entire body. "My jade planting art has already reached the realm of yin and yang harmony. Once I absorb the demonic seed from her body, I can become the first person to reach the divine realm in the last 100 years. And you think you can kill me?" Chenmo also quickly erupted with spiritual energy, his whole body seeming to glow. He replied coolly, "It'll just take a little more effort, that's all. Why wouldn't I be able to kill you?" The corner of the Yinning sect master's mouth twitched into a dangerous, mocking smile. "Is that so?" The Yinning sect master lunged at Chenmo as fast as lightning. "Then let me see what you're made of." Zhao Qian was so shocked her jaw dropped. Songzi was also startled by the Yinning sect master's move. He thought to himself, "I can't even see his movements clearly. His cultivation level is too terrifying." Chenmo snorted coldly, instantly throwing a punch in response. With a bang, Chenmo's powerful fist slammed directly into the Yinning sect master, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that seemed to tear through space, sending him flying. The Yinning sect master was terrified, looking at his opponent with a panicked and guarded expression. "Just who in the world are you?" Chenmo retorted sarcastically. "A dead man doesn't need to know." Then his entire body lit up with spiritual light, his oppressive aura intensifying. "Heavenly profound divine fist, first form mountain severing plane." The Yinning sect master also quickly unleashed his spiritual energy, executing the yin malevolence body protecting heaven severing hand. The two powerful streams of spiritual energy collided as if ripping a hole in space, creating an earth-shattering boom. Chenmo relentlessly threw one powerful punch after another. He looked at the Yinning sect master with a dangerously demonic gaze. "To think you're still not dead, this will be good practice for me." The Yinning sect master was so angry he gritted his teeth, veins popping on his face. He swore loudly, "If I don't kill you today, I'm not a man." Then the Yinning sect master pointed 2 fingers straight ahead, spiritual energy surging from his body. He continued his attack, his spiritual energy erupting violently, his entire body emitting a dazzling aura. "I seal the world." Soon the entire cave was covered in a thin layer of ice, and the layers of ice slowly crept up Chenmo's legs with no sign of stopping. Qi Xiong was terrified, sweating buckets, and he asked in a panic, "What is this?" Zhao Qian was scared and worried. "What do we do? Are we going to freeze to death?" Songzi's gaze was as sharp as lightning. He gathered all his spiritual energy into his fist and threw a punch like a clap of thunder, shattering the ice barrier in front of him into pieces. But the ice just kept spreading. It quickly latched onto his feet, crawling over any part that wasn't already frozen. Mo just stood there coldly, not moving an inch as the ice threatened to encase him completely. Song Zi watched worriedly. This is bad. The ice is still spreading. The Shadow Spirit Sect Master continued to unleash his power streams of frigid spiritual energy surrounding Mo. He gloated triumphantly. You're strong, but not strong enough to resist my spell. Mo replied coldly. You have the nerve to call this pathetic trick a spell. Then he raised both hands, gathered his spiritual energy and launched his attack. Witness my world-freezing ice. Instantly, mountains of razor-sharp ice materialized. They surrounded the Shadow Spirit Sect Master, who turned pale with fear, unable to believe his own eyes. How is this possible? The Shadow Spirit Sect Master was sweating buckets, completely terrified and in disbelief. How can your spell be this powerful? This is impossible. Suddenly, with trembling hands, he pulled out a small orb. Inside the orb were 5 spiritual energies of different colors: red, purple, white, yellow, and black, representing the 5 elements. Seeing the small orb, Mo's brow furrowed in fear. Thinking to himself, this is bad. He urgently turned and yelled, "Go now!" The Shadow Spirit Sect Master quickly raised the sect's ultimate formation orb and activated the array. The orb unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy. 5 colored beams of light shot out from the orb, and he said coldly, "Too late!" The 5 beams intertwined their surging spiritual energy, creating a terrifying power that seemed capable of moving heaven and earth. By now, the Shadow Spirit Sect Master's entire body was frozen solid, leaving only his face visible. With a ferocious expression and a crazed look in his eyes, he laughed maniacally and declared, "Today I'll use the Shadow Spirit Sect's ultimate formation to take you down with me." Immediately after, a massive energy explosion erupted. 5 brilliant beams of spiritual energy swirled together, creating a blinding light and a huge cloud of dust, creating a scene of absolute chaos. Outside the mountain, powerful beams of light shot out from cracks in its surface. Layers of rock and earth were pulverized as tyrannical streams of spiritual energy erupted from the mountain's peak. The young master of the Shadow Spirit Sect stood outside, watching the battle intently. He muttered to himself, "The Sect Master actually detonated the ultimate formation. Looks like that kid is way stronger than I thought. A good thing I stayed back and watched from the shadows instead of jumping in. Otherwise, I'd be buried in there too." Suddenly, a smug grin spread across his face. "Heh, this means the Shadow Spirit Sect is all mine now. I'll go consolidate my power first, then I'll destroy everything that kid owns. That can be considered revenge for the Sect Master." Just then, amidst the mountain that had shattered into 1,000 pieces, the pile of rubble suddenly began to tremble. A thin hand reached out from the pile of debris. Song Zi, covered in dust with his hair a total mess, struggled to climb out of the wreckage. He then rushed over to Mo's group, "Master, are you all right?" Qi Xiong and Yi Ping had been sent flying by the blast, their bodies hitting the ground hard and knocking them out cold. Mo had shielded Zhao Qian with his own body, and he gritted his teeth against the pain, his whole body trembling as he forced himself to sit up. Mo immediately gave Song Zi his orders. "Zhao Qian just fainted. Help me find a safe cave and stand guard. I need to go into seclusion to heal right away." Song Zi clasped his hands to accept the command, and quickly left. "Yes, master. This disciple thanks you for risking your life to protect us." Half a month later, in a place teeming with natural energy, sunlight streamed through a dense forest canopy. Mo was sitting inside a cave, his eyes closed in meditation with his hands forming a seal on his chest. Spiritual energy gathered around him, flowing through his meridians and pressure points to slowly heal his wounds. Zhao Qian and Song Zi stood guard outside, keeping Mo safe. She asked anxiously, "Taoist Song Zi, when do you think Mo will wake up?" Feeling deeply unsettled, he slowly replied, "I've never seen Master this badly injured before, so I honestly don't know." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Fengyang City, the young master of the Shadow Spirit Sect stood in a spacious room. Looking at the 2 girls in front of him, he said in a slimy voice, "My 2 beauties. Don't be scared. There's a certain kind of pleasure in tainting innocence. You know I'm going to have a very good time with you both." Qing Cheng and Wan Qing were tied up securely, their mouths gagged with a filthy piece of cloth, unable to make a sound to call for help. They both stared at him with eyes full of hatred, while the young master of the Shadow Spirit Sect just laughed endlessly. Heh heh heh. The scene then cuts back to the cave where Mo was healing. The sky was clear and blue with golden sunlight filtering through the leaves, creating a peaceful scene. After so many days of waiting, Mo finally spoke. "Song Zi, how many days have passed?" Zhao Qian was overjoyed. "Mo, you're awake." Song Zi's tense expression finally relaxed. He replied cheerfully, "Master, it's been half a month." Mo calmly continued, "Thanks to the 3-leaf red fruit and the spirit wood. Not only did I heal my injuries in a short amount of time, but I also made a breakthrough in my cultivation." Suddenly, the protective jade amulet that Mo had previously given to Wan Qing completely shattered. A look of pure terror crossed his face, his eyes widening in shock. Something happened to Wan Qing. Mo immediately activated a speed technique, launching himself into the air and flying like the wind to save her. Before I leave, he didn't forget to give instructions. "You take Zhao Qian back. I have to leave first for an emergency." At that moment, over where Wan Qing was, the jade amulet fell to the floor and shattered. From its broken fragments, thin wisps of smoke began to curl upwards, spreading slowly through the quiet room. The young master of the Shadow Spirit sect stood in a defensive pose, staring at the shattered amulet on the floor in complete astonishment. I can't believe an ordinary person would have this kind of powerful protective artifact. Qing Cheng and Wan Qing kept struggling, glaring at him with pure hatred. Wan Qing thought to herself, so that's why Chen Mo always insisted I wear that jade amulet. It's really... They had held off this scumbag for half an hour. The young master of the Yin Spirit sect frowned slightly, a smug look on his face as he let out a sleazy smile. But now it looks like no one is coming to save you. Queen Than fought back, raising her leg to kick him, her hateful gaze burning as if it could incinerate him. Her mouth was gagged, but she wished she could curse him to death. The young master of the Yin Spirit sect quickly grabbed Queen Than's leg and laughed creepily. Ha ha, little beauty, don't worry, we'll go one at a time. He then loomed over Van Than, a lecherous grin spreading across his repulsive face. Let's start with you, don't be scared, this will be fun. Van Than struggled with all her might, muffled sounds of escaping her gagged mouth. She thrashed relentlessly, tears of bitter resentment welling up in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, a sword whizzed towards the young master of the Yin Spirit sect. He dodged nimbly, barely escaping the deadly blade. The young master's face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, "Who dares to attack me?" Seeing the person before him, he was utterly stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. Tran Mak stood coldly shielding Queen Than and Van Than. The Tram Tien sword flew back to its master. The young master of the Yin Spirit sect stuttered in fear. It's you! Seeing Tran Mak was like finding a lifeline, and Queen Than felt a wave of relief. Meanwhile, Van Than was overcome with joy, tears streaming down her face. Tran Mak was absolutely furious, his eyes blazing with a fire that seemed ready to incinerate the lowlife before him. He gritted out each word. I will completely erase you from this world. The young master of the Yin Spirit sect looked at Tran Mak with contempt. Playing the hero for these beauties, you little punk. Before he could finish, Tran Mak's Tram Tien sword flashed past him like a cold wind, and his arm fell to the ground before he even registered the pain. Tran Mak coldly shouted, "Shut up, the dead have no need to speak." The Tram Tien sword flashed again, severing the young master's remaining arm, which immediately dropped to the ground. His face drained of all color as he repeatedly begged for mercy. The Tram Tien sword continued its assault on the young master, and he pleaded in desperation, "Spare my life." Tran Mak then ran over to untie Van Than. He gently helped her up, comforting her softly. Sister Van Than, I'm sorry you had to go through that. She threw her arms around Tran Mak and sobbed uncontrollably, as if releasing all the anguish from the past few hellish days. Sob, sob, sob. Tran Mak watched her with a pained expression, remaining silent, letting Van Than release all her pent-up emotions. Queen Than stood by quietly, a sorrowful look on her face as she watched them. Once Van Than began to calm down, Tran Mak gently said, Sister Van Than, Queen Than, don't be upset anymore. The rage inside him erupted. Tran Mak vowed, just watch me get revenge for you two. Shortly after, at the Yin Spirit sect, the sound of rushed footsteps echoed, as people ran to stop the intruders. Tran Mak calmly led Queen Than and Van Than into the Yin Spirit sect. A group of disciples rushed to block their path. Who goes there? Stop. Tran Mak's face was ice cold as he drew his Tram Tien sword. The blade danced through the group of Yin Spirit sect disciples and fresh blood splattered everywhere. They screamed in horror, "Ah, it's you." The entire Yin Spirit sect erupted into chaos with shouts echoing all around. We're under attack! We're under attack! Soon after, all the disciples quickly assembled into a defensive formation. They blocked Tran Mak's group at the entrance, preventing them from advancing deeper. The Yin Spirit sect disciples were furious, their faces fierce, and their eyes filled with killing intent as they postured aggressively. Who are you? I'm warning you, this is the Yin Spirit sect's territory. We are not someone you can afford to provoke. Tran Mak stood protectively in front of Queen Than and Van Than, his face cold and ruthless as he stared down the crowd. You're all too noisy. Immediately after, Tran Mak unleashed an attack, immense spirit power swirling violently in his fist. Dian Huyen Divine Fist, third move. Tran Ken Than. A single heaven-sent blow wiped out all the Yin Spirit sect disciples. Queen Than and Van Than were in utter shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape, completely speechless. Tran Mak stood there, his fist still brimming with power, coldly watching the disciples fall one after another. By the time they returned home, it was late at night, and a crescent moon cast a dim light through the quiet darkness. A stark contrast to the anxiety of those waiting for news about Queen Than and Van Than. Seeing them return, everyone was overjoyed. Tran Mak's mother cried out in relief, Tran Mak, you're back! Seeing him, Tang Tang was astonished. You actually brought them back. She then threw her arms around Queen Than, sobbing, My lady, I'm so useless I couldn't protect you. Queen Than gently patted Tang Tang's head, comforting her. It's okay, don't cry anymore, you did very well. Uncle Tran, still in shock, repeatedly asked Tran Mak, What about those kidnappers? They threatened us not to call the cops. Saying it would be useless anyway, so how did you get them out? A dangerous glint flashed in Tran Mak's cold eyes. He said seriously, You don't have to worry anymore, those guys are all dead. Tran Mak's mother gave him a complicated look, asking rapid-fire questions. All dead, who killed them? At that moment, his rage flared and his spirit power erupted uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, forcing out every word. My only regret is that killing them wasn't enough. If I kill enough people, then no one will ever dare to touch my friends and family again. Tranmak's eyes were filled with a crazed ferocity. As he declared with conviction, I want everyone to know what the consequences are for messing with the people close to Tranmak. His parents were stunned, looking at him in disbelief, unable to recognize the son standing before them. Chenmo's dad called out softly, Mo. Hearing his father's voice, he snapped out of his rage, realizing he had scared his parents. Chenmo's attitude changed instantly, and he stammered an explanation. It was all Songzi. He taught me his style of doing things. It was definitely Songzi. At the same time, the wrongly accused Songzi couldn't stop sneezing. After that, Chenmo took 3 green jade pendants out of his pocket. Dad won Cheng one for each of you, their personal protective amulets. Uncle Chen picked up the jade to examine it, asking curiously, what does this little toy do? Is it a good luck charm? Chenmo's mom shot her husband a look and grumbled at him to just wear it. Uncle Chen quickly cut in. I'll wear it, of course I'll wear it. After that, Chenmo returned to his small courtyard in Saitang City. Right then, in a large room, Chenmo sat majestically on a chair with the dignified Songzi standing beside him, while Cheng knelt humbly before him, begging. Chenmo looked at her calmly, then made his decision. Get up, I agree to take you as my disciple. He glanced at the person standing next to him and continued. From today on, Songzi is your senior brother. Overjoyed, Cheng obeyed Chenmo, immediately standing up to thank her master. Then Cheng went to pay her respects to Songzi. Greetings, senior brother. He hurriedly helped her up. Junior sister, there's no need for formalities. Songzi thought to himself. Who knows, maybe one day this junior sister will become the master's wife, so I definitely can't be disrespectful. Chenmo rested his chin on his hand thoughtfully, looking at his new disciple, wondering what cultivation technique to teach Cheng. Now after that, Cheng diligently practiced the cultivation technique without rest. She made rapid progress in just 3 days. Later, Tang and Chenmo stood by observing Cheng. He mused, I had Cheng build her foundation with the Yaoqi Holy Land's 7 technique, and she progressed very quickly. Within 3 days, she had already achieved it. But very soon, Chenmo noticed something unusual. However, her cultivation speed was abnormally fast. Something might be wrong. He immediately placed his hand on Cheng's forehead, using his spiritual energy to probe her constitution. Suddenly, Cheng's spiritual energy surged violently, swirling and intertwining to form the image of a fiery red phoenix. Tang's eyes widened in shock as she asked, What is this? Chenmo's eyes and smile were filled with joy. So that's it. It turns out she has the heavenly phoenix bloodline. Cheng remained calmly focused on her cultivation, oblivious to what was happening outside. Tang asked Chenmo in confusion, What's the heavenly phoenix bloodline? Will my young miss be in danger? He happily explained, Not at all, it's an amazing constitution for cultivation. Chenmo looked at Cheng, gently determined in his heart to fulfill his promise. When I leave this planet, I will lead you on the path to immortality. Sometime later, at the school's anniversary celebration, the auditorium was brightly lit. The sounds of cheering made the atmosphere even more lively. Seeing Chenmo at the door, Wang Lei immediately jumped up, waving his hands frantically. Over here, Chenmo. He quickly walked over to Wang Lei, who immediately started complaining. Why so late? You just got here. The celebration is already halfway over. Chenmo replied nonchalantly. But I'm here now, aren't I? On stage, the host introduced the next performance. Next up, please welcome Murong Yaner from Class 3 and Hua Yufeng from Class 5. In an instant, the whole auditorium went wild, the stands erupting in screams. After waiting for so long, my goddess Murong Yaner is finally on stage, Hua Yufeng, my husband. All eyes were fixed on the wings, as the curtain trembled slightly. The two of them were about to step onto the stage. Yufeng sat down at the piano. Yaner, like a celestial maiden, spun in a graceful dance. The entire audience seemed to hold its breath, captivated by every one of Yaner's elegant dance moves. Each of her movements seemed to blend with the music, soft yet decisive, gentle yet powerful, her face tinged with sadness, her eyes melancholic. The dance was like a story without words. Chenmo followed Yaner's every move, feeling delighted. It was great to be able to watch her dance again. A moment later, the performance ended, and the audience erupted once again. Excited cheers rang out. So beautiful, Yaner, 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 Chenmo thought to himself ever since I killed the golden crocodile at Spirit Marshal Mountain. I haven't seen her again. Not seeing her now would save me some trouble. He then immediately got up from his seat, turned to leave, not forgetting to tell Wang Lei, I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Yaner, standing on stage, noticed a familiar figure and called out loudly, Chenmo. Then Yaner ran like the wind towards Chenmo. In an instant, she threw herself into his arms, saying tearfully, I thought I'd never see you again. The scene was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock as they began to gossip. Isn't Murong Yaner supposed to be the Ice Queen goddess? Where's her aloofness? Where's her reservation? The goddess has fallen into someone else's arms. It's heartbreaking. Jiang Zhao was surprised, not thinking Yaner would dare to do something like this in front of everyone. She's so bold. He Wei was just as shocked, cursing inwardly. Is there something wrong with Yaner's brain to actually like a guy like him? Yaner hugged Chenmo tightly and wouldn't let go, so he gently comforted her. All right. I'm standing right here, aren't I? Yanner let go of Chen Mo and chided him. That's right, why couldn't I reach your cell phone? Chen Mo replied softly. Yeah, but I have your number saved, and I'll add you on WeChat. Yanner's expression softened. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Chen Mo. Okay, I'll be waiting for your message then. The ceremony ended, and Chen Mo went home. Under the dim moonlight, he walked slowly down the deserted, quiet street. Chen Mo realized Kei Yue had been tailing him for a while, so he stopped and asked, Why are you following me? Kei Yue approached Chen Mo and questioned him loudly. I don't know what tricks you used to fool Yanran. Stay away from her. You're not worthy of her at all. Chen Mo looked at her with a displeased, disdainful expression and shot back irritably. Oh, really? Then tell me in what way am I not worthy of her? Chen Mo stood there coldly waiting for Kei Yue's answer as she loudly belittled him. I know you're good at fighting and have some connections that might let you take over your mom's office in the future. But even so, you're not worthy of Yanran. A look of pure contempt appeared on Chen Mo's face as he scoffed. Haha, and Kei Yue, you're so naive. The background and status you care so much about are worthless in my eyes. Kei Yue's face turned pale at Chen Mo's harsh words. The wealth and status you see before you are like garbage to me. He frowned in annoyance and warned her, Don't judge me with your short-sighted eyes. He smirked slightly, tossing out a sarcastic remark before turning to leave. Do you think the values of a mortal and a god are the same ridiculous? Kei Yue stood frozen, her face ashen, silently cursing him in her heart. He wants to act like a god. One day he'll regret being so pretentious. The next day at 3 in the afternoon at the Wanxiang Hotel, Bia Yun explained the situation to Chen Mo. Master Chen, I heard there will be a magical artifact at this charity auction. I believe you'll be interested. He nodded in agreement. I'll leave after seeing the artifact. By this time, the venue was packed with guests. The sounds of greetings and cheerful chatter echoed throughout the hotel lobby. A moment later, Yuan Hao entered with a group of people. Zhu Li's eyes widened in excitement. Wow, thanks to Brother Hao. We actually get to come in here and see what it's like. Qian looked around with delight, remarking, This hall is seriously high class. Suddenly, she froze and cried out in disbelief. Look, isn't that Chen Mo? Why is he here too? Yuan Hao stared at Chen Mo, gritting his teeth in anger, wondering suspiciously. How could he possibly show up here? Did he get in because of someone he knows? Yanran also appeared at the party. Today she was wearing a lovely pink dress adorned with a few small purple flowers. She looked like an adorable little princess. As soon as she walked in, she saw Yuan Hao and greeted him. You're here too. Suddenly her eyes landed on a familiar figure, and Yanran's face lit up as she called out loudly, Chen Mo. She then happily rushed over to greet him. Chen Mo, you're here too. Chen Mo smiled back. A friend invited me to see something, want to come with me. A tall man appeared in the doorway, his face cold and expressionless, his gaze sharp. His arrival caused a stir throughout the hall. Look, isn't that Yi Tianning? Didn't Yi Tianning go to the military academy? Why is he suddenly back? Qian quickly jumped in on the gossip, adding, You haven't heard? Young Master Ye joined a special ace unit and is now back home visiting. Zhu Li crossed her arms, a smug look on her face, delighted that Chen Mo was in for it now. Young Master Ye is back, someone's about to have a really bad day. When Tianning saw the girl of his dreams, his expression instantly softened, his gaze full of adoration, as he softly called her name Yanran. But upon seeing Chen Mo, Tianning immediately confronted him. Kid, who are you? From a distance, the spiteful Zhu Li shouted, Young Master Ye, that's Chen Mo, the guy Yanran threw herself at during the school anniversary celebration. Tianning heard this. His expression instantly changed and he roared, What? Tianning was furious, his ice-cold gaze sweeping over Chen Mo. He snarled through gritted teeth, Who the hell do you think you are? You dare to touch Ye Tianning's woman who gave you the nerve? Yanran, annoyed, quickly retorted, Ye Tianning, I'm warning you, don't cause a scene. Since when did I become yours? Have you no shame? Chen Mo remained calm, looking at the madman in front of him with a cold expression. He spoke to Yanran, but every word was aimed at Tianning. Let's go over there, the sound of dogs barking is too loud here. Tianning was choked with rage, his eyes blazing as he sneered. You piece of trash is hiding behind a woman all you know how to do? Chen Mo scoffed sarcastically. Hilarious. The fact that you don't even have a woman willing to protect you proves you're even worse than trash. Tianning's face flushed red with anger. Humiliated, he raised his fist. You dare to humiliate me like that? Are you looking for death? Chen Mo looked at him coldly, a dangerous glint in his eyes, and uttered a single word, Scram. Nothing more needed to be said. That one word was like a cold blade showcasing Chen Mo's aura. Tianning froze, a flicker of fear on his face as he trembled inwardly. How is this possible? He looked so weak a gust of wind could blow him over. So why does he have such a powerful and dangerous aura? At that moment, Chen Mo casually reached out his hand and called, Yanran, let's go. Like a madman, Tianning immediately pulled out a gun and aimed it at Chen Mo. Stop right there. The entire hall erupted in chaos as people screamed in terror. He has a gun, this is bad! Chen Mo remained silent, trying to suppress his anger. Yanran shouted furiously, Ye Tianning, are you insane? He looked completely unhinged, his gaze as sharp and cold as ice. He clenched his jaw and threatened, Let's see if he's tougher than a bullet. Chen Mo still said nothing. I stared at him with a deadpan expression, thinking if he dared to shoot, I'd kill him on the spot. You dare threaten me? Do cultivators have no shame? Boyvan courageously stepped out from the crowd and fearlessly yelled right at the gunman. Diep Thien Nin, put that gun away and get the hell out of here now. Thien Nin turned toward the voice and immediately lost his nerve when he saw Boyvan. Kim Boyvan. My Diep family is no match for the Kim family. I can't afford to get on her bad side. Boyvan frowned angrily. Mr. Tran is my honored guest, and you dare point a weapon at him. Does your Diep family want to start an all-out war with my Kim family's enterprise? The moment she spoke, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Everyone started murmuring loudly. Kim Boyvan really escalated things to the point of letting the two great families go to war. Just what is that kid's background anyway? Thien Nin still had his gun raised. Even though he knew he couldn't win against the Kim family, he was too proud to back down. A Kim Boyvan, for your sake, I'll let this kid off the hook for today. He turned to leave in a huff, but not before shooting Tranmak a warning look. If you keep messing with Nanai, I'll make you wish you were never born! Thien Nin stormed through the crowd, yelling irritably, Get out of my way! Tulei silently watched Tranmak, her eyes filled with scorn as she sneered inwardly. Tranmak, the Kim family's backing isn't your own power. Once they ditch you, you'll be completely worthless. Boyvan gently walked over to Tranmak and Nanai and said timidly, Mr. Tran, please take a seat in the front VIP section. Tranmak's icy gaze locked onto Boyvan, and his voice dropped to a low warning tone. Don't you ever try to pull a stunt like that in front of me again, or next time don't blame me for being ruthless. Boyvan's face went pale and she quickly bowed in apology. Please forgive me, Mr. Tran, she thought, her heart pounding. He already knew that I was actually protecting Diep Thien Nin. Trembling Boyvan didn't dare to look up as Tranmak turned and walked away. He called out to Nan Ni, Come on, let's go to the front. She immediately agreed, and strode after him. Suddenly, a middle-aged man from behind began to walk toward them. Although his face showed the marks of time, he still looked incredibly dashing. His deep, warm voice called out softly, Nanai, come here to your father. The entire hall suddenly buzzed with noise. Everyone was shocked, whispering amongst themselves. The white horse Mudong Kei, he's here too. So that girl is Mudong Kei's daughter. He's a great hero in the south. Boyvan quickly approached, smiling as she bowed to greet Mudong Kei. Hello, Mr. Mudong. He quickly reached out to help her up and said gently, Miss Kim, there's no need for such formalities. Nan-hee's cheeks flushed red as she glanced at Tranmak and shyly introduced them. Tranmak, this is my father. He calmly looked at the man before him, his gaze steady, as it swept over the man and he greeted him politely. Hello. Mudong Kei's expression grew stern, his deep, experienced eyes seeming to bore right through Tranmak. He advised him gently, young man, you're very good and have a strong personality, but you shouldn't be too arrogant. Mudong Kei called to his daughter again. Come with me. Nan-hee looked at Tranmak embarrassed and flashed a bright smile to break the awkward tension. She explained awkwardly, Tranmak, my dad's actually a pretty nice guy. Don't mind him. Tranmak gave a small smile and nodded. It's fine, you should go. Nan-hee walked over to her father. But before she left, she didn't forget to wave goodbye to Tranmak. Let's talk later, okay? Tranmak watched Mudong Kei's retreating figure and his smiling face suddenly went dark, his smile vanishing as if swept away by the wind. His eyes turned sharp and cold as he sneered inwardly. Me, arrogant. If it wasn't for Nan-nai, you wouldn't even be worthy of a greeting from me. After that, Tranmak headed to the auction. Just then, the female auctioneer walked onto the stage with a confident and professional air. She was wearing an elegant cheongsam and bowed to the audience, a graceful smile fixed on her lips. She announced gently, Honored guests, thank you for waiting. The charity auction will now officially begin. The items were brought out one by one. Next, another model walked out from backstage with a graceful and confident stride. She carried the auction item, which was placed neatly on a wooden tray. The auctioneer quickly continued with the introduction. The next item for auction is said to be a peerless treasure from an immortal of ancient times. Tranmak sat up straight, watching the auction with rapt attention. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura, a presence he hadn't felt in a very long time. He leaned forward, carefully examining the auction item. Inside the glass-covered wooden tray was a pale pink silk cloth. On the cloth were soft, swirling white patterns that looked simple at first glance, but were incredibly intricate, seeming to give off a faint, fresh scent. Tranmak's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes wide with shock. His mind raced as he realized what it was that was Lak Li's handkerchief, and on it was the aura of the top-tier cultivation technique, the heavenly profound Tao art of the profound Tao sect. The auctioneer smiled faintly, her voice ringing out clear and captivating. The starting bid for this immortal relic is 100,000, with each increment being no less than 10,000. Let the bidding begin. The moment she finished speaking, the room burst into a flurry of activity. Hands shot up, and bids were called out one after another, 150,000, 180,000, 200,000. Tranmak joined in on the action. He was determined to get this item. Tranmak raised his hand and called out an unbelievable price, 10 million. As soon as Tranmak made his bid, the entire hall erupted. Everyone was stunned, murmuring 10 million. Is that kid insane? It's just a handkerchief. Yuan Hao, like everyone else, was completely stunned and speechless. Qian Qian also shrieked in shock. Did I hear that right? Chen Mo bid 10 million. Does he even have that much money? Chen Mo ignored the chatter, his expression serious. He frowned slightly, his gaze fixed forward, unwavering. He had made up his mind. The relic my junior sister left behind is priceless to me. I have to get it no matter the cost. The auctioneer's eyes lit up, overjoyed to see a big spender arrive. She couldn't hide her smile, and quickly closed the bid without hesitation. This gentleman bids 10 million, 10 million going once, 10 million going twice, and sold for 10 million. Very quickly, the auctioneer pointed towards Chen Mo. Congratulations, sir. This fairy's handkerchief is now yours. By the time Chen Mo got home, it was late at night in the peaceful scene. The moon hung in the dark sky, casting a faint glow over the entire villa. The warm yellow light from inside made the villa look even more luxurious. Inside the living room, Chen Mo sat silently on the sofa, his face pensive, clutching the handkerchief as if holding on to a precious memory. He whispered, "Junior sister." Chen Mo stared at the handkerchief without blinking. His mind was a mess of thoughts. This handkerchief is at least 1,000 years old. Could it be that my junior sister was reincarnated into ancient times? Chen Mo recalled his past life when he and his junior sister were fighting inside a formation. A bronze stone coffin was sealed by countless 9 revered 3-legged cauldrons at the eye of the universe, the forbidden land of the immortals. Afterwards, Chen Mo and Luo Li quickly approached the bronze stone coffin. It was hundreds of times larger than them. The bronze stone coffin was carved with strange patterns and bound by enormous chains. Luo Li asked in surprise, "What is this?" Chen Mo's face turned pale as he curiously examined every corner of the bronze stone coffin. What's being suppressed in here? Suddenly, the chains began to crack, and then slowly crumbled apart. The lid of the bronze stone coffin was thrown off by a giant bluish-purple hand heralding the rise of a terrifying evil god. Sensing the immense threat approaching, Luo Li quickly pushed Chen Mo out of the danger zone. "This is bad. Senior brother, go now." She looked sadly in Chen Mo's direction. Tears welled up in her eyes. It was unclear if it was from the sorrow of her impending death or the joy of saving someone so important to her. She said softly, "Fair." Before Luo Li could finish her sentence, her whole body collapsed, her eyes shut tight. Seemingly harmless white smoke swirled around Luo Li like monsters draining her life force. Luo Li showed no signs of life as she fell to the ground. Chen Mo cried out in despair, "Junior sister." Back in the present, Chen Mo sat with his head in his hands, lost in thought as thousands of questions flooded his mind. The 9 revered 3-legged cauldrons, the bronze stone coffin. That enormous hand, what in the world were they? And why was that place called the Eye of the Universe, the forbidden land of the immortals? Could the Eye of the Universe be related to the most mysterious laws of time? He clasped his hands tightly, his brows furrowed in deep thought. I must increase my strength quickly. I need to investigate other clues my junior sister might have left behind. Then the ringing of a phone cut through Chen Mo's thoughts. He quickly answered, "Hello," on the other end of the line. Wan Qing anxiously reported the situation. "Little Mo, the martial artists sent by the Wan family are causing trouble for no reason at the Blue Whale Hotel, which is under Manhwa's management. We can't get rid of them. Can you ask Taoist Master Chen to help?" Chen Mo calmly reassured her. "Okay, I got it. You guys stay calm, wait for me to get there, and we'll talk." He immediately hung up, his face contorted with annoyance, cursing internally. If the Wan family wants to play like this, I don't mind sending them on their way. At that moment in Jianye District at the Blue Whale Hotel, sparkling lights cast a warm golden glow, enhancing the hotel's luxurious beauty. In the hotel restaurant, the martial artist Nangong Lin Tian was sitting with his arms crossed and his feet propped up arrogantly on a table. His face was rough and rugged, marked by an ugly scar running across the bridge of his nose. One of his eyebrows was raised as he sneered, "So this was in your food. Are you going to explain or just ignore me? What's that supposed to mean?" Wan Changgro's son Wan Wenyu added fuel to the fire, his eyes filled with mockery. He sneered, "And you call this a 5-star hotel restaurant with this kind of service?" The restaurant's chef tried to explain to the chairman of the Manhwa group, "Chairman, our kitchen's hygiene is absolutely not an issue." Su Fong looked coldly at the troublemakers. She reassured him, "I know he was sent by the Wan family to stir up trouble on purpose." Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps on the floor grew closer to them. A voice as sharp as a knife cut through the air. "It seems I was too merciful to you all at the Jianye summit last time." Chen Mo stood proudly facing the troublemakers. His hands were in his pockets, his face cold and expressionless as he stared them down. Su Fong heard the familiar voice and instinctively turned around, calling out softly, "Little Mo." Chen Mo walked gently over to his mother and asked caringly, "Mom, are you okay?" Su Fong ran up and hugged Chen Mo tightly. She looked at him with affectionate eyes. "I'm fine, you're finally here." Then she asked Chen Mo, "Where's Taoist Master Chen?" He turned to leave, saying seriously, "This time I'll handle it myself." Lin Tian was completely shocked. He couldn't believe some snot-nosed kid dared to talk so big. "You kid, just you!" Feeling disrespected, Chen Mo became furious. His anger flared and spiritual energy erupted powerfully from his body. His dangerous gaze. Chen Mo turned to Lam Thien, a cold smirk on his face. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you won't be leaving here in one piece." Chen Mo's words made Lam Thien absolutely furious. He immediately shot to his feet, his eyes blazing with killing intent as he said angrily, "Punk, I heard you're pretty cocky." Right after that, he raised his fist and charged toward Chen Mo, his face filled with confidence, looking down on the kid in front of him. Right now, I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. But a thunderous slap from Chen Mo instantly landed on Lam Tian's face, snapping his head to the side, and he spat out blood, unable to believe how strong the boy was. Chen Mo looked at him with contempt, his cold voice ringing out, "A mere peak inner realm master dares to act tough in front of me." The slap was so powerful it sent Lam Tian flying. He crashed to the ground, breaking several restaurant tables and screaming in terror. Lam Tian struggled to sit up through the pain, his face twisted in fear as he asked,
Are you a Supreme Grandmaster? Lam Tian's subordinates rushed over to him, anxiously calling out, Young Master Nam Kung. They quickly helped him up. Lam Tian was in agony,
his entire body trembling. His venomous gaze was locked on Chen Mo as if he wanted to tear him into 100 pieces, but he was powerless. Lam Tian quickly ordered his men, "I'm no match for him. We're retreating." Lam Tian gritted his teeth in fury, and even though he couldn't defeat Chen Mo, he still made a bold threat. "Chen Mo and Nam Kung, Lam Tian will remember what you did today." Chen Mo appeared before him in a flash, saying coldly, "Trying to leave." Chen Mo immediately shot out his hand and grabbed him by the neck, lifting Lam Tian's entire body off the ground as his razor-sharp eyes glared at him. And he angrily yelled, "Who do you think I am?" Lam Tian cried out in panic, "Kid, what are you trying to do?" Van Hu stepped forward to intervene, making an exaggerated threat. "Chen Mo, if you dare hurt him, the Nam Kung family will flatten the Hoa my group." Chen Mo replied coolly, "Are you threatening me?" Chen Mo's indifferent tone terrified Van Hu, and his arrogance deflated significantly. Van Hu stammered, "I am just telling you the truth." Chen Mo tightened his grip. Lam Tian trembled, his face turning pale, but he still tried to act tough. "Kid, if my Nam Kung family wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. I suggest you obediently let me go, then get on your knees and apologize," Van Hu shouted from the sidelines. "Chen Mo, didn't you hear what young Master Nam Kung said? Let him go now." Lam Tian grabbed Chen Mo's wrist, trying to struggle free as he yelled, "Let me go." Chen Mo's sharp gaze pierced through the troublemaker in front of him as he thought to himself, "So Van Hu wants to cause trouble, fine, I'll play along with you." Chen Mo squeezed his fingers even harder. Lam Tian's eyes bulged in terror, his mouth agape as he gasped for breath. Blood gushed from his mouth and his face slowly turned purple as the life drained from him. Tu Phuong Tran was horrified, unable to believe her son could be so ruthless. Van Than shouted anxiously, "Little Mo!" Seeing this, Van Hu also panicked completely, sweat pouring down his face as he screamed in fear, "Chen Mo, you killed young Master Nam Kung. The Nam Kung clan will never let you get away with this." Chen Mo casually tossed Lam Tian aside and said coldly, "I'll be waiting for them to find me. But as for you, do you think you can just walk away?" Van Hu jumped in fright and shrieked, "What do you want? You dare to kill me! I'm from the secular world! You people from the martial world can't touch me!" Chen Mo didn't seem to care and made his move. "You don't have to die, but you'll have to leave something behind." Van Hu's face went pale as he dropped to his knees, screaming and trembling in pain. Chen Mo glanced at him and said, "Give Van Truong No a message. If there's a next time, I'll wipe out the entire Van family." Van Than looked at Chen Mo fearfully. "Little Mo, did you really kill him?" Chen Mo replied, "To deal with people like this, you have to use overwhelming force. You have to be ruthless. For all of you forget killing one person, I wouldn't mind making an enemy of the whole world." Hearing this, Chen Mo's mother was incredibly moved. "My good son." Chen Mo hugged his mother back. Seeing this, Van Than and his family were happy for him. The scene shifts to the city at night, where doctors are extremely tense. "Doctor, will my son's legs ever recover?" The doctor replied, sweating, "It's impossible. Both of his kneecaps have been shattered. The young master will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life." Van Hu, also sweating, tried to reassure him. "Dad, don't worry about me. Chen Mo killed Nam Kung Lam Tien. This was the best outcome we had planned for. The next step is to make the Nam Kung family deal with Chen Mo." Truong Nyo replied furiously. "You just focus on recovering. Leave the rest to your father. This time I'll make that animal Chen Mo pay in blood." The next morning, Chen Mo, along with Tung Tu Queen Than and Tang Tang, went to Yanqui Lake to the villa on Lakien Slope, a luxurious two-story mansion with state-of-the-art modern architecture. Tung Tu knocked lightly on the door. Someone from inside quickly came to open it, and upon seeing strangers, he was completely shocked and asked loudly, "Who are you people?" Immediately, Chen Mo's group barged straight into the house. He made a bold declaration that stunned the Van family's servant. "I know this is Van Truong Enho's house. From now on, it's mine." The man rushed forward in a panic, his face pale with fear. He quickly stretched out his arm to stop the strangers who had just declared ownership. "Stop right there. What do you think you're doing? Are you breaking into a private home?" Chen Mo gave a slight glance. His cold yet calm eyes were enough to make anyone tremble. He turned to the Van family's servant and said, "Go and tell Van Truong No. Thanks to him for this villa. By the way, my name is Chen Mo." Chen Mo stood calmly in the middle of the room, his gaze cold and imposing. Songzi's eyes were sharp, and with a single shout he made the Wan family's servants run for their lives. "Get lost!" The four of them slowly ventured deeper inside. The villa was huge, and its interior was luxuriously decorated with every item exuding opulence. Chen Mo couldn't help but be impressed. Just as you'd expect from such a massive investment, even an empty villa was renovated this lavishly. He then immediately gave an order, Chen Songzi. Go inform Chu Wenxiang and Gu Jing'an. Tell them to gather all kinds of spirit stones and precious gems. For every 10 pieces regardless of size, they can exchange them for 1 foundation pill. There's no limit. Songzi clasped his hands respectfully. Understood. Next, Chen Mo turned to Qing Cheng and Sang Sang. You two can pick any room you like. We'll be living here from now on. Qing Cheng couldn't believe what she was hearing was real. She said excitedly, Really, this is amazing! After everything was settled, he quietly stepped out onto the balcony. Chen Mo stood silently taking in the panoramic view outside the villa. Chen Mo couldn't help but admire the picturesque natural scenery. It was like a paradise, and the spiritual energy here was much richer. This beautiful landscape nestled between mountains and rivers was the perfect place to set up the Great Zhou Heavenly Circulation Formation. Suddenly a man appeared in the sky, hurtling towards him. His fists were clenched, radiating pure rage and ready to strike. Chen Mo immediately sensed the imminent danger. As if he had expected this, he frowned slightly, his cold gaze sweeping over the man as he issued a warning. So you've come, I'll give you 1 chance. State your name before you die. The man had long, neatly tied back red hair. A long scar ran from his cheek to the side of his nose, making his face even more ferocious. His sharp eyes stared at Chen Mo as he coldly introduced himself. Nangong Yu's sword attendant, Gu Zhengfeng. Zhengfeng said coolly, You shouldn't have provoked the Nangong family. Die. Immediately after he drew his weapon, powerful streams of spiritual energy surging along the blade and radiating outwards. This technique was called the Azure Cloud Sword Intent. Zhengfeng's jaw was clenched, his face tense and fierce as he gathered all his strength and slashed towards his enemy with 1 strike. Ha Chen Mo let out a breath, his eyes also sharpening. His spiritual energy erupted and he raised his fist into a ready stance. Profound Heaven Divine Fist First Form. A single punch descended, spiritual energy surging like a flood, like a bomb, with terrifying destructive power tearing apart the space around it. Zhang Feng couldn't react in time, unconsciously raising his hands as if to block the terrifying attack. Chen Mo continued, severing mountain and sky. Zhang Feng was immediately sent flying backward, crashing to the ground below, utterly terrified. He let out inarticulate sounds. Ugh. Chen Mo quickly jumped down, slowly approaching the defeated foe. Zhang Feng struggled to sit up, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smirk as he praised the man before him. Still alive. Your strength really isn't bad. Nangong Lintian's father, Nangong Long, was hiding behind a tree in the garden, having watched the fight from start to finish, completely terrified. How could a single punch be so powerful? How could anyone stop him? Chen Mo's eyes shifted suddenly, spotting the lurker. Hiding over there. You're next. Hearing his threatening words, Nangong Long was startled. He quickly stepped out from his hiding place. Although terrified, he still tried to act tough. Kid, don't you dare touch me, or else when my father comes out of seclusion, you'll be dead. Before Nangong Long could finish his sentence, a palm strike from Chen Mo hit him. His eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out, his mouth hanging open dead before he could even gasp. Chen Mo held his striking pose, his cold eyes filled with contempt as he looked down at the pathetic man. Even if your father doesn't come looking for me, I'll go looking for him. Nangong Long lay there in a growing pool of dark red blood. While Chen Mo was dealing with him, Zhang Feng took the opportunity to run for his life. By the time Chen Mo noticed, it was too late. The guy had already escaped. Even so, he won't last more than 7 days. His eyes narrowed, a cunning glint appearing in them. Still, I'm starting to look forward to seeing Nangong Yu's true strength. A week later, many spirit stones and precious gems of all sizes were delivered to the villa. They were arranged neatly on large wooden trays. Chen Mo picked up a spirit stone, observing it intently. He couldn't hide the delighted smile on his face. Turns out the old folks of the secular world are useful after all. Suddenly his phone rang. It was Yaner calling. He quickly answered. Hello, Yaner, what's up? Yaner's gentle voice came from the other end. The day after tomorrow is my birthday party. Can you come? Chen Mo immediately agreed. No problem. She was overjoyed. That's great. See you then. As soon as Yaner hung up, Chen Mo's mind was flooded with memories from his past life. He silently vowed, I remember from my past life some things are going to happen at Murong Yaner's birthday party this time. No matter what, I can't let anything happen to Murong Yaner in this life. Afterward, Chen Mo used the spirit stones and gems to set up a formation. Powerful streams of spiritual energy surged like tidal waves, erupting violently and emitting a colorful spiritual light. Soon it filled the entire villa. Chen Mo muttered, The spirit gathering formation is complete. With an added illusion technique, no one can approach this villa without my permission. The formation concluded, and the spiritual light condensed into a single sparkling drop. Chen Mo carefully poured it into a jade vial. He held up the vial, his eyes unable to hide his joy, and whispered, My other plan can finally be set in motion. Meanwhile, at another luxurious villa situated on a vast estate, a magnificent facade boasted large pillars that were both classical and modern. Next to the villa was a huge swimming pool with a gentle breeze rippling across its deep blue surface. So Van Hung was chilling on a lounge chair by the pool, with 2 beautiful young women beside him. They were dressed in revealing clothes, gently massaging him. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from outside, So Van Hung. He frowned, his face twisting in annoyance, and his deep voice boomed, "Who is it?" When he saw that the intruder was Tran Mak, So Van Hung immediately shot up his face, turning pale as he broke out in a cold sweat. He asked fearfully, "Master Tran, what brings you here?" Tran Mak calmly approached So Van Hung and sat across from him. "I have something for you to handle, sit down." So Van Hung quickly sat, his hands gripping his knees as he replied earnestly, "Yes, sir." His eyes were filled with terror, and sweat continued to bead on his forehead as he thought to himself, "This estate has at least 100 guards, not even a fly should be able to get in."
This guy is just too freaky.
Just then, Tran Mak pulled out a bottle of water and gently twisted off the cap. So Van Hung was surprised and asked in confusion, "What's this?" Tran Mak answered while carefully dripping a few drops from the bottle into a flower pot. "This is spirit water." The drops gently fell onto a sprout and dispersed, making the tiny leaves shimmer. Before long, the sprout grew rapidly as if it had been injected with a super dose of growth hormones. In just a blink, a pot full of colorful flowers appeared before his eyes. So Van Hung was completely stunned, his jaw dropped as he stammered, This is divine water." Tran Mak looked at the flowers and explained with a smile, "Spirit water has a very noticeable effect on plants like these, and if a person drinks it over a long period, it can cure all sorts of diseases and extend their lifespan." So Van Hung was even more shocked, unable to believe what he was hearing. He shouted, "Cure all diseases and extend lifespan? Isn't that basically an elixir of life?" Seeing a golden opportunity, his eyes instantly lit up as he said fawningly, "Master Tran, is this spirit water for sale? Name your price, I'll pay it without hesitation." Tran Mak held up 2 fingers. He negotiated seriously. "I don't want to sell it to you. I want you to establish a company, dilute this spirit water, and then sell it. You'll get to keep 20% of the profits." So Van Hung's eyes lit up like he'd hit the jackpot, practically seeing dollar signs, and he started drooling with unconcealed greed. He immediately agreed, I'll do it, I'll get started right away." So Van Hung was ecstatic inside. "I'm gonna be rich. Plus, I'll never run out of spirit water from now on." Suddenly, he paused and asked Tran Mak confused, "Master Tran, don't you look down on worldly riches? Why are you selling the spirit water?" He crossed his arms, his cold gaze sweeping over So Van Hung as he said mysteriously, "This is all part of a larger plan. You don't need to know more than that." So Van Hung didn't dare to ask any more questions and replied awkwardly, "Yes, I understand. I absolutely won't ask anything else." He laughed sheepishly and quickly changed the subject. "Master Tran, what do you want to name the company?" Tran Mak stroked his chin thoughtfully, but an idea came to him in a flash. "Let's name it after Yangi Lake. We'll call it Gihu Life Elixir." Golden sunlight bathed the magnificent villa, creating a peaceful scene that was a total contrast to the excitement brewing inside. So Van Hung shouted enthusiastically, "Awesome, it's going to be a huge hit." The next day, at the train station, a large, modern white train was at the platform, surrounded by a bustling crowd of people waiting to depart. Tran Mak was already on board, sitting with his arms crossed and leaning back. In a window seat, silently lost in his thoughts. Mudong Nha Noi's 18th birthday party was going to be a very grand affair. It was being held in the White Horse District. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the silence. "Hey, switch seats with us." Tran Mak looked up to see 2 strangers who were from the Vu Van family. Van Than was dressed nicely, looking down at him with a scornful expression, his hands in his pockets. Phuong Pai, who was wearing a school uniform, looked young but already had a bratty attitude. She yelled, "Didn't you hear me?" Phuong Pai pointed to another seat and ordered arrogantly, "You switch with my brother, I want to sit next to him." Tran Mak closed his eyes, feigning indifference, and said coolly, "My ticket is for this seat. Why should I have to switch with you guys?" Phuong Pai put her hands on her hips and shot back, "You're by yourself and there are 2 of us. We want to sit together. So obviously you should be the one to move." Tran Mak refused flatly. "I'm not moving." Left speechless, she glared at Tran Mak in frustration and snapped, "You." Then she immediately turned to Van Than for backup. "I'm so pissed, brother, go teach him a lesson for me." Van Than seemed to be the more reasonable one. He soothed his arrogant little sister. "It's okay, sis, it's his right not to move. We can't force him." But even though he sounded reasonable, the look in Van Than's eyes was anything but. He stared at Tran Mak in silence, secretly holding a grudge. A little while later, an announcement blared over the speakers. "We have arrived at the White Horse District. Will all passengers please prepare to disembark?" Tran Mak pushed his way through the crowd and quickly got off the train. He muttered to himself, "I remember the location as the Blue Dragon Manor." Suddenly, someone walked up to him. Tran Mak was surprised, wondering why they were blocking his path. It was Van Than and Phuong Pai standing cockily in front of him. His tone was full of provocation. "Hey kid, there were too many people on the ship earlier, so I couldn't teach you a lesson. You still think you can leave now?" Fang Fei stood smugly behind her brother with her arms crossed, watching the situation unfold. Wen Cheng's eyes were cold as he slowly cracked his knuckles, getting ready to attack. He threatened, "Apologize to my sister right now and I might let you go. Otherwise, I don't mind beating you up so you'll remember this for a long, long time." Chen Mo frowned, his disdainful gaze sweeping over the guy in front of him as he said coldly, "You think reaching the inner force level means you can do whatever you want?" Wen Cheng was startled, not expecting someone who looked so ordinary to be a martial artist. You know about the inner force, you're a martial artist too. A thunderous slap immediately landed on Wencheng's handsome face, snapping his head to the side. He saw stars, and his ears rang with a few drops of fresh red blood dotting the corner of his mouth. Fang Fei was so shocked she was speechless, raising her trembling hands to cover her mouth, her eyes glued to her brother's pathetic state. He lost his balance and staggered backward. Chen Mo was furious. His icy voice rang out, "If I wasn't in a hurry, you'd be dead already." Wencheng clutched the stinging red mark on his cheek, gritting his teeth in fury. His eyes glared angrily at the man opposite him. He shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Chen Mo shot a look at Fang Fei and warned coldly, "I'm not someone you people can mess with." His razor-sharp gaze made her tremble in fear. Fang Fei, her face pale, screamed, "Huh, what do you want? Don't come near me!" Chen Mo immediately grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up. He said angrily, "Scared now, it's too late." Fang Fei struggled frantically, trying to get away. Her previously arrogant eyes now filled with tears as she screamed in terror, What are you doing?" Even with tears streaming down her face, fear etched on her features, she stubbornly threatened him. "I'm from the Yuan family. If you dare bully me, my father will kill you." Annoyed, Chen Mo threw Fang Fei headfirst into a trash can, making her scream, "Ah!" Then Chen Mo coldly turned and walked away, saying only one thing to her, "I'll be waiting." After that, Chen Mo took a taxi to Yanner's place. By the time he arrived, it was already afternoon, and the sunset bathed the magnificent manor in a golden glow. Outside the manor, luxury cars were neatly parked in the evening sun. Chen Mo opened the door and casually stepped out of the car. Chen Mo's simple appearance in such a glamorous place immediately made him the center of attention. People started whispering, "Who is this kid?" He actually took a cab to the Green Dragon Manor. "I bet he's one of Miss Yanner's classmates here for the free food and drinks." Chen Mo walked into the main hall as everyone stared at him with a mix of curiosity and contempt. Chen Mo didn't care and kept walking. He thought to himself that he would just see Murong Yanner give her the gift and then leave. Yuan Hao and Kei Yue were also there, and he was extremely surprised to see Chen Mo. "Isn't that Chen Mo? He came too." Kei Yue looked at Chen Mo with a sarcastic expression and said, "He actually showed up." Standing among the guests was a young master with blonde hair that casually fell over one eye. As soon as he saw Chen Mo, he smirked and said contemptuously, "Chen Mo, that piece of trash actually came to Yanner's birthday party. He should take a good look at himself and see if he even belongs here." This guy was none other than the rich kid from Whitehorse District, Wu Jiahao. Kei Yue quickly ran over to Chen Mo and scolded him. "Chen Mo, you shouldn't have come here." She stared at him with disdain and continued her harsh words. "I advise you to give up on your hopeless crush on Yanner. You're just embarrassing yourself." Chen Mo paid her no mind. He calmly walked right past Kei Yue. He replied, "I know what I'm doing. Stop bothering me." But Kei Yue wouldn't let him go. She tagged along behind Chen Mo. A stream of contemptuous words poured from her precious mouth. "Chen Mo, even with the Huame group, you can't accomplish anything here. What do you have to compete with them? You and Yanner are from two different worlds. You're not worthy of her." Chen Mo couldn't take it anymore. He glanced back, his eyes cold with a warning. "For Uncle An's sake. This is the last time I'm letting you talk to me like that. Now get lost." Startled by his aura, Kei Yue still stubbornly added, "You're truly impossible to reason with." She silently stared at Chen Mo's back as he quickly walked away in frustration. Chen Mo's heart was filled with contempt, wanting to just curse her out. "You only know that the Murong family is powerful, but you have no idea that I'm not the same person I used to be." At that moment, outside the main hall, Jia Hao saw two people arriving and quickly ran over to greet them, young Master Cheng Fang Fei. These two were the heirs of the Yuan family, Yuan Cheng and Yuan Fang Fei. The siblings had changed their clothes and no longer looked disheveled. However, the faint imprint of a hand was still visible on his face. Jia Hao quickly ran over to report. Young Master Cheng Yanner's rumored boyfriend also showed up today. Hearing that jerk's name, Wen Cheng's eyes filled with anger and he replied, "I know daring to steal my woman Yuan Cheng's woman. I'm going to teach him a good lesson." After hearing him say that, Jia Hao immediately pointed towards Chen Mo. "That guy is over there." When Wen Cheng saw the familiar figure, his face immediately changed and he exclaimed in shock, "What, it's him?" Wen Cheng furiously gritted his teeth. His sinister eyes were locked on Chen Mo, a mocking thought flashing through Wen Cheng's mind. "Kid, what a small world. You had a path to heaven but chose to barge through the gates of hell instead." Without a word, he quickly ran to get back up. A bewildered Jia Hao called after him, "Young Master Cheng, what are you doing? Aren't you going to deal with that punk?" A moment later, the grand hall suddenly erupted in noise with whispers spreading everywhere. Someone asked curiously, "Look, young Master Cheng is back, but who's that following him?" A voice replied, "That's Zhou Tianwang, boss Zhou." Tianwang led an old Taoist master and his nephew into the grand hall. Wen Cheng cowardly stood behind him, pointing a finger at Chen Mo. "Uncle Zhou, that's him." The Zhou family. People couldn't stop whispering, "That's the great family nearly on par with the Murong clan. This kid is so dead." Fang Fei smirked triumphantly, gloating internally. "You bastard, you're not walking out of here today. I'll show you the consequences of messing with the Yuan family." Kei Yue watched the scene unfold with a cold look sneering in her heart. "I just told you to leave, but you didn't listen. Now it's too late for you to leave even if you wanted to." Immediately, Fang Fei rushed over and tugged on Tianwang's sleeve, pretending to be pitiful, as she cried and complained, "Uncle Joe, you have to stand up for me. This scoundrel bullied me." Without asking for any details, he immediately went to settle the score with Chen Mo. He tilted his chin up, looking down at the boy with a condescending gaze, and said in a threatening tone, "Kid, go apologize to them and I'll let you off the hook this time." Chen Mo simply said one word before calmly raising the wineglass to his lips and taking a slow sip, scram. Tianwang was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief at what he had just heard. Everyone else in the grand hall was just as shocked. A voice spoke up. "Did I hear that right? Is this kid insane? He actually dared to tell Zhou Tianwang to scram." Another person chimed in. "Even old Master Murong wouldn't dare to speak to Zhou Tianwang like that." A panicked voice cried out, "Zhou Tianwang is going to kill him." Wen Cheng curled his lip into a gloating smile. "He's a dead man for sure." Fang Fei's eyes lit up, and she raised her hands in excitement. "Uncle Zhou won't let him get away with this." Tianwang was furious but remained silent. The old Taoist master with him was quick to shout angrily, "How dare you! Do you have a death wish?" Chen Mo's gaze was ice cold, as if it could pierce through everyone in front of him. Spiritual energy surged from his body like a tidal wave. Chen Mo angrily cursed, "You're just a master of the inner realm, get out of my way." The old Taoist master sensed the boy's powerful aura and quickly stood in front of him, shielding Tianwang. "Mr. Zhou, please step back. This kid's strength is nothing to scoff at." Tianwang furiously ordered, "Kill him. I'll take full responsibility for the consequences." Suddenly, Murong Kei stepped forward, not understanding what was happening, and quickly asked about the situation. "What's going on?" Wen Cheng, flustered, greeted him quietly, "Uncle Murong." Murong Kei slowly approached Tianwang and advised him softly, "Brother Zhou, today is my daughter's coming-of-age party. You shouldn't get so worked up." Tianwang couldn't swallow his anger and said irritably, "Younger brother Murong, someone actually had the nerve to tell me to scram." Murong Kei's eyes swept over Chen Mo, and he sighed inwardly. This kid is truly a walking disaster. Then continued to placate him, saying softly, "Brother Zhou, for my sake, let it go for now. Once you're outside the Azure Dragon Manor, you can do whatever you want." This sounded reasonable to Tianwang, so he agreed and didn't pursue the matter with Chen Mo any further. "All right, of course, I'll give face to younger brother Murong." However, his hateful gaze never left Chen Mo. Fuming, Tianwang glowered and threw out a threat, "Kid, just hope I don't run into you outside." Then he turned and left. Wen Cheng was furious, his fists clenched tightly. He glared at Chen Mo with hatred and said with a hidden meaning, "Kid, consider yourself lucky. Having lost her backer, Fang Fei didn't dare to do anything." She stared at Chen Mo with a vengeful look and snorted coldly. Murong Kei approached Chen Mo and lectured him loudly. "Even I have to show Zhou Tianwang some respect, you're just plain arrogant." Chen Mo looked at this man before him with a cold gaze and spoke with immense arrogance. "I'm not arrogant, I'm powerful. The Zhou family, the Yuan family, and even your Murong family, no matter how powerful your methods are, you're all worthless in my eyes." Murong Kei let out a heavy, frustrated sigh and said angrily, "Kid, when you leave this manor, you better watch your own back. I'm not going to offend. The Yuan and Zhou families for you." Suddenly, an excited voice cut through the tense atmosphere. "Look, it's Miss Yanner." Yanner was wearing an exquisite white tiara, whose soft, flowing lines accentuated the deep blue of the gem. Blue high heels hugged her slender feet, with a small purple butterfly that seemed to flutter with every step. Yanner wore a soft yellow evening gown, with an outer layer of red tulle that gave it an ethereal look. Tiny crystals were meticulously sewn onto the dress, sparkling like the Milky Way. She looked like a pure little princess. Feng Fei was stunned, her eyes glued to Yanner as she praised, "Brother, little sister Yanner is so beautiful you have to try harder." "Don't you dare let someone else snatch her away!" Wen Cheng stared without blinking, his determination set. "Don't worry, anyone who even thinks of touching her will pay a heavy price." Yanner gently thanked all the guests present at the party. "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my birthday banquet. I wish to express my sincerest gratitude to everyone." Her voice was as clear and melodious as a songbird, and everyone silently agreed she was truly worthy of the Murong family. Her words and actions were graceful, her attitude elegant, neither arrogant nor sullen. Murong Kei had raised a fine daughter. Everyone gathered around, showering Nan Nai with tons of incredibly valuable gifts. One person even gave her a brand new Porsche. "Dear Nan Ni, this is my birthday gift to you." Someone else gave her a pair of Cartier bracelets. "I hope you like it," along with many designer handbags and precious emerald jewelry. "It's just a small token. Please accept it." Ka Duyet came closer and gently took Nan Ni's hands. She couldn't help but praise her. "Nan Ni, you look absolutely beautiful today." Nan Ni replied softly, "Thank you." She glanced over at Tran Mac. He was standing quietly amidst the bustling crowd and hadn't made a single move since she appeared. Nan Ni's heart sank a little. Could it be that Tran Mac didn't get me a birthday present? "I'd love anything from him." Nan Ni's gaze remained fixed on Tran Mac, and she comforted herself. "It's okay, just the fact that he came is good enough. It proves that he still has me in his heart." At that moment, Jia Hao shot a disdainful look at Tran Mac and said in a taunting voice, "Tran Mac, today is Nan Nai's 18th birthday. I wonder what you're planning to give her. Tranmak replied nonchalantly. It's Nan-Nai's birthday, of course I have a gift for her. He then slowly walked towards Nan-Ni. In his hand was a green jade necklace with intricate carvings, exuding an elegant and noble aura. Nan-Ni watched him without blinking. Tranmak gently placed the necklace around her neck and said softly, I made this myself, it's for you. He looked directly into Nan-Ni's eyes, wishing her in a gentle voice, Happy birthday. She blushed, her beautiful face turning pink as she replied softly, Thank you. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in shock, Huh! He actually dared to put it on her. Von Thon gritted his teeth in anger, his grudge against Tranmak deepening as he cursed inwardly, Damn it, that loser is making his move. After giving his gift, Tranmak turned to leave. Nan-Ni, I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Nan-Ni quickly stopped him. Stay and eat before you go. Jia Hao said with a knowing smirk. Someone used a few pennies? To buy a street stall item as a birthday gift. No wonder he doesn't even want to stay for dinner. He's probably afraid of being found out and losing face. Tranmak whipped around, his face darkened as he shot him a warning look. If it weren't Nan-Ni's birthday today, I would have beaten you to death. Jia Hao thought he had hit a nerve and tilted his chin up provocatively. What, you give a gift from a street stall and you can't even take a little criticism? This situation made Nan-Nai extremely flustered. She anxiously looked from Tranmak to Jia Hao and said, Just having everyone here is enough, the gifts really don't matter. Tranmak really didn't want to argue with them. He frowned and stepped closer to where Nan-Nai was standing. Is the gift I, Tranmak, gave something your mundane items can even compare to? With that, he raised his hand and drew a few circles around the jade pendant. A pure energy emerged, enveloping Nan-Ni's body. Right now, she looked just like a princess. Everyone at the party who witnessed this miracle was left speechless. What is this? It feels so light and refreshing, it's amazing. Van Tan exclaimed in horror. This is the fluctuation of pure water attribute spiritual power. How is this possible? This jade pendant is a magical artifact. He gave her a magical artifact. Seeing Tui Ba approach Nan-Ni called out uncertainly, Uncle Thui! He extended his hand and asked, Miss, may I see that jade pendant? Although Nan-Ni didn't know why, she politely took it off and handed it to him. Here you go, sir. Tui Ba took it with both hands. He carefully lifted it close to his face, observing it meticulously. After a moment of contemplation, he returned the jade pendant to Nan-Nai and instructed her, Miss, you must wear this jade pendant at all times. He then turned to look at Van Hao, his voice full of hidden meaning. This jade pendant is the most precious gift here. Everything else is just garbage in comparison. After saying that, Tui Ba looked at Tranmak sincerely and said, For you to give something so valuable to Nan-Nai, I thank you on her behalf. Tranmak also smiled happily and nodded at him. Jia Hao was humiliated. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, Damn it, I can't believe that old geezer values that jade pendant so much. Kaduyet frowned, a suspicion growing in her heart. Tranmak, just how many secrets are you hiding from everyone? Perhaps only the star of the party was truly happy. Nan-Ni's face was flushed red as she cherished the jade pendant in her hands. Tranmak gave me something so precious it seems I'm really important to him. The sweet romantic atmosphere was shattered in an instant. A guard was knocked down, rolling across the floor, and someone shouted, Who's there? The crisp sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance as 2 or 3 men in suits walked in carrying white funeral wreaths. Everyone in the hall immediately broke into a commotion. What's going on bringing funeral wreaths? This is a direct slap in the face to the Murong family. Murong Kei shouted loudly. Who are you people? Do you have any idea where you are? Tam Loi stepped forward and replied arrogantly, Of course I know, isn't this the Murong family's Azure Dragon Villa? Murong Kei frowned and asked, Who are you really? Tam Loi's expression was incredibly dark. He smirked and said, Who I am isn't important. I'm just here to demand justice for the more than 10 lives of the Tam Hop Society. The guests looked at each other in confusion. The Tam Hop Society. Hearing this, Murong Kei froze. He suddenly turned and ordered, Guards, seize him! Tam Loi let out a menacing laugh and said sinisterly, Mr. Murong making a move so quickly, are you afraid I'll expose the past of your Murong family? The guards following Murong Kei's order rushed forward, but Tam Loi's bodyguard reacted in a flash. He leapt up and kicked one guard in the face, while the other couldn't escape a punch right in the stomach. It only took 2 moves to subdue the guards. Tam Loi sneered, Mr. Murong, your lackeys are really getting worse and worse. Did the Murong family, after going legit, start hiring bodyguards just to fill the ranks? Murong Kei's face went pale with rage as he shouted. Thui Ba rubbed his wrists and stepped in front of him. Yes, sir. For an outsider to be so reckless, you deserve to die. Seeing Thui Ba tense up and gather his strength, Tam Loi tightened his fists tauntingly. All right, old man, show me what you've got. The two then lunged at each other, starting a vicious fight. Everyone at the party automatically backed away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, but they couldn't help whispering in awe. They're true martial arts masters. This is just like a movie scene so awesome. Tui Ba dodged an attack and suddenly lunged forward, landing a solid punch right in Tam Loi's chest. He was sent stumbling back a few steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his chest in anger. It seems just relying on the triad won't be enough to get justice. With that, he spun around and called out, Master Murong Kei felt a growing unease. This guy had a master backing him up. Just then, Bathian's menacing glare appeared from behind the door. He strode in confidently and asked, Murong-kei still remember me? Murong-kei recognized him in an instant. You're Nam Bathian, the son of Nam Thien Vu. Bathian smiled. But his face twisted into a scowl as he raised a hand to touch the long scar across his eye. Looks like you haven't forgotten the scar you gave me yourself. You never expected me to survive, did you? His voice turned cold. That year you wiped out the entire Nam family and swallowed the triad. Today you're going to pay a heavy price. Murong-kei pointed at him and commanded, Tuiba, take him down. Tuiba obeyed without hesitation. Yes, sir. The moment Tuiba rushed forward to throw a punch, Bathian didn't even flinch. His face was as dark as a thundercloud as he stared at Tuiba. His voice boomed. I remember you. You were the one who killed my parents. It's a good thing you're still alive so I can finally have my revenge. Tuiba scowled and raised his hands into a claw-like stance. Enough with the trash talk. If you want revenge, you'll need the skills to back it up. He settled into a wide stance and shouted, Traitor to the triad, prepare to die, as a powerful aura exploded around him. The crowd immediately started whispering was this, the legendary age reversal technique. Bathian just lifted his chin in contempt. Is that all you've got? Tuiba let out a battle cry and charged forward with a clenched fist. But before he even got close, Bathian landed a hit on him. He sneered contemptuously. You don't know your place. After taking care of Tuiba, he flicked his hand and said, Murong-kei, it's your turn to die. Just then, Nan-ni rushed out and stood in front of her father. She shouted, Don't you dare hurt my dad! Bathian looked at her with a wicked grin. Murong-kei, you've got yourself a devoted daughter. He suddenly reached for her. Bathian grabbed both of Nan-ni's arms, his voice dripping with mockery. If I were to mess with her right here in front of everyone, wouldn't that be a fate worse than death for you? Nan-ni struggled to break free, but it was no use. She screamed, Let go of me, how dare you! Seeing his daughter captured, Murong-kei trembled with fury and gritted his teeth. Namba Thien, I'll kill you, Thien, watching from a corner, said in a panicked voice. What should we do? We can't just stand by and watch Nan-ni get hurt like this. Kaduye, her face pale with fear, hesitated before replying. But we're not strong enough, there's nothing we can do to save her. Fuang Fai looked anxiously at Van Than and said, That guy is going to hurt Nan-ni, you have a way to save her, don't you? Van Than frowned, looking conflicted. I can't win against him. I'm not going to die for some girl. Besides, if the Murong family falls, the Vuvan family could seize this chance to make a big move. He pulled Fuang Fai behind him and instructed, You stay hidden behind me. And don't let him spot you. Fuang Fi could only nod and obey. Okay. Bathian leaned his face close to Nan-ni's, flicking his tongue out audaciously. Murong-kei, watch closely now, the real fun is about to start. But before he could make a move, a fist slammed right into his face, sending blood flying everywhere. A punch that hard probably shattered his whole face. Tranmak rushed forward to catch Nan-ni, and as for Bathian, he was sent sprawling to the floor, too stunned to even fight back. Tranmak's fist was still clenched, veins bulging on his hand. He held Nan-ni by the shoulders and said coldly, Bullying my classmate right in front of me is a great way to get yourself humiliated. Bathian trembled as he sat on the ground, demanding, Who are you? How dare you? Tranmak replied nonchalantly, What's there to not dare? Bathian's henchman charged forward in a rage. Don't you touch my master? In the blink of an eye, Tranmak casually threw a single punch. You're overestimating yourself. With just that one simple strike, the henchman was sent flying, crashing hard into the opposite wall. He was knocked out cold, his eyes rolling back in his head. Tranmak quickly stood in front of Nan-ni. Go hide somewhere safe. Tifuang, who was standing nearby, saw the whole thing and called out his name in shock. Tranmak. At the same time, Tien exclaimed with delight. This is great, she's been saved. Beside her, Kaduyet had a serious look on her face, thinking, Tranmak, just how strong are you really? Tuiba's face lit up with relief as he exclaimed, We're saved. Even Murong-kei himself couldn't believe how incredibly strong the boy was. This turn of events made Van Than stare in disbelief, stammering, He's that strong, impossible. Even though he'd just been completely owned, Bathian stubbornly pushed himself back up, ready to provoke him again. How surprising Murong-ji actually has such a vicious dog. Ignoring his arrogance, Chenmo frowned and gave an ultimatum. You can get your revenge however you want. But you are not allowed to touch Yaner. While emitting a dark aura, he laughed mockingly. That's hilarious, you just got in a sneak attack. What's there to be so arrogant about? The next second, Batian leaped high, building momentum to attack Chenmo. Take this. Then he calmly extended a single finger and softly chanted, Freeze. Chenmo's block made Batian feel an unprecedented level of suppression. Damn it, he couldn't fight like this anymore. As expected, Batian was thrown backward. Even so, he grew excited as if he had found a worthy opponent. Looks like you're worth my full attention. Batian pointed at him. Kid, no matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than a grandmaster like me? Chenmo looked up as he flew into the air. He's actually flying. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. A grandmaster, can Chenmo win? Chenmo calmly replied, A grandmaster, are you even worthy? You're a half-step grandmaster at best. Batian smugly clasped his hands together. It's enough to kill you. Blood Demon's Grand Seal. Uncle Shui broke out in a cold sweat. The Blood Demon's Grand Seal. His master is a grandmaster who dominates Southeast Asia, known to the world as the eight-armed divine ape Xiang Chong. On his side, Ba Tian unleashed his move towards Chen Mo Di Chantian and Ke Yue were utterly shocked. With such a powerful attack, could he possibly block it? Chen Mo smiled confidently. 2 weeks so weak it makes me want to puke. Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist, first form Mountain Breaker. With just one punch, Chen Mo easily blocked Ba Tian's attack. Not only that, but he sent him flying high into the sky. Chen Mo retracted his hand. Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist, second form River Splitter. Ba Tian trembled, thinking to himself, this is bad, I have to find a way to escape. With that, he targeted Yaner. You'll be my hostage, she cried out in fear. Save me, Chen Mo. Ba Tian quickly reached out towards Yaner as if to attack her. But before his hand could even touch her fingernail, it was stopped by a powerful aura. This invisible barrier stunned Ba Tian. This is as soon as he saw the necklace around Yaner's neck, he immediately recognized it as a magical artifact. Unwilling to give up, Ba Tian lunged forward with an attack terrifying her. Break for me. Things not going his way made him furious. This magical artifact can actually take a full-powered punch from me. After hearing Ba Tian's roar, Yaner's eyes lit up. This blue aura was coming from the jade pendant Chen Mo had given her. It turned out to be the protective artifact. Ke Yue, standing behind Chen Mo, thought to herself, if she went to Chen Mo for a jade pendant like that, would he give her one? At the same time, Chen Mo approached Ba Tian. Don't you dare mess with a young girl. Seeing the situation was not in his favor, he gritted his teeth and said hatefully, I admit defeat this time. Next time, not a single one of you will escape. Hearing this, Chen Mo's tone turned serious as a murderous aura radiated from his eyes. You think there'll be a next time? Then he was shocked to hear Chen Mo's firm declaration. Suddenly, to his surprise, the cowardly Ba Tian abandoned her and ran for his life. As if he had done something clever, he turned his head to taunt. I admit you're strong, but if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Although a bit surprised, Chen Mo quickly regained his composure and took out a wooden stick. The next second, he focused his power, preparing a finishing blow. Seeing this, Uncle Shui was so horrified he couldn't help but exclaim, projecting internal energy, that's a transformation realm, Grandmaster. Chen Mo's attack landed, and Ba Tian's fate was sealed. What impossible? I won't accept this. Even as he fell, he stubbornly muttered, Master, I won't let you off. Instantly, the sound of the result echoed through the hall. Ren Tianyu is dead. Chen Mo wins. It seemed Uncle Shui was so shocked he was drenched in sweat. An 18-year-old grandmaster if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. Murongji also clutched his head in despair. I used to think he was just arrogant, but it turns out he has absolute power. Compared to this kind of life and death controlling force, wealth and status are just trash, and with this power, how could one possibly lack wealth and status? Over on Chen Mo's side, he gently asked Han Yaner, You weren't scared, were you? She replied joyfully. With you here, what is there to be afraid of? Their harmonious scene filled Ke Yue with regret. When she advised Chen Mo to give up on pursuing Yaner, he told her that they weren't from the same world. It turns out she was the laughable one. After a moment, Chen Mo turned around seriously and said to continue with Yaner's birthday party. But before that, they needed to take out some trash. Yaner still didn't get it. Huh. Amidst everyone's shocked expressions, Tian Wang was trembling like a leaf trying to hide, not letting him get his way. Chen Mo walked closer. You wanted to kill me earlier? Having witnessed his power, a terrified Tian Wang stammered, trying to explain Grandmaster Chen. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Right after that, Chen Mo replied decisively. I've always been clear about my grievances since you wanted to kill me. I naturally won't be polite. He repeatedly kowtowed, begging for his life. Grandmaster, I was wrong, please spare me. Just as Tian Wang finished his sentence, Chen Mo waved his hand, slamming him into the ground. As Tian Wang took his last breath, the party guests whispered among themselves. Chu Tian Wang is dead. What the heck just happened? Chen Mo really killed him just like that. After dealing with the nuisance, Chen Mo glanced over at Wen Cheng and Fang Fei. Driven by desperation, she collapsed to the ground, wailing loudly, Don't kill me, please don't kill me! Wen Cheng also knew his place and immediately dropped to his knees, tearfully begging for mercy. Grandmaster, I accidentally offended you. I beg for your forgiveness. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo's face remained completely blank, as if he had nothing left to say. Chen Mo looked down at Wen Cheng sprawled on the floor, pointed straight at his face, and said, Fine, since it's Yaner's birthday, I'll just cripple your cultivation and call it a day. Wen Cheng was completely stunned. He suddenly fell backward, a total mess with his hair all disheveled. He screamed in agony. My body! Murongji approached respectfully and bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, Grandmaster Chen. Chen Mo smiled and waved it off. Don't mention it. I did it for Yaner. Yaner's cheeks turned pink as she gently tugged on his sleeve, asking, Will you stay for my birthday today? Chen Mo's eyes crinkled as he smiled and replied, Watching them act so intimately, Ke Yue felt a terrible bitterness in her heart. She clenched her fists, thinking to herself why all of this was supposed to be mine. How did it come to this? The scene shifts to the Yangai Lake Villa. Wen Xiong anxiously glanced at his watch and cried out impatiently, Why isn't Grandmaster Chen back yet? The moment the words left his mouth, footsteps sounded outside. A somber Chen Mo entered, and Wen Xiang hurried over to him. Grandmaster Chen. You're finally back. Our life elixir is in such high demand we can't keep up, but the Gongsun family in Zijing is still smearing your name, and they even dare to counterfeit our product to make a profit. His face was all scrunched up as he frowned and lamented in a low voice. The Gongsun family in Zijing is basically on par with the Jin family in Jianye Old Gu, and I really don't know what to do. We can only rely on you to take action. This time Chen Mo was completely pissed off. He replied coldly, in that case, I'll deal with the Gongsun family myself. The scene shifts to the Gongsun family estate in Wuan Mansion, Zijing District. Tianshun Manor. The party was held in a private hall, where guests mingled freely. Amid the noise, someone announced, the head of the Gongsun family is here. A few people leaned in to whisper to each other. I bet he's going to make an announcement about the life elixir. Gongsun Sha stepped out looking prim and proper, gesturing with his hand. Thank you all for giving the Gongsun family this honor. Everyone here is a friend of the Gongsun family. He then gave a sinister smile and raised his voice. As for those who aren't here, my Gongsun family will pay them a visit later. He announced loudly, everyone. I know you all have your eyes on the massive profits from the life elixir, but I want to invite everyone to join me in blocking it from the market, launching a fierce counterattack and seizing complete control. Someone in the crowd raised their hand to ask, Family Head Gongsun, that life elixir is incredibly miraculous. It's going to be a nationwide hit. What do we have to compete against it? A calculating glint flashed in Gongsun Sha's eyes as he calmly replied, Don't worry, I've already developed a new masterpiece that's even more effective than the life elixir. As long as everyone follows me, we are guaranteed to succeed. That's what he said out loud, but inwardly he had a whole other plan. As long as he could counterfeit the life elixir and fleece these suckers, the Gongsun family would be able to monopolize everything. The guests were all business-savvy people, yet he was leading them by the nose so easily. They all clamored in agreement. If that's the case, I'm willing to follow family head Gongsun. Me too. Gongsun Sha smiled in satisfaction. Excellent, thank you everyone. I promise I won't let you down. His eyes scanned the room and landed on Shi Cheng, who was sitting nearby looking completely indifferent. His eyes narrowed as he asked unhappily, However, I wonder what the An family's stance is on this. Seeing Shi Cheng remain silent, he walked over and clapped him on the shoulder to get his attention. Brother An, aren't you going to say something? And Shi Cheng turned and said sharply, Brother Gongsun, I had my own people research that life elixir, but they came up with nothing. So how did you do it? Gongsun Sha frowned and replied in a low voice, That's a Gongsun family secret. If you help me first, Brother An, then I can let you in on it. Shi Cheng lightly flicked the ash from the cigarette in his hand. His cold gaze seemed to see right through the other man's schemes. That's not gonna work. For all we know, you could just be using us. Hearing that, Gongsun Sha's expression changed. He dropped his hand from Shi Cheng's shoulder and growled, Brother, and you're trying to humiliate me in front of everyone. In response, Shi Cheng just sneered at him. Even an idiot knows how effective and profitable the life elixir is. If you're blocking me from making money, that makes things very difficult for me. Suddenly, Gongsun Sha stood up straight. He laughed sinisterly, clapped his hands, and called Qingshan, who had been hiding somewhere nearby, appeared in the middle of the hall. He cracked his knuckles and threatened loudly. Either you agree to the family head's request or you die. Shi Cheng didn't show a hint of fear, simply raising an eyebrow in response. So what if you're a martial artist? I and Shi Cheng have never backed down from a threat. At worst, I'll just die. The An family will just have to find a new head. From a distance, Gongsun Sha pointed and commanded, Qingshan, kill him. Just in the nick of time, Chen Mo appeared and intervened. One of his hands shot out to grab Qingshan's arm, while the other rested firmly on Shi Cheng's shoulder. Gongsun Sha's face went pale with fright. Despite his brave words, Shi Cheng was breaking out in a cold sweat after that near-death experience. He stood up, held onto Chen Mo's shoulder, and said, Young man, I don't know who you are, but I appreciate the help. Chen Mo looked back at him, declared with a smile, You want to use Linda's life as a business asset, Tranmak, I'm in. Tang Sun, ignored on the side, furiously yelled, I'm Nguyen Than, son of the Umbra sect, and I suggest you mind your own business. Tranmak gave him a dark smirk. You only get one shot, so show me what you've got. Tang Sun, totally enraged, charged forward, yelling, You arrogant punk. Tranmak held up a finger, shaking his head like he was disappointed. I told you, you only get one chance to strike. Why didn't you value it? He shot a palm strike right at him, making Than Sun cough up a mouthful of blood. He stared in shock, thinking what Tranmak lowered his hand, and Than Sun's body collapsed to the floor. The protagonist sneered in contempt, that's all he's got. Tang Sun lay face down on the ground, gasping for air. Blood kept pouring from the corner of his mouth. Kong Ton Sat's face flushed red, then turned deathly pale. He couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, How can this be? Nguyen Than Sun was actually defeated. You're Grandmaster Tran! The guests in the hall erupted in surprise. Grandmaster Tran? He's really Grandmaster Tran! One sharp observer couldn't help but remark that aura is so much more powerful than Nguyen Than Sun's. He must be a supreme Grandmaster. Tang Sun clutched his stomach shakily, getting to his feet. You think this is over? He reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Tang Sun held the magic artifact in his hand and spat a mouthful of fresh blood onto it. Poof! His body was instantly filled with power, and he was covered in a suit of shimmering golden armor. Tranmak silently observed and assessed another high-grade defensive artifact.
Looks like this guy had some kind of lucky encounter. Thang Sun laughed smugly. Haha, think you can break my defense? Tranmak didn't answer, instead bending his knees to gather power. He launched himself right in front of his opponent. When they came face to face, he raised his fist and shouted, "Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist, second form, severing mountains and rivers." Thang Sun's eyes went wide in horror, and he screamed, "Impossible!" He was sent flying several yards by Tranmak's punch. His body went limp, no longer able to fight back. During the clash, Thang Sun accidentally dropped the artifact, and whether by accident or on purpose, it rolled right to Tranmak's feet. He picked it up and frowned, examining its design. Tranmak stored the artifact in his ring. Once that was done, he turned his cold gaze to Kong Ton Sat and said next. The man collapsed to his knees in fear, begging non-stop. "Grandmaster Tran, I was wrong. Please spare me just this once. The Kong Ton family, from now on, we will revere you. I'm begging you, spare me, let me keep my life. This is a tribute for you." Suddenly, his voice cut off. A hole had been pierced through his forehead. Tranmak replied coldly, "Too late." All life drained from Kong Ton Sat as he collapsed to the floor. The terrified guests cried out, "Kong Ton died just like that, how terrifying." "Grandmaster Tran, spare our lives!" They all knelt and kowtowed in unison. "Grandmaster Tran, spare us, we were all forced." Tranmak turned to the Than and ordered, "Regarding the life origin elixir, go contact So Van Hung and Kianing Yep, he'll know what I want." The Tan was stunned for a moment before snapping to attention. "Yes, Grandmaster Tran!" With the necessary business taken care of, Tranmak turned to leave. Seeing everyone still kneeling and trembling in a corner, he said, "All of you can get up. I only came to teach the Kongton family a lesson." Scene change. Thang Sun was somehow still alive, although he looked a little worse for wear. The moment he opened his eyes, he was confused. "Ugh, what happened to me?" Tranmak didn't wait for him to get his wits about him and stomped hard on his back. He cried out in alarm, "It's you, what do you want?" The protagonist's face was grim as he growled. "I'm asking you," he said, taking out the artifact he'd picked up during the fight. "Where did you get this bronze mirror?" Thang Sun, nervous and confused, answered, "That artifact, I stole it from a tomb raider. The tomb raider said he got it from the Nia ruins deep in the desert." Tranmak, sitting on his back, muttered the name of the place. "Nia ruins, that's the ancient city of Jingju." He was secretly curious. Could it be that immortal cultivators once existed there? With that thought, he made a demand. "Take me to the ancient city of Jingju." Tan Sun really wanted to refuse, but he was scared he'd lose his life if he did. So he stammered and agreed. "All right, fine." 3 days later, at the entrance to the ancient city of Jingju, on Mount Chalama, the two rode camels to the front of a canyon. Tan Sun led the way. "Grandmaster Tran, we're almost there." Looking at the gate at the entrance, Tranmak was surprised, thinking to himself, that opening up ahead was sliced open with a single sword strike, and there's still a trace of spiritual energy lingering on it. Tan Sun couldn't see things in such detail. He excitedly explained, "Grandmaster Tran, this cliff face looks like someone carved it. It's so smooth, this place is really something else." Continuing forward, Tranmak suddenly noticed the scenery on one side. They were reaching the end, and up ahead was the ancient city of Jingju. The silhouette of the city gradually came into his view. However, when he actually got close, the desolate scene before him was absolutely shocking. And Tranmak was a bit worried just what kind of power could have buried this ancient city in an endless sea of sand. The two continued into a structure that looked like a temple, which had a Buddha statue inside. Tranmak looked around and pointed in one direction. "From the looks of this place, it was probably a shrine used for rituals. The entrance to the ancient tomb is here." They went in and saw stairs leading down, leaving Tan Sun a bit confused. "The entrance to the tomb of the Jingju queen is really open. I bet it was those tomb raiders." Before even going down, Tranmak could already confirm it wasn't a tomb below, which made Tan Sun even more bewildered. "What?" Ignoring Tan Sun, Tranmak decided to go down and take a look. After a few steps, he was a little surprised to see some people below. There were several people down there, 3 of whom were quite conspicuous, a monk holding a staff, a red-haired girl, and a bald old man. Tan Sun also realized that the group was anything but ordinary, whispering, "Those 3 bald guys are clearly masters from the esoteric sect from around here. The one in the back. That girl is definitely no ordinary person." Master Chen Mo didn't really care, though. He was more interested in the door the group was surrounding. He stroked his chin, thinking, this huge door, this formation. When the girl noticed the outsiders, she immediately yelled out, "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here?" Hearing this, the monk holding a staff whose name was Fa Kong turned to look at them. Instead of introducing himself, Chen Mo shot back a question. "And who are you? What are you doing here?" The girl smugly introduced herself. "I am the eldest daughter of the official Tai's family. I'm Tai Wenya, and let me make this clear. The equinox flower in here belongs to my Tai family, so you'd better back off and not even think about competing with me." Chen Mo completely ignored her empty threat and walked directly toward the door. Standing in front of the massive stone door, he reached out his hand. Wenya and the old man behind her watched with anticipation, curious to see if he could open it. Then Chen Mo just gently placed his hand on the stone door.
A faint magical formation appeared on its surface. He pulled his hand back, mumbling, "Just as I thought." Wenya sneered. "This stone door has a protective formation that even Master Jiang can't break. Are you an idiot for trying to push it open?" Qingshan from the back wanted to test his strength. He confidently balled up his fists and said, "Everyone stand back and let me try." As soon as he finished speaking, he got a running start and charged straight for the door. However, the moment his hand made contact, there was a powerful repulsive force that blasted Qingshan. He was instantly thrown backward. The gate itself didn't move at all. He asked in confusion, "What kind of formation can send me flying back?" The monk Fa Kong came over, patted Qingshan on the shoulder, and gently explained, "My friend, the formation on this door reflects force. The harder you strike, the stronger the rebound will be." Wenya then suggested, "So how do we open this door, Master Jiang? Maybe we can just dig around it." Master Jiang shook his head. "That's useless. The formation probably covers the whole tomb." Chenmo didn't say much. He just stood a ways back from the door, raised his hand, which began to glow, and uttered a single word, "Open." Wenya saw Chenmo's ridiculous act, and watched with curiosity, her voice dripping with disdain. "What do you think you're doing, playing open sesame or something?" Before she could even finish her sentence, the door let out a loud creak and slowly swung open. Wenya couldn't hide her astonishment. "What, the door?" Chenmo smiled to himself, thinking the protective formation on this stone door is just a simplified version of the Zhuan Daosek's basic defense formation. This ancient tomb is definitely connected to my little junior sister. Qingshan walked over to take Chenmo's hat and outer jacket. He said with a suck-up tone, "Master Chen, how did you open the door just now? That was incredible. I feel so much safer with you here in this tomb." Chenmo didn't reply, and simply led the way inside. Qingshan immediately followed him. Master Jiang also went in. He instructed Wenya, "Miss, you should stay close behind me." Wenya nodded. "All right. And tell the rest of our group to stick together. We can't be sure it's safe in here." After walking for a while, Chenmo's eyes lit up as he spotted something high above. This tomb had a very special design. The coffin was positioned below a skylight, yet it was suspended high in the air. A stone staircase led up to it. In the dead of night, the silvery moonlight draped a hazy, thin blanket of light over everything. The rest of the group looked up in awe, all of them exclaiming, "To think a place like this is so deep underground. My gosh, it's absolutely magical." Wenya couldn't resist pointing to the coffin above, wondering, "Is that coffin at the top for the peerless queen?" Master Jiang stroked his chin thoughtfully and answered with uncertainty, "It could be." She pressed on, "Is the equinox flower inside it?" Not even waiting for a reply. She immediately sprinted up the stairs. "The equinox flower has to be in that white jade coffin, and nobody is taking it from me." Master Jiang panicked and yelled, "Don't be so reckless, stop her right now." 3 of the followers instantly moved to block Wenya, pleading with her, "Miss, please don't be so impulsive. What if there's a trap?" As one of them was still urging her to calm down, his body suddenly caught on fire. The fire appeared from thin air and burned fiercely, and with no water in the tomb to extinguish it, all he could do was scream in pain. "Ah!" He thrashed on the ground, reaching out his hands and begging, "Ah, save me, please save me." Wenya screamed in horror at the sight, but instead of helping, she turned to flee, shouting, "Everybody run, it's too dangerous." Master Jiang, holding a yin-yang compass in his hand, wanted to get closer to figure out what was going on. "What happened? Let me see." A bright shield materialized in front of him just as the man was reduced to ashes, and the flames flickered out. Master Jiang watched in horror. What in the world could burn a man to cinders that fast? Abruptly, the last spark of fire seemed to come alive and shot forward, but it slammed into the shield protecting Master Jiang. He was startled. "What the—" The spark of fire dropped to the floor, revealing its true form as a crimson snake. Master Jiang understood. "So you're the one behind this." He threw a punch at it, yelling, "Die, you little pest!" But the snake swiftly dodged the attack. It then changed its target to Chenmo's group. Someone shrieked in terror, "It's coming for us!" The red snake reared its head, opening its mouth to hiss at the people who had invaded its tomb. Chenmo held out his hand, using his qi to lock the creature in place, unable to hide his surprise. "I can't believe it! Red-scaled snakes actually exist on the Emperor Star." The snake was killed by Chenmo. It spat out blood and then collapsed to the ground. Master Jiang asked with a puzzled look, "What is a red-scaled snake?" Chenmo was kind enough to explain, "A red-scaled snake is about 30 centimeters long with a body covered in fiery red scales. When it touches things, they violently combust." Wenya, who was hiding behind Master Jiang, asked, "All I want to know is that thing dead?" Ignoring her question, Chenmo shared another even more frightening piece of information. Red-scaled snakes have another special trait. They like to live in swarms. Sure enough, a whole swarm of red-scaled snakes slithered towards where they were standing. Wenya shrieked in terror, "What is that?" Seeing the swarm, Master Jiang's scalp went numb. "There's so many, it's too dangerous, we have to go back." As the snakes crawled closer, someone tried to reassure them, "Don't panic, there are a lot of us." But Wenya just kept screaming, "Hurry up, hurry up!" Chenmo watched them. His true qi formed a protective barrier around him. He figured that the red-scaled snakes revered a mother snake, and if he could find and kill it, they would all retreat. Suddenly, the swarm of red-scaled snakes coiled together. They wriggled and piled on top of each other. Then a giant red-scaled snake appeared. It spoke angrily, You humans dare disturb my master's rest today, all of you will die. Chenmo wasn't scared. He was actually intrigued. Ah, so the little snakes are all a part of you, and when you combine, you become the great mother snake. The giant mother snake's body burst into flames, blocking the path up the stairs. It wouldn't let anyone near the coffin. Wenya stammered in fear. It can talk! It can actually talk! It's a real monster, a demon! Just then, Monk Fa Kong and his two disciples raised their weapons. He chanted, Amitabha, surrender your life, you vile beast. The red snake sneered, opening its mouth to spew a torrent of hot flames. Fa Kong quickly jumped away, dodging the fire. However, their weapons caught fire, and the flames quickly spread to the monk's hand holding the staff. Seeing this, Master Jiang quickly warned, throw away your weapons. The two monks hastily threw down the magical artifacts in their hands. A look of regret on their faces, they thought, this demonic fire can even burn through our artifacts. Monk Fa Kong looked at his burned hand and muttered, it burns everything it touches, just as rumored. We underestimated our enemy. Chenmo then spoke coldly, if you guys can't handle this, then get out of the way and let me try. But before he could do anything, Master Jiang threw out his yin-yang compass. He wanted to try out his grand sealing technique. The yin-yang compass flew above the snake's head, emitting a deafening buzz. While the snake was distracted, Master Jiang threw out 4 sealing flags. The 4 flags circled the compass, creating a formation. Seal. The snake watched for a moment, then turned and remarked, not bad, but it's not nearly enough to bind me. As it finished speaking, its body suddenly sprouted legs. They looked like dragon legs with sharp claws, and 2 dragon-like horns also appeared on its head. The snake's transformation was complete now, with 4 legs and 2 dragon horns. It mocked Master Jiang. Your cultivation level is far too low. With that, it shattered his formation. Don't even think about trapping me with a formation like this. The yin-yang compass and the 4 flags fell to the ground, hit by the backlash. Master Jiang suffered internal injuries and coughed up blood. Ugh. This red-scaled spirit snake has the bloodline of a fire jiao. It's already grown limbs and horns. Only someone at the divine realm level can defeat it. Miss Run now. Wenya was still fixated on the red spider lily, she said regretfully, but we haven't gotten the red spider lily yet. Master Jiang trembled as he pleaded, Miss, your life is more important. Suddenly, Wenya's eyes widened as she stared behind him. Master Jiang looked. Chenmo was starting to make his move. He leapt high into the air to everyone's utter astonishment. When he reached the snake's level, he unleashed the first form of the heavenly profound divine fist. The snake once again opened its mouth to breathe fire. However, Chenmo twisted his body to dodge the flames, and nothing could stop his powerful fist from smashing down on the snake's head, completely crushing it. Wenya was stunned. He actually crushed the giant snake. Master Jiang gasped in horror, thinking to himself, this kid's strength is unfathomably deep. Its body destroyed, the snake quickly thought of a plan. I have to transfer my divine soul out of here now. But the poor thing couldn't even escape before Chenmo swiftly snatched it out of the air. In the end, the divine soul of the red-scaled snake trembled in his hand. It didn't dare move, afraid it would be extinguished at any moment. Looking at the mini snake in his hand, Chenmo smiled. So you've cultivated a divine soul. Don't worry, I won't kill you. In fact, I'll grant you a great opportunity. With the snake dealt with, nothing was blocking the way to the tomb anymore. Wenya immediately dashed straight up to the coffin. Master Jiang was exasperated. Miss, please don't be so reckless, there could be other dangers. But Wenya wasn't listening. The only thing on her mind was the red spider lily. She stood by the sarcophagus. The red spider lily is mine. It has to be in this queen's coffin. Someone open it for me. The men who followed her brought out their tools to open the coffin. They quickly followed her orders. The coffin lid was pried open. Opening the lid, the whole group stared inside in astonishment. There was nothing inside the coffin but a set of burial clothes. Everyone exclaimed, "Why is it empty inside?" Wenya was devastated. "Where's the red spider lily? Where is my red spider lily?" Monk Fa Kong's sharp eyes noticed something unusual. He pointed to a scroll next to the clothes. "Look at that piece of cloth. The clothes have turned to dust, but it's completely untouched." He picked up the scroll to examine it. This is a sheepskin scroll, and the writing on it is from the ancient Western regions. Since he had studied the script, he was able to read a few lines and translated them out loud for everyone. "The earthquake has destroyed the spiritual root. This place is no longer habitable. I must lead my people to a new world." His two disciples asked, "Spiritual root, what's a spiritual root, and where is this new world?" Master Jiang offered his speculation. "The spiritual root is probably the underground river. After the earthquake, Ci Mountain was cut off from the underground river, leaving it without water, which meant the Jingju kingdom could no longer survive." Fa Kong continued to read the next section, but even he wasn't sure what it meant. The content that followed was obscure and hard to understand. "The profound palace is in complete return to guard the netherworld, open the 7 apertures, achieve heavenly hearing, and align with the cosmic orbit." Hearing this, Chenmo was completely stunned. "This is a modified cultivation technique from the Xuan Dao sect. Could it be that Queen Jingju was my junior sister's disciple?" He stroked his chin and looked around, guessing to himself if that's the case. Then that spirit root definitely isn't a water source, it's probably nearby. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Why would Queen Jingju put her coffin here? Could she have acted on a whim? Chen Mo slammed his fist into the ground beneath him, causing the earth to tremble. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the ancient tomb as the stone floor cracked open, revealing a thick piece of wood hidden below. The tremor made Wen Ya stumble. What's happening? Master Jiang quickly grabbed her wrist to steady her. Be careful, milady. Seeing the thick piece of wood exposed beneath the ground, Chen Mo pulled his hand back. He knelt down to inspect it, extremely pleased. Just as he thought, this is an innate wood spirit root. Chen Mo pondered for a moment and finally understood that the innate spirit root of the Jingju kingdom was destroyed by an earthquake. Then it absorbed the primordial energy of heaven and earth within a 1,000-mile radius to heal itself, turning the Jingjue kingdom into a wasteland. That piece of wood radiated a dense spiritual energy, and Master Jiang approached to take a look, and was immediately astonished. This thing has an incomparably powerful life force. My internal injuries are recovering rapidly, Qing Shan exclaimed. If I could cultivate here, I could break through to the Huakan Grandmaster realm within a year. Master Jiang immediately suggested to Wenya milady if we could bring this back and place it near the old master, his illness would surely be cured. Wenya's joy was fleeting as she then worried about the considerable size and weight of the wood. Really, that would be wonderful, but how would we even get it back? Master Jiang knelt down, took out a dagger, and explained, We don't have to take the whole thing, a small piece will be enough. He tried to cut off a section of the spirit root, but when he plunged the dagger in, the blade snapped in two. The wood spirit root was much harder than he had imagined. What Master Jiang couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Chen Mo frowned slightly and said coldly, An innate spirit root is impervious to both fire and water. It's incredibly tough, you have no chance of cutting it. Wen Ya was determined she would do anything to cure her grandfather. No matter what, I have to bring this back to treat my grandpa. Chen Mo thought she needed the spirit root for something else, but it turns out it was just for healing. He offered her a pill. If you just want to cure someone, then one elixir is all you need. Looking at the pill in his hand, Wen Ya was skeptical. Could this be? Master Jiang stepped forward to inspect it. Let me see. He took one look at the pill, and even Master Jiang couldn't help but exclaim, A top-grade spirit elixir. He happily turned to report to Wenya milady, This elixir is more than enough to cure the old master's illness. Wenya was a bit surprised. She knew that anything capable of curing her grandfather must be incredibly valuable. She asked worriedly, Really, are you seriously willing to give me such a precious elixir? Chenmo replied, Of course I'm not giving it to you for free. This one pill will cost you half of your family's fortune. Wenya was furious. Half? Why don't you just rob me instead? Seeing she wasn't willing to trade, Chenmo closed his hand. It seems you don't want to cure your grandpa after all. In that case, you all can leave. Don't even think about touching the innate spirit root, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Along the way, Wenya had witnessed Chenmo's power. She knew no one here was a match for him, so she accepted the offer. Fine, I agree to your terms. But in her heart, she had no intention of keeping her promise. She just wanted to get her hands on the elixir first. As for the fortune, there's no way I'm giving it to you, and you can't just take it from me. So Chenmo took out a vial and gave it to Wenya. Here, this one vial is enough. Holding the vial in her hand, Wenya was overjoyed. Grandpa is saved. Chenmo rudely shooed them away as if the ancient tomb was his own house. You've achieved your goal, now get out of here. With that, he turned and walked towards the coffin. Behind her, Master Jiang advised milady, Let's head back. Wenya nodded okay. Seeing that everything was settled and he had his own business to attend to, Qingshan said his goodbyes. Thank you, Master Chen, I must be going now. Master, do you have other business here? Chenmo warned him coldly. Don't ask so many questions. He told Qingshan, I plan to stay here for a while. Your mission is complete, so get going. Looking at the innate wood spirit root at his feet, Chenmo calculated, This innate spirit root is enough for me to cultivate my wood element body to perfection. Half a month later, a group of people entered the ancient tomb carrying picks and shovels to excavate the area. Someone ordered, Start digging from here, go deeper. The clanging sound of digging startled Chenmo awake, and he looked visibly annoyed, and immediately took action. You're courting death. With a loud bang, a massive explosion sent the group of diggers flying off the stairs. Seeing her men fall towards her, Wenya, who was standing below, screamed her head off. Seeing that bratty girl, Chenmo became even more displeased. You're truly a bottomless pit of greed. Wenya was startled. She didn't see anything wrong with her actions and retorted, The innate spirit root is so big, yet you want to hog it all for yourself, and you have the nerve to call me greedy. Master Zhang also got greedy and made a demand. Finders keepers, everyone who sees the innate spirit root gets a share. Give me half. And I definitely want to make things difficult for you. Chenmo's eyes turned cold, filled with killing intent and disdain. He scoffed. You want to snatch something from my hands. You're not worthy. Being looked down on like that. Who could stand it? Master Jiang was overcome with greed and couldn't get his way by threatening him. He furiously took out a spellbook. Then you can just die. That book seemed to contain the techniques he cultivated. He opened a certain page and read aloud, Spirit of the earth veins, hear my command. A magic circle appeared at Master Jiang's feet, and he began to manipulate the earth and stones in the ancient tomb. Several stones moved under Master Jiang's control, forming a giant stone dragon. A dragon made of countless rocks and dirt appeared lunging toward Chenmo. He didn't rush to act, just stood still and frowned without moving. Chen Mo smiled as a shield materialized in front of him. The earth dragon slammed into the shield, and a deafening explosion shook the ground, filling the area with dust and smoke. Master Jiang, thinking victory was his, laughed loudly. Kid, you actually want to block that with a defensive artifact? Haha, you're really asking for it. When the smoke cleared, Chen Mo was still standing in the same spot. Seeing his opponent completely unscathed, he panicked. What he's not dead from that is this kid even human. Master Jiang gritted his teeth. But I have another move you can't stop, he smirked smugly. You definitely can't block this one earthly burial for all living beings. As he finished speaking, the ground beneath Chen Mo's feet cracked open, and he lost his balance, falling into the fissure. Immediately after, Master Jiang controlled the ground to seal the crack, crushing Chen Mo on the spot. He smirked victoriously. Die! But his smile barely had time to form before it twisted into a grimace, his joy turning to horror as he saw Chen Mo burst out from the ground and fly up. How is that possible? Chen Mo quite enjoyed these opponents who didn't know their own limits, because he could fully enjoy a game of cat and mouse. Anything else so I can make my move? Master Jiang was furious and went all out. I'll risk my life against you. Spirit of the Great Earth, hear my command. His body instantly became gigantic with rocks and soil clinging to him, making him look like a powerful stone golem. Earth Fiend's descent. Master Jiang arrogantly declared, I am now one with the earth. As long as I stand on the ground, I can receive an endless supply of energy. Among his followers, someone trembled in confusion and fear. Oh my god, Master Jiang has turned into a monster. Wen Ya immediately scolded him. You idiot, Master Jiang is casting a spell, don't disturb him. Master Jiang threw a punch. Kid, prepare to die! His fist was halfway there, when a sharp blade-like stream of green spiritual energy sliced through it. The pain of having his hand severed made him lose control of his expression, but immediately after his arm reattached as if it had never been cut off. Master Jiang laughed loudly. Ha, like I said, as long as I'm standing on this land, I'm an invincible existence. The folly of villains is that they talk too much, and in doing so, they accidentally reveal their weaknesses for others to exploit. Chen Mo casually raised his hand. Is that so? 5 elements sealing art. A golden light shot out from his hand, gradually enveloping the giant Master Jiang. Master Jiang suddenly felt something was wrong and shouted, No, I can't absorb the elemental power from the earth. What's happening here? Chen Mo didn't bother to explain. He commanded his treasured sword, Heaven-slaying sword, go! The sword understood the command and flew up, emitting a dazzling golden light. The sword was controlled with incredible skill, slicing to the left and dicing to the right. The golden aura was so bright that onlookers couldn't see what was happening. When the light finally faded, Master Jiang's body had been cut into multiple pieces. He died, leaving no corpse, turning to dust and vanishing into the air with only a few rocks falling to the ground, a truly complete annihilation. Wen Ya was thunderstruck, unable to believe her eyes. She saw Chen Mo approaching, and she and her subordinates huddled together. Wen Ya waved her hands frantically, saying in fear, I'm sorry Master Jiang forced me to come, this has nothing to do with me. Chen Mo waved his hand. Spare her. If it weren't for the debt I owe you, you'd be dead for sure. Get lost. Wen Ya and her underlings immediately fled for their lives. Yes, we're leaving right now. After escaping the underground tomb, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. One naive subordinate asked, Miss Master Jiang is dead. How are we going to get the innate spiritual root? Wen Ya furiously scolded him, Are you trying to get me killed? That kid is too strong, who could possibly take anything from him? Then she gave a calculating smile, but even if she couldn't get it, she couldn't let him benefit either. A few days later, in a VIP lounge, someone came to report, Miss, all of his information has been sent to your mobile phone. Wen Ya looked at her phone. Master Chen of Jianye, the Huami group. The life spirit elixir. The Chen family of Yuyang. This kid is so arrogant he must have a lot of enemies. She ordered for a rumor to be spread. Master Chen of Jianye has died in the Sea of Death. Wen Ya smiled, thinking to herself, Master Chen, what will it be like when you return to find all your friends and family have been killed by your enemies? Ha ha. Half a month later, in a luxurious karaoke room, Chu Wenxiang was cuddling with a few scantily clad hostesses, laughing as he ordered, Keep the music playing, then dance. Suddenly the door was slammed open and the person who entered let out a cold snort. Wenxiang frowned. Who is it? The newcomer was Qin Guohai Qingshan's senior brother. He clenched his fist threateningly. Chu Wenxiang, I'll give you 3 days to bring out Master Chen's cronies or I'll kill all of you. Wenxiang begged for mercy and fear. Big brother, don't get worked up, let's talk this out, I'll do as you say. Guohai turned to leave. You scum know what's good for you. Wenxiang sat stunned in the room, thinking to himself, is this an enemy? Could the news of Master Chen's death be true? At the same time, in Jianye district at the Huame group in the chairman's office, Wan Qing and Su Feng were discussing a project. Was the next problem to solve. Just then the door was pushed open, and someone in the room asked, Who is it? A strange young man with a sword walked into the office, flashing a provocative smile. Chairman Li, get ready to meet your maker! The blonde young man drew his sword and lunged at Miss To Puang Dai. She panicked, frozen in place like a statue, unable to dodge the blade. Then in the nick of time, Tung Tu appeared, grabbing the opponent's sword hand with one hand to stop his attack. With his other hand, he quickly gripped the opponent's throat and said, Who sent you? The assassin struggled to breathe and immediately confessed, I don't know. I only know that after the job is done, I'll receive a top-grade spirit pill. Unable to find out who was behind it, Tung-Tu angrily tightened his grip, cutting off the assassin's airway. Then you're useless. The unlucky assassin died on the spot and was thrown to the ground. Van Than looked at Tu Fuang with concern. This is the third assassination attempt recently, Chairman. Miss Tu Fuang regained her composure and quickly analyzed the situation. It must be the Van family. They must have heard the rumor that my son is dead, so they keep pulling these stunts. Sooner or later he will pay the price. The scene changes to a luxurious room somewhere in the city where Qua Hai sat comfortably on the sofa looking down at the group of people kneeling on the floor. He aggressively ordered, "Hand over all your assets and the production line for the water of life." Van Hung and his subordinates nervously wiped their sweat. He hesitated, thinking to himself that all his assets were nothing compared to the water of life. Qua Hai lost his patience and started threatening them again. What, you don't want to talk, you want to die or something? After a moment of thought, Van Hung gritted his teeth and finally led Qua Hai to the place where the water of life was produced. The house was located in a remote and secluded area, accessible only by crossing a rickety suspension bridge. When Qua Hai arrived, he smiled with satisfaction, while Van Hung sighed in despair. Qua Hai's joy was short-lived as two figures landed in front of him. Who dares to cause trouble here, Scram? Or don't blame us for being impolite. The newcomers were Queen Than and Tang Tang, who stood blocking the door, preventing Qua Hai from entering. He gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Watchdogs, get out of my way! As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt forward at an incredible speed, moving like a blur. Seeing this, Tang Tang warned Queen Than. Be careful, Queen Than had already drawn her wooden sword to fight him. Seeing her weapon, Qua Hai was a bit startled and asked, "A wooden sword? You've got some skills." "Who is your master?" Queen Than replied coldly. "You're not worthy of asking." With that, she unleashed a move that was both elegant and powerful, and the illusion of a fire phoenix appeared behind her. Phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. Qua Hai wasn't scared. In fact, he was delighted. What a powerful sword technique. Luckily, you're only at the peak of the inner realm. If you had entered the transformation realm, I wouldn't be able to fight you. He then seriously unleashed his own move, the Great Primal Hand. A giant hand appeared and shattered Queen Than's phoenix illusion. She exclaimed in shock, "What?" The phoenix illusion was crushed, and the powerful explosion sent Queen Than flying backward. "Ah!" Tang Tang rushed over worriedly to check on her injuries. "Miss!" Queen Than groaned. "I'm fine, let's escape first." After the smoke and dust cleared, Qua Hai couldn't see any sign of the two of them. Damn pests, they run fast. But with no one to stop him, he entered the large, luxurious house in front of him. Qua Hai went inside, admiring the lavish, well-equipped villa, and he let out a vile laugh, thinking about his bright future. Heh, soon this will all be mine. I'll move the Yuman here, and in just a few years, my Yuman will dominate the martial world. Meanwhile, Tang Tang brought Queen Than to Tung-Tu, who gave her a healing pill. "This is a foundation pill. Take it to heal your injuries." "What on earth happened?" Tang Tang replied. So Van Hung's group led a martial arts grandmaster to break the illusion fog formation and seize the mountaintop villa. Tung-Tu pondered for a moment, then analyzed. So Van Hung and his men are all ordinary people. I'm afraid they did this to protect themselves. They weren't leading him willingly. Right now, our most important task is to protect the chairman's safety. Everything else can wait until Master returns. In a rather desolate place, the soldier Hok Dong-min trembled as he dragged his injured body away to escape. They probably can't catch up now. The internal injuries in his body made him spit out a mouthful of blood. His legs were shaking so much he couldn't walk anymore, so he propped himself up and sat on the ground. Seeing the unusual color of his blood, Dong-min muttered, "Black blood, so I was poisoned a long time ago." Suddenly, 2 people appeared in front of him. One was dressed like a sorcerer with a hood covering their face, and the other was a blonde man dressed like a medieval vampire. They spoke in unison. "Lord Hack has already placed the Death God's mark on you. You only have 5 more minutes to live." Dong-min was stunned for a moment. He looked up at them and made up his mind. "Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." The blonde man was a vampire named John. He pretended to be scared and teased him. "Oh my God, you want to risk your life against us? I'm so scared." He licked his fingers, revealing his sharp fangs, and described with relish, "The blood of those 2 comrades of yours gave me great power. I believe yours will be even better." Hearing John mention his fallen comrades, Dong-min became furious. "You damn bloodsucker." He shot up and threw a punch at him. "I'll take you down with me." However, vampires move faster than ordinary people, not to mention Dong-min was already seriously injured. In a flash, John appeared behind him and commented, "Too slow." Now Dong-min was trapped between them. John shook his head slightly. "I think you should stop your useless resistance. The sooner you die, the sooner you'll be reincarnated." The sorcerer Hakmacha raised his hand as dark magic surged forth, a wicked smile on his face. "I'll see you to your grave." Dong-min surrendered. He wasn't strong enough to fight these 2. He only felt a slight regret, never imagining that after sacrificing all his comrades, he still couldn't deliver the message. Suddenly, a massive sword dropped from the sky, landing right in front of Dong-min. John was shocked. What? He felt a sharp pain slice through his arm as dark blood poured out, and he was stunned. What the hell is this? By the time he reacted, his arm had already hit the ground. He howled in agony. Damn it, my arm! Dongmin collapsed, staring blankly at the enormous sword before him. John clutched his arm, his brow furrowed in pain. He was extremely pissed. Even though I can regenerate my body, it still hurts like hell. Damn it, who ambushed me? Cha pointed at the sword and said hesitantly, "That looks like a flying sword from Eastern mythology." Just then, the ground where the sword was planted cracked open, and a person rose from below. John wondered, now what's going on? In the clearing outside the ancient tomb, Tran Mak appeared. He glanced around and muttered, "So a descendant of the blood clan is here, but the bloodline is so impure. A mutt." Cha gloated, "Haha, John, he's calling you out." John, furious with humiliation, roared, "Shut your mouth." Tran Mak didn't spare the mage either, judging him with a glance. A human who sacrificed his soul to a foreign god? You're not even worthy of being called human. Cha was furious. John seized the opportunity for revenge. "Cha, you hear that he's saying you're not human?" The mage choked with rage and screamed, "Shut up!" Dongmin felt that he could trust Tran Mak. So he pleaded, "Brother, you're from Dai Li, aren't you? I'm counting on you when you return to Dai Li. Take this insignia to Duongdin Thian and tell him." He handed the insignia to him and continued, "The Death God organization has begun assassinating Dai Li's martial arts masters. Tell him to be on guard against threats from within and without." Taking the insignia, Tran Mak nodded gravely. "Got it." Then he turned back to face the vampire and the mage. A cold smile spread across his face. However, the thorns in his path had to be removed. Those two were no pushovers. Cha felt challenged and declared with excitement, "You arrogant punk! I will kill you both." With that, he raised his hands and began to chant, "O great dark god, hear the call of your most faithful servant, grant me the power of darkness." A jet-black orb of energy grew in Cha's hands. When it reached its peak power, he hurled it at Tran Mak, yelling, "Die!" At that exact moment, Dongmin, who everyone thought was exhausted and down for the count, suddenly lunged forward to shield him. "Brother, get back!" Tran Mak, grateful for his selfless act, casually threw up a defensive shield around them both. It blocked the mage's dark magic orb. Seeing the move, Cha was completely stunned. "A defensive spell. You're a mage." Meanwhile, John wasn't just standing by. He charged forward, boasting, "Let's see me smash this turtle shell of yours." With that, he threw a punch. One punch didn't work, so he threw another and another. After all, vampires are strong. But his punches didn't even make a dent in Tran Mak's shield. He smirked at his opponent. "You couldn't break this in 100 years, but I don't feel like wasting that much time." Standing within the shield, Tran Mak raised a hand controlling that enormous sword from earlier. John was stunned for a second. "What?" He instinctively dodged the blade, which was bad news for the mage right behind him. He couldn't react in time and was run through by the sword. Cha screamed, "What I am, the Dark God's most loyal servant. My body is immortal, an attack like this can't kill me." But as he felt his life force draining away, he panicked. No, why isn't my wound healing?" Over on the other side, Tran Mak snapped his fingers. Instantly, Cha's body erupted in flames that couldn't be extinguished. He screamed in agony, "Ah!" To his dying breath, he never understood how his immortal body could be incinerated so easily. Staring at the pile of ashes before him, John was terrified. "Cha, how can this be?" Dongmin, who had moved behind Tran Mak, watched in stunned silence as he eliminated the enemy, wondering to himself how this teenager had so easily killed a level 6 dark mage, an opponent on par with the Grandmaster. Tran Mak smiled, satisfied. The best way to deal with a corrupt human who's given up their soul and flesh is to use true Qi, with a fire attribute to completely destroy his body. John went berserk, grieving his partner as if he'd lost a lover. "You killed Cha, you actually killed Cha, I'm going to drain you dry. And make you my slave." Tran Mak stood still, waiting for the vampire to attack, not forgetting to taunt him. So much talk. He mentally commanded the sword to slice through John's flesh. With a swish, the arm he had just regrown was lopped off and fell to the ground. John didn't seem to care. He just grinned. "Even if your flying sword gets faster, you can't kill me. I'm an immortal vampire." As soon as he finished speaking, his body had already regenerated a new arm. Seeing this, Dongmin started to worry for Tran Mak. A vampire's life force is incredibly strong unless you pierce their heart. Otherwise, it's basically impossible to kill them. John overheard this and gloated, "Our vampire hearts aren't in the same place as you humans. If you want to hit it, you gotta find it first." Tran Mak couldn't care less where his heart was. He continued to command the flying sword, retorting coldly, "You're wrong." The sword moved like lightning, streaking across John's immortal body and leaving countless fatal wounds in its wake. John's body was sliced into multiple pieces. Searing fire like lava coursed through the cuts all over his body. As his head separated from his torso, he screamed in utter disbelief. "No, how can this be? I can't restore my body, I'm about to die." Tran Mak then casually shared, "The Blood Clan doesn't have immortal bodies, and their weak point isn't the heart. The way to kill them is to inflict damage beyond the limits they can endure." Then he turned to Dongmin and handed the badge back to him. "You should be the one to give this to Duongdin Thian." However, the poison in his body acted up at that moment, and Dongmin struggled to say, "It's too late, I've been too seriously injured along the way, I'm not going to make it." With those words, he collapsed to the ground. "My brothers, I'm coming to join you." Tranmak was speechless. Just because I'm from Dai Li, you trust me unconditionally. He turned to leave, calculating his next move to return to Saitang. Before he could finish his thought, Tranmak's brows furrowed tightly. He was utterly horrified, sensing that a protective spell had activated and the protective jade talismans belonging to his mother and Van Tan had shattered. On a deserted stretch of road, a luxury car lay wrecked. Outside, Tu Fuang was sitting on the ground in shock. Tu Tin, I can't believe we're still alive. Van Tan's face was also pale with fear. President. Suddenly, she became overjoyed looking at her. The jade pendant is gone, the one Tumak gave us saved our lives. Tumak is so thoughtful. The scene shifts to the hospital where Tu Fuang and Van Tan are getting checked for injuries. While they were talking to the police, Tranmak's figure rushed over yelling, Mom! As soon as she saw him, Tu Fuang cried out joyfully, Tumak, you're back! So the rumors about you dying in the desert were really false. He broke out in a cold sweat and asked, It's a relief that you're both okay. I felt the protective talismans you were carrying explode. What happened? From behind, Van Tan slowly stepped forward and recounted the whole story. The president and I were on our way to Dutrung to attend the launch ceremony for the group's new project. We were in an accident on the highway just now, but luckily the jade talismans you gave us saved us. In an instant, Tranmak connected the dots. The rumors of my death, a traffic accident. The scene cuts to the chairman's office at the Van Corporation, where Truong No slammed his hand on the table in disbelief. The entire Mercedes-Benz was totaled, but they're unharmed impossible. Van Hu gritted his teeth and guessed that Tranmak must have left them a powerful protective artifact that shielded them from this disaster. After composing himself, he looked up and asked if Han had taken care of the truck driver. Although the plan failed, Van Hu was still incredibly arrogant. Of course, no one will be able to trace it back to us. Before they could be smug for long, Tranmak stormed into the office. And of course, no one will investigate how you're all about to die. They screamed in unison, terrified, You're not dead. But he was already enraged, and he smirked back. Are you disappointed? After a moment, Truong Noho tried to regain his composure and replied, That's right, a lot of people want you dead. Then Tranmak stepped forward and asked, You planned that accident, didn't you? It seemed he still didn't realize what he was about to face. Truong No tried to play dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. A sharp glint flashed in Tranmak's eyes. Not admitting it. It's fine, I have plenty of methods. Truong No finally got scared and shot up from his seat, threatening, What do you want to do? This is a society of law, you're from the martial world. You can't interfere in the secular world. His outrageous actions made Tranmak lose control. If you dared to harm my family, then you must bear the consequences. As his decisive strike slashed down, Truong No roared, What? Tranmak's face darkened. I'll make you watch as all 3 generations of the Van family are wiped out before your very eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the bloodline soul tracking formation. Above the magic circle, the words Annihilate 3 generations appeared. Immediately after, every single member of the Van family appeared within the formation. The images of his family members appearing before him horrified Truong No. Uncle Cousin, they're all from the Van family. The next second, the people who appeared in the circle were slowly consumed by a powerful flame. They screamed continuously in agony, although he didn't understand why Van Hu was also suffering the same fate. He screamed for help, terrified. Dad, save me. Only then did Truong No finally feel fear, and knelt down to beg, Stop, I'm begging you. But it was too late. Once Tranmak had made up his mind, there was no turning back. In my past life, your Van family persecuted my mother to death, caused my father to die of grief, and forced Van Tan to log out of life. If I hadn't been coincidentally taken away by the Donghua Immortal Emperor, I would have been forced to log out by you as well. Even though he said that, the man stubbornly refused to give up and begged, Please stop, I'll do anything you want. Before Truong No could finish his sentence, he directed the flames to surround him. No. Tranmak watched this scene of vengeance unfold meticulously. The Van family. The blood debt you owed me has been paid in full today. In the magnificent city, the Van family's skyscraper was ablaze against the night sky. Soon after, news sites were quick to update the situation. The Van Corporation's skyscraper is on fire. Their family estate is burning too. I just heard one of their young masters mysteriously burst into flames. So scary, the entire Van family was suddenly wiped out. Hot mysterious combustion or apocalyptic punishment? Breaking news. Van Corporation skyscraper mysteriously burns down. The chairman of the board is missing. The scene shifts to an office where Tafuang is resting. An employee's confident voice rings out, President Don My Hoa just had an accident and the Van family was wiped out. Get it was Master Tran. As soon as she heard this, she clutched her head and exclaimed, This time Xiaomak has caused huge trouble with a mess this big. The government will definitely get involved. The next second, Tafuang's eyes sharpened as if she realized something. She immediately shot to her feet and said gravely to Van Tan Xiaotin, Go get your passport made immediately. Whatever the cost, just get it done fast, then transfer all our current money to a Swiss bank account. Huh, she replied upon hearing that, even though she still didn't understand what was happening. Huh. Yes, ma'am. Then Van Tan turned and headed for the door. I'll go find Xiaomak now. At that same moment, Tranmak opened the office door and walked in with a surprised look. What are you two in such a rush for? To Fuang's face was a mix of worry and blame. You still have to ask, hurry and come with me if we're late. Before she could finish, Van Thon sighed and told Mac, this time we have to leave. Just from that, he knew exactly what they were worried about. Don't be afraid, I'll handle everything. To Fuang's concerned voice rang out again. You silly boy, how are you going to handle it? Tran Mac gently cut her off. Mom, can you trust me? It seemed his calm demeanor helped To Fuang settle down a bit. All right then, but you have to promise me you absolutely won't go against the government. In an extremely confident tone, Tran Mac quickly affirmed, I understand. The scene shifts to the misty Yenqui Lake Villa. Inside the villa, Qua Hai was seriously concentrating his power to cultivate. He had moved the entire Yu Lam sect here, and there was still no shortage of spiritual energy. This place was truly a feng shui treasure. Suddenly, a few figures flashed past Qua Hai's eyes like lightning. The moment he sensed this aura, he snapped his eyes open. Not good, just as expected, a massive explosion erupted right in front of him. It turns out Tran Mac had arrived, and his opponent's time was up. Taking over my villa while I was away, it's too late for you to beg for forgiveness now. His appearance made Qua Hai pause for a few seconds to think. After a moment of consideration, he laughed scornfully. Ridiculous. The stronger one deserves the better cultivation resources? You're just a kid, still wet behind the ears, and you dare call yourself Master Tran. Suddenly, Than Sun rushed over, yelling, What's going on? Is it an enemy, an assassin? He stared in utter shock, exclaiming, Oh my god, it turns out Master Tran is still alive. A wise man knows when to retreat. Than Sun quickly said to Qua Hai's senior brother, If Master Tran isn't dead, we should get out of here. Like a master of taking the easy way out? He scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Master, we were all fooled by rumors. Please spare us, we'll leave right away. It seemed Than Sun's unconditional retreat made Qua Hai furious. Nguyen Than Sun, you spineless traitor! He pointed at Tran Mac and yelled, You think I'm going to lose to this brat? Both his face and his voice of Than Sun turned dead serious. Senior brother, I'm trying to save our Yu Lam sect. You can't even imagine Master Tran's true strength. His heartfelt words had no effect on Qua Hai. Enough. After flying up, he swung his arm and shouted, Only the survivor has the right to possess this place, as his great origin turtle hand technique attacked head-on. Towards Tran Mac Tang, Tang's warning rang out. Be careful. He used that move to defeat the young miss. Despite her fear, he remained completely unfazed and scornful. Is that all you've got? The moment Tran Mac finished speaking, an explosion of terrifying power ripped through the night sky. Than Sun and Tang Tang standing by gasped in amazement. Such incredible power, what's the result? Did Master win? The explosion gradually faded into the quiet night at the Yenqui Lake Villa. Tran Mac stood before Qua Hai, who was sprawled on the ground, and declared, The winner has been decided. Qua Hai's disciples were horrified by the sight. What Master lost in a single move? Although he had expected it, Tran Mac's terrifying strength still made Than Sun's jaw drop. Compared to when he wiped out the red-scaled snakes in the underground palace, Master Tran has gotten much stronger. Queen Than also made a silent comparison in her heart. She thought her desperate efforts were closing the gap, but she never imagined the difference was only getting wider. Next, Qua Hai's disciples quickly knelt down to beg for their lives. Master Tran, spare us, we didn't come here willingly. Than Sun also tried to beg for a way out. My senior brother has paid for his crime. Please show mercy and spare our sect members. I swear from now on the Yu Lam sect will follow Master Tran. Seeing this, Tran Mac threatened them in a low voice. If there is a next time, I absolutely will not show mercy. He was overjoyed with gratitude. Thank you, Master Tran. Then, as if they were programmed machines, they all chanted in unison, Thank you, Master Tran. Master Tran's divine might is unrivaled. Thank you, Master Tran, for sparing our lives. A while later, the villa returned to its initial peaceful state. Tran Mac observed the interior carefully and remarked, Looks like he really made a big show of moving in, wanting to develop his sect here. I actually think that's a better idea. Suddenly, he stared in one direction with surprise, as if he had discovered something. It turned out Tran Mac had spotted Qua Hai's valuables. Now the entire life savings of the Yu Lam sect belongs to me. Holding 2 jade gems in his hand, Tran Mac smiled and said, Let's just consider this your rent payment. It's just enough for me to upgrade the Grand Array. The next second he summoned the red-scaled snake. Come out from now on, this place is your home, and your mission is to protect it. Upon hearing this, it looked overjoyed and nodded its head repeatedly. Chenmo gave some careful instructions, telling it to be a good boy and listen. Use the spiritual energy here to cultivate your body, and then I'll give you some special training. It was still the same mansion, but a few days had passed. While sipping his tea, Chenmo quickly sensed that someone had arrived as expected. But why was there only one person? It turned out to be He-sun, who had come to investigate. The fog in front of me is clearing. I can understand since you're the one who invited me. The old man was surprised by his calm attitude. He wasn't very old yet. He was incredibly composed. Aren't you curious about who I am? Chenmo answered with a tone of certainty. You were sent by the government. He-sun's face showed a flicker of interest. So are you planning to come quietly? Or are you going to stubbornly resist and get your family involved? His threat made Chenmo grit his teeth in anger. If you guys have the balls, then come after me. But if you dare lay a hand on my family, then don't blame me for being merciless. After that, the old man started questioning him with a serious voice. Is that a threat you want to make an enemy of the government? Disregarding Heesun's intimidation, he channeled his energy and declared loudly, You could say that. I, Chenmo, always keep my promises. Suddenly, the old man burst into a hearty laugh, praising him. What a kid, you're arrogant enough. It looks like you really were the one who annihilated the Wan family. After he had his laugh, Heesun's tone became serious again. Kid, my name is Jiang Heesun. You probably haven't heard of me, but you must have heard of the War Dragon Special Forces and Yang Ding Tianyi. The moment he heard this introduction, Chenmo instantly knew this was a top-level decision-maker. While he was still deep in thought, the old man casually continued, The War Dragon Special Forces is the special military unit under my command. Kid, right now, your maternal grandfather, along with the 6 great superfamilies, is proposing to take you down at any cost using whatever means necessary to discipline you. Saying this, Heesun's voice grew heavy. However, the wise High Commander saw that Li Guoliang was using his position for personal revenge and has temporarily put a stop to it, but that won't hold for long. It seems that after thinking it over carefully, Chenmo already understood the old man's purpose. But you didn't come all the way here just to give me a heads up, right? Sun sitting opposite Chenmo said, You have only 2 options now. Either you become an official operative and redeem yourself through service, or you stubbornly fight to the bitter end against the entire country. His straightforward words made Chenmo curious enough to ask a question. Are recruiting me this openly? Won't the 6 great superfamilies in Xiadu have a problem with that? Hearing this, Heesun snorted disdainfully. This nation belongs to its people, not to the 6 great families. As long as you agree to join the government and operate under its authority, we will of course take care of your problems with the 6 great families. Chenmo remained perfectly calm as he replied. I don't really mind joining, but I'm not about to be controlled by you people. Before he could finish, the old man cut him off. Are you refusing? Full of confidence, Chenmo laid out his own terms. Worst case scenario, I'll just make his Lai family get a new family head. Or maybe I'll just make the government swap out its entire upper echelon. His casual attitude instantly pissed off. Heesun, how arrogant. Are you trying to start a rebellion? As if to provoke him further, Chenmo smirked and deliberately challenged, Is that so impossible? Unexpectedly, Heesun calmed himself down. Never mind, the High Commander already anticipated your demands. But you still need an official position. The captain of the Divine Eagle Special Forces, Huo Dongming, has been missing for some time. You will temporarily take his place. A little disappointed that his plan didn't work, he said. If that's how it is, I guess I'll have to accept. Then the old man handed something silver and shiny to Chenmo. Once you've settled your affairs, take this Divine Eagle Special Forces medal. And come find me. It turned out to be a silver medal engraved with a soaring eagle. The moment he saw the familiar pattern, he realized, I have a gold one just like this. Holding the gold medal, Heesun was incredibly curious. Where did you get this? Chenmo didn't hesitate to explain. It was in the Great Northwestern Desert. A middle-aged man was being hunted by 2 powerful Western masters. He told me, get a message to young Ding Tian, and then he died. As if he'd just heard devastating news, Heesun's face turned grim. He's really dead. So what was the message he gave you? After thinking it over, Chenmo rested his chin in his hand and began to explain, You're young Ding Tian's leader, so telling you makes no difference. He said that an organization called the Death God has started assassinating the great masters of the Dali martial world. He told young Ding Tian not to act rashly and to intercept the enemy at the border. The old man stared intently at the medal and sighed. It must be fate, this is all fate. The man who gave you that medal was none other than Huo Dongming. Before Chenmo could even respond, Heesun shot up from his seat in a hurry. Huo Dongming exchanged his life for this critical intelligence. I need to get back to Xiadu at once. You need to come find me quickly. Chenmo silently agreed, figuring he'd take a few days to get ready. The very next second, Chenmo wasted no time and got to work. First, he had to give the protective jade pendants he'd crafted to his mom and sister Wen. Next, he had another gift for Qingcheng, giving the specially forged Phoenix Cry sword to Yan Qingcheng so she could form a bond with it. Afterwards, Chenmo silently plotted his next moves. He also had to cultivate his wood element physique to the grand completion stage so it looked like things wouldn't be boring. The scene shifts to a few days later in Xiadu. In the car, a man named Da Zhuang spoke up. Mr. Chenmo Elder Jiang has already arranged your accommodations. He will come to pick you up personally tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, Chenmo's sixth sense was tingling like crazy. He felt like he'd been dragged into something dangerous. Just as he finished his thought, the car stopped, and Da Zhuang spoke up. Mr. Chenmo, please get out, we've arrived. The sight before him left Chenmo speechless. Is this a hotel or a detention camp? However, Da Zhuang had no intention of answering his question. Sir, the entrance is straight ahead. As if sensing something was about to happen, Chenmo chuckled to himself. I really want to see what the hell they're up to. Da Zhuang walked up to the guard booth and said politely, Please open the gate. Meanwhile, Chenmo noticed the strange door of the hotel. It seemed Da Zhuang could no longer maintain his polite facade as his tone turned more sinister. Mr. Chenmo. After you! He could see Da Zhuang's smug look with just a glance. Unfazed, Chenmo turned and walked away decisively. Bring on whatever tricks you have. The The door slowly closed. Behind him, as Da Zhuang's parting words echoed, "Good luck, kid." As soon as he entered the room, Chen Mo lowered his head silently, sensing his surroundings, and carefully observing everything inside. A moment later, Chen Mo noted to himself, there are more than 10 auras hidden here. Just as he expected, shadowy figures suddenly appeared shouting, "Surround him!" Instantly, masters stood before him in battle-ready stances. Their footsteps echoed in the silent room. A confident Hai Long spoke up, "You must be Chen Mo." Ignoring them, Chen Mo calmly assessed the situation. 2 grandmasters and 10 peak stage internal realm martial artists. This force is enough to wipe out a few minor sects in the martial world. Then he slowly replied in a loud voice, "And what if I am?" Ignoring the master's visible rage, Chen Mo continued his fearless defiance. The next second, he summoned the 3rd form of the heavenly mystic divine fist. "Suppress heaven and earth." Instantly, Chen Mo powerfully swung his arm forward, unleashing the blow. The terrifying force was too much for them, and they screamed out. It seemed Hai Long hadn't expected this. He was inwardly shocked. This move is so powerful I can barely even stand. After this display of power, Chen Mo pulled back his hand and demanded loudly, "What does Jiang He Shan want?" Hai Long's delay irritated him, so he shouted, "Are you waiting for me to kill these 2 before you come out?" Then He Shan calmly explained, "This is a test, that everyone who wants to join a critical government agency must pass once." He continued, slowly emerging from a corner of the room. Chen Mo heard this and grew curious. "A test here." He Shan continued in a helpless tone, "There were supposed to be more stages, but we can't even get past the first one now. You're the first person to ever cause this outcome." His remark annoyed Chen Mo. "How boring, take me to the Divine Eagle Special Ops team." As if he had anticipated this attitude, He Shan coldly informed him that he had arrived. Chen Mo's face filled with disbelief as he turned to take a better look. "You're telling me this is the Divine Eagle Special Ops team?" Nodding, He Shan ordered his subordinate, "Xia Hai Long, bring the squad out to welcome your new captain." Although the attack from Chen Mo was long over, Hai Long still couldn't stand up straight. "Yes, sir." A moment later, He Shan gestured to introduce them. The Divine Eagle Special Ops team is an elite force chosen from the best of the best. And they don't respect just anyone, so being their captain won't be easy. Just as he said, a formal command from the Divine Eagle team rang out, "Attention about face. Right face, eyes front, reporting." The Divine Eagle Special Ops team consists of 36 members, all 36 present and accounted for. Report complete. Seeing their discipline, Chen Mo was quite satisfied and introduced himself. "I am Chen Mo, and starting today I will be your captain." A soldier quickly began to report, "Next." He cut him off, "Speak," as if that was the signal. The soldiers of the squad began to protest. "Our captain is Huo Dongming. What makes you think you can be our captain? Our captain is a larger-than-life hero. How can you compare to him? Our captain led us through a storm of bullets to cut down the enemy. How can a student like you even be mentioned in the same breath?" Chen Mo calmly replied, "I won't deny it. Huo Dongming was truly a hero, but I wouldn't throw my life away for a piece of information, because I would never let things get that far." After a pause of about 2 seconds, he continued, "And I won't lead you through hails of gunfire, because if we run into something that even I can't solve, then you guys definitely won't be able to either." Far from being moved by Chen Mo's heartfelt words, the soldiers gritted their teeth and cursed, "You punk, you're not allowed to slander Captain Huo. You have no right. If you've got the guts, then prove yourself to us. You want to be our captain in your dreams." Their defiance didn't affect Chen Mo's tone in the slightest. "Do you all have guns?" His question seemed to agitate one soldier more than ever. "Yeah, what are you planning to do?" With a confident expression, Chen Mo spread his arms and commanded, "Shoot me." One soldier was so stunned, he nearly fell over. "What did you say? That's insane, you got a death wish." Li Hu couldn't take Chen Mo's confidence anymore. "I'll do it, think you can scare us. Don't blame me when you're dead." His resistance piqued Chen Mo's curiosity. "What's your name?" In an instant, Li Hu aimed his firearm right at him. "The name's Li Hu." His face was contorted with fury. "You dare badmouth our captain. You have to die." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Hu pulled the trigger. The next second, Chen Mo casually caught the bullet with 2 fingers. Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers' jaws dropped in astonishment. How is this possible? He didn't dodge, nor did he use his qi to block it. Chen Mo slowly asked, "Now do you think I'm qualified to be your captain?" The scene shifts to his office. He stops and says, "I'm only in charge of teaching you martial arts. I don't care about anything else." Hai Long spoke up to explain that the Divine Eagle Special Ops team already had a martial arts instructor. Chen Mo immediately asked, "Who is it?" He quickly replied, "Bai Ma from a martial arts family." Then Hai Long handed Chen Mo a stack of documents. "This is the Tiger's Roar manual that the Divine Eagle Special Ops team is currently cultivating. Because of my special status, I have a different cultivation technique." Chen Mo calmly asked, "Is your cultivation level the highest here?" Hearing this, Hai Long said, "Yes, my cultivation is at the peak of the internal energy realm, while most of the other members are still stuck at the external realm." Then Chen Mo waved his hand. "All right, you're dismissed, I understand now." Hai Long cupped his fists respectfully and obeyed, "Yes, sir." After reading the documents for a while, he secretly made a plan. These people have a very weak foundation, and there are many of them. The most suitable technique for them is the illusory heaven ascending dragon path. This type is best for beginners to build a solid cultivation foundation. The scene changes to the Divine Eagle team's training area where Chen-mo orders Hai Long. Vice Captain Hai Long stepped forward. He quickly stepped out and replied, "Yes, sir." In a flash, he handed a new document to Hai Long. Then Chen-mo gave instructions in a calm tone. "This is the technique after I've improved it. It's called the Ascending Dragon Manual, and it will replace the Tiger's Roar manual you're currently practicing. I will check your progress in 3 days, so begin your training, and I will answer any questions you have along the way." Hai Long's head was full of question marks, thinking to himself that any cultivation technique goes through countless geniuses creating and improving it, yet this kid finished it in just one night. Although he was skeptical at first, after just a moment Hai Long's eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed, "Oh my god!" The soldiers behind him were also extremely doubtful improving a cultivation technique in one night. Just as long as no one gets killed, this is so unreliable. Before they could gossip any further, Hai Long, with eyes shining like he'd struck gold, turned around and said, "This technique is incredibly rare. It's 100 times stronger than the one we've been practicing. Everyone must train hard and cherish this opportunity." Hearing this, they were curious but also excited. "Really? That's awesome! We can get stronger now!" Like a diligent student, Hai Long quickly turned back to ask Captain Chen the Qi cultivated from this Ascending Dragon Manual. "Is it compatible with the Qi we're currently cultivating?" Chen-mo rested his chin on his hand and replied, "The Ascending Dragon Manual is an improvement based on the Tiger's Roar Manual, so the Qi it cultivates can completely merge with the Tiger's Roar Manual." Before he could finish, Instructor Pan's shout echoed, "Nonsense!" Pan Rui strode forward contemptuously and said, "No matter the technique, even the slightest modification will change the meridian pathways, and the cultivated Qi will absolutely be incompatible. You don't even understand this basic stuff yet you dare to modify their technique. You should be thrown out and beaten to death." As soon as the soldiers saw Pan Rui appear, they happily greeted him, "Instructor Pan." "Instructor Pan," Chen-mo spoke bluntly. "You're the martial arts instructor, Pan Rui. You're fired." Pan Rui sneered contemptuously. "I'm not bound by the rules here. I don't take orders from anyone, especially not from someone like you who doesn't even understand the most basic knowledge of the martial arts world." Hearing this, Chen-mo sternly exposed him. "The so-called martial arts knowledge you speak of is just an excuse for the martial arts world to hide its own ignorance and incompetence." Chen-mo's bluntness made Pan Rui tremble with anger. "Oh, you dare to mock the entire martial arts world?" He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Then I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the martial arts world." Without hesitation, Pan Rui charged forward and unleashed his ultimate move, Diamond Mountain Shattering Fist. The soldiers watching from the sidelines exclaimed in panic, "That's his strongest martial skill. He's using his ultimate move right from the start. Isn't Chen-mo in danger? Should we report this?" Chen-mo simply swatted his hand lightly enough to send his attack flying. "Get lost." As expected, Pan Rui was sent flying 800 meters away. He struggled to get up, refusing to accept it. "You're a grandmaster. How is that possible? Even if you started cultivating from birth, it's impossible." Pan Rui's whining finally annoyed Chen-mo. "Because you're an ignorant and incompetent piece of trash." Even with a bruised face, he provoked loudly, "Kid, if you have the guts, come to the Baima District Martial Arts Gathering in 10 days. Someone there will take care of you." Chen-mo smirked, replying as if he wanted to get rid of Pan Rui as quickly as possible. 10 days later, fine, I'll be there." He turned away angrily. "Fine, don't you regret it?" The soldiers started buzzing with discussion again. "Unbelievable, so badass. He's so strong to have that kind of power. He was being way too low-key before. If we follow him, we'll become powerhouses." The scene shifts to 10 days later at a magnificent mansion. A girl is live-streaming the situation inside. The Baima District's martial arts gathering has a 100-year history and is held once every 3 years. For 3 days, hosted by the Fan family of the White Horse Martial Arts Clan, the invited guests gossiped non-stop. They heard the Fan family's genius was coming out of seclusion, and also that a new Grandmaster Chen, who wasn't even 20 years old, had emerged. They wondered if he would show up. Nearby, Yu Chung couldn't hold back his contempt. A Grandmaster under 20 sounds like a total scam. How dare he show his face in Whitehorse? Just as he finished speaking, a foot stomped hard on the floor as a warning. It was an annoyed Ziyi yelling, "You guys shut up!" When Yu Ching saw she was all alone, he decided to mess with her. "Who's this girl? She looks unfamiliar." The outrage was clear on Ziyi's face. "Grandmaster Chen is my idol. I won't let you guys talk trash about him." The guests around them heard this and burst out laughing. "Oh, so she's just a fangirl. Hey, little sis, I'm a master too. Come worship me." A thug smirked and made a lewd comment to her. "Little sis, you can worship us in any position you want. We'll all play along." Then Yu Chung said in a sinister tone, "You didn't even bother to ask who I Wei Yu Cheng am before daring to tell me to shut up." He loudly ordered his surrounding lackeys to grab her tonight. They would teach her how to be a woman. Not expecting Yu Cheng's shamelessness, while she was trying to defend herself, a shadow appeared in front of Ngok Than. "You guys aren't getting past me." Things didn't go as planned, leaving 2Y completely shocked. It turned out Tran Mak had arrived just in time to save her. His sudden appearance spooked Ngok Than a bit, but he still acted all high and mighty. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in the Ngai family's business?" Tran Mak slowly repeated Ngok Than's earlier words. "Weren't you just calling me a fraud?" As soon as he heard this, He realized the person was the famous Master Tran. Tuai was like a total fangirl. Are you Master Tran? I'm Tiet Kiem Hoa's granddaughter, Tiet Tuai. Ngok Than, red-faced with anger, screamed his head off. You fraud, you actually dare to come to Bakma looking to die. I'll grant your wish. Even though she was thrilled to meet her idol, Tuai still noticed his reckless move. Be careful. In a flash, Ngok Than lunged forward as if to punch Tranmak's eternally stoic face. He couldn't care less, casually dismissing him with noisy. Using just a fraction of his power, Tranmak sent Ngok Than flying with no chance to fight back. He was immediately knocked far away, coughing up blood non-stop. The force from Tranmak's overwhelming attack terrified the onlookers. Young Master Ngui, young Master Ngai, are you okay? Seeing that he was outmatched, Ngok Than quickly got up and started using his family's name to threaten him. You dare to hurt me? My Ngai family won't let you get away with this. This is Bakma, not Kien Ningyip. But unfortunately for him, the guy couldn't care less. Shut up without a shred of mercy. Tranmak unleashed another move to shut Ngok Than up. Having just been hit, he recognized his power external chi release, a Grandmaster level technique. He's actually a Grandmaster. While Ngok Than was trembling and trying to stand up, Tranmak gave a stern order. The next time I make a move, your head will fly, got it, Scram. Even though he was spared, Ngok Than had no intention of repenting. Instead, he held a grudge in his heart. Master Tran and Ngok Than will definitely get revenge for this. Over with Tranmak and Tuai, he spoke gently to her. If you only came here to watch the commotion, you should go back. Her face filled with excitement as she replied, Yes, just seeing you once is enough for me. The scene changes to the Hotan Manor inside a secret room where Fan Tui asked in a serious tone, You are all the top talents of Bakma's martial arts world. What are your thoughts on Master Tran participating in the martial arts tournament? Before anyone could answer, he slammed the table in frustration. That Master Tran is definitely here to steal our resources. I absolutely will not allow it. Truong Van crossed his arms and stated confidently, As long as my Ngai family is here, he definitely won't get what he wants. Hearing that, Fan Tui grew impatient, gritting his teeth. This time we'll make sure that Master Tran has a one-way trip. The next day, just as the tournament was about to begin, the guests were buzzing with gossip. I heard Master Tran is here. We have to go see. Inside the arena, Fan Tui was acting as the announcer, while thinking to himself, Welcome to all the esteemed martial arts families and famous sects. The seniors who have come to participate in this season's Bakma martial arts tournament. Many seniors from the martial arts world who have never come before are here. I bet they're all here to see Master Tran. He couldn't hide the joy on his face, but Tranmak hasn't shown up at all. He must be scared. Unfortunately for Fan Tui, the announcement of Tranmak's arrival rang out. Master Tran of Kien Ngip has arrived. The guests in the stands were once again in awe. Is he really the 18-year-old Grandmaster look? As soon as he walked in, Tranmak spoke up with a question. Where are the people from the Ngai family? Truong Van, having been called out, quickly stood up. The Ngai family is here! What do you want? He loudly ordered the man hand over Tuyet Tuai immediately. And I might spare your Ngai family's bloodline. Tranmak's out-of-the-blue statement left everyone baffled and shocked. What does he mean by that? Is he threatening to wipe out the entire Ngai family? From up high, Hassan had been observing the situation carefully, thinking to himself, with Tranmak being so assertive, I'm sure we don't have to worry about the martial arts world of Bakma being divided this time. It seems Truong Van still didn't realize who he was up against. He laughed loudly in response. Well, Master Tran, you've got some nerve. I'd like to see what you're capable of. A figure beside Truong Van spoke up, family head. It was Ngok Ha volunteering himself. Let me go teach him some manners. He agreed immediately without a second thought. All right, go on, don't tarnish our reputation. The next second, a confident Ngok Ha stepped into the arena. He cupped his fists in a mock polite gesture. Wei Ngok Ha of the Wei family, I asked for Master Tran's guidance. As if looking at a mere ant, Tranmak waved his hand dismissively. To fight me. You're not worthy, send someone else. Ngok Ha grew furious, yelling in Tranmak's face. That's just too arrogant. We'll see if you're worthy after a test. His noisy shouting just annoyed him. With a single casual move, Ngok Ha was sent flying out of the arena. He then crashed hard onto the ground, creating a shocking impact. The audience who had been watching turned pale with fear. What just happened? Why did Wei Ngok Ha suddenly go flying? Tranmak remained completely unfazed. I'll say it one more time. Bring out Tiet Tuai. Truong Van snorted coldly, not taking him seriously at all. You only managed to beat a junior from my Wei family. I'll test you myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt from up high and landed in the ring. Then Truong Van tried to reassure himself. I've been a grandmaster for decades. I'm definitely stronger than this punk. But before he could even make a move, Tranmak lunged forward with the first technique of the Heavenly Mystic Fist Mountain Breaker. His attack instantly knocked Truong Van out. How could this be? It looked like his patience was wearing thin with these people. Where is Tiet Tuai? As everyone stared in disbelief. Tranmak swung his hand, delivering a clean strike through their midst. In a flash, he had dealt a final blow to the members of the Wei conglomerate. Fan Tui, driven by desperation, tried to rile up the crowd. Everyone, this guy is arrogantly insulting all of us. If we don't teach him a lesson, how can we even show our faces here anymore? Hearing this, the guests began to cheer in support. Fan is right. Take down Master Tran! Take down Master Tran! Take down Master Tran! they shamelessly swarmed him in a group attack. Excellent, you brought this on yourself. Having achieved his goal, Fantui smirked and thought to himself, with 6 grandmasters attacking together, let's see if Tranmak can survive this. Despite being completely surrounded, Tranmak remained indifferent and motionless. The masters all flew in, striking at the same time. Tranmak finally reacted using the third technique of the heavenly mystic divine fist. In the blink of an eye, his move sent them all flying a force that could shake the heavens. The remaining audience members were terrified and couldn't believe what they were seeing. They screamed out, "He beat 6 people with 1 punch!" The crowd erupted in chatter. "That's just unbelievable, 6 grandmasters all taken down by a single fist." Fantui's face drained of color as cold sweat dripped down. He knew Tranmak was strong, but he never imagined he was this powerful. Not even 6 masters could hold him back. The next second, Tranmak turned on the person standing in front of Fantui, hand over Tiet Tuai. Before he could get an answer, a powerful voice boomed across the arena. "Stop right there." It was the head of the Bakma martial arts community, the patriarch of the Fan family Fan Naksan, who had appeared. He stroked his beard with an air of superiority. "Young man, I can't quite gauge your strength. Your cultivation technique must be impressive. Hand it over to me and I will allow you to leave." Tranmak smirked, seeing right through Naksan's power. "Right back at you, your technique is pretty good too. It's just a little impure." His comment shocked the old man, who asked back, "You can identify the technique I'm cultivating." Immediately after, Tranmak answered Naksan's question. "You're trying to break through, but your own perspective is limiting your potential, which means even though you can cultivate immense power, you have trouble storing it." "A wise man knows when to adapt." Naksan calmly asked for guidance. "Indeed, can you help me resolve this?" Tranmak gave a slight smile and instructed him, "You also need a proper vessel for this kind of power." Hearing that, he stroked his beard curiously. What does that mean? Suddenly, Naksan clapped his hands together as if in a moment of realization. Having achieved enlightenment, he immediately sat down to cultivate following Tranmak's advice. Meanwhile, Fantui's panicked voice cried out, "Protect the patriarch!" He quickly led his men to form a shield in front of Naksan. Paying them no mind, Tranmak praised the old man inwardly. Fan Naksan really is a genius, able to merge the strengths of hundreds of techniques, find the path of a true cultivator, and produce spiritual energy. He has incredible talent and willpower. The guests who witnessed this scene exclaimed in amazement, "What in the world? Patriarch Fan was enlightened by just a few words from Master Tran. If so, his level of understanding is just awe-inspiring." A moment later, Naksan's eyes flew open. The next second, he leapt to his feet, his body feeling as light as a feather. To Fantui's utter astonishment, Naksan bowed deeply and respectfully. "Thank you, Teacher Tran, for your guidance." The surrounding crowd was stunned yet again. Teacher Tran, did he just call him Teacher Tran? He wants to accept Master Tran as his master and become his junior. Even Fantui was in disbelief and hastily spoke out. "Patriarch, he is the one who has been eliminating masters in our Bakma martial arts world. I beg you to seek justice for us." As if he'd heard something bizarre, Naksan's face filled with confusion. "What does the Bakma martial arts world have to do with me?" He quickly turned and said politely, "Teacher Tran, please allow me to be your host and show you proper hospitality." Tranmak immediately refused. "There's no need. I have other business to attend to." Immediately after, he frowned and his voice grew stern. "Are you still not going to tell me Tiet Tuai's whereabouts?" A defeated subordinate, his face pale with fear, stammered, I'll talk, Miss Tiet was hidden by the young master in the Wei family's private villa." That information didn't seem to be enough, so Tranmak continued his threat. "If you're also loyal to the Wei family, then I'll be happy to send you to join them." In a flash, he focused his power into 2 fingers and thrust them forward. Seeing this, the underling grew even more terrified. "Master Chen, I'll lead you to him. Please don't kill us." Luckily, Chen Mo redirected his attack to the others. "I can't accept this." It seemed everything that had just happened left Pan Rui too shocked to speak. Yue Shan of the Wei family didn't seem to care at all whether those wicked men lived or died. He bowed respectfully. "We bid you farewell, Master Chen." Seeing this, Pan Rui wisely followed suit. "We bid you farewell, Grandmaster Chen." Meanwhile, the underling from before was leading the way. Without looking back, Chen Mo simply waved goodbye. The onlookers still couldn't process what they saw. "He's unbelievably strong. That's Master Chen for you." The scene shifts to a large house where the underling was telling Chen Mo, "The saintly young master is hiding the person in there, but I don't know the exact location." The next second, he stepped inside and immediately met Yu Cheng, who was waiting. Although his face was bruised and battered, he remained defiant. "Master Chen, I never thought you'd find this place. You've really surprised me." Suddenly, Chen Mo spoke with a serious tone. "Come on out." Just as expected, Yu Cheng's grandfather appeared.
"Master Chen, you are truly skilled. This old man is practically a walking corpse, yet you could still sense my presence."
Yu Cheng turned to warn him, "Grandpa, be careful." Then his grandfather spoke in a low, patronizing voice. "Let me tell you, Master Chen, do you have any idea how many girls would kill to be in my grandson's bed? For Xue Ziyi to catch his eye is the blessing of a lifetime for her." Yu Cheng's grandfather's extreme arrogance made Chen Mo smirk. "I was away at a martial arts tournament, and in that time I wiped out your entire Wei family. Now it's your turn. Hand over Xue Ziyi, and I'll let you die with your bodies intact." This information sent the old man into a furious rage. What did you say? You little punk, you killed my entire Wei family, I'll tear you to pieces. Chenmo slowly glanced over, taunting him. Well, we'll have to see if you have what it takes. Yu Cheng's grandfather lunged forward to attack Dai. The impact of his blow was so powerful it made everything around them explode, but fortunately Chenmo blocked it just in time. This single blow was stronger than the combined power of the 6 men from before. But immediately after, he channeled his internal energy and scoffed, "That's just a worthless trick." Without a moment's hesitation, Chenmo threw a punch at the old man. With just a single punch, Yu Cheng's grandfather was knocked to the ground. Watching from afar, a worried Yu Cheng screamed, "Grandpa!" Yet the tough old man pushed himself back up. "I'm fine." Realizing he was no match for Chenmo, Yu Cheng's grandfather resorted to a dirty trick. "Your life essence is exceptionally powerful. I'll absorb it all." The moment he saw it, Chenmo immediately figured it out. "You're a vile demon who survives by absorbing the life essence of others. I'm going to kill you." The old man paid him no mind and roared, "Enough nonsense, 8 corpse soul chase." But Chenmo had already seen through this technique. It was just an illusion. "Zhantian, go!" The next second, Zhantian appeared at his call, glowing with a brilliant light. Before Yu Cheng's grandfather could even process what was happening, he was slashed and sent flying. Next, he screamed in disbelief, "What is this treasure?" Chenmo's face showed clear contempt. "You don't deserve to know." While being attacked by Zhantian, Yu Cheng's grandfather continued to shout defiantly, "Get away from me." It seemed the loud noise had annoyed Zhantian. It swung with a clean, effortless slash. Seeing this from upstairs, a worried Yu Cheng rushed toward his grandfather. At the same time, a bloodthirsty Zhantian flew towards them. The moment Yu Cheng arrived, he yelled at his underlings, "What are you two just standing there for? Get over here and help!" Just as he finished his sentence, Zhantian ripped through the air and charged, as if to end the fight. Before Yu Cheng could even process what was happening, his own grandfather shoved him forward as a shield. Just as he'd planned, Zhantian slashed straight into the bewildered Yu Cheng. Seeing this, the 2 terrified henchmen turned to flee. "Let's go!" That old man even used his own grandson as a shield. One of the henchmen had only taken a few steps before Yu Cheng's grandfather appeared right behind him. Like a vampire, he bared his fangs and bit down on the unlucky henchman. In the blink of an eye, the grandfather's arm was completely healed. He sighed in relief. That feels much better. Suddenly, Yu Cheng's grandfather turned, trying to shift the blame to Chenmo. "I will kill that brat to avenge my grandson," as soon as he said it. He jumped out the window and fled. Chenmo fearlessly pursued him. "You're asking to die." Without a moment's delay, he instantly unleashed an attack. As Yu Cheng's grandfather's body was split in half, Chenmo noticed something. "What?" A murderous glint appeared in his eyes. "So you've been demonized? Then I guess I'll just have to slay a demon." Chenmo raised his hand to use his firepower pointed at the figure floating midair and shouted a command. Flames shot from his hand towards Yu Cheng's grandfather, making the old man's face drain of color as he was slowly engulfed. The old man's entire bisected body was covered in flames and was slowly swallowed by the inferno. Yu Cheng's grandfather was gradually incinerated by the blaze. The scene shifts to a messy, musty room. A door slowly opens, letting a sliver of light into the space. Inside, Xue Ziyi was locked up, her face streaked with tears from fear. But when she recognized who had just walked in, her eyes widened and she gasped, "Ah!" Standing in front of her was Chenmo. He stood with his hands in his pockets, looking down at Xue Ziyi. Seeing him, she began to cry with relief and happiness, choking out the words, "Sniffle Master Chen, thank you for coming to save me." Chenmo smiled and gently patted her head to comfort her. "It's all right, everything's over now." Just then his phone rang, and Chenmo reached into his pocket to answer. The caller ID showed it was Murong Yaner. Chenmo answered, confused. "What do you want with me, kid?" Meanwhile, at a packed association arena, a crowd was watching a fierce battle. At the same time in Huangyan Village, the 4 Directions Conference was an annual meeting for the bosses of the 4 districts Jiangbei, Baima, Hudong, and Huxi to settle disputes and divide resources. It had been held for many years, was very famous, and always attracted a large number of powerful and influential figures to watch. Everyone was intently watching the battle unfolding in the arena below. On the stage where Ba Tian landed a heavy blow on one of Shen Kaisheng's grandmasters, he gritted his teeth and said, "Trash!" The referee's excited voice rang out. The fighter hired by Huang Zhenlong sent one of Shen Kaisheng's grandmasters from Huxi flying with a single punch. Ba Tian smirked. He clenched his fist as the crowd murmured in confusion. "Defeating a grandmaster with 1 punch, who the hell is he?" He arrogantly turned to the stands, his voice full of confidence. "I am Sun Ba Tian. Remember the name that makes you ants tremble in fear. Ha 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 ha." Huang Zhenlong, sitting in the stands, looked down at the excitedly waving Ba Tian and said, "Master Sun is amazing. This time I can get the majority of the benefits from Zhongbei and Huxi. Ha ha ha." On the other side, a jealous Shen Kaisheng gritted his teeth and muttered in disbelief, "Where did Huang Zhenlong find an expert like this?" Gu Feng, sitting next to him, chimed in, "Damn it, he's taken a huge advantage this time. Our losses are serious." Huang Zhenlong gritted his teeth and looked towards Murongji, his voice dripping with venom. Murongji, last time you won 2 matches and caused me great losses today, I want you to hand over half of Baima. Murongji glanced at Shui Ba and said quietly, Uncle Shui, this man can defeat a grandmaster with a single punch. His strength is extraordinary. Don't go up, I'll just forfeit directly. Shui Ba suddenly stood up, placed a hand on his chest and said solemnly, Patriarch, I'll go up and try to stall for time. As long as Master Chen can arrive in time, our Murong family can turn this around and become the winner. Murongji looked at him in alarm, his voice faltering with uncertainty. Uncle Shui, are you planning to sacrifice yourself? No, But before he could say more, Shui Ba had already leapt down from the stands, landing squarely on the stage, his stern voice ringing out. I have come to witness your great skills. He frowned thoughtfully, thinking, Yanner, I hope you mean enough to Master Chen for him to rush here and save the day. Ba Tian smirked at Shui Ba before him, his voice mocking, just the last flicker of a dying ember. Then he suddenly rushed towards the old man, adding, But even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit, take this. Shui Ba watched Ba Tian, rushing towards him and unleashed his own big move, shouting, Illusory fist. But Ba Tian was completely unharmed and instead threw a punch at Shui Ba, sending him flying. He used all his strength to steady himself after that punch. Shui Ba clutched his stomach, his face pale with pain and his body trembled as he spoke. You're very strong, but I can still fight. Before Shui Ba had time to recover, Ba Tian rushed in to deliver another blow. His face was menacing as he sneered, Still talking big, huh? Take another one of my fists. Shui Ba anxiously glanced behind him, thinking to himself, Master Chen still hasn't arrived. Forget it, I was planning to repay the Murong family for saving my life with this body anyway. Ba Tian roared as he charged at Shui Ba, who turned back with a start, his face pale. Get lost! Suddenly Chen Mo slowly walked towards the stands, causing everyone around to, Master Chen! Shui Ba cried out joyfully upon seeing him. Master Chen, you're finally here. Huang Zhenlong frowned in confusion, his tone dissatisfied. Master Chen, isn't this just some high school kid? Ba Tian laughed so hard he cried, his voice dripping with contempt and sarcasm. This little brat who still smells like his mother's milk is Master Chen. Stop bluffing, kneel down and beg for forgiveness, and I might be merciful enough not to kill you. But Chen Mo seemed completely unaffected by his words, calmly raising an eyebrow and retorting, If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might spare your life. Seeing his arrogance, Huang Zhenlong was filled with rage, his angry voice booming, How arrogant, you dare talk back to Master Sun! Are you tired of living? Chen Mo frowned, glanced at him and uttered a single powerful word, vanish. Suddenly Huang Zhenlong fell to the ground, trembling, his face horrified, as if he'd seen something terrifying, causing him to widen his eyes and scream. Then Huang Zhenlong got up and ran towards the crowd, shouting for help, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Help someone save me! Gu Feng contemplated the scene before him, stroking his chin and remarking, A killing intent so strong it's almost tangible. It seems he has some skill after all. Ba Tian didn't care about what just happened. He laughed loudly, his tone completely dismissive. So what if you're really Master Chen? My power isn't something you can even imagine. Ba Tian's face twisted into a fearsome expression as he raised his hand and declared confidently, Don't even dream that I'll go easy on you. Then suddenly Ba Tian unleashed his full power. A shadowy figure appeared behind him and rushed towards Chen Mo. Shui Ba was horrified when he saw the technique, his eyes wide as he shouted, That's the 8-armed triple fist, the unique martial art of the 8-armed divine ape Xiang Chong. It turns out he's Yang Chong's disciple. He recounted 20 years ago Xiang Chong from Southeast Asia led the Azure Dragon Hall, which he founded to Dali, and successively defeated 8 grandmasters. Rumor has it that the Dali government later used high-tech weapons to threaten Xiang Chong, forcing him to leave. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, seemingly seeing Ba Tian in a new light. He smirked in admiration. This guy was truly a genius to create such a martial art on the Emperor's star. He raised his hand, his power surging around him, preparing to unleash the first form of the heavenly mystic divine fist. Chen Mo decisively swung his hand towards the charging Pa Tian, but his technique was so powerful that even the people in the stands felt its immense force. Pa Tian was sent flying by the blow, crashing painfully to the ground. But before he could even process what happened, Chen Mo raised his hand, formed an orb of energy and spoke with a frown. Second form of the heavenly mystic divine fist. Without hesitation, he launched the attack at Pa Tian, who was trying to escape. Terrified, Pa Tian looked back with his mouth agape, breaking out in a cold sweat. Unable to dodge in time, Pa Tian was blasted away by Chen Mo's attack. He winced in pain, thinking to himself, what kind of power is this? I've already reached the half-step divine realm, yet I can't even withstand a single move. Pa Tian struggled to sit up, his face pale and trembling as he gritted his teeth. A warning blared in his mind. I have to get out of here at all costs. With that thought, Pa Tian shot to his feet, using all his strength to flee the stage, when a sword suddenly shot toward him from out of nowhere. The blade zipped towards the escaping Pa Tian. Chen Mo frowned and remarked, trying to run now, it's too late. The sword then pierced through Pa Tian, causing him to cry out in disbelief. How is this possible? He collapsed heavily to the ground, and the referee's voice rang out once again with an announcement. Sun Pa Tian is dead! Chen Mo stood proudly with his arms crossed and eyes closed as the referee's voice rang out again. Grandmaster Chen slaying the madman in 3 moves. Chen Mo smirked, glancing over at Huang Zhenlong, causing him to break out in a fearful sweat. Huang Zhenlong trembled on the ground, waving his hands and begging, "Spare me, Grandmaster Chen, spare me. I'm willing to give East Lake to you." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and looked at Shen Kai-sheng in the stands, who flinched with his jaw dropped. Shen Kai-sheng turned pale and trembled, stammering, If Grandmaster Chen wants it, I'm willing to give you all of Westlake." Then Chen Mo looked towards Murongji and proposed, "Patriarch Murong, I'll ask you to manage the East Lake and Westlake areas on my behalf." He bowed with a hand on his chest and replied respectfully, "Understood." The scene then shifts to a base, where soldiers were training under the scorching sun, the base of the Divine Eagle Special Forces team. Meanwhile, in a room, Jiang Heshan sat across from Chen Mo and asked with a somber expression, "Do you know who that person you killed in Huangyan village was?" "Xiang Chong's disciple." Chen Mo was completely unbothered, just smirking coldly as he replied, "Oh, and so what?" Jiang Heshan explained worriedly. 20 years ago, Xiang Chong entered Dali and swept through its entire martial arts world, forcing the nation to use special measures just to drive him away. Now he has a reason to enter Dali once more. Chen Mo smiled and said arrogantly, "If he dares to come, I'll just kill him." Jiang Heshan slammed the table in anger and shouted, "You brat, you're way too arrogant. You can't underestimate your enemy." But Chen Mo didn't seem to pay it any mind, simply shrugging and replying nonchalantly, Yeah. Hearing this, Jiang Heshan said no more, only reminding him, "Just try not to cause any more trouble for a while." Hearing this, Chen Mo thought to himself, "It's time to break through to the 6th level of Qi Condensation." Half a month later, in front of the gates of Moran University, Chen Mo let out a heavy sigh. He stood before the gates of Moran University, lost in thought after 600 years. "I'm finally back here again." Chen Mo's eyes were firm as he spoke with confidence. "This time I won't leave behind any regrets." Inside the school, the bright sun shone down on a men's dormitory. Chen Mo walked up to a room inside and knocked politely, musing to himself that he'd taken the college entrance exam in his spare time and scored just enough to get into this university, and bid farewell to his old friends. As Chen Mo entered the room, everyone simultaneously looked towards the door. Yan Huizun greeted him warmly. "Hello, I'm Yan Huizun from the Judu Jita Ethnic Minority No. 1. He-Jan pushed up his glasses and also introduced himself. I'm He-Jan. 2 guys came early, but they just left. You can meet them when the semester officially starts." A lifetime of suffering over the pronunciation of his name. Wen Tingyu also stood up, then smiling, and introduced himself cheerfully. "Greetings, this humble one is Wen Tingyu, a gentleman from Hangcheng who is passionate about ancient martial arts." Chen Mo smiled, waving warmly as he introduced himself. "Hey guys, I'm Chen Mo." That evening, somewhere else, small fireflies fluttered around a brightly lit house. Jianye district, a villa by Saitangyan Lake. A group of people were hiding and watching the lakeside villa, seemingly lying in wait for something. The 2 men were Qing Pi and Hong Lang. He glanced at Hong Lang and raised an eyebrow. "Hong Lang, I remember you having something with more firepower. Why didn't you bring it?" Hong Lang smirked, replying arrogantly, "Don't even mention it. Security in this godforsaken place, Dali, is way too tight. It took everything I had just to get this thing in." Qing Pi watched for any movement at the villa and asked doubtfully, "Hong Lang, are you sure that thing of yours can successfully eliminate the target?" Hong Lang loaded his weapon and answered confidently, "Don't worry. My baby can level an entire mountain." He fired a large shell towards the villa, shouting, "Go get him, baby!" The projectile flew straight towards the brightly lit villa. A massive explosion erupted, caused by the shell destroying everything in the vicinity. Hong Lang smirked and ordered, "Job's done, let's bounce," when suddenly Ching Cheng appeared behind them and asked, "Who are you?" "That last cannonball was fired by you 2. Her face was emotionless as she looked down at them, raising a wary eyebrow. Hong Lang was startled, his eyes widening as he shouted, "It's an angel, were you there? If I'd known, I wouldn't have set it off." Thung Bi, seeing things were going south, widened his eyes and said, "She's so beautiful." Queen Than seemed to recognize them, her brows furrowing as she spoke angrily. "So it really was you 2. Die for me." Queen Than raised her hand and charged at them with her power, causing a flustered and terrified Hong Lang to scream for help when suddenly Tan Bi shouted, "Stop!" He raised his hand and managed to block Queen Than's attack, but her strike was so powerful that Tan Bi couldn't help but tremble before being knocked far back. Queen Than raised an eyebrow and asked, "You're a martial artist too?" Hearing this, Tan Bi frowned and retorted, "No, I'm not a martial artist, but a mutant who wields the wind element. According to the power levels of you Dai Li people, I'm at the Grandmaster level." Queen Than closed her eyes, stroking her chin thoughtfully before saying, "Grandmaster, you're not worthy." Thang Bi ground out angrily, "Woman, you'll pay the price for daring to insult me." He suddenly raised his hand and began to summon, "O wind, hear my command." Then Than Bi controlled the wind to attack where Queen Than stood, a barrage of wind blades. Hong Lang worriedly reminded him, "Thang Bi, don't hurt her." Than Bi turned his head in surprise and scolded him, "Hong Lang, are you so smitten you don't care about your own life? If she doesn't die, we will?" Queen Than stood opposite them, pulling out a flaming sword, her voice dripping with contempt. "What garbage martial arts? Open your eyes and see what true Dai Li martial arts look like." She smirked and raised the sword. Queen Than focused all her power, and a giant phoenix with spreading wings appeared behind her. Seeing that things were not looking good, Thang Bi immediately leapt high into the air to escape. But he didn't forget to warn Hong Lang run. Hong Lang, realizing how bad the situation was, looked in the direction Thang Bi had fled, sweating and shouting, "Damn it, I'm a bombing expert, I can't run fast. Wait for me." Queen Than chased after the fleeing Thang Bi, swinging her sword as she rushed forward with an emotionless face. Thang Bi quickly manipulated the wind, forming a shield to protect himself. "Wind vortex, protect me!" But it seemed he was still no match for Queen Than, as her sword slashed into him, making him scream in pain. Seeing this, Hong Lang angrily threatened, "Beauty, you're way too fierce, I'll have to punish you." He opened fire at Queen Than, but she swiftly blocked the bullets. Hong Lang's face paled as he looked at her in confusion, his voice bewildered. "How is this possible? These bullets have been upgraded, they can even pierce through steel." While he was still confused, Queen Than swung her sword at Hong Lang, her voice cold. "Die." As Hong Lang fell, he asked in utter disbelief, "How could you cut through it?" Queen Than ignored him and advanced on Than Bi, pointing her sword at him and demanding, "Who sent you two here?" "I don't know anything." Despite his fear, Than Bi tried to act tough, retorting, "Don't think you can get anything out of me." Queen Than just smirked coldly. "Is that so? In that case, I'll just have to hand you over to the Daili government. I'm sure they have hundreds of ways to deal with you." Thang Bi trembled, looking at the sword pointed at him, and out of extreme fear he answered honestly, "We're from the Southeast Asian Assassin Organization. The Azure Dragon Hall hired us, and our target is someone named Grandmaster Chen." Queen Than happily retracted her sword upon hearing this, and smiled, "Very good, thank you for your cooperation." Thang Bi quickly shouted, "I've told you everything, you have to let me go." He turned and ran, but he didn't get far before Queen Than swung her sword at him, her voice chillingly cold. "Did I say I would let you go?" She glanced away, musing aloud. "The Azure Dragon Hall in Southeast Asia, Chen Mo, who have you offended this time?" A hand was holding a phone displaying a text from Queen Than. "Last night, the Azure Dragon Hall from Southeast Asia sent the Life Chaser assassins to Yangi Lake. I've already cleaned them up. Chen." Mo looked at the text, frowning as he repeated the words, "The Life Chaser Organization Azure Dragon Hall," when suddenly a voice called out from behind him, "Chen Mo." It was Yanner's voice. She waved, her voice cheerful. "Chen Mo, you didn't expect me to be at this university too, did you?" Chen Mo smiled, turning to look at her before speaking. "I really didn't expect it." He thought to himself, with her grades, she clearly could have gotten into a better school. How should I respond to her feelings?" Yanner blushed and said gratefully, "Chenmo, thank you for coming to Huangyan village to save my dad last time." Chenmo spoke politely with a slight smile. "It was nothing, you asked for my help after all. And besides, the trip wasn't a total waste for me." Suddenly, Chenmo grabbed Yanner by the waist and jumped high into the air, causing a surprised Yanner to blush as she looked at him. Below where they had just been standing, a pit suddenly opened up in the ground, then just as suddenly it closed up and disappeared completely. Yanner was shocked, her eyes wide as she yelled, "What was that? We were almost swallowed by the ground!" Chenmo suddenly commanded into the empty space, "Come out!" And just then, 3 figures leaped out from the bushes. The 3 figures gradually became clear standing before them. Yanner asked, frightened and confused, "Who are these people?" Moed grinned, revealing sharp teeth, his voice full of mockery. "The little lady looks so pretty, why don't you come with me?" Yanner's face paled with fear as she said, "How disgusting." Yanxi warned in a stern voice, "Moed, stop talking nonsense and kill him already." Chenmo ignored them and asked Old Freak, Was that earth manipulation technique you're doing?" Old Freak. He was surprised by his question and asked softly, "You actually understand sorcery? Could it be you're a practitioner too?" Chenmo casually shot back, "You call that pathetic display sorcery." This sent Old Freak He into a rage, and he growled, "How dare you look down on my techniques, I'm going to take your life." His face twisted menacingly as he pointed at the book and began to chant, "Rock Golem." An earthen monster materialized, letting out a terrifying roar. Moe chimed in mockingly, "Looks like Old Freak He is pissed. Ha ha, you little punk, you're about to learn your lesson." Old Freak. He commanded, "Crush him." Yanni hid behind Chenmo in fear, whispering a warning, "Chenmo, be careful." Chenmo didn't even flinch, raising an eyebrow in contempt and saying, "Just a useless pile of dirt." He held out his hand, summoned a small orb and commanded, "Seal." A massive explosion erupted, completely obliterating all the earthen monsters. Old Freak. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head and screaming in agony, "No, you actually destroyed my rock golem. I swear we can't both live under the same sky." Moade glanced at Yanzuo and suggested, "Yanzuo, looks like this kid is no pushover. Let's take him on together." With his hands clasped behind his back, Yanzuo replied thoughtfully, "Indeed, he's not to be underestimated." Moade controlled the snake on his arm and commanded it, "Go drain him dry, my precious little pet." He pointed at Chenmo, ordering the snake as Yanzuo simultaneously charged forward. "Go." Yanzuo lunged forward with incredible speed, his voice threatening, "I'll grant you a quick and painless death." Chenmo was completely unfazed, getting into a ready stance and taunting, "A bunch of pathetic ants." Chenmo unleashed an attack on them, catching them completely off guard as they screamed, "Ah!" They were all sent flying back violently by Chenmo's blow. He punched Moade's snake, causing it to spew blood as he cursed, "You beast." Then it was sent flying into the distance. Mo'aid, heartbroken over his pet snake, ran to catch it, crying out anxiously, "You actually killed my precious snake!" He was practically fuming with rage, roaring, "I'm going to skin you alive!" With that, Mo'aid, suddenly inflated to a massive size, leaped high into the air and then shot towards him, shouting, "Watch me crush you into a pulp!" Shenmue didn't move an inch, simply lashing out with a powerful strike toward Mo'aid. He was surprised when the force was reflected back at him, thinking to himself, he can actually reflect my own power. Suddenly, Yanzuo charged in from behind, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Got you now, Crescent Moon Slash." Shenmue glanced behind him, and upon seeing the old man, a cold smirk appeared on his lips. He spun around and kicked toward Yanzuo, shouting, "Get lost!" Mo'aid still wouldn't give up and proposed a plan. "Yanzuo, keep up the assault. We'll use a pincer attack." Yanzuo replied, "You take the front." With their plan set, Mo'aid charged from the front while Yanzuo attacked from behind, lunging at the same time. Shenmue remained calm and recited the name of his technique. His hand suddenly enveloped in a golden light. Mystic Heaven Divine Fist, third form. He powerfully raised his hand, unleashing a force that sent them flying backwards, suppress heaven and earth. Yanzuo's face went pale as he yelled, "Damn it, Shadow, stop slacking off!" Shenmue seemed to realize something as a warning flashed in his mind, and he glanced behind him. "Oh no, Yanhee's in danger." She was being attacked by the assassin named Shadow, but thankfully the attack was blocked by something. Ah! The assassin named Shadow quickly vanished after his failed attack. Shenmue, worried, rushed over to her and asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" Yanni, holding the shattered jade talisman, said worriedly, "I'm fine, but the protective charm you gave me is broken." Shenmue roared into the empty air, "Show yourself. You despicable coward, only daring to attack a girl." Then suddenly, as Shenmue's attention was diverted, something lunged from behind. Shadow appeared to launch a sneak attack, but fortunately, Shenmue dodged it with lightning speed. Mo'aid was stunned, exclaiming in awe, "Shadow's concealment art is truly incredible. It's no wonder he's the top operative in the organization." Yanzuo was also full of praise, a grandmaster skilled in the art of stealth. His intimidating presence is beyond imagination. Shenmue frowned and commanded, "Pathetic tricks break for me." He waved his hand, launching an attack toward Shadow's position, causing him to cry out in pain. "Ugh!" Shadow coughed up blood, and shouted with a scowl, "Damn it, retreat!" But Shenmue wasn't about to let him escape. He summoned a sword, pointed it at Shadow, and commanded, "One wrong move means death." He directed the sword to strike at Shadow. While the assassin was still rambling, "Impossible, I'm the #1 assassin of the soul-chasing organization, a legend." Before Shadow could finish his sentence, he collapsed with a thud, much to their astonishment. Witnessing this, all of their faces turned pale. Yanzuo spoke up, asking in disbelief, "What kind of magical weapon is that? Could it be the flying sword from the legends and myths? Could he be the heir of a sword immortal?" After dealing with the assassin, Shenmue turned to the others, his voice calm and decisive like a final verdict. "Now it's your turn." Shenmue slowly advanced toward them. Mo'aid turned his head anxiously and suggested, "He's too strong, let's get out of here." Yanzuo snapped irritably, "Hey, do you really think you can run faster than Shadow?" Mo'aid asked back in confusion. "Then what are we supposed to do?" Yanzuo's brow furrowed, his eyes a mixture of determination and helplessness, his voice ringing with resolve. "We'll have to risk it all against him." Mo'aid saw the logic in this and agreed. "You're right. If we can't escape, we might as well go all in. Old freak." He also chimed in, "Let's risk it all against him," even though he had no fight left in him. Yanzuo charged forward, shouting, "I'll go first." He raised two swords and called out the name of his technique, Cross Crescent Moon Slash. Seeing this, Mo'aid also joined the fight. He immediately began to inflate his body, shouting, "Screw it, I'm going all in too." Then both of them charged toward Shenmue. He wasn't fazed at all, and just raised his hand to the sky, muttering an incantation. "The weak are noisy, so I'll give you a swift end." Shenmue was enveloped in a golden aura, and while they continued to charge at him, a giant hand suddenly appeared in the sky and slammed down, annihilating them. Shenmue sighed, walked over to Yanner, and reminded her, "Let's go." Yanner's jaw dropped, and she asked worriedly, "But what about the bodies of these assassins? That hand totally flattened them." Shenmue replied, "Someone will take care of it, don't worry." In a magnificent city with dazzling, splendid lights late at night on the top floor of the high-end commercial district of Zhonghai Prefecture in the east wing of the Huang Yushang building, someone's thoughts echoed. "Following my master's request, I established the Mo family's Chamber of Commerce here, building a business empire with the business elites from Lin Shua's family, with the life force spiritual vein as its core." Chen Songzi gazed outside, feeling melancholic. However, what's the point of power and profit in the secular world? Pursuing eternal life is the only truly heroic and dominant path. The old man closed his eyes, lost in thought. "But besides my master, no one understands this principle. They only care about petty immediate benefits, doing everything they can to crush others." While Chen Songzi was still thinking, someone walked in representing himself and his family. The bald old man approached, raised an eyebrow, and spoke in an unfriendly tone. "Seeing that you're wearing a Taoist robe, you should logically be a wise hermit detached from material things. So why are you fighting for fame and fortune in the mortal realm?" Chen Songzi replied with a deadpan expression. Well, you have the strength of a peak inner realm master, so why can't you let go of this secular world? You should be focusing on your cultivation to achieve a breakthrough soon. The bald man was startled, breaking into a cold sweat as he thought, I can't see through his cultivation level, but he saw through mine with just a glance.
The power gap between us is huge. But he quickly regained his composure, pointed at Chen Songzi and warned, It seems I can't kill you today, but the foundation of the Yun family is beyond what you can imagine. I still advise you to leave Zhonghai, and my Yun family will guarantee your safe withdrawal. The old man remained unfazed and retorted, You think? The Yun family is all that in my eyes, they're not even worth mentioning.
The bald man was infuriated by Chen Songzi's words, veins popping on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth, speechless. Mr. Chen Songzi frowned and raised his hand to point, his voice turning serious. He turned back to them and said, If you're not convinced, then bring it on. I'll take you on whether you come at me openly or from the shadows. The Mo family's Chamber of Commerce is determined to become the king of this Zhonghai prefecture.
The bald man couldn't take it anymore and shouted, You're trying to make an enemy of all of Zhonghai. I hope you don't regret this later.
Chen Songzi closed his eyes and sneered,
What skills do you people even have to go against my master Chen Mo? Meanwhile, out on the open sea, a boat was docking and a man stepped aboard. Duke An raised his hand respectfully and called out, My lord! Chen Mo, disguised as Yan Zuo, smirked to himself.
He's calling me my lord, so it seems this Yan Zuo's status is pretty high. He raised an eyebrow, thinking so this Zhui Ming organization is just a game.
I'll just go in and play along for a bit.
The sound of footsteps echoed up the stairs leading to a room. Inside a spacious room, Chen Mo, disguised as Yan Zuo, stepped onto a platform, the headquarters of the assassin organization and underground base. He glanced around, observing everything, and thought the carvings on the pillars are the 4 great sacred beasts of Dali. Could this assassin organization have been created by a Dali martial artist?
Suddenly a voice rang out, making Chen Mo glance in its direction.
Is the mission complete? He looked up, searching for the source of the voice, when someone else called out, Yan Zuo.
Chen Mo bowed respectfully and said, It's complete, but everyone else is dead.
The person's voice sounded puzzled. Then how did you make it back? He quickly explained,
Because I have something I need to give you. Just leave it on the stone wall. Then a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Mo, surprising him. Rongfeng held out his hand and ordered, What is it? Give it to me.
Chen Mo shook his head and replied, I must meet the Lord in person. Rongfeng asked Yan Zuo, confused, How can you not even remember me? But Chen Mo didn't care,
and replied indifferently,
If a peak inner realm master is the leader of an assassin organization, how could he possibly command a grandmaster subordinate? Rongfeng shouted in fear, You're not Yan Zuo.
Who are you?
Chen Mo slowly removed his disguise, frowning as he said, You sent 2 groups of people to kill me and you don't know who I am. He grabbed Rongfeng by the collar, who was terrified,
and gritted his teeth, warning, Kid, this isn't a place you should have come to. The Lord will kill you.
Chen Mo frowned and threatened, If you don't talk, I'll use my soul search technique to see for myself. Rongfeng was terrified,
and agreed through gritted teeth, Wait, I'll take you.
He then showed Chen Mo the way. They walked silently through a tunnel and silence enveloped the entire path. The path seemed to be underwater, with fish swimming back and forth, creating a beautiful scene that made Chen Mo exclaim, The view here is amazing! Suddenly he noticed something, and his gaze swept over old man Daifeng, who
was sitting quietly in meditation.
Rongfeng approached and whispered in old man Daifeng's ear, My lord, the Shadow's mission has failed and now the target has found his way here. After hearing him, old man Daifeng opened his eyes, his face darkening as he praised, Young man, you're the first prey who has dared to find me here. Chen Mo looked at him and said, You're about to die.
How disappointing.
Tell me who hired you and I can give you a painless death, boss, Feng replied calmly. Protecting our client's identity is an assassin's duty. Chen Mo ignored his words and reached out to touch him. It's fine, I'll see for myself. But boss Feng deftly dodged his touch and suddenly appeared behind him, surprising Chen Mo. He reacted just in time to dodge boss Feng's attack. Chen Mo seemed to realize something and asked slyly, You're a Divine Glimpse Realm Grandmaster? Boss Feng looked amused.
His voice was full of praise.
Kid, you seem to know a thing or two. No wonder you dared to come all the way here. Chen Mo's eyes lit up with excitement as he said, I've been dying to fight a master. Let's use you to test my current cultivation level. He beckoned with his hand, his voice challenging, Come on. Everything around them fell silent, leaving only the sound of their breathing as they stared each other down defensively. Chen Mo quickly rushed towards Boss Feng, who also moved swiftly. Seeing Chen Mo about to attack, Boss Feng leaped from spot to spot, building momentum before charging towards him. Seeing Chen Mo's strength, he tried to recruit him. Kid, you're a real genius. How about you become my disciple and join the Life Chaser organization? Boss Feng continued. This is an organization with an annual income of over 100 million. You have no idea how many people would kill for this. Chen Mo smirked scornfully. You want to be my master? Are you even worthy? Hearing this, Boss Feng flew into a rage and yelled, I offered you a way out and you didn't take it. You're courting death. With that, he unleashed his full power and a red aura enveloped his body. The bloody hand Asura was a red mist that surrounded Chen Mo, concealing Boss Feng's movements, and he said confidently, Now you're just a blind man, I can attack you however I please. Chenmo gave a cold smirk. You think that just because I can't see you, I can't do anything to you. Then suddenly, he launched a kick straight into Boss Feng's face. He was sent flying and asked in confusion, Kid, how did you find me? Chenmo stood proudly, his voice growing colder. Tell me who hired you and I can give you a painless death. Boss Feng got up and clones of him appeared all around. He laughed menacingly. Ha ha, that was just a lucky shot like a blind squirrel finding a nut. I refuse to believe you can fight all of us. Chenmo seemed unfazed and spat out one contemptuous word, foolish. He threw a punch toward Boss Feng, making him exclaim in shock. How is that possible? A stunned silence fell over the area. Everyone was shocked by Chenmo's power. Rong Feng cautiously looked at Chenmo and asked, How did you break the blood-colored domain? He raised an eyebrow and explained, A true domain can create its own world, and the master of the domain is the god of that world. But this is just some fog to block my sight, and you dare call it a domain. Enraged, Boss Feng summoned a massive sword, his voice crazed. You'll pay for looking down on me. Chenmo wasn't scared in the slightest. He replied calmly, No wonder you're on your last legs. It turns out your ultimate move consumes that much vital essence and blood essence. He frowned, his gaze sharpening as he added, But even if you were to hide at the bottom of the ocean, where the elemental energy is incredibly dense, you still couldn't recover your losses. Boss Feng broke out in a cold sweat, unable to accept it. How does he know everything about me while I can't even touch him? He immediately charged straight at Chenmo, yelling, Asura Blood Wave. Chenmo unleashed his own technique, throwing a punch toward Boss Feng, Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist, second form Mountain Breaker. He trembled as he collapsed to the ground, his face pale. Damn it! Seeing that things were going south, Boss Feng quickly scrambled up to escape. He yelled retreat, seeing this Chenmo let a cold smirk form on his lips and scoffed, You're not getting away. A moment later, light shone down on the clear blue sky. Terrified, Boss Feng tried to stop Chenmo from coming any closer. Wait, stay back! He desperately tried to bargain for his life, hastily pleading, Kid, I'll give you the Life Chaser organization and everything I've saved up over the years. Just let me go! But Chenmo was unmoved. He raised his hand, his voice turning icy. If I kill you, I can get all of those things anyway. Suddenly a thought occurred to him and he said, Still, the Divine Glimpse realm is so much stronger than the body protection realm. I need to level up fast. Sometime later, inside a ballroom, people were dancing to melodic music. A few days later, at the Moran University Mid-Autumn Festival, Yani was in the ballroom frowning worriedly to herself. Chenmo has been gone for days. Is he going to skip the Mid-Autumn Festival and not even see me? Suddenly, footsteps approached her. Lai Ruhuo of the Zhonghai Lai family walked up to Yani and spoke. Yani, you're going to turn into stone waiting for him like that. Yani blushed and pouted. Ruhuo, stop teasing me. Lai Ruhuo covered her mouth and giggled, her voice playful, haha. I'm just telling the truth. I should have taken a picture for proof. Haha. Just then, Tianyu walked up stammering. He blushed, squeezed his eyes shut, and gathered all his courage to ask, Can I have this dance? A light blush appeared on Li Ruhuo's cheeks as she smiled and agreed. Of course. But as she reached for Tianyu's hand, another man's hand suddenly intercepted hers. Yun Tianling grabbed Li Ruhuo's hand, his voice arrogant. You're only allowed to dance with me. Lai Ruhuo's face immediately darkened, her annoyance visible on every feature. Everyone around them. They started whispering amongst themselves, and someone spoke up. That's Van Thien Lang. Another person added, the direct heir of the Zhonghai Van family. Someone else explained, the Van family is the biggest martial arts family in Zhonghai, known as the twin heroes of Zhonghai, along with the Lai family, the strongest family on earth. Tianvu frowned angrily, blurting out, Excuse me, I invited him first. Van Thien Lang glanced at him, his eyes filled with contempt, his voice threatening, Get lost if you want to live. Lai Nu Hoa frowned angrily and snapped, Van Thien Lang, let go of my hand. Nan Nai, standing beside her, couldn't help but get angry. She exclaimed in annoyance, Van Thien Lang, let go of Nu Hoa, you're taking this way too far. Van Thien Lang's brow furrowed, his face darkened, and his low voice carried a clear warning. I suggest you mind your own business. Even someone like Mu Dong Kach wouldn't dare to mess with me. Lai Nu Hoa's face was filled with worry, unable to say a word. So Nan Yi came over and hugged her arm tightly, fearlessly comforting her. Don't worry, I'm with you. I'm not going anywhere. Van Thien Lang threatened angrily. Looks like you'd rather do this the hard way. Nan Nai wasn't backing down and shot back loudly. What, you want to hit a girl? Suddenly the sound of footsteps approached where they were standing. Ko Lam Pong stepped forward. Ko Lam Pong, he frowned in annoyance and warned, Treating two girls like that, you're going a little too far. Van Thien Lang raised an eyebrow, his voice dripping with disdain. Ko Lam Pong, for 3 years straight, your dad came to my door begging me to accept his gifts like a dog. And I didn't even bother to look at him. So who the hell do you think you are? Ko Lam Pong's face darkened, his voice filled with rage. What did you say? He channeled his power and lunged forward, gritting his teeth. You dare insult my father! I'll end you! But Ko Lam Pong was no match for Van Thien Lang, and he was sent flying. Van Thien Lang's voice rang out full of contempt. You don't know your place! Ko Lam Pong was knocked far away by Van Thien Lang sprawling on the ground. He approached, his face dark, his voice cold and scornful. Don't bother me, you outer realm trash. Then suddenly Tranmac appeared from behind and spoke, causing Van Thien Lang to whip his head around in surprise. Tranmac's voice was powerful and decisive. Who's trash? He then added a warning. Don't mess with my roommate, you inner realm trash. Van Thien Lang raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed, and said contemptuously, The world is full of martial artists, but you can count the number who reach the inner realm on one hand. So who the hell are you to talk to me like that? Tranmac swiftly moved past him, not angry at all, and replied softly, The inner realm. What's so hard about that? It takes just a moment. He knelt down and gave Ko Lam Fong a pill, his voice calm. Take this and circulate your energy. Ko Lam Fong asked in surprise, You said you're my roommate? Are you Tranmac? I'm just at the outer realm with average talent, I know my limits. Tranmac repeated himself again. Take it and circulate your energy. Ko Lam Fong chewed the pill and replied, Okay. After taking the pill, he immediately sat down to circulate his energy and focus his power. Van Thien Lang saw this and just waited for the show to start, his voice full of scorn. Ha! Let's see what kind of trick you guys pull next. Tranmac placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling as he guided Ko Lam Fong. Hearing this, Lam Fong followed Tranmac's instructions and instantly broke through to the next realm. Van Thien Lang's jaw dropped, exclaiming in shock, He broke through to the inner realm, no way. Tranmac frowned, a slight smirk on his lips, his triumphant voice echoing, No, open your damn eyes and look closely. Instantly, a wave of power far more intense than before erupted from Ko Lam Fong and spread everywhere. Tranmac calmly explained, Step 1, peak of the inner realm. Thien Lang angrily shouted, What on earth did you give him? Could it be a legendary top-grade spirit pill? You're just feeding a pig, what a waste. Hearing this, Tranmac acted unfazed and casually replied, 1,000 gold pieces can't buy my good mood. Driven mad by this attitude, he could only choke out, You. Just then, Lam Fong suddenly cried out, Ah! This strange feeling Then he suddenly dropped to his knees at Tranmac's feet and thanked him. This favor I can never repay it in this lifetime. Seeing this, Tranmac quickly told him, Cut the useless talk and get up. Make the one who insulted you pay the price. Following his words, he quickly stood up and, gritting his teeth in anger, called out to Van Thien Lang. Thien Lang, of course, wasn't afraid of Lam Fong, and even sneered, So what if you leveled up? You're still just a loser who popped a pill. Annoyed by his condescension, Lam Fong rushed to attack him and demanded, Apologize to my father. He of course maintained his disdainful attitude and said, I'd like to see just how much you've improved. But before he could finish his sentence, Lam Fong smacked him so hard he cried out in pain, Ugh! Even so, he wasn't satisfied it wasn't over yet. He immediately lunged at Thien Lang again. Under the relentless assault, he panicked and thought to himself, His true energy seems endless, that pill must be incredibly powerful. I can't win a battle of attrition against him like this. So he quickly used his ultimate move, hoping to end the fight quickly. Tranmac saw his technique and recognized it. This technique actually aligns with the principles of the Great Tao. It seems the Van family really has some substance. At that moment, Thien Lang used his heaven-splitting slash, but it seemed the move had no effect on Lam Fong. Instead, he was the one sent flying. Mountain Breaker, after taking that punch from him, he was sent rolling on the ground. Tranmac then walked up to him and declared, Van Thien Lang, you've lost. Of course, Thien Lang refused to admit defeat and scoffed loudly. Even if you can beat me, do you think you can take on our entire Van family from Chunghai? In front of my family's grandmaster, you're all just ants. He didn't even pay attention to his words, just said scornfully, Don't worry, in my eyes, your Van family is nothing but a bunch of trash. Get lost. His contempt made him furious, and he silently vowed, For insulting my Van family, you will pay a heavy price. Then he slowly stood up, looked at Nu Hoa, and said bitterly, As for our debt, I'll settle it slowly with Layat Kin Thuong. Thien Lang's shamelessness made her curse in anger. You have no shame. A little later, outside, Tranmac was with Nan Nai, and he called out softly, Nan Ni. Then he asked, Is there nothing you want to ask me? Hearing this, she figured that if he wanted to say something, he would, and if he didn't, it would be useless for me to ask right. This attitude of hers made him think sadly. Nan Ni, you shouldn't be so timid. Sai, I was reborn for a new life, but am I ultimately protecting you or hurting you? At the same time at a villa, two figures stood on the roof. One of them spoke up asking, Thien Lang is here, right? The one who spoke was the Van family's grandmaster, Van Loi. Thien Lang, still bitter about what just happened, gritted his teeth and said, Yes, Tranmac isn't in the dorm. He's in this place. Just then a voice rang out. Looks like a couple of rats have snuck in. Chen Mo had obviously already sensed the two intruders. Isn't it a bit late for a visit? Your cultivation is truly profound, so it's no wonder Tianling lost to you. But since I'm here, I have to get justice for Tianling. If you kneel and apologize to Tianling right now, I'll consider your young age and let you go. He of course looked at the man with contempt. It's late at night, you must be sleep-talking. Insulted right to his face, the man roared in anger. You brat, I'm a grandmaster of the Yun family, you can't afford to provoke me? Hearing his boast, he scoffed. A grandmaster. Trash! Enraged at being looked down on by Chen Mo Yunlei, charged forward to take him down. Insolent brat, let's see what skills you have to be so arrogant. He of course wasn't afraid to take him on. Find out with your life. After saying that, he landed a devastating punch on the man. The blow made him spit up blood. But he wasn't finished, he then hit him with a blast of spiritual energy. causing a massive explosion. This sight made Tianling cry out in shock. No way! Even Yunlei couldn't believe Chen Mo's strength. No, it's impossible. How can someone so young already be in the transformation realm? Realizing he was dealing with a true master, he immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy. The Yun family was in the wrong. Please forgive us, sir. We'll leave right now. But he wasn't going to let them off so easily. You think you can just come and go as you please? His unforgiving tone made the man ask in shock. What do you mean? He stated flatly. As punishment, I'm going to break both of Yun Tianling's legs. The sheer audacity of Chen Mo's demand made Tianling roar furiously. You dare! The Yun family will never forgive you. Yunlei also chimed in. So your strength may be extraordinary, but this demand is going too far. Hearing that, he mocked them. Too far earlier you told me to kneel and called me insolent. You didn't think that was too much. Then he struck Tianling's legs and said, Remember today's lesson. Your Yun family is nothing special. My legs! The attack made him clutch his legs in agony, screaming, My legs! He rolled on the ground crying, It hurts so much. Seeing this, Yunlei hurried to him. Tianling, let me stop the bleeding. Now filled with hatred for Chen Mo, he declared, Chen Mo, I'm going to kill you. I swear I'm going to kill you. Yunlei also turned to say, Sir, sooner or later, the Yun family will settle this score. After saying that, he helped Tianling leave. Chen Mo watched them go and calmly declared, The Yun family no longer needs to exist. At the same time, at the Mo family's merchant guild in Zhonghai, the patriarch spoke, Everyone ever since our Mo family's guild came to Zhonghai. We've been held back by the big shots in the Zhonghai business world. The time has come for us to launch an all-out counterattack. The patriarch's words were met with unanimous agreement from the guild members. The Mo family merchant guild has built up enough power. We are fully prepared and just waiting for your command. Following this, the Mo family's merchant guild launched a trade war rapidly devouring the market share of the Lai family. The smaller families allied with them collapsed one after another, leaving the Lai family hanging by a thread. A few days later in the Yun family's drawing room, the family head Yun Shan said, Brother Lai, it's not out of the question for my Yun family to help you eliminate the top brass of the Mo family's merchant guild. Li Qingshang, the head of the Lai family, heard this and replied, Name your price. Yun Shan made his demand bluntly. Have Ru Huo marry Tianling. Once our families are united by marriage, the Yun family will have a proper reason to intervene. Hearing this, Qingshang became worried. I heard that both of Tianling's legs were broken. He's crippled now. Why are you still insisting I marry off my daughter? Yun Shan flew into a rage at his words. If it wasn't for your daughter confronting Tianling at that stupid dance, and making some young grandmaster stand up for her, would Tianling's legs be broken right now? Qingshang was taken aback by his fury, but he still hesitated and promised, I will definitely compensate you for this. But his hesitation only infuriated Yun Shan more. Compensate me with what unless Ru Huo marries Tianling? This conversation is over. The Lai family can just get ready to be kicked out of the business world. Seeing he had lost his composure, he had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll do it. A few days later at a lavish party, a luxurious crown was placed on the bride's head, and the bride was none other than Nu Hoa. As Qin Thuong led her down the aisle, he whispered reassuringly, Daughter, we're out of options. I have to sacrifice you, but you're just marrying into their family. You can always come home later. Though she was terrified, she feigned calmness and said, It's fine, I actually think him having 2 broken legs is a good thing. At that moment at the altar, the officiant asked Tianlang, Groom, from this moment forward, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, will you promise to never leave the bride's side? Do you take her? Tianlang couldn't wait and eagerly replied, I do. The officiant then turned to the bride Nu Hoa, asking, From this moment forward, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, will you promise to never leave the groom's side forever, do you? Of course, she stammered a bit. Just then Tung Tu appeared and answered for her. She does not agree. Tung Tu's appearance forced Van Son to step forward and address Master Chen. He warned sternly, This Van family wedding is no place for you to meddle. Do you think the Mo family merchant guild has no one who can handle you? Even Qin Thuong shouted, Master Chen, are you trying to ruin our family's marriage alliance? Do you want to prevent the Van family from helping my Liat family oppose you? Of course Tung Tu didn't care, and simply said, Say whatever you want, but none of you better think about touching this girl from the Liat family. The old man's words left Nu Hoa completely confused. Who is this old man? Why did he come to save me? Seeing the old man dare to meddle in his family's business, Qin Thuong angrily yelled, You're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. This wedding is a private matter for our Liat family. So don't you push your luck. The old man fired right back at him. Liat Qin Thuong, selling off your own daughter to get the Van family's help. You're a real stand-up father, aren't you? The people in the hall suddenly realized the identity of the old man from the Mo Merchant Guild. Could he be the secret powerhouse behind the Liat family? At that very moment, a walking cane appeared. It belonged to Van Kong, who angrily demanded, What is all this ruckus? The old man's appearance made Van Son hurry over to apologize. Old master, why have we disturbed you? Everyone present in the hall recognized the old man. Old master, that's Van Kong, the man who single-handedly built up the Van family 50 years ago, making them the most powerful family in Trunghai Van Kong. He's still alive. Even Tung Tu felt a little intimidated by this old man. Now the Van family really did have an ace up their sleeve hiding an old monster like him. Suddenly, Van Kong pointed at the old man and asked, "You're dressed in Taoist robes? Shouldn't you be cultivating in a temple instead of causing a scene here?" The old man answered bluntly, "I'm defending the weak." Hearing this, Van Kong's face darkened and he said, "Oh, so you're accusing my Van family of injustice. So make your move. Let's see what power you have to back up your insult to my Van family." Wasting no more words, Tung Tu charged at the old man shouting, "Take this!" Seeing the punch, the old man remarked, "Not bad."
The force behind that fist cuts like a knife.
The old man didn't hesitate to trade a few moves with Tung Tu. "This old master will teach you a lesson." Van Kong's spiritual energy made Tung Tu gasp in astonishment. "What?" And then a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. The guests, along with the heads of the Van and Liet families, were caught in the shockwave. "Ah, I'm being blown away." A moment after the blast subsided, Chen Tung Tu had been forced back 4 or 5 steps, while Van Kong hadn't moved an inch. The old man couldn't believe Tung Tu was still standing firm, completely unfazed. He even offered some praise for Tung Tu. "You're truly not bad. You've already got 1 foot in the Huithen realm. Among your peers, you could be considered invincible." Hearing that, Tung Tu replied, "My sights aren't set on just my own level." These words made Van Kong laugh in amusement. "You want to challenge someone above your rank? Fine, I'll grant your wish." This time the old man used his phantom dragon transformation technique. Instantly, the old man just vanished, leaving everyone completely bewildered. Where'd he go? How did he just disappear? Can he turn invisible or something? Although no one else could see him, Tung Tu knew exactly what the old man had become. No, he hadn't vanished. He was just shrouded in a thick fog. That fog was actually formed by the concentration of his immense true Qi. Only then did the people in the hall see Van Kong in the form of a dragon, and they scrambled to run for their lives in terror. "A dragon? Why is there a dragon here? That old man is a monster. Run for it." Van Kong then said smugly, "Old Taoist, this is a little insight I gained after 10 years of secluded training, and today I'll test it on you." Tung Tu replied without a shred of fear, "Bring it on today. This old master will trample the heavens and slay a dragon." Van Kong in his dragon form let out a mighty, intimidating roar, but Tung Tu remained completely unfazed. The old man bravely unleashed his move, Heavenly Mystic 3 Fists, second form. His fist flew straight at Van Kong as he roared, "Mountain Breaker." This mighty punch forced Van Kong backward. Despite that, the old man held his ground and said, "You've got some skills, but let's see how long you can hold out." The fight wasn't over yet. Spiritual energy surrounded Tung Tu. The old man yelled out, "Heavenly Mystic 3 Fists, second form." Van Kong's roar was his only answer, but unafraid, the old man immediately launched his water-severing attack. His attack forced Van Kong back into his human form. The old man panted, exclaiming, "Such a powerful move!" At that moment, Tung Tu gathered all of his spiritual energy. Seeing this, Van Kong boldly challenged him. "Let's use our final all-out move to settle this." Song Zi didn't mind, and went along with the old man's wish. I was thinking the same thing. And with that, the old man unleashed his absolute dragon hand technique, lunging to attack Song Zi. Seeing the attack, Song Zi didn't back down and unleashed his own move, the Heavenly Mystic 3 Fists, third form Sealing Suppression. The Yun family members saw the fight reaching its climax, and smugly thought, "The old master is using the absolute dragon hand, so old Taoist Chen is toast." Hearing this, Yun Lei smirked in agreement, but didn't forget to throw Song Zi a backhanded compliment. Still, that old Taoist Chen's power is seriously insane. At that moment, the 2 old men clashed with terrifying spiritual energy, creating a massive explosion. Tianling saw this and arrogantly thought, "Humph, the Yun family's foundation isn't something a rogue cultivator with no background like you can ever hope to match." Just then, the 2 elders' fists collided, and the aftershock sent them both flying back. Song Zi slammed hard onto the ground, and the old man coughed before exclaiming in admiration, "Impressive!" Even Yun Kong had to give the old man high praise. "Your potential is greater than mine. In a few years, I'll no longer be your match." Suddenly, Yun Shan arrogantly declared, "Taoist Master Chen, regardless of the future right now, you're no match for the Yun family's old master. Just admit defeat." But of course, Song Zi wasn't about to give up that easily. The old man calmly replied, "So what?" Hearing the old man's words, Yun Shan let out a contemptuous sneer, thinking he was stating the obvious. "You're the loser, so you have to pay the price. Take your Mo family merchant guild and get the hell out of Zhanghai, or else we'll crush you no matter the cost." This tone made the old man burst out laughing. "You're overestimating yourself, way overestimating yourself. The Yun family. It thinks they're the only ones with a trump card." The old man's tone ticked him off, and he started to snap back. "Taoist Master Chen, stop bluffing, you absolutely can't." But before he could finish his sentence, Song Zi clapped his hands. He respectfully called out, "Disciple Chen Song Zi humbly requests master's assistance." Everyone present heard this and gasped in shock. "Whoa, did I hear that right? He has a master?" Just then, Chen Mo stepped out and sighed. "This old Taoist is already this strong, so wouldn't his master have to be an even bigger freak? What can you do? Looks like I'm the only one who can handle this situation." The appearance of Chen Mo left everyone completely stunned. Ru Huo was both surprised and delighted, whispering to herself, "Chen Mo." The other guests at the party saw him and began to murmur in disbelief. He's the old Taoist's master. How is that possible? He's way too young, he has to be faking it. I guess this kid has a death wish. Trying to protect him, Ru Huo shouted, Chenmo, stop fooling around. But contrary to everyone's doubts, Yunlei had a different idea. It's very possible he's actually old Taoist Chen's master. A Yun family member heard this and shot back. Yunlei, are you blind? It's more believable that the kid is old Taoist Chen's grandson. However, Yunlei remained firm. If I couldn't even block a single punch from him, would you still think that? His words made the other Yun family member gasp. What, the guy who took you down in one punch was him? And Tianling's leg. Meanwhile, Songzi was bowing his head to Chenmo in apology. Disciple has failed and disgraced our sect. I await my punishment, master. Of course, the boy didn't blame him, and was actually sympathetic. It's not your fault. That Yunkong's cultivation technique is pretty advanced, and he's been training way longer than you. If you both had the same amount of practice, you could squash him like an ant. Hearing this, Yunshan roared with rage. How dare you? My Yun family has no beef with you yet. You were cruel enough to cripple both of my son's legs. Turning my son into a useless cripple, and now you have the nerve to insult my Yun family's elder. As he spoke, he lunged forward screaming, Chenmo, die for me. He rushed towards Chenmo and unleashed his technique, the circling cloud hand. Even from his wheelchair, Tianling couldn't shut up. My dad's using his signature move right away. Chenmo, you're undoubtedly dead. Ru Huo was helpless and could only worry in her heart. Chenmo, be careful. But Chenmo himself wasn't scared at all. He even said disdainfully, you're still way too weak. And just like that, he sent Yunshan flying with one hit. Get lost and send Yunkong out. His single punch made the man cough up blood. This caused Tianling to scream in terror. No, impossible, my father is a grandmaster of the body-protecting realm. How could he fail to block even one of your moves? At this point, Jing Shang was also completely stunned, thinking, he defeated Yunshan, the Yun family head, in a single move, and he's the master of the guy running the Mo family merchant guild. If Ru Huo could marry him, what would the Lai family's future status be? On the other side, a Yun family member rushed forward to catch Yunshan, calling out anxiously, Family head! In this critical moment, Yunkong stepped forward and declared, as long as this old man is alive, the Yun family will not fall. Seeing the old man step up to protect his family, Yunshan cried out in panic, Old master! But the old man was adamant. I'm old. The future of the Yun family is in your hands now. The old man's willingness to sacrifice himself made his family members cry out in horror, Old master. At that moment, Yunkong alone faced Chenmo and called out in a deep voice, Chenmo. The boy didn't respond, simply observing him in silence. The old man, filled with a heroic spirit, said, I've been renowned for decades and I've never met my match. You are the first opponent who has ever made me feel that I cannot win. I hope that this battle can give my life the perfect conclusion. Hearing the old man, the boy agreed to his request. This confident acceptance made the old man roar with satisfaction. Good. The moment the word left his lips, the spiritual energy inside Yunkong erupted, shattering his cane to pieces. Seeing this, the Yun family members cheered him on. Has the old master's power really reached the state of regaining his youth? I feel the aura erupting from the old master's body is even stronger than when he fought that old Taoist. The old master will definitely win. Chenmo watched this and sighed. Oh, why do you have to push yourself so hard? Chenmo looked at Yunkong and said in a serious tone, You're burning your life force after this battle. You'll die whether you win or lose. Seeing that the kid knew his plan, the old man didn't bother denying it. That's right. So if you respect me, then give it everything you've got. Seeing that the old man was still full of fight despite his age, he would of course grant the old man's wish. Immediately, the old man unleashed a move, Kid. Watch closely. This is the Phantom Dragon transformation at its peak. A complete dragon appeared in the hall, startling everyone present. Oh my god, this dragon looks so real. What kind of sorcery is this? This defies science. Yunshan smugly thought that the old master's Phantom Dragon transformation had reached such a level this match was a guaranteed win. Just then, the dragon created by Yunshan let out an intimidating roar. Chenmo wasn't scared in the slightest and even got into a stance to fight it. Heavenly Mystic, Divine Fist's first form Mountain Breaker. He landed a painful blow on it. His single punch sent the dragon flying far away. Yunkong was also affected and coughed up blood, but the old man was still fired up and wanted to continue. That was great again. The dragon reappeared once more, growling fearsomely. Chenmo didn't hesitate to fight the old man again. Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist's second form. The reason I'm doing this is because giving it my all is the greatest respect I can show you. Without holding back, he launched his attack straight at the old man. River Splitter. This attack made the old man spew blood. Watching the battle, Song Z seriously analyzed. Mountain Breaker has peerless power like a hero, cutting down any obstacle in its way, while River Splitter is like an assassin slipping past all illusions to strike directly at the heart. In contrast to the old man's composure, the Yun family members panicked and cried out, Old master, old master! While his descendants were scared, Yunkong was so amused he started laughing, excellent. Seeing the old man still had the strength to laugh, Chenmo praised him. Anyone else would have died a long time ago. You live up to your name as the pillar of the Yun family. Without stopping, he continued his assault. Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist's third form, as spirit energy began to envelop him. Seeing Chen Mo was about to go all out, Yun Kong's blood boiled as he said, "This aura truly belongs to a young prodigy. If I can die by this world-shaking technique, then my life won't be a waste." This time the old man used his ultimate move. "This is my ultimate move." Two dragons created by the old man charged at Chen Mo, absolute dragon hand. He didn't evade and countered head-on heaven and earth suppression. His spirit energy was obviously a cut above the old man's, so it quickly swallowed the old man whole. Dust from the fight filled the air. After the battle, the Yun family members searched anxiously. "Old master, where's the old master?" As the smoke cleared, only Chen Mo remained standing there. This made the Yun family realize that only Chen Mo had survived. The old master had burned out completely, he had lost. They were all horrified by Chen Mo's strength defeating Yun Shan with a single punch, and killing Yun Kong in 3 punches. Xingshang himself had to see Chen Mo in a completely new light after this battle. "If my Lai family had him, we could become a top-tier family, but I've already married my daughter off to that cripple from the Yun family." Huo Ru, on the other hand, was filled with joy and admiration, realizing he never needed her to worry about him. Just then, Chen Mo pointed at Tianling and declared, "Yun Tianling, it's your turn!" The moment the words left his mouth, he ruthlessly sent him to the next life, causing Yun Shan to scream in horror. Tianling, enraged, he stepped forward to question Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, I have no problem with you defeating our old master, but why did you have to kill my son? You want to be a hero, so don't blame me for being ruthless." Seething with hatred, he turned to attack Ru Huo, without a bride. "Let's see you play the hero now!" His action made Qingshang scream, "Ru Huo!" Yun Shan lunged at Ru Huo, thinking, "I can't beat you, Chen Mo, but I can easily snuff out the life of a normal person." Seeing him about to strike a weak and helpless Ru Huo screamed, "Don't!" But after a long moment, nothing happened. She wondered in confusion, "I'm not dead." But now there was a hole right in the middle of Yun Shan's chest, causing him to cry out in shock. How could this happen? As soon as he said that, he collapsed to the ground. The one who had attacked was obviously Chen Mo. Seeing this, the Yun family members gasped and yelled, "Family head!" Then Chen Mo said smugly, "Look at the reality of the situation. I could destroy your entire Yun family with a flick of my wrist." Witnessing his power, the entire Yun family was terrified and willing to submit to him. "Please don't kill us. We are willing to serve you." They all knelt and shouted in unison, "We submit!" Seeing that there were no objections, Chen Mo loudly declared, "From this day forward, the Yun family is absorbed into the Mo family's merchant guild. Anyone who disagrees will die." Then he turned to remind Ru Huo, "Remember this, you should never let anyone walk all over you." Receiving his unconditional help made Ru Huo feel both grateful and curious. "Thank you, but why are you being so nice to me?" Hearing her ask this, he replied coldly, "Because I owe you." His answer left her baffled. "Huh, you owe me? That can't be, this is only our second time meeting." But he didn't seem to have any intention of explaining. "Some things are better if only I know." He thought to himself, "The tragic fate from our past life should remain in the past. I don't want to make you into a second Murong Yaner." After settling all the matters, Chen Mo turned and gave an order to Song Zi. "From now on, the Mo family merchant guild will be managed by someone trustworthy. You can go back and build your career." Song Zi had no objections and obeyed his master's command. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, the guests' whispers could still be heard. The Yun family's wedding had turned into a funeral, so how could they possibly suck up to this guy? Now the Yun family was a martial arts clan, and their annihilation was considered a martial world affair, so he wouldn't face any consequences. Time passed until one beautiful day, a few people lounging on the sand and sunbathing suddenly saw something in the sky and cried out in shock. "Hey guys, look, what is that?" The sight must have been shocking, causing them to say to each other, "Oh my god, what is that? Quick, take a picture and post it on WeChat." It turned out the thing they saw was Yang Chong flying on spiritual energy somewhere. He suddenly landed at a villa, the Yangi Lake Villa. The spiritual energy here made him exclaim in amazement. To think that Dai Li actually has a place with such abundant spiritual energy. It seems like all the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius has been drawn here. Interesting. He took a deep breath of the spiritual energy and muttered with satisfaction, "Ah, this energy feels so good." From inside the house, Tang Tang sensed a strange spiritual power appear in the courtyard, so she rushed out and shouted, "Who's there?" Seeing her, Jiang Chong was a bit surprised as he sized her up. She doesn't look very old, yet she's already at the peak of the inner realm. It seems that Grandmaster Chen really has some skills. Then he suddenly rushed forward to attack her. "Grandmaster Chen killed my disciple, so I'll kill one of his people first." His sudden move made her exclaim in shock, "What?" And just like that, she was hit by one of his moves and coughed up blood. Tang Tang was sent flying straight into a wall and fell to the ground. Seeing that she wasn't dead, Xiang Chong decided to strike again. "Still alive, then take another fist." Just as he was about to land another punch die, a shout suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Ching Cheng appeared, shielding Tang Tang, and loudly questioned, "Who on earth are you?" The moment he saw her, he was shocked to recognize her level the Grandmaster realm. Then he made a lewd remark. "Could it be that you're also Grandmaster Chen's disciple?" It seems Grandmaster Chen really enjoys being served by women. Of course, this remark angered her and she cursed, "Shameless, you deserve to die." Ching Cheng rushed at Xiang Chong and shouted, "Die!" However, she was no match for him, and he easily blocked her sword. "Not a bad sword, but your strength is lacking." Realizing the situation, she quickly retreated and assessed him. "He's very strong." Despite this, she continued to fight with all her might. Phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. When Xiang Chong saw the fire phoenix appear, he was slightly impressed, but still said contemptuously, "Not a bad move, but it's still just as useless." This time it was his turn to attack Vajra Fist. The two of them rushed at each other, exchanging blows packed with spiritual power. However, because Ching Cheng's spiritual power was insufficient, she couldn't withstand the impact and coughed up blood. She fell straight to the ground while Xiang Chong remained standing completely unfazed. She lay on the ground, unconscious. Xiang Chong then pulled out his phone and remarked, "A perfect combination of swordsmanship and the sword itself to think the true Qi of a Grandmaster realm expert could tear my protective aura." Next, he recorded a video and sent it to Chen Mo to challenge him. "Hey Grandmaster Chen, I'll wait for you for 3 days. If you don't show up, then this villa and the lives of your 2 female disciples are mine." One night in Xiadu, the highest center of power in the Daili nation, He Shan received a report that Xiang Chong had escaped, and hurriedly ordered his subordinate, "The 8-armed divine ape Xiang Chong has arrived. Contact Chen Mo immediately." 3 days passed, and on the 3rd day a crowd of people approached the villa murmuring amongst themselves as they walked. "Grandmaster Chen should be here today, right?"
I bet he won't show up. He's probably scared. His villa and women can't be more important than his life. They gossiped about Chen Mo not knowing he was standing among them in the crowd. "I don't believe Grandmaster Chen's reputation will be shattered like this." Just then he walked toward the captured Tang Tang and Ching Cheng and said loudly, "I'm here." His appearance made Ching Cheng exclaim with joy, "I knew it, you wouldn't. Just tolerate this provocation." Tang Tang was equally overjoyed. "You wouldn't abandon us." Chen Mo responded to their happiness with a gentle smile. He asked them with concern, "Are you both okay?" Suddenly he sensed strange spiritual power approaching and glanced to the side, asking in a low voice, "You're Xiang Chong?" Seeing him, Xiang Chong was also a bit surprised and asked, "You're Grandmaster Chen so young. How did you achieve this level of cultivation?" Not even bothering to answer his question, he just coldly declared, "You don't need to know, because today you will die." Of course, the man wasn't afraid of him, and even asked with amusement, "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt up. Chen Mo wasted no time and lunged forward as well. The two exchanged a punch as a greeting. Seeing that Chen Mo could fight him head-on, Xiang Chong couldn't help but praise, "Interesting, you can actually confront me directly." Then the two of them began to fight wildly, causing the few spectators who had gathered to watch to gasp in amazement. "Oh my god, it's starting. When did Chen Mo get here?" "Look everyone, it's begun." Asterisk asterisk. For those who haven't followed yet, please hit that follow button. Asterisk asterisk. Watching the two people fighting relentlessly in the sky, people exclaimed in shock. What level of power do these two have to be able to fly like that? They must both be in the divine realm. At this moment, Xiang Chong had lost his patience and wanted to get serious. "Let's stop testing each other, I'm going all out now." As soon as he said that, he quickly executed his 8-armed Vajra technique. Chen Mo remained perfectly calm as he faced him. He countered with the Vajra demon-subduing fist. Xiang Chong simultaneously rushed forward and unleashed his own move, the first form of the heavenly mystic divine fist. After all that showboating, he got sent flying with a single punch. A mountain-shattering strike. He fell straight into the lake, shocking everyone present. Oh my god, that punch knocked that huge monster right into the water. To think that 30 years ago, the 8-armed Vajra swept through the martial arts world of Dali, yet today he was defeated by an 18-year-old kid. From a distance, Fei Long watched the fight and figured that Chen Mo must have some kind of secret, and if they could get their hands on it, they could break through to the divine realm. Scarface, standing next to him, heard this and agreed, "I'm with you, but the two of us aren't enough. We need to find 2 more helpers." Fei Long heard this and said smugly, "Don't worry, with the temptation of the divine realm, finding help will be easy." Back to the fight, Chen Mo saw Xiang Chong emerge from the water and immediately taunted him, "Enjoy your swim." Having taken a critical hit from the kid, Xiang Chong was furious and exclaimed, "If I had met you 30 years ago, I'm afraid I would have been a dead man." Even though he just got schooled, he still confidently declared, "But after 30 years of ups and downs, you can only be my defeated foe." As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to unleash Vajra's descent spiritual energy enveloping him as he said smugly, "This move cost me 20 years of hard work. You're the first lucky person to witness it." Chen Mo, of course, looked down on this technique and declared, "I'll also be the last, because this is the last time you'll ever get to use it." Hearing this, Xiang Chong thought he was just bluffing and said dismissively, "Yeah, you're good at running your mouth." Without a hint of panic, he calmly closed his eyes and muttered, "So you want to play this kind of game?" With that, he threw a punch. Seeing the fist about to hit his face, Xiang Chong freaked out and yelled, "What? How can you find my position?" But he managed to dodge in time and thought to himself that it must have been a coincidence. Yeah, right. He hadn't even gotten far before Chen Mo appeared out of nowhere, kicked him, and asked, "Had enough fun yet?" Kicked far away,
Xiang Chong yelled in horror. You can really find my position. His fury reached its peak, making him decide, then I'll attack you head on. Instantly, he unleashed a move towards Chen Mo, the Vajra demon subduing fist. But Chen Mo wasn't the least bit panicked, and was ready to counter with the third form of the heavenly mystic divine fist. He gifted him another punch full of spiritual energy, sending him flying, suppressing heaven and earth. A massive explosion erupted right at Chen Mo's villa. And after getting hit by the moves, Yang Chong cried out in pain. Seeing him like this, Chen Mo mocked him. Is that all you got, seriously? In that moment, the old man realized that the last punch was his strongest attack. It seems he knew he couldn't beat the kid, so he switched to begging, Kid, you're truly powerful. Since you killed 2 of my disciples and I injured 2 of yours, why don't we just stop here? Of course there was no way the kid was letting him off that easy. Stop here, are you still dreaming? Seeing that Chen Mo really wanted to finish him off, Xiang Chong gave a disdainful smile and warned him, You may be strong, but killing me won't be easy, so you should quit while you're ahead. He completely ignored the warning and attacked directly. I'm the one who doesn't know what's good for me, so what are you gonna do about it? Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best one. Xiang Chong quickly tried to flee but was chased by a sword controlled by Chen Mo. Seeing the thing flying towards him at lightning speed, he screamed in terror, What is this thing? It's too fast. Knowing he couldn't escape, he made a decision. There was basically no way to dodge it. Time to go all out. So he turned around, planning to face Chen Mo's spiritual energy head on, and yelled, Get lost! After repelling that spiritual energy, he proudly exclaimed, Luckily the power of this flying sword isn't that strong, I can block it. But before he could even celebrate for a few minutes, that spiritual energy came back to attack again, making him wonder in panic. How is that possible? Didn't I just knock it away? How can it still chase me? And so without giving him any time to react, the spiritual energy lopped off his head. Scarface witnessed this and wondered with some fear, Xiang Chong is dead. What on earth was that golden light that killed him at the end? Fei Long, however, thought, It's a good thing Xiang Chong forced him to use his trump card. To think he actually has a weapon like the legendary life-bound flying sword of a sword immortal. Hearing this, Scarface sighed. Looks like 2 helpers won't be enough. The night after the great battle, Tang Tang and Ching Cheng were sitting inside a room healing. Outside, Chen Mo was standing guard for them. Just then a voice rang out. Master Chen, my apologies for disturbing you so late at night. As soon as he heard the voice, he shouted sternly, Who's there? Fei Long appeared before him and spoke respectfully. This humble one is true Master Fei Long of Nine Flowers Mountain, and I wish to discuss something with Master Chen. Just one look at his face, and Chen Mo knew he was up to no good, so he didn't hold back and called him out. Discuss something you want to talk while lurking in the shadows. All of you come out. Seeing that he knew everything, Fei Long laughed and said loudly, I told you guys we couldn't fool Master Chen. He then called out to his buddies who were hiding, Come on out. Glancing at them, Chen Mo asked casually, So many masters at the Divine Peaking Realm gathered here. Do you see my house as a place to tear down? Since it had come to this, Fei Long was blunt and arrogantly demanded, Master Chen, you wouldn't let us old folks go home empty-handed, would you? Hand over the cultivation technique you possess and we'll leave immediately.